Today, I'll be introducing you guys to a new manhwa masterpiece called The Holy Emperor's Grandson is a SSS-Rank Necromancer. The story opens inside a majestic cathedral when someone suddenly bursts through the door, screaming, "He's here!" A man in a black cloak rushed over to report. "This place is no longer safe. We have to escape now." A white-haired man calmly asked, "Who is he?" The man in the black cloak trembled. "Have you not heard the rumors on the streets of Humi? The Butcher of Werewolves, the vampire hunter, the master of the blue ghouls. He's heading this way with his army of the undead." His voice was filled with fear. "He will not spare the Black Order." At that moment, a young man had already arrived outside the cathedral. He feared, "He will kill us in the most brutal way imaginable." However, the white-haired man wasn't bothered in the slightest. "Why fear him? Don't we have the strongest holy knights to back us up?" The man in the cloak clutched his head and screamed in panic. "The Knight Order you speak of." He paused, then mustered all his courage to say, "Has already been turned into his army of the undead and is marching this way right now." The man raised his hand forward, and a stream of white light poured from his palm. The light slowly flew over the knights standing in formation. As if injected with adrenaline, the group of knights let out a powerful battle cry. The two men in the cathedral witnessed a sight they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The army of the undead jostled against the stained glass wall. Eventually, the wall couldn't withstand the weight and slowly began to crack. In an instant, the glass shattered, and countless zombies swarmed in, their faces craving to tear into human flesh and blood. The white-haired man was quickly pinned down. The man in the black cloak wasn't so lucky. He was immediately bitten by a zombie, blood gushing everywhere as he screamed in absolute terror. "Ah, please!" The white-haired man's face was drained of all color. "How can this be? The undead monsters are supposed to obey us." Necromancers? Just as he was about to crawl away and escape, a foot stomped down, crushing his arm and making him cry out in pain. "Ah!" Terrified out of his mind, the white-haired man began spouting calm nonsense. "Whatever you try to do, God will still save us. He will guide us to salvation." A gleaming gun barrel was pressed against his head. "Salvation," the young man said nonchalantly. "In that case, I'll grant it to you right now." He closed his eyes, feeling the holy power seeping through his skin. The cathedral lit up, illuminating his indifferent face. "The Lord's blessing will guide you to hell." Immediately after, a flash of white light erupted from the gun barrel, sending the white-haired man to the afterlife. One morning, the warm sunlight was filled with the bustling murmurs of a crowd. "Have you guys heard the rumors about the exiled 7th Prince? He's a disgrace to the Holy Empire. How could someone like that be born in the Holy Nation, ruled by the Holy Emperor? He's immoral scum, the dregs of society." "Do you know what happened with the Archbishop?" A frantic knocking echoed from the door. A bishop burst in, becoming furious upon seeing the two people inside. "That accident happened to the Archbishop's daughter, and he got into trouble for it. It would have been better if he had just accepted his punishment. But then he went and vandalized the Archbishop's room. The clean wall was now smeared with paint that read 'Jir's Slave.' That made the Holy Emperor go crazy, extremely furious. And he sent him to the land of the dead. He sent him there so he could reflect on his mistakes. But instead, he got up to some filthy business. Then, he committed suicide because of his mistakes. Luckily, he didn't die. The strange thing is, he became a completely different person after that incident. He's been working diligently at the monastery without causing any trouble. Everyone in town is crazy about him. But many are curious about why his personality did a complete 180. A demon must have possessed his body for committing such a blasphemous act. The prince made a pact with the demon. I saw corpses wandering around the monastery, and there are many more rumors. What do you all think? I expect you to tell the truth." Before the young man stood several zombies. One of them nodded at him, letting out a grunt. "Ugh!" He stared at them blankly. A system panel appeared in the air. Alan Anpons, age 16, exiled 7th Prince, class Necromancer. The zombies remained obediently kneeled on the ground, acting extremely proper. Alan snapped his fingers, making the screen disappear, wondering why this thing kept popping up randomly. He scratched his face and looked down. "I think these rumors keep popping up because you guys let yourselves get seen." Alan sighed in utter frustration. "If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be accused of heresy. What should I do now?" "The truth is, I'm not Alan Anpons. I was an ordinary citizen of the Republic of Korea. But then I suddenly became the trashy son of the Holy Emperor. I possessed this body while he was hanging himself. Luckily, it failed. Otherwise, what then?" He pointed to the panels floating above the zombies' heads. "I can see a status window." Alan raised his hands to the sky. "And I have the abilities of a necromancer. so I use it to help with my gravekeeping duties. Seeing that they were useful, the zombies started dancing and cheering, but he then added another comment that was basically heresy to them, causing them all to collapse. Alan looked at me blankly, a little startled at first, but he gradually got used to it. But maybe I should stop now. Right? The zombies stared blankly, not understanding what he was saying. He sighed sentimentally. We worked so well together. He then recalled all the times they'd helped him dig graves, bury the bodies, and get the job done. Throughout the entire process, all he had to do was sit by, giving orders and watching. The only thing he actually did was place the tombstone on the grave. Alan scratched his neck happily. What a beautiful day. The zombies, touched and proud, let out a howl, but then he dropped another bomb. But I guess it's time to say our goodbyes, which left the zombies momentarily stunned. Huh. After it sunk in, they clutched their heads in disbelief, furious and wanting to demand justice. Alan quickly tried to soothe them. Hey, calm down. He looked at one of the zombies' faces with disgust. Your mouths look absolutely horrifying. Then picked up his shovel and began to confide in it. My past life was a bit complicated. It's hard to explain. I'll tell you about it, but this time, I'm going to try and live my second life peacefully. His entire being seemed to radiate a compassionate light. Maybe I can actually do it, because I have you all here. This moved them to tears. Alan sighed. Is that no good? The zombies quickly gave him a thumbs up in agreement. Seeing their answer, he gestured. All right then, get to work. Elsewhere, two men with their faces completely covered were whispering to each other. Did you hear that? The other guy cursed, told him to shut up, and pushed him forward. He threatened. Do you want to end up dead like them? Then he urged. Hurry up, let's go find the prince and ask how to free this cursed village. A pair of bloodshot red eyes suddenly snapped open, glaring. A voice rang out. These are the last of the bodies, right? A large, heavy-set man, dripping with sweat, replied. That's right. It looks like these are the only ones left, huh? The other man confirmed. Yeah, everyone else fled. There's nothing left here but corpses. Then he turned to Alan and asked, Excuse me, but could we ask you to come with us to the village? Alan was confused. Why, the two men scrambled to explain. Almost the entire village has been wiped out. I think if we go with the prince, we'll at least be safer. I also think the only reason we're still normal is because while we were moving all the bodies, we ran into you often. This left him a bit speechless as he thought to himself. A disgraced prince wouldn't have that kind of power. Would he? The two men moved closer, pleading with him. We're begging you. They tried their best to convince him. Please, what if we get infected, too? Alan was about to refuse, but the other man immediately cut in. We just think it'll be safer with you. His expression remained blank. There's been some kind of misunderstanding here. What do you people want from me? In the gloomy village, Alan stepped into a puddle and remarked, This village really is terrifying. The burly man, trembling with fear, hid behind him. It is, isn't it? The drainage system has stopped working, so there are a lot of deep puddles. Be careful. The other man just kept muttering. This is so dangerous. So terrifying. Alan snapped in frustration. Stop clinging to me. The burly man's eyes welled up. But we're supposed to carry protective charms with us at all times. Alan was exasperated. And am I your lucky charm? Is that it? He composed himself. If I were you two, I'd be using this time to search another house. Just as he finished his sentence, something darted past. Alan, sensing it, immediately asked, What was that just now? The burly man was also on alert. There was something. The cowardly fat guy tried to reassure himself. Don't scare us like that. It was probably just a mouse. Then he cried out in panic. Hey, Prince! Without a moment's hesitation, he moved forward. I'll go check what it is. This made the other two jump. No, don't go. You can't just go off on your own like that. Alan's brow furrowed as he stayed on guard. I have a bad feeling about this. There's definitely something here. It feels like an ordinary creature, but it's giving off an incredibly vicious aura. Suddenly, a squeaking sound made him jump and whip his head around. A single mouse crawled out from a hole and let out a little squeak. He let out a sigh of relief. What the heck? He lowered his guard. It was just a mouse. But then its eyes suddenly glowed blood red. And then thousands of crazed mice came swarming out. Baring their sharp teeth, they swarmed up his body. Alan swung his shovel in a panic. What the hell is this zombie rats? He swung his shovel, knocking them away. So these pests are the reason the village ended up like this. Alan furiously swung the shovel all over the place. Give me a break. All of you, just get the hell out of here. His wild swings gouged a large hole in the ground, and the surrounding walls began to crack and crumble. The entire area fell into an eerie silence. A piece of cloth drifted down onto his head. The enraged zombie rats let out a long, collective shriek. He was terrified, realizing he had just provoked something he shouldn't have. Wait, I didn't mean to. It was an accident. Using their overwhelming numbers, they pinned him to the ground. Because of this, the shovel slipped from his grasp and fell into a nearby puddle. And yet, like a fish taking to water, the shovel suddenly began to glow while Alan was still screaming in agony. Damn it, you damn pests! Stop attacking me! He cursed in frustration. Are you trying to kill me? Streams of purified water began to flow out from the small cracks in the ground. A system notification appeared. Activating skill Deadly Swamp. Alan was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What swamp? The other two finally came over and asked, Prince, are you here? Why are there so many rats? The two exclaimed in shock. The dirty puddle had turned into holy water. How did you do that? Did you purify the rats? You truly are the prince of the Holy Empire. The plague must have been caused by those rats. He cursed inwardly. Prince, my ass. I just discovered that besides raising the dead, I can use other skills. I just used a necromancer skill, but it had a purifying effect. This body is filled with holy power because it belongs to the Holy Emperor's nephew. That must have made my skills holy. A holy bloodline, a holy necromancer. So that's why the undead were so docile. One of the two exclaimed. That made him look up to see a limping girl appear. Grill remarked, I thought they were all dead, but there's a child over there. Oh my god, is that a ghoul? It's the ghoul from next door. They waved happily. Sacklot, come over here. Where are your parents? It's so good to see you're alive. Sacklot? Sacklot hid a sharp knife behind her back and slowly approached, then lunged forward in a flash to attack the two of them. In a moment, she was face to face with Alan. He reacted instantly, raising his shovel to block her. The hand holding the shovel trembled against the ghoul's strength. What is she? A female zombie? Alan swung the shovel to create distance between them. No. Based on the fact she's using a tool, I can tell she hasn't completely turned into a ghoul yet. The ghoul's bloodshot red eyes glared as she growled something. Alan caught a few fragmented words. Where? Mother? Father? He clicked his tongue softly before having to block her attack once more. Holy power radiated from the shovel. Sacklot gritted her teeth, pushing with all her might. He looked at her arm, which was emitting black smoke, and guessed. It seems contact with holy power makes their bodies burn. If I keep attacking, she'll get hurt. So, Alan grabbed the ghoul's entire body and pushed her down into the puddle of holy water. She struggled in pain, but he held her down and comforted her. Try to bear it for a moment. I can't think of any other way. Sacklot continued to struggle violently, letting out shrill screams. Alan had no choice but to submerge her completely in the puddle. He had to use every ounce of his strength to hold her down, leaving him panting from exhaustion. Finally, Sacklot came to her senses, lying quietly in the water as her red eyes slowly closed. Mr. Locke and the villagers arrived at his place. We heard you purified the large rat infestation that overran a village. We also heard you saved a child named Sacklot. Please, help us too. Alan turned his back to them, casually flipping through a book. I didn't save anyone, the old man asked again. What do you mean? Alan snapped the book shut, glanced at the crowd, and repeated coldly. She's dead. The group of villagers was stunned. She's dead. Alan nodded. How could I possibly save everyone? My blood is related to the Holy Emperor, but I don't have any special abilities. Everyone was deeply disappointed and disheartened. Then what will happen to our village? We ran all the way here, hoping you would save us. He sighed, exasperated, then asked, Where did you people hear that I saved someone? Someone was about to speak up when Grill suddenly burst through the door, calling for the prince. He was ecstatic. Sacklot is awake. It's all thanks to you, sir. He chattered on happily for a moment before realizing the atmosphere was off. I let her go back to sleep because she looked so tired. Right. He became timid. It seems you have a lot of visitors. Hearing this, the villagers all glared at Alan with resentful eyes. Look at you, and you said she was dead. Alan's face darkened as he turned away, clicking his tongue. Ugh, whatever. He gave in and stood up. I guess I have to do it, since I have more holy power than you people. You've got a big mouth. Grill, one of the villagers, unable to stand his attitude, cursed at him. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Alan pointed a finger up. But I have a few conditions. He looked at the system panel above Mr. Locke and marveled. Amazing! I can see everything. Alan let out another sigh. You people want my help, but you don't trust me just because I'm some trash prince. He spoke up. It's simple. He stated his conditions. I don't want to do charity work. Give me money or items, and repair the church for free. This whole place, as Alan put on his cloak, he said, it's all for the sake of your lives. But if you don't want to. An old hand reached out. We'll do it, he added. And there's one more important thing. The villagers' stomachs churned. What now? Alan shot them a warning glance. Make sure the Holy Knights don't hear a word about this deal. If the royal family finds out, I'll be in trouble. The villagers quickly assured him. Ah, of course. The group gathered and whispered among themselves. Isn't this a scam? Only he was basking in his own joy. Finally, this church, considered a place of exile, will become useful. Mr. Locke, representing the villagers, came to discuss the matter with him. He said 30 bodies in the village have turned into ghouls. That's possible. After getting a grasp of the situation, he signaled to everyone. All right, everyone, go grab your things. Everyone was bewildered. Huh? Alan held up his shovel. You told me to handle the ghouls, but did you expect me to fight them all by myself? His gloomy aura was incredibly terrifying. You all can start throwing things while I chant the holy spell. This scene made the villagers cry out in fear. A demon. He's a demon. One of the villagers was shouting. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise coming from outside. He rushed over to look and then screamed his head off. Zombies! They're coming after us. They've already caught up. The group quickly changed direction and ran towards Alan. Hey, hurry up. Go get the equipment from the warehouse. Throw brooms if you have to. The sunset sky was stained a brilliant red. Gray feet slowly shuffled forward, gradually revealing an entire horde of zombies. He was startled. This wasn't 30 corpses. Was it? Alan turned his head to ask the village chief. The chief looked flustered for a moment, then casually dropped a line. My mistake. I couldn't see clearly while running. Alan was furious. Are you kidding me? Soon enough, the two sides clashed. A man tried to swing a stick with all his might at a zombie. However, there were too many zombies, and Alan's group was nearly surrounded. A zombie lunged at him, but he managed to block it. Alan skillfully activated his skill. Deathly Contagion? A stream of water gushed out, spraying directly at the nearest zombie. He used all his strength to hold them back. Using the skill isn't the hard part. I was a necromancer before I came here. I was beta testing a VR game to earn a few bucks. In that world, I chose the necromancer class. Unfortunately, I died from electrocution. I passed out after smelling my own burning flesh, and when I woke up, I was here, in this body. Luckily, my in-game skills were transferred over as well. Alan thought to himself, the innate holy power in this body has altered my skills. It's so hard to control. He looked at the zombies that were knocked out by the holy water he had splashed and speculated. Every time I use a skill, the holy power erupts. Can this be fixed? Suddenly, a villager cried out, I give up. His face was pale and trembling. I can't do it. I know they're zombies, but... His voice cracked. I see my wife over there. How can I possibly strike her down? The woman who had turned into a zombie soon approached him. Tears streamed down his face as its hand was about to touch him. It let out a crazed scream, preparing to lunge and tear him apart. Alan appeared just in time, kicking the zombie away. It flew through the air and slammed into a nearby wall. The man screamed anxiously. His wife. Alan coldly advised, she's already dead. Don't overdo it. The man cried in anguish. What would you know? Alan raised his scepter, pointed at the zombies, and yelled, Look. Her body is decaying, and her soul is lost. If you want your wife to suffer like that, then run. If not, he turned his head and shouted, Then stop crying and kill them. Another zombie lunged forward. Alan couldn't react in time and could only watch with wide eyes. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before him. A figure fell from the sky. The moment the person landed, they punched the ground, cracking it all around. Bricks and stones flew everywhere. A piece of rock happened to fall on him while he was still trying to figure out what was going on. The person pushed themselves up with one hand, then turned to look at Alan and asked, Prince, are you all right? It turned out to be Charlotte. Autumn and winter were the seasons when the plague ran rampant. I believed that this happened so we could live healthily when the new year came. I believed the words my mother told me. Charlotte, pale-faced, ran while panting heavily. Damn it! She threw open the door and screamed. Outside was an entire swarm of rats. Just as she finished speaking, she witnessed a horrifying scene. They all had red eyes. Her father had turned into a monster and was eating her mother. Her mother, still conscious, signaled to Charlotte, "Run! Your father!" Charlotte trembled, looking at the scene before her, unable to believe it as she called out, "Mom!" Her father continued to let out monstrous growls, causing her to back away in fear. No, now her mother had also become a zombie. They both turned to look at her as if she were a delicious meal. I can't remember much after that. The rats were outside and inside the house. My parents were relentlessly chasing me. I grabbed everything within reach and slashed at them. Charlotte reached for a knife and repeatedly stabbed her parents. The growling still echoed in her ears. Charlotte sat by the window with empty, soulless eyes, listening to everything around her. Everyone in my village had become strange. The rats that once tried to eat me now ignored me. Does that mean I've become one of them too? I don't care anymore? Because no one is coming to save me. She sat there, tears falling. Maybe if someone, just one person, had come to save me. Charlotte remembered the time Alan submerged her in holy water, his voice echoing in her ear. Hang in there. His figure was blurry. Alan pushed down harder. I can't think of any other way. She sank deeper into the water, then suddenly woke up. Charlotte gasped for air after the dream she just had. She wondered, who was that? What was that memory? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Oh, you're awake. Charlotte slowly sat up, clutching her aching head. Where am I? The woman explained. The prince instructed me to take care of you. The zombies are still out there, so remember to stay quiet. She still hadn't processed everything, wondering to herself. The prince, zombies. Suddenly, a commotion rang out from outside, and someone screamed, "Stop complaining and focus on killing them." Charlotte stared blankly out the window. Your Highness, behind you. If there's someone. Her eyes gradually regained their light, as if she had found a reason to live. Save me. A streak of light suddenly burst forth. Ignoring the wounds on her body, Charlotte jumped up and threw open the window. The woman guarding her panicked. Hey, what are you doing? Without a moment's hesitation, she used the window frame as a springboard and leaped towards him to help. Charlotte landed with limitless power. Cracking the ground around her, she propped herself up on her knees, then turned and asked, Are you all right, Your Highness? Alan's face went blank. Impossible. What is this? Then he uttered in horror. How could she do this all by herself? Before his eyes was a pile of neatly cleared zombies, packed together. The villagers were all praising her to the skies. Alan was speechless. Go ahead, praise her. Even though I was the one holding them off. He let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps I purified her correctly before she could turn into a zombie. And that's what gave her this ability. Then he became dejected again. As for my own abilities, I don't even know what they are. Alan stepped forward and gave an order. Take a break for now. You need to take care of your families. He continued. I know you're all exhausted, but it's better to end this. They've suffered enough. We need to set them free. Hearing this, the group of villagers looked a bit down and regretful. Alan looked at everyone comfortingly. I will also help with the purification ritual. The ritual is simple. It's holding a funeral for the deceased and praying for their rest, so their souls will no longer be lost and can be at peace. He opened his eyes and added an internal thought, which is also part of the reason I was sent here. Alan raised his head to look at the souls flying away. In the land of necromancy, it's common for zombies to rise up naturally. They need someone to take care of it. He stared into the void, thinking about something. As Alan walked, he rubbed his chin, reviewing the whole situation. I still find this very unusual. I've never seen any records of villages being devastated this quickly. He wondered. It's still too early for the wave of death to occur. Alan called out to the village chief. Mister. Park Locke turned and replied. Yes, he asked. Is everything in the village all right? Anything strange or bizarre? The old man replied respectfully. No, nothing like that. He continued. The plague started about a month ago, Alan muttered. So it seems this plague was a deliberate act. Could it be a necromancer? Hearing this, the village chief's face turned pale. A necromancer? You mean the Grim Reaper who spreads plagues? The one who sold his soul to the devil? This made Alan flustered. I was just muttering to myself, Park Locke shouted. Just the thought of someone like that being near us disgusts me. Alan's face darkened as he covered his ears. Sorry for disgusting you. He looked at everyone and thought to himself, if my hypothesis is correct, the one manipulating the zombies must be nearby. But I don't know how to find them. Alan waved his hand dismissively. Whatever. I'm going to sleep. You guys handle the rest. The people replied. All right, thank you, Your Highness. The prince muttered mockingly to himself. Prince what, prince? I'm no different from a laborer. Alan returned to his room, opened the door, and immediately collapsed onto the bed, letting out a satisfied sigh as his eyes gradually grew heavy. I'll just rest a bit. Performing the funeral rites was so exhausting. The next morning, a scream woke him up. Alan shot up in a daze, bleary-eyed. He pulled open the window and asked, What's going on so early in the morning? A few shouts rang out. Kidnapped! Kidnapped! The zombies have kidnapped someone! Alan was instantly wide awake, stunned. He stepped out and asked the group of villagers. The zombies kidnapped a person? Everyone replied with grave faces. Yes, we saw it clearly. I saw it. He recounted. They took advantage of the moment when everyone was exhausted after working all night. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Ah! Everyone turned in shock. What's wrong? A girl was being carried away, screaming for help. Please, save me, the zombies. The people panicked. Wait, Morian. Alan was confused. Who's Morian? The man scratched his head and explained. She's the one who gathers medicinal herbs, he continued. She often helps the villagers here, and she also helped treat the injured. Alan interrupted. Do I know her? The man avoided his gaze, flustered. Well, she's a real beauty, and she rejected a prince's confession. At this point, how could he not understand, so it's that again? The man couldn't help but continue. And because of that humiliation, Alan quickly cut him off. I remember now, so you can stop. This is so embarrassing. The man concluded. Anyway, we should form a search party to bring her back. He was annoyed. These bastards. Isn't it just because she's beautiful? Alan's face also turned serious for a moment. But I have to check this out for myself. This is the first time I've ever heard of zombies kidnapping people. I have to confirm what's going on. He puts on his coat and asks if it's even possible to track them. A man suggests, Sir Han, a hunter from our village, could be useful to you. Alan agrees. All right, then let's go immediately. A few villagers eagerly respond, Yes. He signals for the man named Han to hurry up. Alan suddenly notices Scarlett standing off to the side. She walks over and stares at him without saying a word. He quickly moves away, but still sneaks a glance, trying to figure it out. What's her problem? Is she still mad that I knocked her out? Then he shouts to everyone. Hurry, if we don't get a move on, she'll become lunch for those zombies. Two men rush to follow. Yes, sir. Scarlett is startled and wants to say something, but it's already too late. A voice rings out in the forest. It's easy to follow their tracks. We're quite certain they went in here. Two villagers follow timidly behind. No wonder it's so cold. Alan praises them. Well done. Han stands before the cave, thinking he's a pretty good tracker. This cave reeks of a sinister energy. It wouldn't be a stretch to say it's teeming with zombies, or that this is the source of the plague, although some places naturally emit a malevolent energy. Considering the zombies' behavior, it's highly likely there's someone pulling the strings. Alan mutters, Should we just burn this whole place down? A man quickly stops him. Sir, Morian is still in there. He replies casually. Ah, right. He points inside, saying, But this place looks extremely suspicious and sinister. This is a place where any buffs the zombies have will be much stronger. If all of us go in just to save one woman, I'm afraid we'll just be serving them a feast. Hearing this, the men become hesitant. So how do we save Morian? Alan advises. We should prepare properly and come back later. Of course, if we do that, Morian's chances of survival will drop significantly. Suddenly, a growl echoes from behind them, and he spins around, startled. What the? An incredibly ferocious bear appears before him, baring its sharp teeth, ready to tear him to shreds. A bloody scene unfolds. Caught off guard, Alan is bitten by the bear. He screams in pain. Arr! Seeing this, the villagers rush forward. Prince! He grits his teeth, pushing with all his strength, but he's no match for its power. He gets dragged into the cave. Everyone hastily chases after them. He realizes the bear is also a zombie. The bear flings him towards a chasm. Cornered, he unleashes his skill. Lethal Pierce! A torrent of water bursts forth, striking the zombie bear and making it shriek in agony as if it were being slaughtered. Alan falls to the ground and places a hand on his wound, casting a healing skill. As the stream of water touches his wound, it begins to heal. Damn, he thinks. Just as I thought, it's a recovery skill. My holy power is almost depleted, but having healing skills ready at a time like this is incredibly convenient. Alan slowly gets to his feet and turns to face the giant bear. A system window appears. Gluttony King, age unknown. Traits tearing, crushing, clawing, disemboweling. Status enhanced by necromancy. He realizes, enhanced by necromancy, no wonder it was still standing after being hit with holy water. But if it's being controlled by a necromancer, this is going to be a huge pain. Alan feels frustrated, seeing no way out. How am I supposed to beat a bear? Before he can think, the Gluttony King charges at him again, catching him by surprise. It slams into him, knocking him to the ground. It quickly raises its sharp claws, ready to tear him to ribbons. Scarlett appears from nowhere, plunging her knife straight into the Gluttony King's eye. It roars in pain and thrashes wildly, throwing Scarlett backward. As Alan regains his senses, he realizes, Scarlett, has she been following me this whole time? No, that doesn't matter now, he signals to her. Hold that damn thing back. Thinking she misheard, she asks, what? But she can't hold it for long before she's thrown off and slammed to the ground. Its fist smashes down, but luckily, Scarlett agilely rolls aside, dodging the attack. The Gluttony King lets out a furious roar. The moment it opens its sharp-toothed maw, Scarlett seizes the chance to thrust her knife into its mouth. Then, with all her might, she pushes deeper, slicing a long gash from the monster's mouth down to its neck. The Gluttony King stumbles from the blow, crashing into the cave wall, momentarily unable to get up. Alan holds out his hand. Thanks for buying me time to use my skill, Scarlett replies instinctively. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. But as she looks at his purple, corpse-like hand, she freezes. A flood of questions rushes through her mind. What is that? Isn't that Sir Alan? Don't tell me? He turned into a zombie that time? No. That can't be possible, can it? But the time since he was bitten by that zombie bear? It's too short, isn't it? What in the world is going on? Why is his hand green? What's with this zombie arm? Did he shake hands with a zombie or something? He was calm, just as expected. This is the proper way to join a battle. A few zombies crawled up from the ground. Sklott had no idea what was going on. Alan flashed a bizarre, cryptic smile. Standing among the zombies he controlled, he spoke with absolute certainty. It doesn't stand a chance against these numbers. The Gluttony King was surrounded by the horde of zombies. It let out a furious roar. Crack! Fissure appeared on the ceiling, and a stream of black smoke seeped through. The Gluttony King was still in a frenzy, its eyes beginning to bleed. It attacked the zombies with its claws. In an instant, 2 of them were slammed into the stone wall, sending rock fragments flying everywhere. But another one dodged and lunged forward. A hand burst from the ground in front of the Gluttony King's feet. Then more hands emerged from the earth, all reaching for the roaring Gluttony King. Grr! Alan watched the situation unfold, sweating and sighing wearily. That bear really killed a lot of people. That's why I was able to resurrect so many zombies. Alan watched as his zombies frantically tore at the raging bear. He thought it was much stronger than his zombies. But in the end, the Gluttony King's sharp jaws were now covered in blood. Its face was also covered in scratches from the zombies. It approached Alan, opening its mouth full of blood and gore as a stream of fresh blood dripped onto the ground. The Gluttony King suddenly froze, as if something was preventing it from getting any closer to Alan. A knife flew straight into the Gluttony King's head, causing it to stick its tongue out and drop dead on the spot. Sklott had been one step faster. She took down the bear with a single knife to the head. Leaving Alan, who was standing behind her, Alan's eyes went wide as sweat beaded on his face. He thought to himself, the outcome of this battle is already crystal clear. Alan turned to leave, putting a hand to his face. But Sklott quickly noticed. She knelt, pulled her knife from the bear's head, and looked at Alan, seeing that he looked pale. Sklott got up and took his arm to support him. She said, Are you all right? Your Highness, let me help you. With his face drenched in sweat, Alan replied wearily, I'm fine. I just used a bit too much holy power. He looked at the chaotic, dusty mess of corpses in front of them and thought with a dark expression. Is she here to fight me? Alan glanced at Sklott. Sklott? I accidentally let you see my full power. Hearing this, Sklott looked at him with a confused expression. From Sklott's perspective, Alan's expression softened, his eyes glistening as he spoke gently. I just want to live a peaceful life. So could you please keep this a secret between the two of us? Sklott's eyes widened. Your Highness. But in reality, Alan's face was pale and sweaty, and he looked utterly wretched. He thought to himself, I won't bother you again, so just leave me be. Supporting Aline with one hand while holding her knife in the other, Sklott said confidently, You are my savior, so I will grant your every wish.
Alan looked at her, question marks practically appearing over his head.
Savior me? Alan asked. Why would you think that? Just then, figures appeared on the cliff behind Alan. One of them called out, Your Highness, Sklot! Han and the others ran over, holding torches. He asked worriedly, Sklot, why did you jump down there?
Your Highness, are you all right? We brought supplies to explore this cave. Han rappelled down from the relatively low cliff. Alan and Sklot looked at the man before them.
Alan thought, I'm fine, just go back up there. They're not going to be any help. Han ran up to the pair and asked, Who killed these zombies and this bear? They looked over at the corpse of the bear, lying on the ground among the dead zombies. Was it you two? Han asked.
That bear is known as the Gluttony King. We don't even know how many people it's killed, Sklot said. Flustered. Ah, about that, Alan said. I think there might be a necromancer in this cave. Both Sklot and Han turned to look at him.
Huh, Han said. Alan calmly closed his eyes and explained. This necromancer tried to make this cave their base and killed the bear that was already living here. They were already dead by the time we got here. Han thought it sounded plausible.
Oh! Han then walked over to the others and said cheerfully, That makes sense. A necromancer? How scary. Ha, Alan thought, seeing how easily they were fooled. They're so simple-minded, Alan thought in silence. In any case, that woman named Moria is probably dead by now.
His thoughts turned to the mysterious person who had manipulated the Gluttony King with magic. The necromancer wanted to use her to trap us Shantyas, to make the bear kill even more people. Han stood with his arms crossed, looking at him quizzically. So, what should we do now? He asked, panting with his head lowered. Alan said, We're going deeper. Are you sure? Han asked. Alan looked up, took a deep breath, and replied, Yes. Alan's expression turned incredibly cunning, almost villainous. He smirked and said, I have to see for myself just how strong this so-called necromancer is. He surveyed the scene and said, Everything's settled here. Let's go.
Inside the pitch-black cave, only faint light filtered through cracks in the rock. Occasionally, drops of water trickled down into a small pool below.
Ahead of them was a brightly lit passage. Alan, Han, and the others hid behind a large rock, observing the scene. Looking at the scene ahead, Han said, Your Highness. He pointed to a girl tied up against the far stone wall, in front of whom were countless slips of paper with various patterns. That's Morian. Han and two others ran forward, saying anxiously, Morian, we're here to save you. Alan held a shovel, walking behind with Sklot. He wondered with a confused look. Huh. Alan, looking quite surprised, thought to himself, She's still alive. The necromancer is using her as bait, right? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill her? Alan began to use his ability. His eyes flew open, glowing with a blue light. He said, That must be her. Morian looked at Alan and asked the prince. Her face was grimy, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She said joyfully, You all came to save me. Alan didn't answer, lunging forward and smashing the shovel straight into Morian's head. Caught by surprise, Morian's cheek deformed, blood spurted from her mouth, and she fell to the side. The onlookers who witnessed the scene were all frozen solid. Their jaws dropped and their eyes went wide as they watched Morian fall. They stammered, Pray, Prince! Han's group and Sklot stared at Alan. Alan looked down at Morian on the ground and gave a cold smile. Ah! Alan's gaze was ice cold as he looked down at her and said, I should have used the sharper side to cut you. My bad. One of them ran up to check on Morian's condition. Morian, are you okay? Han, standing next to Alan, turned to him in fear and asked, What's wrong, Prince? Leaning on his shovel, Alan glanced over and said, I can see everything. Before his eyes, the system screen appeared Morgana, age 63, specialist in seduction, necromancy, curse dissection, and assassination. Currently in a state of... The system's view focused on the injured Morgana lying on the ground. He looked emotionlessly at the person before him, thinking. So, Morian wasn't the bait, Morgana said weakly. Prince... She sat up, looking at Alan with a tremble and said, There must be some misunderstanding. Alan stood before her, shovel in hand, and said bluntly, I'm not listening to a word you say. Don't be fooled by her, Alan said. She is the necromancer. His words made everyone gasp in horrified disbelief. What? Alan continued. Everything from her name to her age is a lie. Upon hearing this, Morgana's expression darkened, her anxiety showing clearly. That's not true, she denied. Her eyes widened as she screamed at Alan. The necromancer dragged me here and tortured me. Alan turned away with a look of utter disbelief, sighing dismissively. Yeah. He turned back to Morgana and said, "You think they'll believe you just because you act nice?" Then, he used his spiritual power to summon a sealed glass vial containing a beautiful, sparkling blue liquid, holding it in his hand. He said, "Then drink this." He held the vial up to his face, and looking through it, he could see Morgana's true form. He said, "If you're a necromancer, your insides will melt. But if you're a normal person, this is the best medicine. Your wounds will heal instantly." Alan stepped closer to Morgana, his large shadow casting pressure upon her. Her face turned pale. She stammered, trying to avoid it. "You shouldn't give me something so precious." "Yeah, it really is precious. So..." Alan closed in on Morgana. She was so scared that her face was covered in sweat. He held the vial in front of her with a menacing aura. His eyes widened in a sly smile as he said, "Drink up." Overwhelmed by Alan's killing intent, Morgana's expression turned ugly. Her pupils contracted until they almost disappeared, and her face was drenched in sweat. She thought to herself, "But my disguise was perfect." She recalled the scene back in the village, walking gracefully and smiling sweetly at the villagers.
I pretended to be Morian in the village for a whole year and no one suspected a thing. So how did this damn prince figure it out?
Morgana thought back to Alan and Sklott confronting the Gluttony King, wondering, what kind of power does he have to be able to destroy that bear? Seeing Morgana's silence, Alan started to get annoyed. He held the vial of holy water in one hand and pointed at Morgana with the other, saying irritably, "Oh, you're not going to drink..." Alan kept pointing at Morgana, berating her. "The prince is bestowing it upon you. Why don't you hold out both hands and accept it?" Sitting on the ground, Morgana's face darkened as she muttered, "That's..." Alan couldn't hear her clearly. Morgana's eyes began to flash with a red light. A stream of dark magic gradually transformed her face from that of a young girl into a wrinkled old woman. She said, "I was planning to eliminate you during the death wave." Something suddenly flew quickly towards Alan, knocking the vial of holy water from his hand before he could dodge. It fell to the ground and shattered. From the ground, countless skeletal, decaying hands began to claw their way up. Morgana said, "This little stunt of yours will only make you die sooner. Prince?" She used a spell to summon countless skeleton soldiers to advance. Morgana began to stand up. She looked at Alan with a resentful expression and said, "I was trying to let you live a little longer." Morgana confidently controlled the skeleton horde. Her eyes, one big and one small, stared at Alan. She opened her mouth to speak, spittle flying. "But you will die right here." But unfortunately, before those skeletons could even touch Alan, he smashed one on the head with his shovel, shattering its skull instantly. Alan swung his shovel around and said confidently, "Who gave you permission to use that arrogant tone with me? You'd better go back to where you came from while I'm still trying to be civil." "You brute!" Morgana stared at Alan, completely stunned, model. The other skeletons, seeing their comrade getting thrashed like that, started to hesitate, not daring to get near Alan. Morgana couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened as she said, "What?" While she was off guard, Sloth quickly lunged from behind her. Very quickly, Morgana was pinned to the ground by Sloth. She cried out in pain. "Ah!" As Sloth held a knife still stained with the blood of the Gluttony King. Alan, holding his mace in one hand and the head of the whimpering skeleton in the other, walked up to Morgana and said, "Good job, Sloth," Morgana said in disbelief. "What? What the hell is this?" Pinned firmly to the ground by Sloth, Morgana screamed, "What are you? How did you do that to my skeletons?" That mace is the source of your power, isn't it?" Prince Alan dropped the skeleton head and slowly approached Morgana. He smiled and said, "That's right. This mace has been pretty amazing lately." Morgana screamed, "That can't just be a normal mace. It must be a sacred artifact." Alan slammed his mace into the ground. He looked down at Morgana and said, "Is that really what you should be worrying about right now?" Alan's voice deepened, laced with coldness. "Why don't you worry about yourself first?" Sloth's face was filled with killing intent. She pressed the knife against Morgana's neck, making her skin crawl. Morgana's face turned pale as she broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes darting to the blade. A while later, a light shone down on a bound Morgana. She had been beaten so badly that one of her eyes was swollen shut, and her face was covered in red and purple bruises. She said, "My name is Morgana. I'm 63 years old, and I'm a necromancer." The three men behind her listened, their mouths agape in shock as they stared at Morgana. Alan said, "Aren't you going to confess all your sins?" Morgana's expression was clearly evasive. Bound and kneeling on the ground with Sloth watching over her, Morgana faced Alan and shouted, I'll tell you who wanted me to eliminate you, so please don't kill me." Alan looked at Morgana and said, "You mean someone else wanted you to do this?" Morgana's face showed her anxiety. She said uncomfortably, "That's right. My orders were to seduce you and then fake your death as a suicide." Hearing Morgana's words, Alan suddenly had a realization. So, it wasn't that this guy wanted to end his own life. He was forced into it, from an outside perspective. Alan stood with his arms crossed, looking nonchalant. He thought, so he wasn't that pathetic after all, huh? How surprising. Morgana looked at Alan, dazed, thinking, why does he seem so indifferent? Morgana's lips moved as if she wanted to say something. She looked at Alan and said, "The Dark Church told me to kill the Holy Emperor's 7th grandson." Morgana lowered her head and smiled resignedly. "And from the bear, I could tell that you are a necromancer. If the church finds out the truth, they won't let you live in peace for long."
Alan stepped closer and said, "Aha, so you did see me, didn't you?" Then Alan added another sentence.
"In that case, I guess I'll have to kill her." "Sloth," Sloth replied. "Yes." The knife was pressed against Morgana's neck, making her terrified, with Sloth's knife at her throat. Morgana looked up at Alan and said, Wait. That was just a slip of the tongue. I'll keep your secret. And I'll tell you everything about the Dark Church."
Alan rushed forward and slapped Morgana, sending her flying backward.
He said, "If you're willing to tell me everything this easily, it means your information is worthless." Morgana lay on the ground, trembling and crying out in pain. Alan walked up and said, "The villagers will decide your fate." Behind Morgana, 3 pairs of eyes stared at her, filled with killing intent. Alan said, "There are many people here who have lost their loved ones because of you." Alan continued, "It's time for you to pay for your crimes." She struggled to turn around, saying, "Wait." Before she could finish, Morgana was dragged away, screaming, "Please spare me."
Smack Alan stood next to Han and asked gently, "How do you plan to deal with her?" Han watched Morgana being dragged away and said, "Her punishment will fit her crimes."
Han's expression darkened as he said, "Her death will be painful, and then we will leave her in the forest." Han thought of the bloodthirsty wolves in the forest and imagined the scene of Morgana being torn apart, he said. "The wild beasts will devour her alive, and whatever is left will become one of the undead." An ending like that. It's quite fitting for a necromancer who insults the dead, isn't it? Alan looked at Han and said, "Yeah," he thought to himself. "Medieval times really are brutal." Sloth approached Alan from behind. Alan was lost in thought. As the twilight sun cast its rays over the desolate forest, he thought, "The Dark Church." Alan took out a pile of old, smelly books. Back in the cave, he had secretly stored these books in his inventory.
Alan thought that he couldn't understand everything, but he had at least succeeded in stealing a few necromancy books. He held up a book like a trophy.
Alan leaned against the windowsill and opened a book. He thought, "It would be great if being a necromancer meant I could talk to spirits, but I probably can't learn that skill here." He flipped to a page in the book. Let's see. Alan suddenly recalled when Morgana revealed her true form and what she had said. He thought, come to think of it, she mentioned a death wave or something. He sat with his feet up on the windowsill, flipping through the pages while thinking. I need to read about this death wave again. And as for this assassination attempt, while reading, Alan recalled the faces of his older siblings, the princes and princesses. Could they be the ones behind this? Leaning against the wall, Alan stared at the book, thinking, in this state, who would even call me a prince? They must want to eliminate me in the fight for the throne. Alan closed the book, looked at his hand resting on the cover, and muttered, a power struggle, huh? He clutched the book to his chest as a few tears fell from his eyes. Then he smiled wryly and said, so complicated. Is this what royal life is like? What if I actually get killed? Should I hire some mercenaries? Alan continued to think. For now, I just need to get better at my skills. But he didn't notice that someone was sitting not far behind him, silently listening to every word he had just said. Charlotte, sitting on a chair, had heard everything Alan said. She thought, His Highness is going to be killed. Charlotte's body unconsciously slid down in her seat as she continued to think. Everyone says he's changed. Then, Charlotte remembered the first time she saw Alan through a window. He was only about her height, but he always took the initiative to fight. Charlotte pictured Alan standing alone, fighting in the gloomy forest. In this incident alone, he had saved so many people. He even held a funeral for those who had died. And Charlotte recalled the words Grill had told her, which had greatly surprised her. Charlotte, while you were bedridden, His Highness took care of your parents' bodies. Tears started to well up and stream down Charlotte's face. She stood up, clenching her fists, Charlotte silently watched Alan from behind, telling herself, "He is a benefactor to both me and my parents. I want to thank him." But that's not enough. But Charlotte realized that danger surrounded His Highness. He needed a shield to protect himself. She turned her head and saw some books placed on the ground.
She looked at a book with an exquisitely detailed white cover and gold patterns, titled A Guide to Royal Swordsmanship.
In that case, Charlotte picked up the book and looked down at it. To protect the great prince. She hugged the book tightly to her chest, her expression determined as she vowed to herself, "I must become stronger." Meanwhile, the great prince Charlotte had just been thinking about was sitting by the window, childishly breathing on the glass to doodle on it.
According to the available information, the undead evolve over time.
When an undead's body decomposes, it becomes a skeleton. But if they manage to keep their bodies intact, they evolve into a more powerful version of ghoul. From ghouls to the headless. From the headless to vampires. The more they evolve, the smarter and stronger they become. When demons are in the darkness, the amount of mana it contains makes them evolve faster. This is why they always crave more powerful mana. Therefore, the goal of all undead is the spirit realm, to prevent the warm weather from rotting their bodies. Those wretched things will move to darker, colder places. As autumn turns to winter, during the cold period, their instinct to seek out the spirit realm becomes extremely strong.
It is called the Death Wave, and it happens on December 25th, the coldest day of that period.
The day the king of the spirit realm perished is the day the undead seek out the spirit realm in the greatest numbers, hoping to reclaim their lives. There's only a short time left until the death wave. Alan knew that witch intended to use these undead to kill him. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Your Highness." The maid said, "Please give me the book. I'll help you put it back." He handed it to her hastily. "Ah, yes, here you go." Alan was confused. "I never asked her to, but she comes to the church every day. Besides organizing the books, she cleans the cemetery and prepares food without asking for payment. Is it really okay for me to just let this continue?"
Whatever. She'll probably leave on her own when she gets bored. I heard Grill adopted her, so she has a home to go back to now. That guy may be rough and looks scruffy, but he's a good person.
Suddenly, a troop of soldiers marched up, their gazes sharp and cold. Alan was taken aback. "What is this?" The orange-haired man was Hamorian, vice commander of the Apprentice Holy Knights, a master of his noble family's swordsmanship, and under the protection of him. He spoke up. "I heard you captured the witch," Alan thought. He gets straight to the point without even a greeting. Why are they treating me like some exiled prince? Besides, if he's already heard the news about me, then these must be the bastards who are supposed to be watching me, Alan said coldly. "That's right, the villagers and I caught her." "What about it? You got a problem with that," Dean explained. "We just came here to confirm the reports. But it seems everything is true. You fought to protect the villagers and killed the Beast King with farm tools. Meanwhile, a man named Grill killed 30 undead and cornered the witch with holy water."
"That's what the farmer told me," he said. Alan thought. "I praised him for being a good person not even 5 minutes ago."
"Wow." The man seemed surprised. "To be honest, I thought it was all an exaggeration. But after seeing the traces of such a fierce battle, everything he said must be true," Alan thought. "But if you're a holy knight, you shouldn't be so gullible," Dean asked. "Did you know Morgana belonged to the Dark Church?" Alan answered honestly. "Oh, I heard her say that. She acted like that group was some big secret. But it seems like everyone knows about it, huh?" He nodded. "Yes, because it's a very cruel organization. So far, Morgana alone has destroyed 5 houses. And I was just playing around with her, spinning her in circles. Without even knowing this, Deanne was curious. "So, did you really manage to eliminate her?" Alan replied. "Didn't you hear? She was beaten to death, and her body was thrown away." He persisted with his questions. "So, were you the one who did it, Your Highness?" Alan shook his head. "How could it have been me? I don't have that kind of strength." He knew he had subdued her, but revealing his power would do him no good. The villagers helped too, so he decided to just go along with Grudy's exaggerated stories. Alan put on a tired act. "I was just there. I was so scared I nearly wet my pants." Diane nodded along.
"That's right. Just thinking about it makes me sick to my stomach." He was still persistent.
"Then you must have known about the witch's magic books." Alan acted surprised. "Really? Yes. We were supposed to collect all the dark magic books, but for some reason, her bookshelf was completely empty." The culprit who had stashed everything in his storage was sitting there, grinning, Alan said. "Maybe the villagers burned all her books because they looked so evil. You could ask them about it." Dean nodded. "All right, thank you. Then there's one more thing, but it's no less important. This is Morgana's bounty, 80 gold coins. The price on her head was quite high. The main character eagerly took the money. Oh, it was the least I could do, Diane reminded him. You have to share it evenly with the villagers. He smiled victoriously. Of course, getting my hands on all this gold is just my luck.
Alan took the gold coins and kissed them. Kissed them until Diane spoke up. My duty here is done. I'll be taking my leave now.
Your Highness, please pack your belongings. This sentence startled Alan. He stubbornly asked, Why? I've already been exiled. Am I being exiled again? Diane sighed. Isn't the wave of death approaching? We are here to escort your Highness away from this place. Alan was surprised. They still care about me because I'm a prince, he asked curiously. If we're evacuating, do I get to return to the royal palace, or maybe go to the warm south? The guard shook his head. No, you'll be going with us to the Lonya domain. Alan didn't understand. That place is about half a day from here. We're still in the land of the undead, so what's the point of going there? Diane denied it. There is a point. The Lonya domain is a fortress built to stop the wave of death. To fight against the undead during the wave of death, we have gathered soldiers and prisoners. He slowly realized. Don't tell me. The guard admitted it. Yes, there will be many casualties. Please preside over the funerals at the Holy Land of Lonya. Janat Lapang, 43 years old, Viscount and Lord of the Lonya domain. Described as gentle, easygoing, and merciful. He asked, How are you feeling, Your Highness? He answered honestly. Not good at all. The journey here was... That's right. The carriage was incredibly uncomfortable. He asked the people next to him. Oh, right. Who are you two? They introduced themselves as his servants, and one as a great person. Alan didn't expect them to treat an exiled prince like himself so well. He waved his hand. Enough chit-chat. Show me to my room. Janat was delighted. Yes, sir. But one thing still bothered the main character. But why did I have to come here, the Lonya domain in the land of the undead, also known as the Fortress of Sacrifice? It earned that nickname because it's where victims are gathered to appease the wrath of the undead. The walls surrounding this land can only hold back the wave of death, and they have to fight the undead for a month before they can see the spring that follows.
Alan asked curiously, Are those prisoners going to be fighting on the front lines?
Diane confirmed. That's right. You just need to help us treat the wounded and conduct the funerals. Hearing that, Alan was swayed. Oh, I think I can do that. But when he heard the statistics, he froze. There are at least 2,000 to 3,000 casualties every year. Alan trembled. Is there anyone who can help me? Diane replied.
There are about 80 priests who can perform the purification rites. The soldiers will assist you during the funerals, so don't worry. Oh, and some might die from exhaustion due to overwork, but it'll be fine. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Alan asked, Oh, Lord, he shouted. Wine, I need to drink wine. Janat was startled. What is it? Alan thrashed about. Without wine, I can't stand this situation. I'd rather die from drinking too much than from overwork, he ordered.
Slot, go out with Grudy right now. Slot nodded. Yes, sir, Alan emphasized. Remember to come back before the wave of death begins. They quickly left. All right, Alan tried to act like a useless person. Because you all have to protect me. He slammed the door shut. I'm going to rest now. Charlotte bowed. Please trust in me. Prince? Diane was frustrated. Matured my ass? In his room, the main character sighed. All right, that was a good act. Of course, I'm not actually going to drink this.
Alan touched the liquor bottle, and its color began to change. The liquid inside gradually turned a jade green.
He held up the bottle, thinking, to get through this, I'll need holy water at the very least. So I filled this flask with holy water, and I'll treat it like an energy drink. Infusing my power into water like this is also a good way for me to train my strength. Suddenly, Alan noticed something else. Hey, there's a gun here. I read in a book that guns exist in this world, but who knew they were this common? It's because no one really uses them in this world. The reason people prefer melee weapons to guns is that in a world teeming with monsters, guns are basically just for show. To be precise, instead of using gunpowder, they use mana here. You can use a gun by infusing it with mana or holy water, but that consumes an enormous amount of magic. So, a trained mage can only fire a maximum of 5 times. And it takes 5 minutes just to create 1 mana bullet. It's no surprise they've become relics. In the movies, they kill zombies with a single bullet to the head. What a waste. He fiddled with the weapon. So you create a bullet like this, aim at the zombie, and then, boom. He had successfully created a bullet using holy power, activating his divine energy. Crack! It was all over. Outside, everyone was in an uproar. Wait, Prince, what was that sound? Diane's expression was very serious. The soldiers muttered amongst themselves. The vice commander doesn't look too happy. They tried to reassure each other. He's probably just affected by this wave of death. Someone else said, I think it was the seventh prince. Suddenly, Diane spoke up, his face dark. Do I have to remind you to watch the prisoner instead of gossiping? They panicked. No need, sir, and then quickly withdrew. Diane thought, but they're not wrong. The seventh prince. I also heard a loud noise yesterday. Alan peeked out of his room pretentiously. You shouldn't be peeking into the room of a teenager going through a sensitive phase, you know. You're all invading my privacy. Privacy my ass, Diane fumed. This damn brat. He definitely broke something. A scumbag will always be a scumbag. But the villagers clearly said he's changed a lot since his suicide attempt, as if he's lost his memory. He fulfilled his duties at the cemetery and even volunteered to fight the horde of zombies all by himself. He saved us. Deanne couldn't believe it. The villagers' stories were just too absurd. He must have threatened them. When the knights arrive, remember to answer properly. Got it? How could that bastard possibly defeat a lich on the same level as Morgana? It seems this Godot person is very strong. The misunderstanding was growing deeper. Deanne thought he should write a letter of recommendation for him to take the knight's exam. Strange noises echoed out. Are the prisoners fighting? He turned and yelled. You lot, the battle is right on our heels and you're messing around like this. But Diane was startled by the sight before him. The knights were cornered in the hall. Alan asked coldly. Do you not know who I am? After arriving at the Lonia domain, people began to die from plague and hard labor. Alan was stuck on cleanup duty. He lamented. Damn it, no wonder they were treating me so well. They just wanted to work me to the bone. The strange outfit he wore included a beak mask that had been enchanted to prevent poisoning. Isn't it time yet? It looks like the zombies aren't coming. Suddenly, a voice called out. Hey, you, the one who just looked up, why don't you come take a break? This was Hedron, son of Count Hun. He was condescending. Looking at you, you don't seem like a student from the academy. Alan was confused. The academy, Heiss sneered. What's wrong? Aren't you here because you were disciplined? Though kids from well-off families can easily get exempted. He's clearly just some country bumpkin from the outskirts. Alan scoffed. These bastards. Heiss's loyal dogs chimed in. If you want an easy life, you'd better listen to young Master Heiss. He's the son of Count Hen, you know. Heiss sneered. If I didn't need to find another servant, I wouldn't have come all the way out here. Heiss pointed at Charlotte. Someone like her would be suitable. Is she your maid? Anyway, I've messed with plenty of pretty things like her back at the academy. I told one I'd take care of her, but she got scared and ran away, so in the end, I had to get rough. Alan was filled with contempt. Disgusting dog. He'd rather be digging ditches than associate with this kind of person. He turned his head away. Heiss was curious. Walking away already in that case. Hey, Maid Charlotte, come here, she replied. Are you talking to me? Heiss nodded. Come closer. He grabbed her hand, his tone mocking. Why don't you come play with us in place of your busy master? Charlotte refused. I'm busy. He was still completely shameless. Don't you understand the situation? For us to even deign to hang out with a commoner like you? But before he could finish his sentence, she twisted his arm back. He screamed in pain. His loyal little puppies are getting all worked up. Hiss? Alan is quite surprised. With this much force, she could break his arm. He's in so much pain his face is contorted. This crazy bitch is brute strength all you people have. Living in this backwater place? Alan finally speaks up. That's enough. The guy refuses to back down. I can tell you inherited that blood from your parents, can't I? It suits you, though half the people in this land have already turned into zombies. Your family will be next. But the next scene leaves him completely stunned. The atmosphere becomes terrifyingly silent. He trembles. What the hell are you doing? Alan says casually. I was just digging and my hand slipped a bit. Sorry about that. My hand's a little stiff. He's furious. You call this a slip? Alan lands another painful punch. Oh, my bad. This time, my hand slipped. His friends are horrified. He tries to sound intimidating. You know who I am, and you still... Alan casually steps on him with his boot. And what about you? His voice takes on a dangerous edge. Do you know who I am? Deanne runs in to stop them. Stop. Are you trying to cause trouble again? He acts like he's just been thrown a lifeline. Holy night, he screams. This bastard was trying to hit me. Punish him immediately. Charlotte denies it. No, that's not true. He's still running his mouth. I am Hiss, son of Count H&D, and frowns as well. I will not let this go. But just then, Alan uses his mana to silence the Holy Knight. Silence. Suddenly, Diane can't speak anymore. I can't make a sound. Could this be a spell imbued with holy power?
Alan calls out to Han, "Tell that little brat who I am." Diane is stunned, struggling to open his mouth. Alan,
Alphalas, grandson of the Holy Emperor, the seventh prince. Alan lectures him. Do you understand now the servants you were rude to and the people you disrespected? He gets worried. The main character reassures him. Don't be afraid. If you sincerely apologize, it won't be a big deal. But now, he's been locked in a closet. Alan is confused. Is there a problem, Charlotte explains?
According to the Holy Knight, injuring a nobleman's son is an unforgivable act. He fainted and was carried away.
I'm sorry, you're being detained for a week because of me. Alan doesn't get it. But I'm also a noble, the grandson of the Holy Emperor. This is all that rude bastard's fault. Don't worry, I'll just read a book to pass the time. Look, this is actually better. There's a blizzard outside. A knight runs in to report. Vice Commander, we've assigned the prisoners to clear the snow, but it's falling too heavily for them to keep up. Dean keeps muttering, I can't believe it. I can't believe he could use a spell. Does the seventh prince even know he used one? Even though he's supposed to be talentless, did he still inherit the Holy Emperor's bloodline? His subordinate keeps trying to get his attention. Vice Commander Deanne finally snaps out of it.
Ah, yes, we must continue clearing the snow to maintain an optimal height. He peeks down to observe.
It's already freezing, but there are few zombies. The Holy Emperor killed the Spirit King on December 25th. Should I report this to the Holy Tribe? Deanne stops him. That's for the best. Gather the prisoners. It'll take some time to round them up.
A bell rings. The criminals are gathered. Footprints in the cold snow are soaked with fresh blood.
The zombies have migrated here. A knight's shout rings out. Close the gate. They yell, priests, hurry and heal them. The lucky ones who escaped recount, the zombies attacked us from behind. Because of the blizzard, we couldn't see that they were hiding there. Everyone at the back was completely devoured. Deanne gives an order. Everyone, get into position. Get on the outer wall, prepare the defenses. He wonders why it's so quiet. The day the Lich King Aeon was killed is approaching. There's no way the zombies could have gotten out. Soon, there will be over 3,000 undead gathered here. But how is that possible? Zombies don't attack from behind. Or are they hiding under the snow, suppressing their instincts? Zombies are the dead. They feel no fear and live purely on instinct. Because they aren't armed and don't know battle tactics, we're able to easily exterminate large numbers of them every year. But those zombies approaching, isn't that a well-coordinated army? This has never happened before.
What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a voice rings out.
You living beings, be afraid, crave, envy one another, and long for death. It's only natural for you to be afraid. I am the ruler of this world, the savior who will save this world through death. He claims, I am the successor of the Grim Reaper, UGI. He's a vampire count, skilled in biting, necromancy, and is very arrogant. Alan has no choice but to close his book and sigh. It's too noisy outside. They're late with my food. I wonder what's happened. Still, how could they let a prince starve?
Suddenly, there's a scream. Your Highness. The guy tries to calm him down.
I have no intention of escaping. But the soldiers are urging me. Your Highness, please get out now. Alan was confused. No, but I'm still under house arrest, Janat said urgently. That's not the problem right now, sir. There's an army of zombies out there. Alan went, oh, thinking. Is it because there aren't enough workers? The Count denied it. That's not it, sir. There really is a legion out there. A vampire brought a legion of zombies. Alan was skeptical. Are you sure you saw that correctly? Why would such a high-level monster be here? Janat added, it used human language to threaten us, since it's controlling other monsters. It must be a vampire. I don't know what's going on, but right now, the Holy Knight Hammond is dealing with them. This place might collapse, so you must evacuate to a safe location immediately.
I will escort you. Hearing a noise from above, Alan asked curiously. What's that sound? The Count figured. It must be the zombie legion. Sir, we have to evacuate through the back gate quickly. He just stood there. The zombies were getting very close.
They were trying to break through the prison gate. Alan was horrified. What is that horde of zombies? This is insane. He rolled the zombies into a ball and threw it at us. The zombies have already breached our territory. The main character thought, if we're being attacked like this, the outside must be swarming with zombies. He said, my lord, calm down and command your soldiers.
If the citizens of this territory are being hunted like this, the number of undead will only grow.
Janat accepted the order. Yes, I will find a safe place to take shelter. Alan was in a tough spot. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now?
I've been able to handle them until now because they were at a level I could still manage.
But this time, the numbers are completely overwhelming. In a situation like this, I have no choice but to run. After pushing back a few zombies, I need to use this chance to escape quickly. As soon as he stepped outside, Alan was panting. Desperate screams echoed. "Help me, please, save me." There's nowhere left to run. A knight ran out. "Everyone, fall back immediately. We'll use our shields to push them back." But zombies were attacking from behind as well. Alan was caught in a dilemma. He bit his lip. I don't know how long I can last with the holy water I've made. Damn it, nothing is going right. It seems like the goddess Gaia is angry that she can't control me. He began to cast a spell, a wide area blessing. A massive amount of mana was generated, weakening the plague. A heavy rain began to fall. The zombies caught in the water were smoking. Many couldn't withstand it and perished. The knights were optimistic. The zombies are melting in the rain. Look, our wounds are healing too. The sores have been cured. They realized this wasn't rain, but holy water. Holy water is falling from the sky. Oh my god, this must be a blessing from the goddess Gaia. But someone realized it's His Highness, look. The water is surrounding His Highness. Everyone was shocked. He can use holy water like that even though he was exiled. A prince is still a prince.
After all, he is the grandson of the hero who stopped the Necromancer King 50 years ago. The Holy Emperor Sinentic Phones?
A knight shouted, "Are there any civilians who need help? The Lord has opened the cellar in the mansion. I will lead everyone inside. Follow me." The people were ecstatic. "We're saved. We're saved. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Thank you."
Alan staggered. Ugh, just making it rain has exhausted me. But the soldiers are still healthy.
He ordered, "Come with me to help the knights outside." They panicked. Yes, sir, but we don't have the right weapons. The undead can't be defeated with our ordinary weapons." Alan waved his hand dismissively. "That's why I've blessed you. This is a first for me too, so I have no idea how long it will last. Your weapons are now imbued with the aura of divine power." They looked clueless. An aura effect. "What's that, sir?" He sighed. "It means your weapons are now effective against the zombies. By the way, shouldn't you be thanking me for saving you? Let's go. We have to fight to survive." They stepped out of the gate to face countless ferocious zombies attacking them. A single sword slash cut one down, and its entire body was immediately split in two. The knights exclaimed, "Whoa! I barely had to touch the zombie's head. Our weapons really are imbued with divine power. The zombies are nothing now. We'll help too. At this rate, we can win."
We can win! The hero's descendant is right here with us.
The vampire count, unable to watch this any longer, finally made his move. A knight panicked. The headless demon, he started to slaughter everyone. Many people fell. The knight who had been so fired up just moments ago collapsed. "Ah, we can't beat this monster." Suddenly, a gun was aimed. It was Alan. He took aim. "Sorry, this is my first time using this, so I'm not very good with it yet. The gun has been fired. I can feel the energy of life. There's a mountain of fresh meat over there that I haven't been able to enjoy for 50 years. The vampire count wondered, just how fresh is it? If I turn them into zombies, how strong will my legion become? I've waited 50 years for this chance. From a mindless zombie ruled by instinct, I became a ghoul. Then from a ghoul, I became a Dullahan. From a Dullahan, a zombie lord. And finally, a vampire. How long have I waited to gain the ability to think and reason? Vampires are ranked based on the amount of mana they possess, although other vampires don't acknowledge me since I haven't been one for long.
I'm still confident that I've received the power of a vampire count, because I have this.
The skull of the Lich King. Aeon? Thanks to this skull, in just a few decades, I've gathered an amount of mana that would have taken me at least 100 years to obtain. Look at this army of 20,000 zombies. Soon, I will surpass the rank of a count and walk the path of a king. I no longer fear ordinary divine power. You weak holy knights, surrender quickly and become my zombies." Over by Diane, he kept giving orders. "Keep firing the catapults. Hold them off. Don't let them advance. When the sun sets, they'll get stronger. That's why I need to kill at least a few hundred of them. If we fall, the village will fall too. You know the zombies have broken into the village a few times before. But back then, their numbers were small."
Damn it, I can't just hand over command of this place to someone else.
"But what about the other places? Will this village be okay? If it's not, it'll all be over." At times like this, if only His Majesty the Holy Emperor were here. Charlotte appeared. "The village will be fine, because Her Highness is here. I will protect the village where she resides with all my strength." As these thoughts piled up, and seeing Charlotte carry a pile of weapons up by herself. Hermond couldn't stop his train of thought. That's why I will protect the village where Her Highness is staying. He just stood there, staring at her without blinking. Seeing Charlotte dump the pile of weapons on the platform, he snapped out of it, bewildered. All right. She picked up a sword and said to Hermond, I heard you wanted to move weapons up from below the castle. But he was lost in his thoughts again, and didn't hear a word she said.
I thought she was just a maid.
Looking at the girl with her small, slender frame, Hermond couldn't help but wonder. Even a veteran soldier couldn't carry that many weapons. How is she so strong? A moment later, he returned to the present, slowly walked over, and declared, If a child like you is working so hard, then how can I be weak? Hermond's gaze was fixed firmly on the front of the castle. All right, we can endure this even if the worst happens. He fixed his eyes on the fat vampire count in the distance, vowing to himself that he would break through and cut off that vampire's head. The vampire count was now preparing to throw another zombie ball towards the castle. Hermond and Charlotte both showed surprised expressions at the same time.
Watching his ball hurtling towards them at breakneck speed, they both shouted as the zombie ball flew towards the castle wall. Hermond stood in front of Charlotte, warning her, It's dangerous, get behind me.
Then he gently raised his sword, which was imbued with divine power, and mumbled a prayer. Him, God of War,
with a sincere attitude and strong faith, Hermond recited the prayer aloud. Please grant me the strength to protect these poor lambs.
But just as he finished his words, Charlotte shot forward from behind him. She swung her sword, creating whooshing sounds in the air. The brilliant and powerful light from the sword split the ball in two. The unfortunate zombies inside were torn to pieces. Each one could only let out a few groans before falling silent. Hermond raised his arm to avoid being splattered by zombie blood, unable to hide the utter confusion filling his eyes. Watching Charlotte's graceful yet decisive attack, he couldn't stop wondering, what? How could she? Hermond glanced around. She sliced them to pieces. He stared blankly at the zombies lying in pools of fresh red blood. Moreover, the zombies slashed by her sword could no longer stand up and regenerate. Several minutes passed, but Hermond remained frozen in place. Questions kept popping into his head. You have to either strike their heads or possess a weapon with divine power to stop the zombies. Hermond's eyes began to show suspicion as a light sweat broke out. Her sword. The sight of the dead zombies still left him stunned. What is that thing? The swift sword strikes didn't cease. Not a single zombie could get past without meeting Charlotte's blade. The undead were now dying without a body to leave behind. But after fighting relentlessly for a while, Charlotte began to tire. She gritted her teeth, steeling herself. Hamon had noticed this as well. Her skills were still unrefined and a bit clumsy. Watching her movements, he could tell she was using raw physical strength to compensate for her unpolished swordsmanship. Even so, Sklot's will to fight was completely undeniable. Then, Hermond began to have certain suspicions. However, that destructive power, those brutal slashes, it was definitely the royal swordsmanship of the Holy Kingdom, passed down to the Holy Cross Knights. From high up on the wall, Hamon called down to her. To resolve his doubts, he didn't hesitate to ask directly, Where did you learn that sword style? Are you a member of the Holy Emperor's family? Sklot, standing below, answered. No, I am merely a servant of the 7th Prince, she continued. And this swordsmanship? Her eyes, looking straight at Hermond, showed the honesty in her answer. I learned it from a book. After saying that, Sklot turned and rushed back into the fight. Hermond, who had been silent until now, finally let out a sigh. I couldn't hear a thing she said. Inside the palace, a wooden crate filled with bottles was placed on the ground with a thud, along with a call to the priests. When everyone's holy power is depleted, please use this holy water to heal the wounded. Janat hurriedly asked a soldier. Wait, where did all these bottles of holy water come from? The man replied, Sir, His Highness gave them to us. Before coming to this territory, he said he brought a lot of holy water just in case. Hearing this, Janat breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. So, where is His Highness now? The soldier looked confused and asked, Sir. Then he slowly reported. After returning from the battle outside, he took all the remaining soldiers with him. He said he was going to help defend the city walls. Janat, who had been calm, was startled by this and exclaimed, He went out to fight directly. The soldier was puzzled by his extreme reaction. I thought you had already given him permission, sir. Janat turned to look at the resting soldiers, then continued, Everyone is praising His Highness's character and virtue. It's not that I don't trust him.
What he was worried about was Lanya's safety. But were there any soldiers left inside the territory?
On the battlefield stained with red blood, A strange, bright red stream stretched far into the distance. On it, a suspicious line of footprints followed one after another. An army wearing moss-green uniforms, armored helmets, and white cloths over their faces was advancing silently. Hidden beneath these masks were zombies with ashen skin. Leading this army of the undead was a human. Seeing this person's dignified appearance, a soldier turned and asked, "And you are?" This person was also hiding behind a black crow mask. "We are the reinforcements," the soldier exclaimed in surprise.
What a surprise to think there are still living people coming to help. But the situation at the front gate is more urgent. The person continued, "I know. That's why I've already dispatched half of our forces to help there."
It turned out the leader of this zombie army was none other than Alan, hiding under the mask. He felt a little more at ease. They had too much to do to check his face. He recalled that a dozen or so minutes ago, because he had given the holy water to the people. He no longer had enough to use for himself, so he still couldn't activate his new skill properly. Alan blamed himself. The Ghost Legion. I should have been raising new undead soldiers. But that's very difficult, so I only use the zombies from inside the village. If I get caught, it's all over, so I have to cover my face. The other soldier continued to ask when he saw Alan spacing out. "So, did you come to heal us? Shouldn't you be in the rear instead of all the way out here?" He quickly replied, "I also had a few things to take care of on my way here." His hand slowly revealed a gun. "I want to test this out." The soldier jumped and shouted, "Isn't that a gun? That kind of ornament is useless here." Alan replied nonchalantly, "Ah, just as I thought. This is a great spot to observe the battlefield." The barrel of his gun aimed straight at the fat vampire over there. "I can see their vampire boss very clearly from here." Through the scope, the creature's ugly and crude face was in plain sight. However, Alan quickly moved the crosshairs down to its precious jewels. Bang-He fired a decisive and merciless shot. After the first bullet, Alan's face lit up with excitement. This is the perfect chance for him to taste Gyr's blessing. The bullet, carrying divine power, left a blue trail in the air as it shot towards the vampire count. Amidst the hazy battlefield, with the snow falling ever thicker, a soldier in armor turned. "What's the situation?" Vice Commander Hermond was approaching with a sense of urgency. "I came because I heard everyone in the territory had evacuated." He slowly drew his sword, his determined eyes declaring, "Let me help." The soldier from before looked around and added, "Luckily, the situation hasn't gotten any worse." Then he reported the situation. "I don't know how, but the regular soldiers, they're using weapons imbued with divine power, and among them are a few with skills rivaling the Holy Knights. Plus, there are reinforcements." Hearing about reinforcements, Harmon's face went blank. He hurriedly asked, "What the hell happened while I was defending the wall?" "No, I'm just glad things didn't get worse. We still don't know what to do against that vampire." As they talked, Harmon casually chopped the head off a zombie that was creeping closer.
"What about ranged attacks? We've already tried catapults and bows."
The soldier recounted how, when they fired the arrows, each one was launched at maximum velocity, perfectly aimed at the target.
However, luck wasn't on their side. Recalling it now, the soldier was still a bit disappointed. But all of them were blocked by his magic shield.
The soldier continued his report. Even imbuing the weapons with divine power or soaking them in holy water couldn't break through the magic shield protecting that vampire.
Humph.
Looking at the horde of zombies approaching the city gate, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it! Does that mean we have no choice but to break through that undead horde and attack it directly?" He watched for a moment, then sighed. Just holding them back was keeping them busy enough, so that was impossible. Just then, a soldier suddenly shouted in alarm. "What is that?" The question was blurted out unconsciously. "A priest?" Amidst the murmurs, Harmond also turned around, curious. "No, look over there. A normal priest could never do that." "Vice Commander, The moment Harmond turned around, his eyes immediately filled with astonishment. In the distance, Alan stood still, whispering a prayer. "Oh, radiant Gaia, goddess of love and compassion, please protect this little lamb of yours. Please allow me to use your power to tear these wicked undead to shreds." His figure stood proudly, his hand gripping the gun tightly. Below, Harmond was looking up, his mouth agape and his eyes wide. "Who is that?" Behind Alan, the goddess Gaia appeared with a calm and peaceful demeanor. Not only that, but the goddess's image was depicted with an aura of light. It was definitely a blessing bestowed directly by Gaia herself. Harmond was lost in thought. Even for a high-ranking priest, this was an extremely rare occurrence. He was bewildered. I've never heard of a priest this powerful coming to the Lonya domain.
Lost in his chaotic thoughts, someone suddenly approached from behind Harmond. "That's His Highness, isn't it?"
It was Charlotte. She wore a faint smile, her calm eyes looking forward. I can recognize His Highness's aura. Harmond became even more confused hearing her speak. His eyes filled with doubt. The prince who blasphemed against Gaia is now receiving a blessing from the goddess. How is that not a contradiction? Looking at the small figure standing high above, embraced by the goddess Gaia, Harmond thought to himself that if that person really was the seventh prince, he had only one question at this moment. So that means the prince is receiving a blessing from the goddess Gaia. Meanwhile, Alan was incredibly excited as he aimed his gun at the vampire count. This would be the perfect opportunity for that vampire to taste Gaia's blessing. The scope remained fixed on the count's vital point. The bullet was then fired along with Alan's sincere prayer. May Gaia's blessing reach your rotten face, you damn vampire. The fired bullet grazed past, tearing off a zombie's arm. Others met the same fate. The bullet continued to speed towards its target. Unlike other attacks, Alan's bullet was imbued with divine power, so it easily pierced through the vampire's protective magic armor. It tore through the air and shot straight at him. The smug vampire count was thrown into shock by Alan's sudden attack. After a few seconds, the pain seeped in and spread through every cell. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Before the chaos erupted, when Lanya was still peaceful, Alan had studied many books. The method for collecting holy water was clearly explained in the book written by the Holy Emperor at the monastery. The thing that caught my eye was prayer. While mages use charms and mana, and priests use prayer and holy power, necromancers use their lifespan and magic to wield their power. So I'd have to sacrifice my lifespan and magic to use that kind of sorcery. But do I really have to do that? Don't I have a ton of divine power since I'm the Holy Emperor's grandson? Back then, Alan was sitting leisurely by the windowsill, reading and thinking to himself. If I can use power and magic without sacrificing my lifespan, then prayer is definitely worth a try. That's what I thought, so I tried it right after. And now, he had achieved what he had wanted to try. The vampire count was now gaping his slimy mouth, letting out agonizing screams. Knowing his time was up, he hastily gave an order. Over there! Help the troops! Retreat now! Alan lowered his gun, panting heavily. Did I just pierce through his magic shield? The frantic cries of soldiers echoed around him. The Undead Legion is retreating, carrying their wounded. Alan is still adjusting his gun. It's a shame that bastard didn't die. But this has bought us some time to reorganize our troops. Suddenly, he looked up, his eye watching as the soldiers below all turned to look at Alan for some reason. It seemed Alan was continuing the act he'd started earlier. He feigned innocence and asked, "Shouldn't we go get treated?" The soldiers remained frozen in place, their eyes filled with admiration. This is the first time I've ever seen the goddess's blessing. Is he a high priest? Everyone felt uplifted and joyful. If that's the case, our wounds will heal quickly. Salak smiled, seeing that Alan was safe and sound. What a relief. Hun, however, was still struggling with his thoughts. Is that really His Highness? He recalled the Alan of the past, a useless bum who deserved to be exiled. How could he have done all this in just one day? His suspicion shifting from the prince, Han turned his probing gaze towards Salak. And why would a child with such incredible skills willingly become the seventh prince's underling? Alan was now leading the troops with great energy from above. Han continued to be lost in his train of thought. Even though everyone says His Highness has changed, I still can't believe it. He pursed his lips, then thought, did he really change after losing his memory? The more Han looked at the current Alan, the more he couldn't stop wondering. Did he forget what happened last year and revert to his old personality? He continued to stare intently at Alan's back, his question ending with an image of Queen Yulia. I mean, his personality before Her Highness Yulia was murdered. The past of the seventh prince, Alan, began to unfold. The mother of the first prince and the seventh prince, Yulia, was a country girl of common birth. She was also of mixed blood, from the Holy Kingdom and a country south of Aslan. The two nations had been at odds for hundreds of years. Therefore, many nobles, priests, and even the current Holy Emperor did not approve of her. However, the Holy Emperor's son loved her with all his heart. They married and gave birth to the first prince. However, due to the immense influence of the Holy Emperor's family, they appointed two ladies of noble blood as concubines for the Holy Emperor's son. After that, many more princes and princesses were born. Yulia gave birth to the seventh prince, and when the seventh prince turned 10, she died. She was attacked by a vampire while taking a walk at night with her two sons. Yulia tried to protect the seventh prince, only to be torn apart and killed. The first prince, who survived the attack, suffered a curse upon his heart and became frail. The seventh prince, who had always been kind, was no longer the same. The seventh prince was so shocked that it was rumored he had gone mad. Thinking of this, Han let out a sigh, his lips pressed together. Could someone who lost their memory after a suicide attempt really revert to their old personality? But suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. His memory loss has nothing to do with his powerful divine energy. As he thought, Han dragged his heavy feet up to the high gate. Even if he really did lose his memory, why would he keep his immense divine power a secret until now? His face was etched with contemplation. If it's because he didn't want to attract the attention of the Holy Emperor's family, Han could only think of one possibility. Could it be that he's planning his revenge? Remembering the dark sky from his memories, he had an epiphany. I understand. Because I've been in that situation too. The royal palace never treated the queen or her princes well, which benefited the other princes, but the nobles were always disrespectful to the queen. What if the seventh prince is planning to take revenge on those nobles and the vampire who murdered the queen? These unanswered questions echoed in his mind. What if he intentionally got himself exiled so he could build up his strength without the royal family watching? Han stopped, thinking deeply. Since I'm a holy knight close to the royal family, it makes sense that he would act rebelliously in front of me. Thinking about Alan, there was one other person he couldn't ignore. And Saylock. That child most likely comes from a powerful family as well. Han's eyes revealed a deep solemnity. The past tormented him once again. Back then, the queen was always kind and gentle. Even though the first prince ordered me away to get reinforcements, I should have never left my post. To this day, I still regret that decision. No matter how hard I try, I can't forget that shameful past. Forget the fact that I couldn't protect her and His Highness. It seems the seventh prince is building his strength for revenge, while enduring all the humiliation and cruelty meant for an exiled prince. Han gripped the castle wall, looking down from above at the chaotic scene in Lonya. If the seventh prince wants to avenge the queen, then of course I must help him. He told himself, but to do that, he first had to solve the problem here in Lonya. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps startled Hanan, and he reflexively turned and called out. He was on patrol. Silence was the only reply. Did he not hear me because of the strong wind, looking at the imposing figure before him? Han felt a bit suspicious. But wait a minute. Why would someone on night patrol not carry a torch? Is he not human? A glint of light flashed. Feeling uneasy, Han quickly swung his sword wildly through the air and charged forward. The other soldier raised his sword to block him, and the sound of metal clanged loudly. Han's eyes then widened, his gaze filled with a hint of panic. Seeing the cracked, grayish skin behind the mask, he realized it was a zombie. In that moment of distraction, arrows were fired continuously. Following the bowstrings, other zombie soldiers rushed forward in a horde. There was more than one of them. But not only could he not sense any magical energy from them, there was also no escape route. Fighting with passion. I can even feel a divine power from them when I face them. He looked at his opponent with an unforgiving gaze. Even so, with his sword arm raised high, he knew he couldn't spare a zombie. Han's blade was just a hand's breadth from the zombie's head. At that critical moment, Alan appeared. He was panting heavily, then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stop!" Han froze. He stared blankly. The zombie had stopped moving. Hearing footsteps approach, Han quickly demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" Alan had removed his mask. He stood facing On, his expression stern. "I order you to lower your sword, Han." He walked over to Han's side and asked urgently, "Have you reorganized the troops? The army of the dead will return soon."
Your Highness, the day after tonight marks the anniversary of the Necromancer King Aeon's death. I wonder if the army of the dead will return even stronger. Despite Alan trying to change the subject, Han pressed on.
Seeing that Alan was silent, he asked without hesitation, "Your Highness, are you using necromancy?" Alan remained silent for a moment, not answering right away. Then he tried to make up an excuse. I don't know either. But inside, Alan was freaking out. He knows I used necromancy. It's all over now. Han, unable to stay calm, raised his voice. "This isn't something you can just speak of so casually. Your Highness."
Were you so desperate that you resorted to learning necromancy? But Alan just replied with an impossibly nonchalant attitude.
"How can I explain it to you when I really don't know myself?" But knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, Alan finally confessed. "It's just as you suspect. I summoned those zombies, but after losing my memory, I honestly don't remember how I'm able to control them. I only did it because I thought it would be useful in battle." Even after his explanation, seeing Han's pensive expression still terrified Alan. If I told him I was reincarnated, would he even believe me? Han then spoke up. If you made a deal with the devil, before he could finish his sentence. Alan immediately jumped in to refute it. If I did that, how could the zombies possibly have divine power? He scratched his head, trying to explain further to Anand. Let me say it again. I'm not hiding anything. I must have accidentally learned necromancy. To quickly get out of this awkward situation, Alan deliberately changed his tone, becoming more tense. Are you planning to investigate me? But as soon as the words left his mouth, Alan regretted them. Of course he's going to investigate me. I'm screwed, he wondered. Will I be tortured if they capture me? Can Slot save me? Just then, Han began to speak, but then he suddenly and unexpectedly knelt down. Alan jumped back, a stunned look on his face. Han expressed himself sincerely, his attitude respectful and humble. I will not do that. Alan stared at him in astonishment, not blinking. But Han's expression didn't change as he looked seriously into Alan's eyes. Then, he declared clearly, I will support you to the very end. Your Highness. Han lifted his head and looked straight into Alan's eyes. I will support you to the very end, Your Highness. Hearing this, Alan was even more shocked than when his father questioned him. I thought he hated me. Why does he suddenly want to serve me now? This serious guy? A look of utter surprise appeared on his face, his mouth hanging open. He's finally willing to grab the rope. Wait. Alan's expression slowly changed from surprise to horror. But I'm a rotten rope. Thinking this, he showed his disbelief to Anand. You just want to keep an eye on me, don't you? I can't trust you. Hearing this, Han's face clearly fell. Forgive me. Han slowly stood up and began to speak his true feelings. No, Your Highness. It's just like when you were a child. But Alan quickly brushed it aside. Let's just leave that for later. We need to deal with this first. Under the full crimson moon, Alan exclaimed. I think it's time. In the distance, zombies carrying flames of destruction were rushing toward the city of Lonya. They won't waste this precious time with such an abundance of mana. Alan glanced back at Han and said lightly, Merry Christmas. And a Happy Halloween, too. Han's face went blank upon hearing the strange words. Christmas. Halloween. Over on this side of the fortress, the vampire count was roaring to the heavens. Hear me, Undead. Our time has come. He channeled the pain he had just felt into pure indignation, fueling his dark magic and commanding them. Devour the living to evolve, and I shall make you kings on the battlefield. With that, he glared forward with bloodshot eyes, his stomach contracting and cheeks puffing up, before unleashing a ghastly pillar of purple light from his mouth. Just then, Janat rode his horse out to steady the soldiers. He ordered them to hold their positions. The usually arrogant, he was now cowering. Sir Janat, I don't think I can do this, he whimpered, sounding utterly cowardly. The spot where the prince punched me still aches. And to do something impossible like this, it's just... Janat paid him no mind. He looked ahead with worried eyes, wondering. Was this the right decision? He assessed the situation and made a few deductions. The fact that the undead were far stronger in this battle than in previous years was causing the soldiers' morale to plummet. Janat silently decided that perhaps he should recall the troops and regroup. While he was still hesitating, Alan, wearing his black crow mask, approached from behind. Along with the army of undead, he called his reinforcements. Janat turned his head and murmured, It's the priest. Seeing him, the horses neighed. Ah, the priest. It's the priest, that's the priest who saved us. Amidst a mystical blue light, Gaia's voice echoed. Bestow your blessings upon the soldiers who will fight alongside me. Next, a new status effect was used, activating a skill. Words that inflict pain and damage, like weakness and plague. Faced with the goddess's light, everything seemed to slow down, both the undead and the soldiers. Janat cried out in joy. That's it! He was overcome with happiness. The priest is on our side. After that, all the soldiers, their spirits lifted, chanted in unison. The goddess Gaia is on our side, fueled by this new motivation. The soldiers charged at the disgusting legion of the undead. One by one, they were cut down with agonizing slashes, and spears pierced through their frail bodies. The surroundings were suddenly filled with the shrieks of the zombies and the fierce battle cries of the Lonian army. Harmon, of course, couldn't stay out of this fight. He leaped high into the air, swinging his razor-sharp sword, then shouted his familiar phrase, God of War, him, please lend me your strength. The moment Harmon joined the battle, the ground shook relentlessly from his powerful sword strikes. The undead fell in droves. Harmon was now acting with a single goal in mind. This is the perfect chance for the prince to boost the soldiers' morale. His eyes filled with determination. I can't let this pass. My only target is the vampire count, who is radiating pure fury. The count gritted his teeth and cursed. That damned priest. He just keeps getting in my way. Watching Harmon relentlessly slaughtering his troops, he felt a bitter sting of self-pity. The wound inflicted by that bastard with holy power, it won't heal. And so, only now did he finally lift his heavy body from his throne. Don't make me lose my temper, or you won't even have a corpse left. Hearing his roar, Harmon suddenly froze. The count flew right past him, startling Harmon. Huh. The vampire quickly shed his cumbersome, heavy clothes. His sudden attack sent the soldiers into a panic. Stop that vampire! Harmon yelled. That bastard is heading for the priest! The soldiers immediately formed a line to block his path. He now revealed his true form, towering and lanky, not at all like the pathetic figure from before. He glared at the soldiers. You think you can stop me? Then, he casually grabbed one of them to make an example. Go on, try it. Alan remained calm. I knew it. He'll try to provoke me first. He was now running somewhere in a hurry. Just as I can see the flow of his mana, he can see the flow of my holy power. So it's only a matter of time before he finds me. I'd better get to an advantageous location. Though his breathing grew heavy, Alan didn't stop running, just as planned. I'll use the dense walls within the domain to make it difficult for him to follow me. And then... However, things don't always go as smoothly as planned. In a flash, the vampire's colossal shadow was right above Alan. He dove down like a tempest, sending stone debris flying everywhere. Alan lost his balance and stumbled. The count let out a contemptuous laugh. How amusing! You thought you could stop me with these pathetic little rocks. His entire body now radiated a sinister black smoke as he snarled a threat. Die, you damned priest! A sphere of demonic energy with a purple glow began to form in his mouth. Alan shouted, I knew it! Life's never that easy. So much for Plan A. Then, he called out the name of his most trusted companion, Charlotte. She appeared instantly at his call, already lifting a heavy boulder. The vampire paid no mind to the appearance of the small girl, but Charlotte was already burning with fighting spirit. She threw the slab of rock down, completely burying his body. Shards of earth and stone flew through the air. Even though Alan knew how strong she was, he was still a little stunned to see her attack with such ferocity. He just stood there calling Charlotte's name, then offered his praise. As expected, she was truly reliable. But Alan quickly refocused. This magic is too powerful. The wall won't be able to withstand it. He looked over at Charlotte, who was gritting her teeth and straining, and grew anxious. Charlotte still doesn't know how to control her power. At this rate, we're going to be roasted to a crisp by his magic. Just then, a foot suddenly shot in to help support the wall alongside Charlotte. The person called out, Charlotte, with brown hair and a formal suit that was now slightly wrinkled. It was none other than Grill. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. Even though I don't know a single bit of magic, I still have to help. Charlotte was momentarily surprised by his kindness, but just for a few seconds, before she turned back to push with all her might. Both of them grunted under the immense weight of the rock slab, combined with the magic being relentlessly blasted out by the count. Although Charlotte was touched, she was still blunt with Grill. How do you plan on helping without any power? In the moment they were both struggling, Alan appeared right behind them to provide support. Both Charlotte and Grill jumped and turned around. Your Highness. Although Alan was lending his strength, he still felt conflicted. I still can't completely control my holy power, but he remembered the time before he held the gun and shot through the wall. If I can reinforce this wall with holy power. With just that thought, Alan's fighting spirit surged within him. G? Witnessing his comrades gradually reaching their limits, he earnestly sent his wish to the goddess. Please grant me the strength to protect your innocent flock. As the prayer was uttered, everything seemed to freeze for a moment. Please grant us your protection to stop the death that is drawing near. Alan pleaded urgently. Grant us your love and mercy. His patience wearing thin, Alan finally exploded. I've prayed with all my heart, so please do something to help us. Immediately after, the goddess's crest appeared. The vampire also stopped in a panic. What streams of light danced before his eyes? Suddenly, everything was plunged into a sea of blue smoke. A moment later, the smoke began to clear. Charlotte hurriedly looked for Grill and Alan. Your Highness, old man! Suddenly, she froze, her eyes wide with fear. Seeing Grill lying motionless on the ground, Charlotte was utterly devastated. Old man Grill! She started running towards Grill when someone placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. He's fine. He's just unconscious. It was Alan. He comforted Charlotte, breathing heavily from the exhausting fight. Don't panic. Charlotte looked at him with concern. Then what about you? Your Highness, Alan admitted. I'm dead tired, but I'm okay. But then, somewhere on the battlefield, a groan echoed. My holy power. My body. The tenacious vampire count was still alive, but his body was badly scorched in many places by the goddess's blue flame. He was fumbling on the ground, searching for something, while on Alan's side, they were still full of energy. It seems this is our chance, Charlotte gently reminded him. With your serious injuries, it might be too much to keep fighting. Hearing this, Alan confessed, I know, my holy power is depleted too, so I don't intend to recklessly charge in and attack. I'm saying this is our chance to retreat. After speaking, Alan quickly started to move. He thoughtfully instructed Charlotte, Bring Grill with you. We'll go through the tunnel. Although the battle was nearing its end, Alan couldn't relax. My holy power ran out much faster than I thought. Running. Suddenly, Alan happened to see a skull lying there, even with soldiers nearby. The skull made Alan stop in his tracks, leaving him stunned for a moment. The magic wasn't concentrated around the vampire, but around that thing. Seeing Alan standing there dumbfounded, Charlotte quickly called out, Your Highness, he quickly replied. Wait, I have to check this first. After looking for a moment, Alan vaguely realized, is this the skull that vampire was wearing around his neck? Alan walked over and picked up the skull. What is its function? A status window appeared right at that moment. Skull of the Lich King. The user's magic power will be amplified by 20% to 200%, depending on their proficiency. Recovery ability will increase by 10%. All related magic skill effects will increase by 10%. The vampire hadn't given up yet. He was scrambling around, looking for something. As he searched, he clutched his head and cursed. That damn priest I have to recover quickly. A few seconds later, he clutched his head and wailed. The skull of the Lich King is gone. As it happened, Alan was holding the very thing he was looking for, so the vampire just continued cursing. You bastard! The vampire lunged forward, screaming frantically. Give it back to me! Alan still hadn't realized what was happening. He just kept staring at the skull, motionless, looking at the status window. I now understand how to use this item. Alan slowly put the skull on. The enhancement is unstable due to the lack of holy power. I'll temporarily enhance the equipment. Without the skull, the vampire was nothing more than a talking corpse. The moment Alan put on his skull, the tables turned instantly. He could no longer attack. As for Alan, he was muttering the familiar words. I am the servant and heir of Gear. The activation was confirmed. Immediately after, chains filled with the goddess's divine power shot out, aiming to bind the vampire. They sliced through his fingers and tightened around his feet until they bled. The goddess's guards appeared, and together, they pulled the chains tight. The vampire bared its fangs and growled. I could feel the lingering stench of death. Though his body was bound, his voice could not be restrained. You are a heretic who has broken the laws of this world. Is this the reason we were created in this world? As the clear voice spoke, undead guards with even stronger divine power appeared. All my servants, hear my command. Holy Knight. They, including the vampire, knelt and shouted, My lord! All of them turned to their new master. Alan, please give us your command. Although the vampire was on his knees, he was still somewhat conscious. What is this? He couldn't accept his situation, so he shifted the blame to Alan. You're the one who has broken all the rules. He looked at the new legion and denied it vehemently. These things are all dead, but they possess egos and holy power. I've never heard of anything so absurd. He still had the nerve to talk big with a gun pointed straight at his head. This goes against the will of Judai, the god of death. Alan spoke calmly. I'm a little confused myself. His finger gently moved to the trigger, and he said cheerfully, But never mind, I've got a little something for you. The words Alan spoke were gentle, yet profound, as if he were condemning the count in the name of a priest. His eyes lit up, his voice soaring as he delivered his final words to the count. Merry Christmas to you. Vampire. Bang! The bullet was fired, and the vampire count's life came to an end. The attack shot straight into the enemy. A large hole appeared in the vampire count's head, and fresh blood splattered out. Alan stood in the distance, staring coldly at him. Seeing that he had succeeded, he lowered his gun and put it back in its holster. The vampire count collapsed to the ground, and the surrounding zombies gradually dissolved into black smoke. The soldiers' tense nerves finally relaxed, and some even laughed out loud with joy. They lowered their weapons and cheered in celebration of their victory. Unlike them, Herman Dan was rather bewildered. He quickly regained his composure and ran over to Charlotte. At the same time, a deep voice rang out. Am I late? Kelton rode his horse onto the battlefield. His aide replied, It seems so, sir. He spoke softly. I heard there was an unusual sign in the land of the dead. I thought the Lich King had been resurrected. Kelt narrowed his eyes in contempt. But it turns out it was just a mediocre vampire with some childish... He looked at the ruined village and continued. Although I don't know how he managed to gather 20,000 zombies, Kelt assessed that Lanya consisted mostly of prisoners and residents. Since that bastard couldn't get past them, it seems that vampire wasn't very strong. Then he realized something. But this is strange. Kelt recalled the atmosphere since he'd arrived, traces of a massive clash between divine power and magic. He was a bit confused. If that vampire had such terrifying power, Kelt wondered to himself, then who was it that stopped it? A soldier guessed it was someone who sacrificed themselves like a saint. He sighed. If so, that's good, someone suggested. Gradually, those vampires will secretly infiltrate human society. If we had a priest or a priestess to help, it would be much easier. He continued. Awakening the divine power within each person is no simple task. That's why not many people with holy power have been discovered. Kelt nodded. I know that as well. He expressed, I say this because there's no one in the palace skilled enough to do such things. Then Kelt turned his horse around and ordered the soldiers. Bring our healing priests and apothecaries here. Tend to the citizens first, then the prisoners. They shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Suddenly, someone approached and called out, Sir. He reported that the seventh prince was also here. Would you like to see him, hearing the name he least wanted to hear? Kelt exploded in anger. What, see the seventh prince? He quickly reined in his emotions. Let's head back. The soldier was so frightened he was trembling. Yes, sir. Kelt departed coldly into the snowy wind. There was no need to meet a child who had insulted his own mother. The Holy Emperor Kelton Phone, 105 years old, still deeply hated Aelin. That damn grandson. He even guessed that the boy was probably cowering in a corner of the mansion right now. However, contrary to Kelt's thoughts, Herman Dan reported something completely unexpected. The seventh prince just defeated the vampire that took over this fortress, sir. This made him widen his eyes in astonishment. Kelt asked in disbelief, What? The people around him were just as incredulous upon hearing this. The seventh prince. If you're going to joke, at least make it believable. This is the most bizarre thing I've heard in years. Kelt rubbed his aching temples. He wondered, the seventh prince. Are we talking about the same Alan Anpons? Hammond Diane. He stressed again. Yes, your majesty. While waiting in the Lonya territory to do volunteer work, he managed to take down a vampire. Kelt lost his composure to the point of crushing the armrest of his throne. Hammond, I thought you were a man of integrity and fairness. But it turns out I was wrong. He roared. Are you looking to die, you bastard? Raphael Astoria, standing beside him, stepped in to de-escalate. It seems the Holy Emperor is a bit too excited right now. But as you know, Hammond, Kelt suddenly asked, Raphael, do you believe that was the seventh prince's power? He answered honestly, No, your majesty. I was merely trying to prevent the seventh prince from taking credit for someone else's work. Kelt relaxed his grip, then issued a holy decree. Hammond Diane, I have not yet verified whether your report is true or false, but all of you are recognized for your contribution in protecting the Lonya territory. I will grant the title of Count to Janat Lepang, the Lord of Lonya, and to the Holy Knight. I will grant you a small territory in the northwest. Ah, Kelt rarely makes exceptions for Alan. I will shorten the seventh prince's period of exile. He had another intention. As soon as the seventh prince recovers, I will summon him back to the palace. After his audience with the Holy Emperor Kelt, Hammond Diane returned to Luan's quarters. I have returned from my mission. Your Highness, a faint voice told him. Come in, he obeyed, opening the door and stepping inside. To illuminate the gloomy room, Hammond Diane had brought a half-burnt candle. He approached Luan's bed. Are you feeling better? He replied with self-mockery. Are you kidding me? The first prince, Luan Anpons, was 27 years old, his entire body wrapped like a mummy. He struggled to open his mouth. For someone like me, it wouldn't be strange to just drop dead. Luan sighed helplessly. My sight and hearing are getting worse. I don't think we'll have much more time to talk like this. Then he raised a hand, gesturing. So stop that. And come closer. I've heard about what happened on the battlefield. As Hammond Diane leaned in, he heard Luan whisper, Hammond, you... He suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Luan angrily questioned, Protected the seventh prince from his majesty. The candle fell to the floor. Protecting that piece of trash who tarnished our mother's name, you, who sacrificed everything for me. A crazed look appeared in Luan's eyes. Are you in your right mind? Luan Anpons asked through gritted teeth. Is it because I'm about to die that you've decided to latch onto that bastard? Hammond hesitated, calling out, Your Highness? His eyes were blazing. Then you've chosen the wrong side. Of all people, you chose a scoundrel. Luan Anpons roared. There is no way that scoundrel will ever become the next emperor. He also raised his voice. Your Highness, seeing Luan Anpons' hand dripping with blood, Hammondian warned, You're overexerting yourself again. You're bleeding. Hearing this, he froze, his breathing becoming ragged. Luan Anpons squeezed his eyes shut and said, I'm sorry. I know you're not that kind of person. Hammond Diane watched the hand slowly release his shirt. You don't need to apologize. From the very beginning, this was never your fault, or the Seventh Prince's, he said with a frown.
I am the one responsible for the death of Her Highness Ulisha.
No matter what orders I received, I should have remained at my post, Luan Anpon said in a low voice. If you had, everyone would have died.
We're alive because reinforcements came, aren't we? His voice was filled with sorrow.
Although because of that curse, my skin has rotted, and now I'm like a dying man. Luan Anpons glanced over when he heard Hammondian call out. First Prince, he asked curiously, do you hate the Seventh Prince? He looked at the candles scattered on the floor and answered, Yes, I hate him very much. Why would you ask such an obvious question? Luan Anpons closed his eyes tightly and continued. He used the life our precious mother gave him to do shameful and foolish things. Hammond hesitated, then offered a theory. What if the Seventh Prince is intentionally acting like a scoundrel?
What if he's hiding his true intentions to get revenge for Her Highness Ulisha?
And to build his own power, he acted like a scoundrel and deliberately got himself exiled. He suddenly spoke up. Hun, Luan Anpons looked like a dead fish as he asked, Are you sick somewhere? It seems you're injured even more seriously than I am. Hammondian shook his head. Not at all, Your Highness, he said sympathetically. If you're tired, just go and rest. He firmly refused. I still have things to do under the Holy Emperor's orders. I will return to the Lonia territory soon. Luan Anpon turned his head. If it's an order from the Emperor, he said, narrowing his eyes, his voice filled with a chilling coldness. It's time for that bastard to return. 3 days later, after dealing with the zombies, a sigh rang out. A spear was thrust hard into the ground, followed by a voice. How much longer do I have to keep doing this? Grill raised his head and looked around, satisfied.
After diligently cleaning this place for 3 weeks, it's finally become a village again.
He froze, then frowned to himself. So, there's no compensation Rill thought with his hands on his hips. Aren't we supposed to help each other out in times of trouble? There's no way I can leave Charlotte in a place like this. His gaze fell upon the glittering light of the objects inside the crate. Are those the remains of the undead? It seems Theo gathered them. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from within the crate. Rill smirked, a plan forming in his mind. If these are the remains of undead from a few hundred years ago, that means they're ownerless. Right? A glint appeared in his eyes as he drooled, his hand reaching out. If I just wipe them clean, they'll shine like new. Then let me be your new master. Rill crouched down, his eyes darting around nervously. He began taking the items while convincing himself. Right, I worked really hard to help the others in the village, so taking a few of these should be fine, right? Among the items was a piece of paper, Rill wondered. How is this paper not damaged at all? He held it up, examining it closely, wondering if it was valuable. Scene changed to another location. A voice is heard in the room. Your Highness, she saw you eating with such gusto and offered, Should I bring more food? Alan, still focused on eating, shook his head in refusal. No need. He was eating so heartily that he gnawed the bone clean. Alan was extremely satisfied. This is the first time I've eaten this much. As Charlotte cleared the dishes, she said, That's because you just woke up after being unconscious for 3 weeks. The doctor said you should eat as much as possible. He let out a burp and said, Right, the doctor told me to build up my strength. A serious look flashed in Alan's eyes. He said it's a miracle that I even woke up. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Just how much divine power did you use? The man spoke slowly. Your Highness, the divine power depletion you experienced was severe enough to cripple someone. But you managed to recover with just a little supplemental divine power and medicine. It truly is a miracle. Your Highness, then he continued, Your body is still very weak, so please stay like this for a while. Alan, wrapped head to toe in white bandages, asked helplessly, Have I been turned into a zombie? The man gave a wry smile and said, Why would you say something so ominous? Your Highness, this is my special treatment. Then he ordered, Pull it off. He adjusted his glasses. To be honest, the person next to you looks more like a zombie. Hearing this, both of them froze. Hey, the man recounted. While you were unconscious, I also treated the person beside you, Your Highness. Then he asked, Divine power and mana. Have you ever come into contact with both?
Alan's head was freed from the bandages. He asked doubtfully, Why is there a problem?
The man explained. Normally, people would be crippled, disabled, or even die.
A normal body couldn't evolve like this girl's has. His voice lowered. It feels as if I'm looking at His Majesty from 50 years ago.
From what he knew, when His Majesty fell into a coma after being defeated by the Necromancer King Aeon, he likely suffered immense damage from the conflict between divine power and mana. That's why I heard they had to continuously regenerate his body. At that time, his body evolved beyond human limits. He frowned slightly and said, I heard that the reason His Majesty was able to defeat the Necromancer King was because he possessed a transcendent body.
Alan and Charlotte's eyes met. Is this person the same?
System Information Charlotte. 16 years old. Diligent, highly focused, superhuman body, and more. I will do my best to help the prince. She asked, slightly confused. What's wrong? But his inner thoughts were different. Someone with a body like this should be a hero, not stick with a cunning person like me. He looked at Charlotte and made a request. I'm a bit bored, so I'd like to read. Could you bring me some books? She immediately replied. Oh, yes. Alan sighed in relief as he watched her leave. Luckily, I have Eamon's skull, but this recovery ability is terrifying. His expression wasn't good. My body can't handle it. Divine power is supposed to be used efficiently, but it's so different from mana that it's difficult to control. Seeing the stack of books Charlotte brought, Prince Alan decided to start with theory first.
First up is The Theory of Magic, written by the Holy Emperor, Divine Power and Resurrection, and A Study on Resurrection by author Raphael Astoria.
He thought to himself as he flipped through the pages. Luckily, everything is written very clearly. But then he saw the line, I dedicate this book to the great goddess Gyre. Alan's expression changed. His faith is so strong. It's like he worships her. He quickly flipped to another page. Anyway, I need to hurry up and learn how to control my divine power and use the zombies effectively. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Alan called out, Come in. The visitor was Honorable Dan. He bowed his head and said, You've awoken, Your Highness. Alan sighed in relief. Oh, it's just you. He turned to look at the other man. I've been awake for a few days now. I heard you went to the palace. You're back sooner than I thought. Dian nodded in response. Yes, Your Highness. I have some news I must share with you, which is why I hurried back. Startled, Alan asked what news. Alan scratched his head and held out his hand. This bastard? He gave me a huge reward back in Morgana. Countless fantasies flashed through his mind. Is it the same this time, vacation money? But then Diane hesitated. The glint of gold coins flashed in his eyes, but Diane hesitated. His Majesty has given an order. His words struck Alan like a bolt of lightning. To bring you back, Your Highness. Slam. The door was shut tight. Diane was unceremoniously kicked out of the room. He still tried to call out to the person inside. Prince, please reconsider. Slot spoke up. It seems someone is here to see you. Alan leaned against the door and replied, Just ignore him. Diane kept nagging from outside. Prince. Slot hesitated before asking. You don't want to return to the palace. Alan turned and walked away. Of course not. Why would I return to that dangerous place? Alan said with some regret. I still haven't found the person behind the Morgana incident. I knew it. I should have interrogated her properly before killing her. Meanwhile, Slot's attention was caught by two of his words. Dangerous? He pointed to the door. He can take care of himself. You don't need to worry about it. However, things weren't as simple as Alan thought. In the following days, while he was engrossed in a book, Diane, who hadn't given up, poked his head in to call for the prince. While he was eating, he even found a note hidden in his food, which read, Prince, if you see this note, please return to the palace with me. Even in his sleep, he could hear the persistent, haunting calls. Just as Diane was racking his brain for a solution, he suddenly heard the door open. Slot came out and said, The prince asked me to give you a message. Diane asked excitedly, What is it? Has he finally decided to return? She relayed Alan's exact words, Get lost before I have to forcibly remove you. The air between them fell silent. He changed the subject. Are you heading home? Slot didn't hide anything and replied, Yes, I'm staying with Grill, outside the palace. Diane suddenly offered, Let me walk you home. It's late. She waved her hand in refusal. There's no need. He coughed to hide his embarrassment. It's just, I wanted to hear the reason why the prince is so adamant about not returning, Dian asked. Did he happen to tell you why? Slot replied. He said the palace is a dangerous place. His reaction was identical to hers earlier. He asked doubtfully. Dangerous. Dian cleared his throat. It's true the prince's position in the palace isn't very strong, but... Slot frowned thoughtfully. So it's true. His relationship with his siblings is terrible. Someone is after his life. She clenched her fists. If only I were stronger, As they neared the house, they saw Grill waving and calling out to Slot. He was about to ask, You're home late today, when he suddenly stopped, startled. Wait, Sir Knight, Grill said. Dian also spoke up in surprise. He asked curiously, Are you also playing the righteous hero here, just like in Morgana? Grill flinched. What are you talking about? Helping people in need is just a normal thing to do, isn't it? He opened the door and said awkwardly, Then, if you'll excuse me. Dian made a humble request. If it's all right, could you tell me about your battles this time? Grill scratched his head in confusion. Huh, he answered hesitantly. Well, I just took down 50 large-sized zombies. His answer made Dian exclaim in shock. Good heavens! Meanwhile, Slot pushed the door open and entered the house. She jumped in surprise when she heard her father say, I also just obtained the claw of the vampire dragon count, Slot called out from inside.
What is that? Dian was still discussing the matter with Grill, hearing Slot. He turned to look inside the house. She was holding up a document, asking, Dad, why is this on the dining table?
Grill answered vaguely, Just consider it a good luck charm that I haven't used in a long time. He trembled like a leaf when he saw the look in Dian's eyes. Dian also looked towards the paper. It looks rather old and tattered. That's because it hasn't been taken outside in a while. It's definitely not stolen goods. But Dian had already recognized it as a family tree.
But as he looked closer, Dian was horrified to see the seal of the Harris family. According to what he knew, the Harris family had been the protectors of the Bonia region 50 years ago.
The entire Harris clan had perished in the bloody war against the Necromancer King. Amon? Dian also recalled that they were more loyal to the Holy Emperor than anyone else. So why was the family tree of the most valiant family in the region here? The more he thought about it, the more astonished he became at his own theory. Dian suspected, could these two be descendants of the Harris family? Meanwhile, Slot was asking her father, You brought this outside with you. Grill nodded dismissively. Yeah. He now had the answer to his suspicions. So that's where they get their power and strength from. Even though they had to live in hiding because their clan had fallen, they secretly cared for the prince. It was all out of their devotion to the Holy Emperor. Charlotte, holding a pile of things, asked her father, Are you bringing all of this home? He nodded again and replied, Yes. Hammond hesitated before speaking. He said it with all sincerity, greatly respecting your wish to keep your mission a secret. Rill didn't understand at all. What are you talking about? This is a pretty serious misunderstanding. Hermond placed a hand on his chest, asking him to accept the recommendation letter. He looked towards Charlotte and said, You can train her further, and it seems you still wish to follow the seventh prince. Hermond Dian made an offer. I will write you a recommendation letter from the Holy Knights. His words startled both Slot and his daughter. Rill, unable to believe his ears, asked again, Charlotte can enter the palace. Hermond confirmed that it was true, and that it wouldn't be difficult to receive a noble title either. Slot was stunned when he said that if they wished, they would teach her the swordsmanship of the Holy Nation. She felt like fireworks were going off in her head when she heard Dian's confirmation. She could become the prince's right-hand woman. Charlotte placed a hand on her chest and spoke without hesitation. I am willing, but she added a condition. But if becoming a holy knight means I have to leave the prince's side, then I won't do it. He closed his eyes, hesitating for a moment. If you wish to protect him. Then Hermond Dian opened his eyes, his thoughts seemingly clear. I will do my best to complete this mission with you. He silently made a resolution. At all costs, I will escort the Harris clan and the prince back to the palace safely. The scene changes to the seventh prince's residence. Alan speaks up. All right, let's go. Hermond understood and replied. Yes, sir, he explained. I mean, let's go back to the palace. He seemed to not believe his ears and asked again just to be sure. Really? Dian rode his horse parallel to Alan's carriage. He asked curiously, Why the sudden change of heart? Alan leaned his arm on the carriage frame and asked nonchalantly, What do you mean? Why? Hermond, Dan explained. Just yesterday, you slammed the door in my face because you didn't want to go back. Alan's eyes opened slightly. Right. He remembered being engrossed in a book, marveling to himself. This book is so well written. How did they think of using holy power like this? If only I could master it. Just as his excitement peaked, the book ended, with only the words, Alan sulked. Because the Royal Library has every book? I almost paid for it, he mumbled. Paid with what money? Herman chuckled. You must have been studying magic very diligently lately. With his eyes half closed, he replied, I tried it and found it's actually quite interesting. Alan sighed. Either way, I'll be scrutinized when I get back to the palace. I might as well lock myself in the library for some peace. Looking straight ahead, he replied in agreement. I think so too. Amidst the clattering of the moving carriage, Herman said, You should relax a little, Your Highness. It's been a while since you've been to Lorinus. The city gates opened for Alan's carriage to enter. This place is much richer than the Deadlands. Charlotte and he poked their heads out to look. So there are many places to have fun. She observed the bustling crowd and made an assessment. It's so crowded here, huh? He proudly introduced. This is the capital, after all. In your absence, it has prospered even more. Dean glanced at Alan and asked, Do you like it, Prince? After a moment of silence, he uttered one word, disgusting. This answer startled both Herman Dean and Charlotte. He exclaimed in shock, Huh? Alan took out a handkerchief and asked, Herman, let me ask you something. He used the handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth, pointing outside and asking, Don't tell me that in the capital of the Holy Nation. Alan looked at the bustling crowd. There are zombies outside. Alan rushed forward, not paying attention to who was in front of him. He bumped into a fruit vendor who was hawking his wares. Fresh fruit, only 5 coins. Oh my, behind them. Herman Dean and Charlotte were also running. They quickly apologized. Sorry, we're in a hurry. On the main street, people were busy selling their goods. I'm selling it cheap. Just buy it and go. The pastries at the shop in the next alley are delicious, especially the croissants. Alan kept running. As he ran, he looked around, gritting his teeth in thought. At a glance, it looks like a bustling street, but I'm certain. Suddenly, Alan's eyes widened, and he stopped, frowning. This is the smell of vampires. If I follow this aura of death, I'll definitely... Diane and Slot caught up to him at the same time. He asked worriedly, Did you find something, Prince? But right now, Alan couldn't care less about their words. He was horrified by the sight before him. Alan froze completely, not hearing them call out, Prince. A girl's severed head was placed neatly inside a bucket. It was surrounded by blooming roses. From the corners of the girl's eyes, streams of tears flowed. Herman, Dean, and Charlotte, behind him, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with horror. He stammered, That's a head. The head slowly opened its blood-red eyes, and the tears gradually turned into, and streams of bright red blood. The head began to moan. Suddenly, the head let out a loud scream, the sound echoing through the small alley as a powerful force pushed Alan's group back. At some point, a brightly shining sword had appeared in his hand, radiating a powerful aura. Alan decisively slashed at the head, which let out a pained cry, unable to react in time. Instantly, its head was sliced clean off by his sword strike. Charlotte, shocked, asked from behind, Was that a zombie? Alan broke out in a cold sweat. He looked up at the sky and whispered, I've heard of something like this before. But up on the power line, a headless corpse was hanging in midair. Alan wondered, could that be the body of the head from just now? It looks like all the internal organs were ripped out, leaving only the skin. As he was thinking, a bone-chilling voice suddenly spoke from behind him. You're being followed. He jumped, immediately spinning around to look. Seeing Alan's expression, Hare and Diane asked the prince with some concern. Alan said something that left the other two bewildered. A middle-aged man with red hair. Hare and Diane was puzzled. Alan continued without turning his head. He ran off after following me just now. Hearing this, Hare and Diane turned to look behind them. Then he's most likely the culprit. Alan rubbed his head in frustration. I figured as much. It'll be hard to track him now that the scent is spread everywhere. Hearing this, Deanne replied, I'll report it as soon as we get back to the palace. Alan sighed and frowned. And all I wanted was to come here and study magic. The sun was gradually setting behind the mountains, looking at the peaceful scene before him. Alan felt a sense of unease. Somehow, I have a bad feeling about this. Lace is in chaos. It turns out there have been many murders just like this one. The city is in an uproar because of the mysterious murders, and the palace is in an uproar because of my arrival. The rogue prince. They're all panicking for different reasons. And as for me, the subject of all those rumors,
I've returned to the palace safely.
But Heron Diane stood in front of Alan, pleading. Please, Your Highness, just stay here. He continued.
I've already reported the case, so please don't go out. The banquet starts tomorrow, so I'm begging you, don't do anything reckless.
Listening to Heron Diane drone on, Alan turned away in annoyance. I said I get it already, Heron Diane pouted. You're still just a child, after all. Alan's face darkened, but he stayed silent, unable to deny it. After he finished speaking, Heron Diane turned to look at Charlotte. Charlotte understood his intention and replied, I'll patrol around the palace. He nodded and then instructed her. If anyone asks who you're with, just tell them my name. Vice Commander of the Holy Knights, Charlotte replied. Understood. Hearing this, Alan made an excuse to leave.
Fine, I'll go lock myself in the library then. With that, he walked away. Heron Diane called out from behind him. Just go to the end of the hallway. It's on the left side of the main hall.
Charlotte, standing nearby, chimed in. I'll join you after I finish my patrol. Your Highness? Alan, at a loss for words, replied lazily. They really are treating me like a child. As he walked away, Alan thought to himself, a little worried. I keep thinking I must be mistaken. He looked up, confirming it to himself. But I can still smell the stench of death. Alan was still lost in thought. That person has probably already entered the palace. He headed for the library. Since I feel so uneasy, I'll just stay put like Heron said. Then, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Maybe I should just find the magic book and make a run for it. Having an overdue library book is way better than getting mixed up in all this, right? Suddenly, Alan froze. He sensed something was off. Let's just get to the library first. I've walked this way before. Alan looked wearily at the statue up ahead. And that place, too. He stared blankly at the statue, which seemed to have a smile on its face. I think I've been walking in circles. With that thought, Alan approached the statue. He scratched his head in curiosity, wondering, whose statue is this? Alan clicked his tongue. According to the inscription, she passed away a long time ago. As he was thinking, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from behind him. My back! Alan jumped in shock. He carefully hid behind the statue to peek. A mumbling voice could be heard. Leaving the job to those damn brats was a mistake. In the end, this old man still has to do it. Alan wondered, is he the gardener? The old man suddenly raised a pair of shears. Maybe I should slit their throats and use them as decorations. Those words made Alan's face go pale. Is he a gardener or a freaking murderer? The old man suddenly turned his head. Why are you people who live off the citizens' taxes so damn lazy? He then yelled right at Alan, making him jump. And you? If you're going to show up, you should at least have the decency to say hello, you brat. Alan pointed at himself in shock. Me? The old man, ignoring who he was, ordered Alan around. Bring me that shovel and the dirt over there. Alan wanted to refuse. But I'm not the gardener. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man cut him off with a warning. This tree looks a little too plain. Using your head as an ornament would be just perfect. Hearing that, Alan's attitude changed in an instant. I'll bring it right over. He hauled the bag of soil and the shovel, panting and sweating buckets. Damn it, I should have worn Heron Diane's uniform. Seeing the old man's murderous expression, Alan guessed he'd been mistaken for a gardener because of his clothes. He dropped the last bag of soil on the ground and asked, Is that everything? Then, Alan noticed the man's thin hands, covered in dirt and old wounds. I think there's been a misunderstanding, so I'll be leaving now. He then added, Your hands are covered in dirt. Here, let me lend you my handkerchief. With that, Alan took a handkerchief from his clothes and held it out to the old man. It's not actually mine. Charlotte gave it to me. So, if you can, don't work so hard all by yourself. Ask someone else to help you. The old man reached out, his hand hovering silently in the air. Suddenly, he grabbed Alan's wrist. The old man leaned in close, causing Alan to panic. Wait a second, what are you doing? Before he could finish, the old man cut him off. So he really is an amnesiac kid. It's not just his personality that's changed. Hearing this, he frowned with a hint of skepticism. The old man angrily took off his hat and gritted his teeth. You don't even recognize your own grandfather now. Alan strode down the hallway, thinking bitterly to himself. Damn it, damn it. The door slowly creaked open. Damn it. The servants bowed respectfully to him. The seventh prince was entering. On the throne, the holy Emperor Khanphones sat majestically, waiting. He looked at the prince with eyes full of authority. So, you've arrived. Alan still hadn't processed what had just happened. He thought back to a moment ago, still gritting his teeth in frustration. He couldn't believe that old man was the Holy Emperor. Just a little while ago, he was wearing mud-stained clothes and even did a little jig as a greeting. "Remember to come to my audience chamber." As he was lost in thought, Confone suddenly spoke, pulling him back to reality. "I heard you made a great contribution in defeating the enemy at the Lonya Grand Duchy." Alan was startled and quickly looked up, replying, "Yes," he asked in a stern voice. "I also heard that you defeated a vampire count. Is that true?" Hearing this, Alan hesitated slightly. He thought to himself, "Think carefully first." He remembered what happened before. Even the people of Laurentia knew about this incident. Alan looked at Confones suspiciously. If that's the case, there's no way the Holy Kingdom wouldn't know that a vampire was behind this incident. That's why now, instead of being recognized for his contributions at the Lonya Grand Duchy, he was standing opposite him, with just the two of them in the castle. The atmosphere became silent. Alan looked at Confones' thoughtful expression. Confones was scheming to find someone who could capture that vampire. He speculated while confirming the details of the incident. Alan thought smugly, if that's the case, the court officials should have entered the palace by now. Alan stood before everyone and spoke frankly. "Yes, Your Majesty. It was I who did it." Hearing this, the court officials began to murmur amongst themselves. He spoke for a moment, then paused before continuing. "But I won't be able to capture him by myself again, even if I were to die and come back to life." Confone stared at him, bewildered. Seeing his expression, Alan explained, "It was something I could only achieve thanks to the help of many people. Hun and Sklot, Lord Janat, and somehow, Grey as well. I also received immense help from the residents of the Lonya Grand Duchy." Alan continued with his spiel. "It wasn't simply due to my own strength. Sharing the credit to avoid trouble is the best way to go." Hearing him speak, Confones watched him in thoughtful silence. After a moment, he sighed. Confones was silent. "I understand. I've heard you loud and clear." Alan looked at him, a little worried. He still looks displeased. But is that all Confones suddenly gave an order to his subordinate? "You've come a long way. You must be tired. Go and get some proper rest." Alan was a bit stunned, but nodded anyway. "Yes, in that case, I hope you can safely hunt that vampire, Your Majesty." After hearing that, he was astonished, unable to believe his ears. He stared at him in silence. Alan immediately left, slamming the door behind him, leaving Confones and the court officials still bewildered. He sat on his throne, still puzzled. Did Hammond tell him? He recalled thoughtfully. Just half a year ago, he was a reckless scoundrel. But now he can proudly acknowledge the help of others. He was even perceptive enough to realize the existence of vampires around the capital. Khan rested his chin on his hand, pondering. If someone loses their memory, does their personality change as well? And then there's the matter of Gree and Sklot. He thought that based on what Hammond said, they are the survivors of the Harris family. Confones felt a glimmer of hope. If that's true, then they might actually succeed in hunting vampires. But the Harris family wasn't famous for swordsmanship. They used holy magic. Thinking this, he sighed in frustration. The intelligence report I received from Lord Janet. The letter stated that the 7th Prince saved the lives of soldiers who were on the brink of death using his holy magic. Khan raised an eyebrow. Is that all? What about the story that a goddess descended to bless him after he prayed? And that he defeated a vampire with a decorative gun? The thoughts flashed through his mind. Although that person wore a mask, Janat assured me that it was definitely Alan. Looking at the court officials below, I used to think all of that was just baseless rumor. Khan suddenly spoke up, leaving them bewildered. What do you all think of this? After they regained their composure, one of them stepped forward and reported, I truly believe those words are all lies, Your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, the other court officials began to argue amongst themselves. The prince said he wasn't on the battlefield for long, but they say the masked man had the same build as the prince. You believe them. They're probably just seeing things. Isn't it absurd that he's the 7th prince? But if that holy magic doesn't come from the Holy Emperor's bloodline, what other logical explanation is there? Seeing this chaotic scene, he slapped his forehead in frustration. These 3 attendants. Ko worried. The time for me to step down from the throne is drawing near. But forget a successor. I don't even have anyone to help me right now. He once again recalled the familiar figure of a girl with black hair, wearing a long, flowing dress. The girl turned and smiled brightly. Ko cried out, Ilya. Sitting on his throne, Ko suddenly felt unusually lonely. If nothing had happened that day, I would have chosen you as the heir to the throne. He lowered his head in thought. This is partly my fault for being too cold, for prioritizing the kingdom's safety over my own children. Ko recalled Alan's words. If that's the case, I hope you can safely hunt that vampire. Your Majesty, he asked himself, is there still a chance for that child? Kyo sighed. If he were to gain the power to lead this empire, the nobles below were still arguing. I'm telling you, there's no way the 7th prince could have done that. Talking to this old man is so difficult. Kyo wondered if this empire could ever progress as the noise in his ears continued. What you want to fight? Annoyed and angry, Kyo could no longer stay silent and roared. If you don't want to get punched by my own hands, then all of you shut up. Kielt glared at the court officials, who had been silenced by Kyo's shout. Useless bastards. One of them mustered the courage to speak. Your Majesty, please calm down. The atmosphere became silent and tense. Pomo stepped forward. In any case, we still have plenty of time. Why don't we try investigating a little more? Count Pomo was close to Luan. The man looked at Pomo with annoyance. Count Pomo, ignoring the man's displeased expression, continued to ramble on. The memorial for Lady Eulatia's death will be held in 2 months. Time? It would be better if the 7th prince was still present in the palace during that time. Pomo persisted. Even so, he has already dedicated himself to hunting vampires. Then, Pomo asked a question that silenced the man. At the upcoming banquet, why don't we let him rest until then? Hearing Pomo's reasonable suggestion, he sighed. You're right, we have a banquet coming up. There's no need to rush things. Let's do that. Alan finally reached the library he was looking for. Finally found the library. He stepped inside, complaining. Why are the hallways so complicated? As he walked in, someone from behind called out, 7th prince? Alan turned to look and groaned inwardly. I can't believe someone is still here at this hour. It was Alice. Alice stammered. Alice apologized. My apologies. I'll leave right away. Alan was confused as to why she was apologizing. Hey. Alan shook his head and said, It's fine. You can stay right where you are. Alice asked again in disbelief. Pardon? He thought to himself. She looks really uncomfortable. Seeing Alice standing there anxiously, he became suspicious. I haven't even done anything yet. Suddenly, Alan's eyes widened. He remembered a scene from the past, and his face filled with disbelief. No way. The details began to become clearer in his mind. Alan firmly denied it. It can't be. Alice is someone I've met before. The two stood in silence, Alice not daring to look him in the eye. A system window suddenly appeared, showing Alice's identity. Alice, age 17, granddaughter of the Archbishop. Trait love and forgiveness. Power. Immense holy magic and magical knowledge. Fragment of a god. He suddenly realized, that's right, looking at the system window. He frowned. No wonder she felt so uncomfortable. He saw Alice was still standing there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. He thought, she probably thinks that pervert is looking for her again. Alan looked at Alice's status window again. Plus, her name is Alice, 17 years old, granddaughter of the Archbishop, special trait, love and forgiveness, possesses immense holy power and magical knowledge, fragment of a god. Future prediction. The author, Raphael Alice. And the author of the book I'm looking for share the same last name. Alan thought to himself. The person who wrote this book is the Archbishop. He remembered that in the book, the Alan character caused a disaster for the Archbishop, whom he had called a slave of Gur. He remembered Alice on the ground, screaming his name in the night. 7th prince? Alan sighed and ran his hands through his hair, startling Alice, who was standing beside him. Damn it! Who would have thought I'd find out about the author this way? But now, I don't even dare to dream of asking him any questions. Realizing he was being a bit rude, Alan quickly explained. Sorry for startling you. I have amnesia, so I've forgotten almost everyone in the palace. Seeing Alice's disbelieving and wary expression, he thought to himself, yeah, if I were her, I wouldn't believe me either. Ignoring whether Alice believed him or not, Alan quickly went to the bookshelf to get the book he needed. I'll just grab the book and get out of here. As he was about to grab another book, he saw that the book on the shelf was gone. Oh, Alan was starting to question his existence. The book wasn't here. From behind him, Alice's soft voice spoke up. Are you looking for his book, I mean? The Archbishop's, right? Alan jumped and turned around. Yes. Alice walked over to his side, no longer looking as fearful or wary as before. I was reading it, but I can give it to you. Alan was at a loss for words. But I didn't mean to interrupt you while you were reading. Alice shook her head and handed Alan the book he needed. It's all right. I was actually about to clean up before leaving anyway. He looked at the book in Alice's hand, a book about resurrection. Resurrection. What a grandiose title. Alice looked at the book and said, "It's just a record of my grandfather's research. Nothing special. Resurrecting a person was impossible from the very beginning." "Why is that?" Alan asked in surprise. Hearing his question, Alice didn't understand what he was getting at. As he reached out to take the book on resurrection, he asked, "What's the reason it can't be done?" Alice hesitated, half wanting to speak and half not. After a moment of thought, she explained, "It's because no matter how much life holy power can grant someone, you can't capture a soul that has already left its body. Only necromancy can capture a soul. But since necromancy comes with a terrifying price, performing it is not a good thing at all," Alice said. "Even if Geyer granted us a miracle, we still couldn't resurrect someone." Alan posed a hypothetical. What if there was someone who had both holy power and mana?" Hearing this, Alice was confused. Then she said, "Cases like that are extremely rare. If they were to use both types of power at the same time, their body would explode." Alan nodded, flipping through the pages of the book. "Is that so?" But a question still lingered in Alan's mind. "But I still think this resurrection thing is possible." "What do you mean?" Alice asked, confused. Alan explained, "The book says that to use holy power better, one should pray more." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Wizards can use mana and spells, while dark mages use their mana and their own lifespan. Is there a way for someone to use their holy power better?" Alice, still not understanding, asked again. "If you're asking for a more effective method than praying, you could use magical tools. But you said resurrection is possible. What do you mean by they?" Hearing Alice say that, Alan's eyes narrowed in surprise. "Oh dear, I've kept a girl who was about to leave here talking for so long." Alan glanced at the sky outside the window. "It's late. You should hurry home." Alice quickly spoke up, shaking her head. "No, She still looked a little uncomfortable. "It seems you're still uneasy around me. You don't have to deny it." Ignoring whatever Alice was about to say, Alan used the book to gently push her towards the exit. "Hey, that's not what I meant," Alan said. "I'll remember to blow out all the candles in the library before I leave, so good night." Alice turned her head back to look at him, her eyes still dazed, not understanding why she was suddenly being kicked out. They both fell silent. Alan decisively pushed Alice out the door and closed it. Alice stared at the door and wondered, "What about our conversation on resurrection?" She frowned, thinking, "No, the seventh prince was probably just talking nonsense. He's just that kind of person." But somewhere in her mind, she was gradually starting to feel less hostile towards him. This time, something seems different. "I feel a very different aura from the seventh prince," recalling how serious he looked while reading earlier. She was walking when someone called her name, Alice. Seeing that it was Raphael, Alice cried out happily, "Grandfather?" Raphael looked at his granddaughter and asked with a gentle smile, "What is my dear granddaughter up to?" Alice happily recounted her story to Raphael. "I was studying in the library." Raphael smiled kindly. "You're just like me, full of curiosity. But be careful. The seventh prince has returned to the palace." Hearing that, Alice gave a slightly awkward, forced smile. "Ah, yes." With that, Raphael took out a bird-shaped mask and gave it to Alice. Raphael advised, "And don't push yourself too hard." Alice happily took it as Raphael continued. "You were chosen by the goddess and possess great talent. But what you must do also comes with a heavy responsibility." Alice felt the mask and nodded. "I know." Alice clenched her fist with determination. "But don't worry, grandfather, because I'm strong, just like you." Raphael laughed out loud. "That's my girl! Then let's go in." The two of them, along with the servants behind them, entered a gloomy, unlit room. On the bed lay a body covered in bandages, groaning in pain. Alice spoke as she put on the mask. "We will begin today's treatment." After that, everyone in the room clasped their hands and began to pray, casting a spell. A jade green light shone in the darkness. Although he was being treated, the man cried out in even more terrible, agonizing pain. The man arched his back, enduring what they called treatment. That person was none other than the first prince, Luan, suffering in agony. Luan screamed horribly. Alice continued to pray with her hands clasped, but in her mind, she thought grandfather was right. Standing before the crown prince's cursed body, even my holy power had no effect. At this rate, he really doesn't have much time left. Behind the mask was Alice's worried face. "No matter what, I have to find a way." Alice unconsciously recalled Alan's words. "But I still think this resurrection thing might be possible." Alice thought to herself, "I know it's impossible, but I don't know why I keep remembering what he said. It would be amazing if that were true." Meanwhile, in another location, Alan was reviewing some documents. Is this all of it? Alan asked doubtfully. Is there no information about my parents? Hammond reported the information he had gathered. You need information about them as well, Your Highness. After all, you remember them. Alan raised an eyebrow, exasperated. Do you still think I'm pretending to have amnesia? I already told you I've forgotten everything. So just tell me already. Hammond bowed his head and sighed. Ahem. When they were both still alive, their lives were completely ordinary.
Alan looked up. Is that it? Hammond nodded. Yes, Your Highness.
Alan seemed to realize something, cursing inwardly. This idiot, Hammond, looking at Harmond sweating, unable to meet his gaze. He's truly a terrible liar. Alan wanted more. I want to know about the relationships between my family members, he thought. But this is just too suspicious. This is about the royal family, so they're probably being cautious when talking about it, Hammond asked. Besides, the banquet is approaching. Why aren't you getting ready, Your Highness?
Alan replied lazily. Is it really necessary? Harmond recalled how Charlotte had even used a stack of books to practice her posture.
Harmond said, if you make a mistake, you could be ridiculed. Did Charlotte even learn palace etiquette just so she wouldn't embarrass me? Your Highness, Alan replied, exasperated. Can't I just enjoy the party comfortably? Hammond chuckled. A small party is different from a formal banquet. Besides, it's possible the Crown Prince might attend as well. This statement startled Alan. He asked uncertainly. Who is that? Hammond sighed. He's on the royal family tree, Hammond explained. Luan Alphonse, your older brother. He is the one you should be most wary of right now. Meanwhile, Luan, his body covered in blood, clenched his fists in agony, glaring menacingly toward the banquet. Luan scoffed, a savage smirk on his face. They're throwing a banquet for a brat like that. Back at the royal palace where the banquet was underway, musicians were playing the piano. A portly man standing across from Alice complimented her on growing into such a beautiful young lady. He smiled and greeted her. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
I'm so pleased to see you, Alice. Alice placed a hand on her chest and replied. As am I, my lord. Alice thought helplessly to herself. He told me not to attend. But she recalled Raphael's scolding. It doesn't matter if it's for Hammond or Lord Janot. This is a banquet to celebrate the 7th prince.
She gave him a strained smile, thinking, if he wasn't going to attend, then the least I could do is show up.
Alice figured he was also busy taking care of the crown prince.
From behind, someone approached and called out, Lady Alice! Alice, slightly startled, turned around. It was Count Pomo.
Pomo smiled. You are as beautiful as ever. If we told anyone you were the incarnation of the goddess G, they would surely believe it. Seeing Pomo approach her, the nobles in the background began to gossip. Look, it's Count Pomo.
I hear he's quite popular with the common folk these days, but it's hard to please those lowly peasants. He has no interest in power, so it seems his hobby is doing useless charity work. Although Alice was speaking with Pomo, she could still hear their words. Angered, Alice was about to march over and confront them, but Pomo, who was beside her, quickly stopped her. Lady Alice, just ignore them. Pomo gave a strained smile. After all, they're not wrong. He smiled wryly. After my wife passed away, the only reason I have to keep living is to do good deeds. Then, Pomo rubbed his neck and said, I suppose that's not very aristocratic of me, thinking Pomo had misunderstood her. Alice quickly waved her hands. No, that's not what I meant at all, Alice said. On the contrary, you are very deserving of respect. But a strange thought crossed her mind. The Count is certainly a good man. He helped Lady Elisha in the past, and now he is a loyal subject who supports the Crown Prince. She recalled Pomo's demeanor. Instead of seeking to seize power, he always seemed more concerned with the Crown Prince's health. He's also someone who always speaks up for the common people. But why do I feel so uncomfortable? Feeling a bit unsettled, she smiled politely to excuse herself. If you'll excuse me, I must go and greet the other guests.
Pomo nodded and replied, in that case, I'll be looking forward to our next meeting.
He turned to leave with a weary expression, feeling quite unwell. Suddenly, he heard a familiar sound. Oh, dear God! Ahead were Janot and Grill. Janot was trembling while being scolded. For a rural lord like me to receive an invitation to a place like this, Lord Janot, you can't be worried now. Look at me. I'm just a commoner. Standing behind them, she covered her mouth and chuckled at Janot's childish antics. Where's the 7th prince? How could he just leave us here? She thought to herself. It's been a while since I've attended a banquet. It's better if I don't stick around people who are too stuffy. Then, she stepped forward to greet them. Hello? Janot and Grill were startled. Aren't you the Archbishop's niece? She smiled as she introduced herself. oblivious to Pomo, who was staring intently at her from afar. "My name is Alice. It seems you already know who I am." The two looked a little embarrassed. "Well, I've only seen you from a distance." "Lady Alice," Pomo smirked, his dangerous eyes fixed on her, looking as if he were plotting something evil. That was Count Pomo. Pomo's hand suddenly twitched as he felt a jolt of fear. Alan was being escorted into the banquet by Hammond and Sclott.
Under the protection of the Holy Empire, Prince Alan Alphonse is now entering the hall. Alan appeared calmly before everyone.
Pomo noticed. He shot Alan a vicious glare, his eyes suddenly turning bloodshot. Alan sat down, crossing his legs. "Well, this is unexpected." He folded his arms, thinking. "I'm a prince with no right to the throne, and I was even exiled. I really didn't think anyone would seek me out." But the group of nobles behind him immediately took notice of where he was.
Alan glanced at Sclott, who was wearing a red dress with her hair in a high bun. "Why are you the one drawing all the attention?"
Sclott looked confused. "What do you mean?" Alan tilted his head. "Well, you look more like a noble than I do. Those finishing school classes you took were really worth it." "Huh?" Hammond clasped his hands behind his back and replied. "A natural posture isn't something you can just learn." "Your Highness." Alan raised an eyebrow. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Are you saying my natural posture is awful?" Pomo stepped forward, smiling obsequiously. "When did I ever say that?" "Is that how you feel about it, Your Highness? I have come to pay my respects to the 7th Prince." Pomo approached them. "It's been a long time, Lord Hammond." Alan looked up at Pomo with suspicion in his eyes. "And who are you?" Hammond quickly interjected. "Your attitude is hardly befitting of a prince. Your Highness, this is Count Pomo." Pomo laughed it off. "He was in the materials I gave you." "Ha ha, it's quite all right." Pomo extended his hand for a handshake. "It has been a very long time since we've met, so it's understandable that you would forget me," Pomo said. "I was unable to be by your side when you were facing hardships. Please forgive my impertinence, Your Highness." Alan waved his hand lazily. "All right, there's no need for all that." But he still extended his hand to shake Count Pomo's. "In the past, this man served my mother and supported both me and the first prince." Wearily, he opened the system window. "I still remember the few people who helped me." The moment he opened Pomo's profile, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped in disbelief.
Count Pomo, race vampire. Trait bloodsucking. Class dark magic necromancer. Current status bloodthirsty. He looked up at Pomo, who was still smiling at him while gripping his hand tightly. Pomo's hand was still patting the back of his.
"This bastard." Pomo's grip gradually tightened. "Is a vampire." A red aura began to emanate from Pomo, swirling around him. Pomo smiled and asked, "By the way, are you enjoying the food at the banquet?" Alan finally managed to pull his hand back, completely stunned. Yeah, the food is delicious. I unconsciously released some holy power, but he didn't react at all."
Pomo bowed with a smile. "Then I'm glad. It's been some time since you've been able to enjoy the royal cuisine." Alan grew suspicious. Since when has this guy been in the palace?
Seeing that he was distracted, Pomo spoke up. "Your Highness." Alan's eyes were still fixed on the group of nobles behind Pomo. He saw a pair of crimson eyes belonging to a woman who was hiding her dangerous smile behind a fan. The system window in front of Alan faded away. He stood up, and Pomo asked, "Are you looking for someone, Your Highness?" Alan replied, "Now that I think about it, I just remembered something about this meal that I find disappointing." Pomo asked, puzzled. "And what might that be?" Alan pointed to a glass of golden wine. "Here, get me another glass of this." Alan walked over and took a glass of wine. Pomo looked on, bewildered. "The wine, of course," Alan said, swirling the glass in his hand. "To have a meal without wine? It's just so terribly dull." Their eyes met, and Alan smirked. "Why don't you have a glass?" he asked. "Count..." Pomo took the glass of wine from him with a smile. "I would be delighted." Alan smirked. "That's right, drink up," he thought. "I poured my holy power into it, turning it into holy water. Now, hurry up and drink so you can show me your true face." I'm pretty sure he's the shadowy figure from before. If I can expose the Count's true nature, then the mastermind behind the murders will also be revealed. He smiled, watching Pomo drain the glass of wine that he had filled with holy water. Pomo finished the wine, then remained silent for a moment with his head tilted back. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha, it seems I drank that too fast. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded." Pomo laughed and scratched his head. "Pardon me, Your Highness. My tolerance for alcohol isn't very high." Alan fell silent, raising a questioning eyebrow. "You don't look drunk." Pomo feigned surprise. Pardon. Ah, that's because I'm not drunk yet. Alan simply replied. Is that so? Immediately, Alan grabbed a glass wine bottle, which still had some yellow liquid inside. All the attending nobles were completely startled by Alan's action as they saw him smash the bottle. Ah, seventh prince, what is this? Alan held the broken bottle, pointing the shards of glass towards Pomo.
Pomo stumbled back in panic. Alan coldly swung the broken bottle, slashing a line across Pomo's arm and drawing blood.
Pomo yelled, Your Highness, what are you doing?
Alan suddenly stopped, looking at the blood staining his clothes and asking himself, Huh? Pomo struggled to his feet, trembling as he clutched his bleeding hand.
Please, calm down, Alan wondered to himself. Why isn't his wound healing? But he's definitely a vampire. Harmon stepped in front of Alan. Please forgive him. It seems the seventh prince is drunk. Behind Alan, Charlotte had a pale face, not understanding what was happening. Harmon suggested, Why don't we go inside and treat your wound, sir?
Pomo didn't argue the matter and nodded. Yes, I think that would be best.
Then I'll take my leave. With that, Pomo immediately turned and ran. Harmon anxiously asked, Your Highness, why did you do that? Charlotte stood before him and asked, Did you feel there was something strange about the Count, Your Highness? Alan spoke coldly. It seems he's a vampire. His words made the other two stare in disbelief. What? Harmon said hurriedly. Then we should capture him. Alan raised a hand to stop him. We don't have any proof. First, bring me a pen and paper, Harmon asked. Why so suddenly? What are you going to use them for?
Alan glanced at him. Isn't it obvious we're going to track the vampires? Just us.
The sound of Pomo's footsteps echoed continuously down the hallway leading to the guest rooms. The footsteps stopped right at a door, which was opened more violently than any noble would. Pomo rushed into the room and slammed the door shut, clamping a hand over his mouth. After seeing no one was in the room, Pomo retched, vomiting a pool of crimson blood. Gag! Pomo angrily gritted his teeth, his hand still clamped over his mouth as he muttered a curse. Damn it all! Blue flames from the holy water were burning Pomo's mouth. At that moment, due to the immense pain, Pomo reverted to his true form, a vampire with fangs and stitches over his eyes. Pomo screamed in agony. That bastard prince! He recalled the moment Alan handed him the glass of wine. He must have known who he was. Otherwise, who in their right mind would disguise holy water as wine to offer someone? Slowly, Pomo's eyes turned pitch black, like deep caverns in his face. He collapsed to his knees, blood pouring endlessly from his mouth. Damn it, I have to cut out all my burned organs. Through muffled screams of pain, Pomo thought. Fresh blood and fresh flesh. I need them. In this desperate moment, it seemed the heavens had heard Pomo's prayer. There was a knock at the door, and a voice called out. My Lord Count, a maid announced politely. I've come to clean your room. Pomo glanced towards the door. He was panting heavily, a gruesome smile spreading across his face. His fangs were long, and blood stained his body and mouth. Come in. Having received Pomo's permission, the maid peeked her head in. Then, if you'll excuse me, Pomo replied. You don't need to be so cautious. Just come in and clean as you please. As soon as she stepped into the room, she saw a trail of blood before her. The maid, holding a broom, was surprised. Heh heh. Pomo's voice dropped low as he laughed. You've come at the perfect time. I was in need of someone just like you. The room's door opened slightly. Two maids passing by glanced over. Ah! Seeing it was Pomo. The two maids bowed respectfully. Good evening, sir. Pomo adjusted his clothes and replied. The dinner was delicious. He smiled and added, You must all be very busy because of the banquet. The short-haired maid smiled. The Count is the only one who shows us such concern. Suddenly, Pomo remembered something and said, Ah, about the maid named Melia, he continued. She does excellent work, so I'd like to hire her to work at my mansion. Could you please help me inform the royal steward? But behind the door lay the corpse of the maid named Melia, a fact the two maids were completely unaware of. Feeling only gratitude. Oh my, to work for someone like the Count. Melia will be so happy. Pomo laughed, then turned to leave. Haha, our mansion is nothing special, really. Well, I'll be on my way, the short-haired maid replied. Ah, that's not the way to the banquet hall, sir. Pomo immediately stopped and said, Ah, I'm not going to the banquet hall. He gave a sinister smile. I'm going to visit the first prince to wish him a good evening. Meanwhile, Alan was writing something on a piece of paper. There, I've written them all down. Are there really that many of them? Alan said. These are just the bastards I saw on the first floor, Charlotte replied. There are so many nobles, Harmond agreed. Since there was no way to prove they were vampires, it had become a real problem. But at least none of them are hosts. So the situation isn't that bad, Alan asked doubtfully. Hosts Han explained. You already know about the evolution process of the undead. After evolving, if one is born a vampire, they are called a host. For example, like the vampire count we defeated last time, under various circumstances. These hosts will create their own creations. They are relatively weaker than the hosts. He continued. But their special ability is to hide among humans, Alan asked. Can they even hide themselves from the Holy Emperor? Han replied with a wry smile. To be honest, yes. Those creations can replace their own bodies with the bodies of humans they've killed. Alan was startled. What? He recalled the image of the crying head. You mean the missing people whose heads were left behind? Han nodded. Yes, it's possible the vampires took their bodies. The heads are just what they left behind. Because they're using human bodies, they should be more vulnerable to holy power. Hearing this, Alan gripped the paper and pen in his hand tightly. He then asked a question that confused Anand. Your position is quite high, isn't it, Han? Your Highness, Han replied. My rank is high enough to command a squad of holy knights on my own authority, Alan said lazily. Then go and capture everyone listed here. Assess the situation first, and if necessary, kill them. Han, he took the paper and looked over it, worried. Seeing this, Alan reassured him. I will take full responsibility. Charlotte, you go help him too. But Han was still worried for his safety. Will you be all right, Your Highness? Han started to say, using military authority during a banquet will look, but Alan quickly cut him off. Why are you only worried about me? You should be worried about yourselves, because there's no way to prove they're vampires. Alan's gaze turned bone-chillingly cold. So just kill them first. Then let everyone see them turn to ash. Alan also guessed. The Count must have realized that I know his true identity. If we don't act quickly, I'll be the one in danger. The two of them looked at each other and fell silent. Han sighed and nodded. All right. He then added, Please be careful, Your Highness. Watching the two of them leave, Alan thought. That's that. Now I just need to hide. Suddenly, someone from behind called his name, startling him. Alan! He turned around. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The person who had arrived was Rufel, holding a glass of wine and winking. My little brother. Rufel Alphonse, 21 years old, the third prince. Rufel held his wine glass, winked, and smiled. Little brother. A system window popped up with a notification. Rufel Alphonse, age 21. Personality cunning. A talented common user. Physical strength. Normal, easily swayed, cowardly. I'll definitely become the next Holy Emperor because of my mother, Alan thought to himself. What a pathetic personality. Alan stared, thinking. His name is Rufel Alphonse. Rufel placed a hand on his chest and spoke. I heard you lost your memory. How sad, Alan asked doubtfully. You're the third prince, Alan smiled. You're the third prince, he thought to himself. Ah, Hamda told me about this guy, Alan sneered internally. He's a total mama's boy. Even the Holy Emperor thinks so. A prince whose existence is practically zero. Rufel pulled his hand back and faked a cough. It seems you do remember me. Alan shook his head, denying it. No, Hamda told me. Rufel clicked his tongue. Is that so? Rufel shrugged. By the way, none of our other brothers came today, did they? Rufel said. Don't be disappointed. They must just be busy with something. So busy they forgot to come to your celebration. Look at this guy, Alan wondered to himself. Is he trying to provoke me? He replied. It's enough that you're here, Rufel snorted, placing a hand on his hip. I only came because my schedule happened to be free. Rufel patted his shoulder. But you just love causing a commotion wherever you go, don't you? I'm so happy to see you're as useless as ever. Rufel's brow furrowed as he gave a threatening smile. If you've come to the palace craving the crown prince's throne, then I might have to become your enemy. Rufel squeezed his shoulder as a warning. Alan frowned, annoyed and cold, his eyes glancing at Rufel's hand on his shoulder. The atmosphere in the room grew dark. Rufel said coldly, Just keep living your life like you always have. With that, Rufel turned and left as if nothing had happened. Well then, I'm off. Alan watched Rufel's retreating back, slightly annoyed. Even if I weren't here, you'd have no chance of becoming the crown prince. He looks like a third-rate villain. Alan shook his head, dismissing Rufel from his thoughts. Forget that idiot. I need to focus on the main task. With that, Alan quickly left the room. Since I don't know how strong Count Pomo is, I need to conserve my energy. Just as he was thinking, he needed to lay low until Han and Charlotte were done. The banquet hall door burst open violently. It was followed by a piercing scream that threatened to shatter his eardrums.
Alan Alphalus! Alan rubbed his temples, a headache forming. How interesting. Someone is actually shouting the name Alan Alphalus.
Just how much of a brat was this kid in other people's eyes for them to shout his name like that? Fourth Prince, please stop. You're not supposed to be moving around so much. Alan turned and muttered as the wounded prince approached. If this keeps up, things are going to get out of hand.
Alan thought to himself. The first prince, Alphonse, was so covered in bandages that blood was seeping through them.
A system window appeared with information on Alphonse. Age 27. Personality benevolent, yet dissolute. He possesses the swordsmanship talent to become a worthy ruler of the royal family, but also has the qualifications to become a tyrant.
I will punish the one who insulted my mother.
Alan immediately recognized this rotten stench and magical power. He was still alive, albeit in a dying body.
While Alan was lost in thought, the prince lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar.
His strength was incredible. The prince shook Alan so violently he felt dizzy. How dare you insult my marquis? The people around them screamed in fear before slowly backing away as Luan roared. The Count was a man who served our mother. I doubt you're unaware of that. Luan's bloody, bandaged arm gripped Alan's shirt tightly. So why do you always insult the divine and do things that go against the gods? Luan shoved his face right into Alan's and screamed, splattering blood onto Alan's face. I'm asking you, why do you keep insulting our mother's honor? Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from the doorway. What do you think you're doing? A male servant respectfully opened the door for Celt. Celt stepped into the banquet hall. The Holy Emperor's cold gaze fell upon the two of them. The Emperor, who lives only for the Holy Nation, was entering. The hall fell so silent you could hear everyone breathing. Celt spoke up. Why is no one answering me? He took a deep breath. I asked, A
pure blue aura flared violently around the enraged Celt. What are you two doing? Alan was pushed back several steps by the force of the energy.
He thought, just his voice alone carries so much divine power. Luan was also affected.
Luan reluctantly gritted his teeth and endured it. But a moment later, he coughed up blood. Someone cried out in worry. The first prince, Celt said. Pope and the other healers, take the first prince and tend to him.
Astoria nodded. Yes. Astoria stepped forward. Seventh prince, explain yourself. Alan turned, confused. Celt spoke up. I heard that you insulted Count Bomo. Is that true? Alan didn't argue and simply nodded. Yes, Celt asked. What was the reason? Alan's face paled with discomfort as he thought. I can't exactly say I intended to hunt him down rather than just insult him. Then he glanced at Astoria. Should I just come out and say he's a vampire? Seeing Celt's furious expression, he thought to himself, he won't believe me. Alan looked Celt straight in the eye and said, I was very drunk at the time and made a mistake. Celt was skeptical. A mistake. Beside him, Astoria was treating Luan. Celt asked again, is that right? Seeing Celt's disbelieving expression, Alan wondered, what's with that look? It's as if he's expecting a different answer, just like last time. The two stared at each other without a word, falling into silence.
Looking at Luan gritting his teeth in pain as he was being healed, Alan shook his head. There's no other reason.
After his body had recovered slightly, Luan angrily pushed himself up from the table and stood. Luan grabbed an empty glass from the table and smashed it at Alan's feet. The crowd gasped in fear. Your Highness, Celt yelled. Luan Alphonse. Astoria, standing beside him, tried to advise him. Please forgive my insolence, but my man was insulted by him. Luan, his face gaunt and frightening, said, I cannot let this go. I want to duel him. Celt said in a scolding tone. How can you say that in your condition? Celt glanced at Luan. I will punish him after I understand the situation. Go back. Luan shook his head unwillingly. No. Luan's words made Celt pause. I heard that you gave Alan Alphonse a great deal of credit for the incident in the Low Territory. Luan continued. If you let him duel me, wouldn't you be able to see his true colors? Does he really have the ability to hunt vampires? Or is he just taking credit for someone else's work? Luan posed the question. Aren't you curious? Astoria, at his side, spoke up. Your Majesty, you must stop him. Celt remained silent, then turned and left without a word, leaving Astoria confused. Your Majesty, where are you going? Astoria watched the two of them preparing to fight, worried. You have to stop them. Luan walked up to Alan. Little brother, the Holy Emperor has approved our duel.
Luan pointed right in his face. And I will be sure to teach you a lesson about that insolent personality of yours.
He gave Alan a provocative look. You'd better prepare yourself. Alan remained calm, watching Luan, who clearly intended to kill him. They didn't even bother to ask for my opinion.
A blonde young man worried for Alan. The seventh prince is in trouble again.
A man came up and urged, I think we should go. It was as if he knew an endless battle was about to begin. Yeah, this is going to get ugly. Someone from the royal family suddenly shouted, How dare you? She couldn't help but be angry seeing a member of the royal family being badmouthed behind their back. Even if our seventh prince is a bastard, he's still...
Janat quickly covered the other guy's mouth. Calm down, he awkwardly explained. I hope you won't be offended.
I'm sorry, Lady Alice, this friend of mine can't hold his liquor, Janat called out to her. But she seemed to be looking somewhere else. Lady Alice was in disbelief. It seemed the seventh prince had given the Count a piece of paper. The Count answered perfunctorily, clearly not caring. Did you two see what was written on it? No, I didn't. Is it something important? She was just thinking out loud, saying she was just a little curious. Their suspicious actions had caught Alice's attention. Why was the seventh prince drinking with Count Fu just now? It was as if he was waiting for something to happen. She had a bad feeling and wanted to get back quickly. This isn't the time to be thinking about this. I have to focus on the first prince. He can't overexert himself. Alice lifted her dress. Excuse me, I'll be heading down first. She was constantly worried about Luan. What if something bad happens to the first prince? Their duel has to end safely.
Alan was completely bewildered, finding it hard to accept his tragic fate. Why did I have to possess a body with such a bad family relationship? He held the weapon in his hand, worried for Luan, who was bandaged up like a mummy. Are you people really letting a dying patient fight? It wouldn't even be strange if he just dropped dead while walking. Alan looked around, not understanding what was happening. He could clearly see the attitudes of the three of them. Each had their own agenda. I don't know what they're hoping for, but it's obvious the Holy Emperor has no intention of stopping this duel. The Archbishop was only worried about the first prince and wasn't on my side at all. Raphael set a condition before the fight began for safety. The use of holy power is forbidden in this duel. I have no idea why he had to do that. Is this really that important? It's not just because the first prince's body can't withstand the use of holy power, but if the seventh prince is truly the one who hunted the vampire host, he wouldn't just rely on holy power to fight him. According to Raphael, this was for Alan's own good. You could say this is a chance to test his martial arts skills. Alan jumped in shock. You've got to be kidding me. I can only use holy power. He was in a complete panic, his eyes darting up to the second floor. I don't even know how to use a sword. Damn it. But Alan fell into a state of confusion. He couldn't find his subordinates anywhere. The two people who were supposed to protect him weren't here either. He gripped the weapon in his hand. Am I really going to have to risk my life? There's only one way. It seems Luan must hold a deep grudge to even be here. What's this? You've finally decided to get serious, haven't you? Even though his entire body was injured, he was still hell-bent on revenge. Very well, Your Majesty. Please remain neutral in this fight. Of course, even if Alan disagreed, he couldn't change anything. Sentic reminded them. Before you go too far, don't forget to respect each other as brothers. He raised his hand high and quickly brought it down. Signaling the start, the fight began. He quickly rushed towards Luan. Luan immediately swung his sword, slashing wildly. But Alan couldn't just stand there and let someone hurt him. Luan shot him a death glare. Suddenly, Alan clasped his hands on the wooden sword. He shouted just as Luan was about to land a blow to end this nonsense. I surrender. Alan's action made him freeze in place. He, along with Alice and Raphael, was completely baffled. He threw the wooden stick to the ground. Alan Anpons. No one could understand what Alan's actions meant. Surrender to Luan Alphonse out of fear. The nobles immediately began to question it, though they didn't dare to gossip openly. Sentic was utterly helpless, not knowing where to hide his face. He couldn't believe Alan. Did he do that just to avoid the fight? Or was it just because he's worried about Luan's condition still? Sentic felt that something was wrong. Whatever the reason, Luan cursed straight to his face. You pathetic bastard! The first prince was so angry he was trembling. But Your Highness told us to respect each other as brothers. He acted like a madman, blowing up the spot where Alan had just been. Damn you! He never expected things to get this serious. Luan always overthinks things and blames others. Not only did you look down on my subordinate, but now you dare to look down on me just because I look like a corpse. He looked no different from a zombie with his twisted thoughts. You dared to insult me directly? Luan actually used such vulgar language to curse his own brother. You bastard! Despite Alan's insignificant reminder. Your dignity.
The bandages on his face were about to fall off. Forget about dignity. I can't forgive you for what you've done. Alan knew he couldn't escape, which made him panic even more. He's using holy power. My body will explode. There's no way I can avoid that attack. He looked towards Sentik for help. Are you still not going to stop him? It seems Alan will have to use his own power after all. Damn it. In the end, everyone was utterly astonished by his bizarre weapon. Luan himself was bewildered to see Alan block his attack with such a cheap-looking item. Where did that shovel come from? The knights could only watch, not intervene. I had no idea he could use auxiliary spatial magic. The subordinate beside him stated firmly, "That's not magic. I can't sense any mana." His techniques are astonishing. That's holy power, Alan asked, partly because he was worried about Luan's stamina. How can he still fight in that condition? Is he going to be in danger if this continues? He suddenly noticed something strange behind his brother. Among the nobles, Count Pomo was smiling mysteriously. It was as if he was challenging Alan to find him. Alan realized he didn't need to be fighting Luan. Alan gripped the scepter in his hand. That bastard. This was all his plan, wasn't it? He had thought he would be the one to take down the Count. I can't let him get away like this. Everything will be solved if that guy is killed. Reluctantly, Alan had to fight back against his brother. Brother, I'm sorry. Luan was terrified by his power. As Alan prepared to use the scepter as a weapon, please, take this and snap out of it. He suddenly launched a fierce counterattack at Luan. Alan's words and actions were contradictory. I will definitely avenge you, brother. Luan was already seriously injured, and now he'd taken a direct hit from Alan. The nobles were horrified as they watched him about to collapse. Someone in the hall screamed, but he had no intention of stopping. Your Highness, what does finding the person who framed you have to do with attacking him? It seemed they were all in on it. The crowd was huge, and everyone was chattering nonstop. Look, the 7th prince summoned another item. Everyone was utterly bewildered as he closed one eye. Is that gun made of holy power too? Another one like that overthinking Raphael, always instigating others. You have to stop him, Your Majesty. Even if that gun can't kill, using it at such close range is extremely dangerous. The way he was aiming that gun could be easily misunderstood. In the name of the Goddess of Thorns. Don't worry, Pope, the barrel is imbued with magical power. Alan carefully identified his target. It's him! The Count realized he was being aimed at. Alan's skills hadn't dulled one bit, as he fired a shot straight into the Count's face. He collapsed, much to the astonishment of the other nobles. Before Alan could explain, he nearly passed out. Because I can only pray for a short time. My power is still too weak. Once again, the crowd scattered in chaos, believing he had attacked an innocent man without reason. The 7th prince has gone mad. This forced the emperor to give an order. Holy knights, restrain the 7th prince. The knight obeyed the holy emperor's command. Yes, Your Majesty. Alan didn't understand why they were surrounding him instead of going after the real culprit. He knew it was partly his fault for not explaining things, which led to this misunderstanding. I was so close. I just needed one more shot. Alan dropped the gun, cursing himself for missing the perfect opportunity. Just one more shot. I'm sure I could have killed him. He struggled to block Luan's sword as it came crashing down. The scepter had been created by magic. The gun Alan used was aimed at the true villain. He recalled the moment the Count was shot right in the face. Sentik had a very bad feeling about this. Something isn't right. The Emperor confirmed it with a single glance. Because Luan knows the difference between right and wrong. I know you think so, too. He couldn't tell if Luan was being truthful or deceptive. Yes, Your Majesty. I suddenly recall what Hammond said the other day. That it's hard to trust anyone. Luan was merely repeating what he heard. He said that Alan needed to make himself look like a scoundrel and get exiled to avenge his mother. But who would have thought Luan would react as a prince, rather than as an older brother? Seeing his power now makes me think it could actually be true. That's why. In short, he has no intention of competing for the throne. I want to ensure that he truly has the qualities of a holy emperor. Everything descended into chaos. Alice noticed his health was failing. Your Highness, Luan stubbornly refused treatment and insisted on continuing the duel. As you can see, I'm practically on death's door. He coughed up blood. His illness had made Luan feel deeply insecure. I wanted to do everything in my power to become the next holy emperor, but I've reached my limit. Both she and Sentik were stunned to hear Luan's heartfelt confession. So, if you want to get revenge on the nobles who mocked our mother and called her a lowlife, you have to make Alan the next holy emperor. People have always been prejudiced against him. That bastard really intended to kill Count Pomo. His reasoning was sound, which allowed him to dismiss some of the irrelevant details. If he really wanted to insult me, he would have aimed at me. Alan seems to be obsessed with Count Pomo for some reason, although I don't know why. He finally said something that made sense. He really needs treatment right now, Your Majesty. The Holy Emperor had no choice but to set the matter aside. All right, we will discuss this later. The Emperor had a question. Do you know where Hamon is? Alice answered truthfully. Sir, Hamon left during the duel. He hasn't returned since. This aroused the Holy Emperor's suspicion. Sentik was worried about his condition. What about Count Pomo? Jeanette promptly ordered the servants to clean up the scene. Count Pomo has been taken to his room for treatment. He ordered Raphael to do one thing, bring that man to me. Raphael obeyed. Yes, Your Majesty. He couldn't help but be suspicious of the Holy Emperor's intentions. What do you plan to do with the patient, Your Majesty? Sentik's words seemed gentle, but they carried a hidden meaning. Wasn't he injured because of my grandson? I just want to treat his wounds myself. His hand tried to sense any residual power. But then Sentik had a rather terrifying thought. Perhaps I should use a bit of holy power on his head to treat him. Although Sentik was furious at the boy's insolence, he couldn't just let his grandson be pushed around. He feigned asking Raphael for his opinion. It's still too early to crack his skull open, right? The lavish banquet table was now empty, leaving only his fear. I wouldn't know what the consequences would be, Your Majesty. Alan yelled in despair, wondering why he was stuck in this place again. Damn it, I've been thrown in jail again? Alan rattled the iron bars, but there was no response. He was worried that he hadn't finished Count Pomo off for good. I only managed to injure him and knock him out. What if he goes and kills the servants again? Thinking of the two subordinates he'd sent on a mission, Alan grew anxious in the oppressive silence. Did Hammond and Charlotte fail? He recalled the moment Pomo flashed a cunning smile and knew it for sure. Tisk. Seeing the Count walk around the banquet hall with such confidence, he must have been hiding something.
Alan had already figured out their plot for the Holy Emperor's throne.
To them, the palace was the heart of enemy territory. They probably have a whole manual on how to escape dangerous situations. He worried his subordinates weren't skilled enough to identify the one pulling the strings. Even so, Hammond could hardly harm those nobles because of his position. Alan knew their plan perfectly, but sadly, he had no chance to pursue them. The vampires disguised as nobles would use their status and mingle with the knights to delay any capture. Using the end of the party as an opportunity, the vampires would mix in with the human nobles and slip away. He didn't regret his actions one bit, even though he'd have to take responsibility for attempting to kill the Count. Alan couldn't stand being locked up, wasting precious time. Damn it, no way. The only one who'd visit me is Japin. You're down here and you're still causing a ruckus. Alan was startled by the sound.
Alan was cold, not addressing him by name or title. Hearing this, the third prince, Ren, became visibly annoyed. You're supposed to call me brother.
He stood outside the cell, lecturing. I saw your fight. Brothers shouldn't be fighting like that. Alan didn't hesitate to snap back. You say that, but you look awfully happy about it. That's nothing new for you, Japin. It's just your own feelings you care about. He knew exactly what was going through Japin's mind. It's just because you got rid of a competitor. You must be thrilled. Alan was suddenly struck by a bold idea. Wait a second. This bastard. He's a prince too, isn't he? He has the authority to get me out of here. And so, Alan resorted to a pleading tactic. Brother, can you please help me get out of here? Japin wasn't easily swayed. And why should I do that? But Alan had plenty of excuses ready.
Isn't the first prince in critical condition? He reasoned persuasively. If you owe him a debt, it's best to repay it quickly.
That's why I want to go visit the first prince. You know how I am, right, brother? And naturally, his resolve wavered a bit. Alan gripped the iron bars tightly. If you let me out, Alan whispered to Japin. I'll show you something incredibly interesting. Alan's voice then echoed from inside an armory. He had his doubts before, but now he was much more certain. Does that third prince really hate the first prince that much? For a moment, Alan felt a chill run down his spine. To think he'd not only help him escape from prison, but even led him straight to the armory. When it comes to being a troublemaker, if Japin is number 2, no one is number 1. Of course, you should head over to the first prince's quarters. And don't forget to bring him a gift, Alan asked curiously. What kind of gift could I find here? He paced slowly around the room, at a loss. I'm glad I'm out of prison, but what now? There's no one in the palace who can help me. Besides, I'm sure those blood-sucking ghouls have already alerted each other by now. What new strategy would Alan come up with? Well, I guess it's time to use a little power. He immediately thought of Luan and the protection squad. The one whose power I borrow must be someone with more authority than me. Someone who can use that power freely and is trusted by all. Yes, it has to be that person. Unable to wait another moment, Alan used his true power. First, I need to clear a path, activate skill. And just like that, he summoned a horde of creatures that looked no different from zombies. It seems I have a job for you, he said. My undead soldiers. Alan carefully instructed them, making sure they wouldn't frighten anyone. But I think you all should put on your helmets and cover your faces first. The undead soldiers were just standing there posing, as if they thought they were incredibly handsome. He was getting a headache from having to deal with so many enemies at once. Initially, I planned to handle this with as little commotion as possible. But those damn vampires just had to start trouble. And on top of that, the first prince completely misunderstands my intentions. Once they put on their armor, they're indistinguishable from regular soldiers. Alan decided to turn the doorknob. So, he repeated his demand one more time. Now, we're going to the first prince's room. The servants and soldiers in front of the prince's room were thrown into chaos. Wait, please stop. What are these soldiers? It was unclear what his purpose was in making the undead soldiers spout such nonsense. He was just trying to stir up some drama. Treason, a soldier yelled upon seeing Alan approach with his troops. The seventh prince is staging a rebellion. He commanded them, "Don't be reckless, don't kill anyone, just clear a path for me." On the other side, the royal guards were in a total panic. We need reinforcements. Get more soldiers in here, now. Both sides drew their swords, on the verge of a civil war. He's trying to get into the first prince's room. The fake soldiers and the real ones couldn't distinguish friend from foe. It seems my goal was to throw the scene into chaos. Nice. Well done. They grew anxious watching Alan's sneaky movements. No, he's about to get into the first prince's room. We have to stop him. Before the royal physician could even brace himself, he flung the door wide open. What's going on? Your Highness, the seventh prince. They tried to explain, but it was useless. Please, stop what you're doing. We're in the middle of treating him. Alan had already thought this through and decided to take this risky path. Block the door. Don't let anyone else in. The royal physician begged him. Please don't do this, Your Highness. Not wanting to hear any more, he slammed the door shut. The shouting outside made Alan fall silent. Your Highness. Your Highness. The prince was awakened by the noise. What in the world are you doing? Alan turned to him, his voice filled with reproach. I didn't want to do this either. You shouldn't have ruined my plans last time. Alan finally decided to tell him the truth. Now, the vampire hunt is completely ruined. Hearing this, the prince began to understand. Are you talking about what happened with Count Fomo? Alan was surprised. You knew about that. The prince was incredibly perceptive, able to grasp the situation in an instant. No, but from the look on your face, I knew something had happened. He explained calmly, his tone completely different from his earlier anger. But you were wrong. The priests have already confirmed that he wasn't a vampire. Alan refused to believe it. Unless you saw it for yourself, are you certain you investigated it thoroughly? The prince was shocked by his reasoning. They are demons in human skin, so it's incredibly difficult to tell who is human and who is a demon. If you don't channel holy power directly into their heads, don't you think it would be difficult for ordinary priests to identify them? Alan stated confidently. But there's no point in just talking. While we're standing here talking so casually, vampires have already swarmed the entire royal palace. The prince erupted in fury. Brother, why didn't you tell me he was a vampire? Alan had his own reservations. If I had told you, would you even have believed me? His hands were trembling violently, but he still managed to clutch the corner of his blanket. The prince accused him of wasting time and causing this whole misunderstanding. If you had just told the truth from the start, we would have believed you. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. The truth, Alan was exhausted from living under the constant rules and suspicion of the royal family. If you want the truth, it's that I want nothing more to do with this messed up family or those vampires. He materialized a monster's head, but it looks like I can't just walk away anymore. Alan quickly put it on, startling the prince so much that he struggled to sit up. The first thing he reached for was his familiar weapon. Now you will repay me for my troubles. Alan's attack flew forward at the speed of light. It was unclear if the prince could dodge it in time. Repay me with your life. Just then, Raphael received a report from a soldier and came rushing over. What is all this commotion about? The soldier answered truthfully. The seventh prince has led his troops and seized the first prince's room. He was at his wit's end with this situation. I was only gone for a minute, and you people couldn't even handle the simple task of stopping him. Before him, the soldiers were still fighting. A pathetic bunch. Raphael gripped his magic staff tightly. His entire party could have blown these undead soldiers away. Couldn't they do better than one old man? Raphael never thought he'd be shocked speechless like this. You... He couldn't comprehend what was happening.
A corpse? Right. Now. Raphael had to be cautious and stop speaking so carelessly.
Are the 7th Prince's soldiers all corpses? Did he manage to trick a necromancer this time? The lingering traces of power caught his attention. These things. They possess a pure holy power, just like other knights. Raphael felt a headache coming on from having to constantly deal with these bizarre situations. These creatures exist outside the laws of this world. Even magic shouldn't be able to create them. What in the world has the 7th Prince done? He had no choice but to order all his soldiers to be on high alert, to control the hallways, letting no one in or out. Raphael had already formulated a plan in his mind. I must save the first prince first. Then I'll worry about exposing them. The undead soldiers were suddenly attacked head-on by him. They panicked, but could do nothing more than endure the assault. Raphael detected an unusual aura coming from the door. I have to find the one who summoned them. It was as if the soldiers outside were no longer of any use to him. He couldn't understand what was happening. Someone spoke up to explain. The soldiers are falling, but he can hardly rest easy. What do you mean? The prince's door was already open. Raphael didn't dare to step inside, because he saw Alan seemingly assassinating the prince. He was like a different person, his actions incredibly strange. I'll just consider my efforts repaid with your life. Blood splattered everywhere around his brother. It was unclear what Alan's intentions were. Now, come back to life. Luan Alphonse lay on the sickbed, his body covered in bandages, his mind racing. Thinking back now, there were so many strange things surrounding him. Count Pomo only ever reported Alan's misdeeds to me while I was on my sickbed. He recalled every word Count Pomo and the others had said before. They said Alan constantly talked about his low status, just like his mother, and that Alan constantly insulted our mother. Luan Alphonse was filled with regret. I should have known he was provoking me when he immediately came to report what happened at the banquet hall. But the reason I didn't suspect him was because he'd been by my side since I was a child. And he was the only one who comforted me when I lost my mother. I had no idea he was a vampire. I was so stupid. The memory of the blue light emanating from Alan reappeared in his mind. The image of Alan transforming into a vampire, weapon in hand, rushing towards him, made Luan Alphonse feel even more disturbed and tormented. That's why, if Alan had chosen to kill me, it would have been understandable. Suddenly, a white figure emerged from Luan Alphonse. The figure, which seemed to be the Grand Prince's soul, embraced Alan and whispered, "Please." Alan gripped the staff in his hand, mustering all his strength. A massive surge of power erupted around him. He cried out, "I am the Legion and the heir of Gear." As soon as he finished, the white shadow of Luan Alphonse instantly vanished. Before disappearing, the shadow's expression seemed somewhat astonished by that boundless, dazzling power. Immediately, Luan Alphonse, who was unconscious on the bed, let out a piercing scream as the bandages all over his body burst open. He shot upright, his head hanging low. Hearing the noise, Archbishop Raphael Astoria burst in with a few soldiers, now conscious. Luan Alphonse looked at his body, taking everything in. My body doesn't hurt anymore. It's so much easier to breathe now. Alan stood up, drenched in sweat, and glanced at the Grand Prince. Alan asked softly, "How does it feel to have a new life?" He looked at his own hands in astonishment. "I have skin again." Immediately after, he ripped off the cloth strips wrapped around his body, still unable to believe this reality. "My muscles and bones, they're fine too. The curse that has tormented me for so long. Is it gone?" Overcome with emotion, Luan Alphonse leaped to his feet, completely naked, and shouted, "It's a miracle!" Alan squeezed his eyes shut in horror at the sight of his brother, naked as the day he was born. He spoke up. "I used a lot of power to resurrect you. I'll explain later, so please find Haman and bring him here for me." As the Grand Prince was getting dressed, Alan sat wearily on the bed, lost in thought. "I also want you to finish what I've started," Luan asked. "What is it?" Alan replied. "Actually, it's very easy for you." Hearing this, Luan Alphonse thought to himself, "This little bastard isn't cute at all. All right, I'll do what he's been doing." He stood up, walking with determination. As perfectly as possible. Outside the door, a soldier was blocking someone from leaving. "We cannot let him out." The Marchioness was furious. The person being blocked was Hondan, and he was angry. "I already told you." Luan Alphonse walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, "This fellow only listens to my orders." Hearing the voice from behind him, Hamondian turned around. "Excuse me, who are you?" His expression immediately changed as he stammered. "You are—" When he got a clear look at his face, he shouted, "The Grand Prince," Hamondian exclaimed in wonder. "The curse, has it been broken?" The soldier at the door also bowed respectfully. Grand Prince!
Seeing their frantic expressions, Luan Alphonse stopped them. I will explain in detail later. For now, can you show me the list? Hearing this, Han Dian was still a bit confused and hesitant.
Sensing his worry, the prince continued. Alan personally asked for my help, so you don't need to worry, he added, to be more persuasive. The miracle that happened to my body is proof enough. He and the white-haired girl in the red dress standing beside him were silent for a moment. A moment later, Han Dian decided to hand it over. This is the list of vampires. Luan Alphonse was quite surprised when he saw it. My God, there are this many, he exclaimed. Yes, Your Highness. There are even nobles from other countries. I don't have much power, so I could only keep them in check. Diane felt guilty, as if he hadn't properly fulfilled his duty. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Luan Alphonse just gently patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. You did a great job. He felt that it was more than enough. Thanks to you, hunting these bugs will be much easier. Luan Alphonse was incredibly excited. It's been a long time since I've used my power. A moment later, a powerful army appeared before him. They shouted in unison. We are under the command of Crown Prince Luan Alphonse. Every one of them was clad in crimson and radiating immense bloodlust. The Heresy Investigation Squad and the Red Cross Squad had been summoned. They were, indeed, the Heresy Investigation Squad and the Red Cross Squad. They were soldiers trained to detect heretics, and only the Crown Prince could summon them. And they only obeyed the Crown Prince's orders. They were one of the top 5 strongest armies in the Holy Kingdom.
Luan Alphonse held the list of vampires in his hand and spoke. Thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. It's been a while since you've gone hunting, hasn't it?
He held the paper out in front of them. This is a list of the bastards who have defiled our Holy Kingdom. They even murdered my mother. Luan Alphonse then slowly laid out their punishment, which was utterly barbaric.
Rip open their chests, take out their hearts, and inspect them.
He escalated the punishment further. Shatter their skulls and see if there's any magic left in their brains. Luan Alphonse spoke these words without a change in his expression. Make them suffer horrific and endless pain, so they realize just how meaningless their fraudulent lives are. He crumpled the paper in his fist, his expression resolute as he gave the order. This is a vampire hunt. Immediately, the Heresy Investigation Squad and the Red Cross Squad carried out the order and attacked. Their targets were instantly thrown into chaos.
What the hell is this who dares attack the knights of my family? One of them shouted in anger.
Do you think you won't be punished for this? As soon as the words left his mouth, his head was in the hands of one of the hunters.
Gripping the head, they called out, a small trace of magic under his skin? The leader of the hunting squad immediately gave an order.
It has been verified that those on this list are vampires. The men standing there stammered in fear. The hunting squad declared coldly and decisively, kill them all! The screams continued endlessly as fresh blood splattered everywhere. A hunter held a weapon in one hand and the man's head in the other as he begged in terror. Stop, please, stop, but you all must die. They fled in chaos, screaming loudly. I'm really human. How did they know? The orders continued to ring out. Capture all the bastards who escaped the castle. Luan Alphonse stood there calmly, observing the situation without moving a muscle. Dian stood there watching the bloody scene, thinking to himself, they don't care about anything except killing and capturing those on the list. They're truly on a hunt. He turned to Luan Alphonse, worried. Your Highness, we can't find Count Bomo anywhere. We must find and capture him immediately. Luan Alphonse replied very calmly, you don't need to worry about him. He smiled, but it was a little terrifying. He's been summoned to a place far more dangerous than this. He glanced at the body parts scattered on the floor and added, they've surely realized there's something very wrong with him. An angry voice rang out. Why don't you answer me, Count Bomo? It was the furious voice of the Holy Emperor. He stared intently at Bomo and pressed, answer me. He tried to maintain his composure by gripping the arm of his chair tightly as he asked, are you? Count Bomo stood there cowering, his whole body trembling as he heard the Holy Emperor's final question. Seneca Alphonse finished the sentence with a terrifying tone. A vampire. Count Bomo trembled all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. What in the world is happening? He thought to himself. When I heard the Holy Emperor was going to personally question me about the disrespectful act his grandson committed, I had planned to just politely deny everything. Seeing the fury of the Holy Emperor, Seneca Alphonse, he became a little frightened. But now, the Holy Emperor was absolutely livid, the veins on his hands bulging. He continued to ask, what's wrong? Did I strike a nerve? Seneca Alphonse stood up. Forgive my improper attitude, but if you truly are human, I will apologize to you later. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his entire body. The Holy Emperor threatened the Count. But if you are a vampire, I cannot allow you to leave this place. Pomo hurriedly tried to clear his name. Your Majesty, do you not believe in God? The priests have already confirmed that I am human. The Holy Emperor continued. I am doing this precisely because I do not trust those priests, Centric Alphonse added. Count, I hope you will prove yourself so that I can trust you. Count Pomoon stammered nervously. Your Majesty, At this moment, he was extremely anxious, not knowing how to respond, because he could feel the terrifying presence radiating from the Holy Emperor. The Count thought to himself, I can hear those sounds, the sounds of death echoing from every corner of the palace.
Pomo recalled the appearance of that team of heretic hunters, and even now, he was covered in a cold sweat.
They even hunted down those who had escaped the palace. The more he remembered, the angrier he became. Everything should have gone smoothly after I threw the 7th prince in prison. But what is all this? Remembering the moment each head fell, Count Pomo was furious. How on earth did vampires, who were once the hunters, become the prey like this? His face was contorted, outwardly revealing the deep anxiety within. I need to get out of here as fast as I can.
Count Pomo hastily tried to find a way to deal with the situation, thinking while watching the Holy Emperor's expression. But the Holy Emperor was keeping him here.
After a long moment without a response from the Count, Holy Emperor Centric Alphonse gradually lost his patience. Count, look at me. Count Pomo. He pointed at the Count and repeated, You are clearly younger than me, so how are your ears worse than mine? But it seemed he wasn't paying much attention to the Holy Emperor's words, as he was too busy trying to find an escape for himself. His mind racing, looking around. There are no weapons here, and no holy knights either. Are there? Count Pomo's eyes darted around the room before he glanced at the Holy Emperor, a scheme brewing within him. I know he's the hero who killed the Necromancer King Aeon, but now he's just an old man who doesn't know how much longer he has to live. Count Pomo's gaze gradually became more menacing. He seemed more confident than before, thinking that unlike them, who have eternal life, the Emperor was just a living creature who would die after a short time. As he thought up a plan in his head, he smirked smugly. Perhaps to me, someone who has nearly reached the level to become a master. I could see Pomoon's strange behavior. The Holy Emperor spoke up, puzzled. Why are you laughing? Do my words sound that amusing to you? He didn't answer, but instead laughed even louder. Suddenly, the Count shouted, You damn Holy Emperor! You're nothing but a goddamn old man! The Holy Emperor was stunned. Why are you suddenly speaking so rudely? Pomo no longer hid his identity and retorted bluntly, You ask if I'm a vampire. That's right. He bit his own arm, causing fresh blood to spurt out as he spoke. That's why my blood flows like a river, creating a large pool on the ground. The arm from before had vanished. Count Pomo taunted him smugly. There's no need to be polite to a damn old man like you. He had transformed into the true form of a vampire and joyfully cried out, I am the predator who will hunt and devour people like you. Confident that he would win, he swung his giant hand towards the Holy Emperor with a sneer. I will devour that body of yours, a historical relic, and then the remaining master vampires will acknowledge me. The Count's hand was closing in on the Holy Emperor, but strangely, his expression didn't change at all. The Holy Emperor merely glanced at the hand with a look of slight contempt. He had now clenched his giant hand, intending to crush the Holy Emperor. Seeing no reaction, Pomo exclaimed gleefully, I knew it! You're helpless now, old man. Suddenly, Pomo's hand began to tremble violently. He looked up at the ceiling, then back down at his hand to see where the sound was coming from. It turned out the Emperor was still standing leisurely inside Pomo's hand, completely unharmed. He shot a cold, sharp gaze at him, leaving the Count stunned. He effortlessly tore the Count's hand apart and stepped out. The Holy Emperor charged towards his enemy, sending the Count flying to the floor with a single punch, and spoke triumphantly. You're not even a master vampire yet, so where did you get the confidence to think you could defeat me? Looking at Pomo's motionless form amidst the rubble, the Holy Emperor added, I even killed the Necromancer King Aeon and tore out his skull. So what do you think an insect like you is to me, Count? Pomo, he just lay there, silent and unmoving after the punch from the Holy Emperor. He looked at his arm, rolled up his sleeve, and declared firmly, I am the Holy Emperor, Centric Alphonse. Immediately, he slammed Pomo's head to the floor to end his life. But the man still managed to cry out, Wait! Centric Alphonse paid him no mind. The sound of cracking bones echoed. In just a few seconds, Count Pomo's head was resting neatly in the Holy Emperor's hand. He stared at it intently and remarked, It seems you're stronger than the rest, aren't you? To have your head ripped off and still be alive. he added calmly.
All right, don't you die on me. I need to find out the truth behind this incident. The Holy Emperor looked at the Count and affirmed, just you wait.
Then, Centric Alphonse coldly uttered even more chilling words. I will make you wish you were dead. A voice echoed from somewhere. The palace is in such an uproar.
A woman with red-painted nails spoke as she gently stroked a flower petal.
The 7th prince broke out of prison and suddenly went off to hunt vampires. A servant and the 3rd prince, Joven Fen Alphonse, stood by silently. That fearsome voice rang out again. You're the one who let him out, aren't you? At this, Jaffin stammered. I didn't mean to. Immediately, a vial was thrown, hitting him square in the head. It looked incredibly painful. A woman in a red dress shouted angrily, I told you to stay put. The woman was none other than Jose Dorina, the 45-year-old crown princess. She was absolutely furious, screaming. I told you not to do anything that would make the Holy Emperor hate you. She immediately lunged forward, ignoring Jaffin's bleeding wound, and grabbed him by the collar, screaming, You've ruined everything. You bastard, you've ruined every good thing I've done for you. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Rose Dorina's tone changed completely. She hugged him tightly, crying. I'm so sorry, my son. Are you hurt anywhere? I love you so much, Jaffin, my son. She continued her pathetic display. Everything I'm doing is so that you can become the next Holy Emperor.
Only then will the Crown Prince finally look at me. Not that lowly commoner from Iria. It has to be me. Rose Dorina continued to press Jaffin.
My beloved firstborn son, you understand your mother, don't you? He didn't answer. A moment later, he stammered, Of course, mother. Then, Jaffin Alphonse declared with a determined voice, I will absolutely become the next Holy Emperor. 3 weeks later, at the court of the Holy Nation, the matter had been resolved.
On the day the hunt began, more than half of those on the list were killed, and the remaining vampires were executed in the public square.
The people of the Holy Empire could now rest easy, and any vampires still in hiding would have to be on their guard. A few of the vampires were secretly... A priest's voice was heard.
I never thought we'd have the chance to capture so many vampires at once. Medicine, magic, and alchemy.
Such a large number of them will be a great boon for research in those fields. It turned out that a few vampires had been secretly taken to serve as test subjects for countless experiments. Thanks to their infinite regenerative abilities, news of the incident in the capital of the Holy Nation spread throughout the continent. Most importantly, the appearance of someone capable of detecting vampires sent shockwaves through the nation, and all attention was focused on the 7th prince. Alan, and it was the Archbishop's voice that rang out. Order in the court! The shout of Archbishop Raphael Astoria echoed.
We will now begin the interrogation of the 7th prince, Alan Alphonse. Alan stood there, stunned, completely confused about what was going on.
Standing in the middle of the hall, he raised his hand and asked, excuse me, but why am I being interrogated? Raphael Astoria coughed a few times and replied, 7th prince, you led soldiers and caused a disturbance in the palace. You have violated the laws of the Holy Empire, he added. Alan listened and thought to himself, maybe I should lock this guy up with the vampires. His gaze turned sharp and cold. That's not a very funny joke. The Holy Emperor, sitting on his throne, looked just as confused. Raphael, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. He looked impatient, resting his chin on his hand and staring intently. Which law of the Holy Empire did the 7th prince violate, exactly? The Archbishop continued. He mobilized troops on his own authority, Raphael Astoria concluded. Therefore, his crime is treason. Suddenly, another voice cut in. In a state of emergency, all descendants of the Crown Prince have the right to command their troops. It was the 1st prince, Luan Alphonse, who was defending Alan. Therefore, what Alan did was not wrong in the slightest. He stood to the side, looking at the Archbishop and turning the question back on him. Furthermore, neither I, who was directly involved in this incident, nor the Holy Emperor have any objections to his actions. So, what is the problem? Alan listened quietly and thought to himself. Blood really is thicker than water, huh? He looked at the Holy Emperor and the 1st prince, thinking, with those two on my side, I can feel a little more at ease. Luan Anpan smiled and continued. If there's a problem, we'll just call the heresy investigation team here and let them find out what his real intentions are.
Holy Emperor Centric Alphonse agreed with a satisfied look on his face.
That's right, let's do that. We'll find out if he's really planning a rebellion, or if you just never trusted Alan to begin with. He continued to press the Archbishop. Am I not right? The Archbishop, Raphael Astoria, could be seen trembling all over. Suddenly, he gripped his staff tightly and shouted, Please, stop this! Raphael Astoria was furious at the two of them for beating around the bush. He spoke up. I know you're just going through the motions. After this interrogation, you'll surely praise him for wiping out the vampires and reward him for successfully curing the crown prince. At this point, the archbishop seemed to be boiling with rage, causing a huge scene. How could you make a mockery of an archbishop like this? In contrast, Alan stood aside, enjoying the show. Yeah, now this is fun, he thought to himself. That's right. After the interrogation comes the award ceremony. Looking at the archbishop, Alan wondered. How on earth do you put up with this royal family, archbishop?
Over on the other side, Raphael Astoria's face went pale as he clutched the back of his neck and cried out. My blood pressure. Alan continued his silent mockery.
Nice of you to gather all of us here so early in the morning. The Holy Emperor then ordered, All right, let's move on to the award ceremony. Hearing this, Alan put on a joyful expression. Archbishop Raphael Astoria could only helplessly comply. In that case, I will now summarize this morning's interrogation. Just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly began to tremble strangely. Seeing this, the person standing next to him asked, Archbishop, are you all right? Raphael Astoria quietly glanced over at Alan. Immediately after, the archbishop spoke up. Before we conclude this morning's interrogation, I have a question for the seventh prince. Alan was shocked. He's addressing me respectfully as prince. Alan's expression changed when he heard the archbishop's next question. Have you had any involvement with necromancy, your highness? He remained motionless, listening to Archbishop Raphael Astoria's inquiry. Have you had any dealings with necromancy? At that moment, he thought to himself, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Alan recalled the scene from that day, thinking everything had gone smoothly, but he never expected the archbishop to find out. Of all the people who didn't know, how did the archbishop find out about the holy undead? But then, he realized why, thinking to himself, the archbishop's knowledge of magic is vast, so of course, he'd be curious about creatures like that.
And I'm sure someone has already reported it to the Holy Emperor and the Crown Prince.
Knowing this, Alan glanced at the Holy Emperor and the Crown Prince, thinking, but this time, I bet they'll keep quiet about it. Suddenly, he coughed a few times to break the silence. Alan then spoke up, completely denying the archbishop's accusation. That's impossible, isn't it? But despite that, Raphael Astoria, with a determined expression, insisted that someone had seen it. Hearing that, Alan played dumb and pressed on. Who did any of the priests present here see anything? Everyone there shook their heads. Raphael Astoria was extremely annoyed by this reaction. Stop playing games, he presented the evidence he had. That day, in the hall, there was a medical team and holy knights. Raphael Astoria recounted the event with certainty. I am sure that I bound their feet so they could not escape.
But someone confirmed to us that a moment later, they simply vanished. The person they followed was none other than the seventh prince, Alan Anphones. With such clear evidence, do you still intend to deny it?
Alan began his explanation. That day, the palace was teeming with vampires. He was unusually calm, without a hint of worry. So, it's possible they used some kind of trick to deceive the medical team and the holy knights and escape. This left the archbishop even more speechless with rage. Raphael Astoria gripped his staff and shouted, Whatever trick it was, it might have worked on those knights, but it wouldn't fool an archbishop like me. Alan knew this was true. Yeah, he's right about that. He remained as composed as ever, confident that victory was his today. But we're talking about holy undead here. The priests who haven't seen it with their own eyes won't believe a word he says. Alan thought silently, so I can still get them to believe me right now. If only I could sweet-talk the archbishop somehow. Right after that, Alan changed his tactic and asked Raphael Astoria, Are you really that curious to know? He stammered, drawing out his words to build suspense. Should I tell you the truth? The archbishop was stunned for a few seconds by this strange act, but he quickly returned to the original question. Are you admitting to what I said? Alan silently lowered his head, then looked up with a cheerful expression and replied, No. Hearing that, Archbishop Raphael Astoria was speechless, his anger reaching its peak. The meeting was over. Alan walked outside, sighing as he went. Man, it's cold. Outside the gate, a white-haired girl was waiting for him, holding a coat. You've worked hard, Your Highness. The girl was Solot. She asked with concern as she stepped forward to place the coat over his shoulders. How is your health? Solot looked at his face and added, You've been bedridden for the past 3 weeks. You must be exhausted after being summoned so suddenly. Alan adjusted his clothes and replied, I'm fine, just a little sleepy. Suddenly, he thought to himself, after using Aemon's skull, I had to rest in bed for 3 whole weeks. Alan recalled that moment, thinking, I had no idea the penalty for resurrecting the dead was so severe. Oh well, After all, I knew it wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, a soldier walked towards the two of them. Your Highness? Alan replied. Perfect timing. He immediately gave the man a task. I have a favor to ask of you. The soldier was Han Dan, who exclaimed in surprise. You do? He stepped closer and asked. What is it, Your Highness? Alan replied. My shovel is broken to pieces. He asked him for a favor. Since it's getting dark, could you please find me a new shovel? Han Dan was puzzled. Will you continue to use a shovel in the future, Your Highness? He was a bit confused by Alan's actions and offered his opinion. Why don't you try learning swordsmanship? Alan froze. Hey, what does a priest need a sword for? He pressed on. Then does it make sense for a priest to carry a shovel? Alan, getting frustrated, yelled, You talk too much. My hands are used to holding a shovel because all this time, I've only used it for digging. It's not like I wanted to. Understanding the situation, Han Dan proposed a new solution for Alan. Why don't you try making a new one? Alan wondered. You mean a new weapon? He continued to explain it to him more clearly. Yes, in the northwest region, there's a place full of iron ore and magic stones. As he spoke, Han Dan recalled an old story about the Huda territory. That land is under the control of the Empress. It was originally called the Armory of the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire signed a contract with the dwarves to produce all sorts of items. He went on to tell Alan about the other valuable benefits of the place. If you go there, you won't just be able to forge ordinary weapons, you can even forge magical ones. Hearing this, Alan grew curious and asked, Then I suppose I could even craft a musket, right? Then he turned to Charlotte and said, I think that's a great idea. When you have some time off, let's go there together. Suddenly, Han Dan cut in, interrupting what he was saying to the white-haired girl. Actually, I came here because I have something to discuss with Charlotte. Hearing this, the two of them froze for a moment. Charlotte was surprised. With me, not the seventh prince, he replied with a hesitant and worried tone. That's right. This might be a bit sudden, but, he continued, informing Charlotte, the Holy Emperor is looking for you. She was utterly shocked. What? A voice echoed through the magnificent palace. Do you think what Raphael said is true? About the undead leader? The Holy Emperor asked, sitting majestically on his throne. Luan answered him. I believe so, Your Majesty. Alan even saved my life once. He looked at his own hand with a serious expression. The other priests all doubted Raphael's words. Their reaction made everyone fall silent at that moment. But I, for one, believe Raphael, Luan expressed, staring at the palm of his hand. Hearing this, the Holy Emperor grew pensive and skeptical. I can't be sure of anything right now. Did someone break the rules? Or is Alan the one who's hiding something? Luan immediately asked. Why wouldn't he tell me the truth? The Holy Emperor said nonchalantly. Because he doesn't trust you? The scene then showed countless undead monsters attacking ferociously. The Emperor continued. After exiling him, you abandoned him, and you even pretended not to know him when he was threatened by assassins. Of course he can't trust you. Luan stood silently, listening to his analysis without saying a word. Just then, someone from outside entered and announced, Your Majesty, a letter from the Empress. The Holy Emperor immediately gave permission to enter. A guard presented him with a letter. After reading its contents, the Holy Emperor said coldly, I've dealt with all the flies. Only the beasts are left. Hearing this, Luan asked curiously, Beasts, did Your Majesty send knights? These figures in black cloaks were the ones the Holy Emperor Sentis had sent. He answered bluntly, Yes, I sent the Green Cross to the Huda territory. The group he dispatched ran into trouble in the forest, but it seems the enemy is very cunning. Their base is deep in the forest, so the Green Cross forces can't do anything. At this point, the Holy Emperor let out a sigh. The news of the vampire hunt has spread throughout the country, and it's only making the beasts more agitated. Putting that headache aside, he asked, Is there anything else? An attendant replied. Lord Hammond, Lord Green, and Lady Charlotte are here, Your Majesty. He quickly put the letter away. Ah, I summoned them. Let them in. Very quickly, the three of them entered and bowed in audience with His Majesty. As soon as he saw the three of them, the Holy Emperor spoke with a cheerful and welcoming voice. I am pleased to see you all. The reason I have summoned you is to reward you for protecting the North. Green looked up, stunned, and hesitantly asked, A reward? The Holy Emperor looked at him and asked, You must be Green. Correct, I've heard you are always by Alan's side, so I wish to grant you a worthy reward. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Luan. Luan held a tied scroll in his hand and presented it. Next, he unrolled the paper inside and read aloud in a clear voice. From this day forth, I shall bestow upon you a title. The Holy Emperor began the conferment. The current head of the Harris family, Rin Harris. Hearing this, Ren was astonished.
Who, Harris? He stood there listening to the recitation of his deeds, his eyes glazing over. Not only did you protect the northern domain, you were also the only noble to aid my grandson, Alan.
Therefore, I shall make you a marquis. The more Green heard, the more he sweated. His face turned pale, and his eyes froze, unable to speak a word. Next, it was Lady Charlotte's turn. To your daughter, Charlotte Harris, I grant the title of Holy Knight. You will serve under the army that I command directly, the Golden Cross. However, he added, of course, if you still wish to remain in hiding, I will not force you.
After reading, he quickly rolled the paper back up. Looking into Charlotte's eyes, the Holy Emperor voiced his guess.
But it seems you have already made your decision. Towards Charlotte, the Holy Emperor showed a softer side. I will use my name to support you and have the best swordmaster instruct you. Hearing this, she immediately replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. She placed her fist over her chest and said with a determined voice, I swear to always be loyal to the 7th Prince. Charlotte's vow was acknowledged by the Holy Emperor. He looked at her kindly. I am deeply moved by your loyalty. After that, he turned back to the other two and granted them a few more favors. Haman, you are truly a talent. I have granted a subsidy to your domain. Feel free to use it. Hamon also bowed his head to receive the grace. Thank you, Your Majesty. As for Charlotte, after bestowing the reward, the Holy Emperor handed her the paper he had written. She received it in a daze. Taking it in her hands, she felt as if she had gained another layer of protection. May Gaia and the Holy Nation bless you all. Once their business was concluded, the grand palace doors slowly closed. With the Holy Emperor no longer present, Hamon turned to share his joy with Green. Your loyalty has finally been recognized. He was still in a daze, unable to pull himself together. What just happened? Suddenly, Green's face turned beet red, and he screamed in panic, as if he couldn't accept the current reality. He kept muttering. What did he say? Hamon, standing beside Marcus Harris, could only look at him helplessly. What do you mean Harris is your family name? The document you showed me last time. He remembered picking up the document and reading it, then exclaiming that he'd found it on the floor.
Hamon was still confused, not understanding what he was saying, so Green explained everything in detail. I told you I just picked it up. While I was disposing of a body on the Lonia continent, it looked valuable, so I picked it up. At that time, there was a huge bear with blood-red eyes and sharp teeth.
Hamon asked urgently. What about the monsters you hunted? Green reacted strongly. Of course that was a lie. And this was the monster he supposedly hunted. A result of his old age. After hearing this shocking truth, Hamon was also stunned into silence. Green was still pulling his hair out in a panic. I can't believe the story I made up while drunk turned out like this. Charlotte also confirmed. If it's about the hunt, that was the 7th Prince's doing. I'm just a commoner. How did I become a noble? He was still panicking, wondering how to get out of this mess after telling such a massive lie. This is so wrong. The scene changes to the Holy Emperor. He spoke in a low voice. So it was Hamon's carelessness. The Holy Emperor had now heard the truth. He didn't investigate beforehand and mistook a commoner for a noble. Therefore, that kid's promotion will be postponed for a while. Luan, walking beside him, added, He's just too naive. He is as pure as his faith. The Holy Emperor stared blankly into the distance. But keeping someone as careless as that kid by his side? I wonder if Alan is intentionally torturing himself. Luan probed the Emperor's thoughts. Your Majesty, do you really think he has amnesia? The Holy Emperor believed. At the very least, the fact that the boy didn't recognize me in the royal garden is true. Contrary to the Holy Emperor's opinion, Luan offered his own perspective. I, however, do not think so. He analyzed the situation as he briskly walked behind the Emperor. He came from the land of the dead, not just anywhere, and he even hunts vampires. This isn't a place where one can just stumble upon something by chance. There must be a reason he brought them with him. A brilliant golden symbol stood out. The Holy Emperor didn't hide his intentions. That's why I need the Harris family. The two walked down a long corridor. Luan spoke up, seeming to want to stop His Majesty's plan. But there are no survivors from the Harris clan. I would know best, as I fought alongside them. The Holy Emperor's voice became deep and steady again. But that child named Charlotte isn't bad either. Luan glanced sideways at him. Are you referring to the girl from before? The Holy Emperor remained expressionless, but he seemed incredibly impressed when mentioning Slot. I hear that girl is quite talented. I can't trust that green fellow, But I believe this child, Slot, has even more potential to grow. He placed his faith in Slot. If we use the name of the Harris family to strengthen her influence, just like with you and Alan, I'm certain she will make the Holy Nation even more powerful.
Luan followed silently, listening to the Holy Emperor's proud words about the Holy Nation's power continuing to grow stronger.
He spoke up in response, his words carrying a probing tone. I thought you disliked commoners, Your Majesty.
The Holy Emperor instructed Luan, don't let those nobles find out. People should only know that the girl is of a count's lineage.
He suddenly glanced at Luan and brought up the past. I know. I failed to recognize your mother's true worth. He recounted this while standing before a royal family portrait. Behind them, the back of a long-haired young woman could be seen, facing the painting. Your mother was the only one who shed tears when the crown prince disappeared. Luan's face was also expressionless. He glanced at the Holy Emperor and replied with a single phrase, Yes, Your Majesty. The two of them stood together, gazing into the distance outside the window. It seems talking about family is just so painful. I should have taken better care of my diligent daughter-in-law. He then changed the subject. Aslan's movements in the south have been highly unusual lately. It's a sign that war is coming. Hearing this, Luan's expression also turned grave. If the Huda territory doesn't have enough weapons, we'll be in big trouble. The Holy Emperor spoke his mind, which was also an order for Luan. I need people who can fight back against those demons. They'll need powerful holy abilities as well. He stood behind his father, the king. Yes, Your Majesty. We need those with enough courage to face those monsters. At that moment, both men were lost in their own thoughts, their profound gazes fixed on the view outside the window.
The golden sunset descended, blanketing a rural village. Inside a restaurant, people were chatting cheerfully and boisterously with one another.
It's all thanks to the Holy Emperor that this village is full of life again. Someone else chimed in. You're underestimating the 7th Prince's contribution. I heard he's very different now, like he was reborn as a completely different person. The clinking of glasses echoed, mingling with the sound of everyone's chatter. My friend in Lanya told me. My God, did he really save the entire territory? He's a true priest, a toast to our priest. The golden afternoon light streamed into the palace through the window. The Holy Emperor and Luan stood together in silence, looking out at the sunset. The Holy Emperor, a tall figure, turned to face Luan directly. He handed him a letter and instructed him to take it to Huda. In front of a wall of bookshelves filled with neatly arranged books, Alan was engrossed in his reading when a voice suddenly spoke, startling him and making him look up. My dear little brother has been away from home for a long time. On the roof, 3 head-like statues were mounted. It's been 3 weeks since the vampire hunt. That was also the period when I was unconscious. But now, I'm in the library instead of lazing around in bed. And as Alan read, his mind was a mess of thoughts. So many people are looking for me. Back when he was still in bed, a crowd of people had been trying to force their way in to see him. Sir, do you remember me? I am Baronmore Prince. Is it true that you used resurrection magic?
Alan held the book, lost in thought. It seemed the Holy Emperor had ordered everyone to keep quiet. But for some reason, the rumors continued to spread.
In the village, they call me a priest. He gave off an aura, and all the villagers would put their hands together to show him respect. Alan leaned helplessly against the bookshelf. I want to go back to the locked-down monastery. Just then, someone entered. The person called out, Sir? Reacting just as he had before, Alan angrily shouted, I already said I'm not answering any more questions. Haman spoke up timidly. It's just me, Prince. I'm only here to escort the first prince.
Luan chuckled, raising a hand to take the blame. I'm the one who asked him to come.
To hide his embarrassment, Alan pretended to cover his mouth with his hand. Sorry, it was a small misunderstanding. Seeing this, Luan asked him, It seems you're exhausted from all the visitors, huh? Hammond agreed. That's right. He changed the subject, turning to tease Luan. But it looks like you've been living it up lately. His brother was surrounded by women. Hearing that, he burst out laughing. Ha ha, and I have you to thank for that. Luan, smiling widely, informed his little brother. Sorry, I know you're tired, but I came to tell you that you have to participate as well. Hearing this, Alan reacted strongly. What, you should have refused on my behalf? I helped you, after all. Luan looked at Alan seriously. I don't know if you're joking or just pretending not to know. It's almost the anniversary of our mother's death, Alan. He fell silent as Luan spoke. At this point, Alan could no longer avoid it, as his brother stated firmly that, of course, he would have to participate this year too. After giving his instructions, Luan also took the opportunity to remind his younger brother. And remember to take some time to travel and rest, Alan asked, puzzled. Travel, his brother asked sympathetically. Isn't life in the palace difficult? At this point, Luan finally got to the main reason for their meeting. He placed a letter in front of Alan. Look, it's really just about delivering a letter. The outside of the envelope says, to Hulda. He carefully instructed, go to the Hulda territory where our sister is living and give this letter to her. Seeing the letter, Alan thought to himself that he was also interested in that place. But still, Alan asked in disbelief. Do I really have to go? Luan replied. No, but I made up an excuse to help you get out of the palace. Luan had already planned it all out for him, explaining that the Hulda territory was preparing to enter its hunting season. You don't have to maintain your princely image there. You can make weapons and wander around. Make sure you really enjoy your vacation before coming back, he added enthusiastically. There are pretty girls there, too. As soon as he heard this, Alan cut him off. That's enough. I'll think about it. No longer teasing his little brother, Luan said seriously. I was just kidding. Anyway, say hello to Hulda for me. Alan took the letter, his expression indescribably conflicted. All right, I'll think about it and then get some rest. The scene changes to the palace, where everyone is gathered before a statue in the large courtyard. The Holy Emperor and Luan were paying their respects solemnly, while Hamon and Alan were holding flowers, their eyes fixed on the statue. It was a statue of a woman holding a bouquet of flowers. The Queen Mother! You protected her son from the final vampire attack. Alan stepped forward, bowed, and placed the flower at the base of the statue. It was a simple and elegant white chrysanthemum. After everyone had placed their flowers, the Holy Emperor spoke. Let's go. In the Hulda territory, the golden sun shone down on the distant houses, and beyond them stretched a vast expanse of green land. Alan lazily threw himself onto the bed, looking completely at ease. This place is amazing, Charlotte spoke up impatiently. Excuse me, Your Highness, but there is a place you need to go. Hammond was also in a hurry. I still have a mountain of work to deal with. Sir, paying no attention to what they were saying, Alan kept his eyes closed, savoring the comfort he was feeling. How long has it been since I got away from those two? This feels so good. He lazily used his foot to push open the window curtain to look outside. The weather was perfect for a trip. Then he lazily let his leg drop, and the curtain fell shut again. The guards outside his room had been arranged by Luan. Since you don't have anyone to escort you, I'll have the Red Cross team go with you. Those words rang in his ears, giving him a headache. It's reassuring, but it's also suffocating, brother. Suddenly, the space shook violently, causing Alan to cry out in shock. He opened the curtain and asked the person outside. What's going on? The escort guard replied. In front of the carriage? Before he could finish his sentence, a shout rang out, giving an order. Stop the carriage, I don't care what troop you are, but leave all your goods here. Suddenly, a few menacing-looking men blocked Alan's carriage. Seeing the situation, the escort guard reported. It seems to be a group of bandits. Your Highness. Even in such a tense moment, Alan could still joke around. Don't we look like a bunch of psychos? And they still want to rob us. These guys have some serious guts. The escort guard naively asked back. You think so? The prince was losing his patience. The bandit spoke up again, repeating his demand. What are you doing? We'll let you go if you hand over all your goods. Alan had a relaxed demeanor. I heard there's a festival in the Hulda territory. They probably mistook us for a circus troupe, so you don't need to be too rough. The escort guard's definition of not too rough was, in that case, we just need to cut their tendons, Your Highness. Alan immediately had a strong reaction to that statement. Tendons, I told you not to be too rough. That's terrifying. But the fact that I feel at ease in this situation means I'm way too used to this. Facing the bandits, his demeanor showed no signs of worry. The escort guard began to fight back against the bandits. But in Alan's imagination, it was like a protagonist on an adventure being attacked by a gang of robbers. And the protagonist mercilessly slaughters the entire group. He was still sitting comfortably, waiting for one of the bandits to charge at him. Alan's escort guards were strong. They had the upper hand, surrounding the bandits. Of course, I just need to order my men to do it. From within the trees, something dark suddenly appeared. The most striking feature was its two glowing red eyes. It quickly swooped down from the trees toward the bandits. It opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and aimed straight for one of the bandits. Moving at incredible speed, it lunged and snatched a man's head in an instant. One by one, they collapsed as it attacked. Someone screamed, "A monster! It's a boss!" The horses also panicked and fell into chaos. Alan looked out from inside the carriage and asked, What's happening? The people attacked by the monster were all bitten on the head. He looked at it and realized he could smell a foul stench over the smell of damp moss. Red eyes and sharp teeth. Someone suddenly called out to him. "Prince, it's a werewolf." Only then could the monster's werewolf form be seen clearly. Fresh blood was still dripping from its mouth as it seethed with aggression. Alan looked at it, sizing it up. A werewolf. With that half-man, half-wolf appearance, it must be artificially made. Artificial ones are usually weaker. A fallen bandit was crawling on the ground, trembling in fear as he called out, "Boss?" The man it had bitten immediately saw his hand slowly transform into that of a werewolf. Alan realized. But they're highly infectious. In that case, we have to take out the leader first. Recognizing the critical situation, Alan took a fighting stance and ordered, "Everyone, prepare for battle." The escorts shouted in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Alan was so resentful he was losing his cool. Damn it, just how strong is a werewolf? But then he realized fighting it would take a lot of energy.
I don't want to overexert myself again, since I've only just recovered.
Worried for his safety, Luan had told him earlier. "Since you don't have an escort, I'll have the Red Cross team accompany you."
At the time, Alan had found it strange. Was it really necessary to bring the entire Red Cross team just for an outing?
Luan had chuckled and replied, "No, they're not just going as escorts. It's for work, too. I heard they have some business to handle in the Huda domain, so it's convenient for them to travel with you."
I'll also prepare a separate carriage for you if you're uncomfortable.
Just as Luan had feared, the situation was now chaotic. "So, don't fight Raphael," Alan shouted loudly for everyone to hear. "The Archbishop is a werewolf." From inside a red wooden box, a voice echoed in reply. "I know you don't like me, but can't you at least separate your personal feelings from your official duties?" Suddenly, a red stream of light shot out, whizzing past the escorts' faces and flying straight toward the werewolf. The stream of light flew right into the werewolf's face, and upon impact, a massive explosion erupted.
Alan stared intently at the person before him. It was Raphael, holding a staff. These creatures were half human, half undead beast creations.
He slammed his staff onto the ground, creating a palpable shockwave. Raphael's voice was calm and steady, but filled with killing intent. "In that case, allow me to put you all to eternal rest." Alan grew worried. "I'm afraid that howl will draw all the werewolves to this spot." And just as he feared, red-eyed werewolves appeared, but they were quickly sent flying by someone's powerful kicks and punches. The only one with that kind of strength was Raphael. With him here, Alan felt a bit more at ease. Looks like I don't have to worry anymore. Watching Raphael's relentless punches, it all clicked for Alan. When he said he had work to do, did he mean hunting werewolves on the way here, and is alive here to heal everyone? Alan's face paled. He couldn't figure out their true purpose. But if that's the case, do I even need to be here? He hadn't had a single moment of peace and quiet. No, why am I letting my mind wander like this? I'm supposed to be on vacation. Just then, someone shouted a warning to Alan. "Your Highness, watch your right."
Seeing the werewolf charge at him, he raised his gun but hesitated, unable to bring himself to shoot.
"This damn thing!" An arrow suddenly flew out from the forest. Before Alan could react, it struck the creature right in the head. While he was still stunned, thinking, what was that, an arrow? More bad news came.
There's a pack of werewolves up ahead. Raphael couldn't react in time, as he was still surrounded by other werewolves.
The Green Cross, riding on horseback, rallied the soldiers. "Forward, kill every last one of them." The werewolves snarled, trying to intimidate the humans. But in the end, they weren't willing to risk their lives. "Those bastards are fleeing into the forest." The woman on the white horse quickly stopped them. "Don't chase them." She knew the werewolves were luring them into a trap. The forest is their territory. Huda made a wise decision that few could have foreseen. "There's no need for us to fight them on their home ground." She dismounted and greeted Raphael. "It's been a while, Lord Archbishop." Huda knew him as well. "Hello, Alan?" Still in shock, he just replied politely. "Yes." Alan froze when she mentioned him. "You've become a completely different person. I heard the news. But I never imagined you could change so much in just 6 months." Huda didn't just know him, they were close. "You lost your memory, right?" He nodded. "Yes, that's right." Alan was a bit taken aback by her words. "Then allow me to remind you." She introduced herself. "I'm Huda, and welcome to our domain." The system also displayed her information. Huda Anphones, 24 years old, leader of the Huda territory, with excellent weapon skills. They ventured deep into the forest. Huda wasn't in a hurry, deciding to discuss the rest when they returned to the castle. "Little brother." Alan and the ice squad passed through the streets on horseback. These were the things he saw on the way to Huda's castle. There were no signs of life on the streets, and all the shops were closed. He couldn't help but wonder as he saw them draw their curtains faster than the speed of light. Just as his sister had said, this place had some beautiful things, but the people were all hiding in their houses, not a single face to be seen. Alan didn't even know how to describe it anymore. There were some scenic views here, but they were all piled high with the corpses of werewolves. He was utterly bewildered. The hunting season, he mentioned. Was it for hunting werewolves? The sight of the magnificent, luxurious white castle under the sun temporarily dispelled Alan's worries. What kind of territory is this? I wonder what happened to make him so angry. That damn first prince. Alan was livid, finding it hard to accept the reality. What kind of festival is this? There's nothing but blood and gore here. I saved your life, and this is how you sell me out. He could even imagine Luan teasing him. That's right. He tried to suppress his anger. When I get back to the royal palace, that guy is gonna get it. Someone was analyzing in detail how the werewolves were very different from vampires. Huda had already researched information about the werewolves. They are the final form of undead monsters that have absorbed mana for a very long time and evolved. She even boldly asserted that they possess intelligence and superhuman physical strength. The characteristic that helped Huda distinguish them was their behavior. There was a time when vampires neutralized the werewolves with magic and kept them as pets, but here they move in packs. She believed that using brute force would be counterproductive. If you use magic to fight them, you'll only make them physically stronger. Alan had a different reason, but the werewolves we met on the road didn't understand our language, right? Huda had also thoroughly researched their characteristics through different eras. That's because those were just the young werewolves. I'm talking about their parents. He had no more questions. I get it. Alan grew suspicious when people were nice to him. But why are you telling me these things? She was startled. Aren't you here to help us? It turned out Huda had been asked by his family. A letter from your grandfather. I mean, the Holy Emperor. And Luan was sent to me. After she said that, he didn't know where to hide his face from embarrassment. Those damn people. Only then did she realize. You mean you didn't agree to this? Alan felt dizzy, as if his life was being controlled. I came here just to enjoy the festival, not to hunt. I don't need some petty power, either. If you want it, I'll let you command the Red Cross Army. Huda was completely baffled. Goodness, what a shame. She was frustrated to have to miss out just for a small reason. The festival was supposed to be held next week, but because the werewolves kept lurking around, it's been canceled. Alan still couldn't believe it, so... My brother wasn't lying. Luan always placed heavy responsibilities on his shoulders. Just like she said. That's right, so don't be angry with him. He's only doing this so everyone can witness your talent. Besides, preparing for the festival is impossible right now. I have many other things to do. Alan had an existential crisis. What do you mean, other things? Huda waved her hand to signal him. Come in, Blorg. He may look small, but he's got skills. I am BLG, the royal blacksmith. He was shocked by Huda's choice of person. A dwarf. She had special trust in his skills. I heard you came here looking for a suitable weapon for yourself. BLG can make one for you. Then she promised Alan, even though we only share half our blood, I won't let you be in danger. Huda was always worried about his safety, so until the weapon is complete, please stay inside the castle, okay? Alan started to have more faith in his family. He never expected this damn royal family to understand him so well. Thank you very much, sister. BLG asked for his opinion. Do you have a main weapon, sire? Alan's baffling answer made a question mark appear over his head. These days, I've been using a shovel. He explained his reason for using it. I really don't know what weapon to use. I used a shovel for about half a year during my exile, so I'm quite used to it. BLG wanted to verify something. Could you show me your hands, sire? Alan happily agreed. Here, the blacksmith was quite surprised. These are indeed the hands of someone who has never trained with a weapon. BLG analyzed in extreme detail and also gave him advice. It's not that I can't make you a shovel, but don't you think it's inefficient to constantly use a shovel in combat? He pondered for a moment. Let's see. But Alan argued, shouldn't a weapon also match a person's personality? Wanting to find another way? She called for the servants. BLG didn't understand her intention. What is the princess planning to do? She decided to act on it immediately. I want them to clear the training grounds. Alan was a little worried. Could she be? She started warming up her wrists, preparing to train. Huda was getting impatient. It's been a while since I've sparred with my little brother, so I'm eager to do it right now. Alan could only force a smile, but mentally, he was exhausted. He was helpless against Huda's enthusiasm.
I refuse. I only came here to rest. She was just kidding. Don't worry, I won't force you. Alan couldn't say anything when Huda put it that way.
If you don't want to spar, I can just be on the defensive. I won't attack. Although he wasn't very willing, Alan remained polite. Actually, I would be more at ease if I could find a weapon that suits me. In that case, please go easy on me. She was satisfied with the answer. All right then. According to Huda, the weapons are ready for training. Shall we go to the training grounds now? She immediately began to show off her weapon skills in front of Alan. How arrogant! He felt it was heavier than he'd expected, even though it wasn't that big. Huda kept switching weapons to help him adapt more easily. Sword. She was determined to train Alan to become even stronger and more skilled. Alan, axe, scythe. There are still many weapons we need to try. He was utterly bewildered. There are that many. Honestly, Huda cared a lot about him. She just threw out the weapons, leaving Alan to try them out. All right, now try the bear claws. Yes. Next up, the chain axe. Got it. Yes, got it. In the end, he had to wear a pot on his head for safety before Huda started twirling a spear. Alan never wanted this kind of excessive attention. Even though we're half-siblings, I'm so sorry that I've only just been able to pay attention to you now. Huda also noted, this is the first time we've met since Yalisha's funeral, right? She couldn't believe the news she had received. I was too young at the time. Back then, I was also too busy with taking over the territory.
When I heard you had become a villain, I was truly confused about how you could change so much. Huda didn't discriminate against him at all. In fact, she quite liked him.
But now, it seems that's not the case. I don't know what you've been through. But thank you for coming to see me, Alan. She already considered Alan her true younger brother. I will definitely take care of you during your time here. This was also the first time Alan had felt a sister's affection. The three craftsmen all gave him a thumbs down. Huda must have been shocked too. Your current score? Greybeard assessed Alan as very average. He uses every weapon at the same level. Blackbeard offered his opinion. Although it seems he's better with polearm-type weapons. That kind isn't suitable for combat. Brownbeard was directly critical. No, it's just that his physical stamina is terrible. She was speechless. I agree with them. Alan was starting to lose hope. Is this the care you were talking about? Huda said that, but still extended a hand to help him up. It's very important to know what level you're at. Alan, she had already thought things through for him. I think we should first teach you how to improve your physical condition. Even if Alan refused, it seemed he couldn't change her mind. I refuse. If you want me to train. I already told you I came here to rest. Huda pulled him up, but he felt a sense of unease. He had no idea where she got her information.
By the way, I heard you can use divine power. Is that right? Which surprised Alan.
How did she? Huda knew a lot of strange things. That power is compatible with all types of weapons, isn't it? That's right. Divine power allows me to enhance any weapon I use. Then this might be your talent. Alan was stunned. Enhance weapon proficiency. He found it hard to believe. How could you tell just by looking, even though you've never seen it before? With Huda's talent, this was normal. We were just sparring. She seemed to be touching on Alan's sore spot. Your physical condition is terrible, yet you can still control the weapons. That's because you quickly figure out how each weapon should be used.
Alan froze for a good 5 seconds. Why does everyone keep bringing up how weak my body is? The two craftsmen nodded in agreement with Huda's analysis. It'll be difficult to find a suitable weapon for you in just a day or two. She knew Alan was special.
That's enough for today. Let's try again tomorrow. It would be a waste to use your talent on random weapons. Alan let out a sigh of relief. Yes. He helplessly rested his head on the table, groaning. This went on for over a week. In the end, I'm back here again. The Huda Territories Library. She gave Alan another chance. Next time, use your divine power. Alan's face paled under the pressure of hearing his sister Huda say that. It looked like this was going to drag on for a while. He tried to find something in the books to salvage his image, proving he was better at using his brain than all this physical stuff. Is there any magic I can use? Alice suddenly appeared before him. Good morning, sir. Alan was suspicious of her presence here. This girl was also here with the Archbishop. A thought suddenly struck him. I remember you're often in the library, right? Alice answered honestly. Yes, he asked. Is the Archbishop doing well? Alice informed him. He is currently participating in the hunt for the werewolf tribe. The two of them seemed to be trapped in a dark space. Alan could only sit there silently. This is bad. I don't know what to talk about anymore. You're scaring her. Then don't bother me. Just by looking, you've already guessed that I'm researching a type of strength enhancement magic, haven't you? Alan had nothing to hide. That's right, I'm looking for something like that. I wonder what Alice is planning now. Last time we talked about resurrection magic. No, I mean, are you really thinking about what's best for Alan? I think I can help you. He focused on reading books to research different methods. Meanwhile, Alice couldn't take her eyes off him. She saw Alan in a different light. When she woke up, she heard someone calling her name. It turned out to be Raphael, who had come looking for her. Why are you sleeping in the library? You had me worried all morning. Knowing she was at fault, Alice said softly. I'm sorry. He couldn't help but ask. Why are you sleeping here? Alice didn't dare mention the prince to Raphael, only saying that she was having so much fun with her research that she lost track of time. He was very happy that Alice was always trying to improve herself. That's my granddaughter. You're just like me, she thought to herself. If he knew I was here with the seventh prince, he'd be so angry, wouldn't he? Raphael's question startled her. By the way, what is the seventh prince doing? He had always been deeply suspicious of him. He can use resurrection magic, and even create the undead. Seeing such an evil person makes me wonder if I'm mistaken about something. I can't blame grandfather for thinking that. How could he possibly do those things? Alice started to worry about him. He seems very curious about the seventh prince. Alice got up from her chair, not knowing what to do. But because he was the one who had troubled her in the past, he couldn't ask her about these things directly. I also have so much I need to know about this person. She was extremely conflicted. Should I tell him that the seventh prince has changed, grandfather? Raphael said softly. What's wrong? Alice could answer all of Raphael's questions. Why don't you just ask me directly? She looked outside in alarm. What was that sound? Raphael immediately realized the noise was coming from the training grounds. He froze for 5 seconds. Raphael had only one thought in his head. The seventh prince must be causing trouble again, no matter how hoarsely she called out. Grandfather, Alice ran after him to explain. Wait, it's not the prince. He was nowhere in sight, leaving only her thoughts. He was so serious yesterday. Alice didn't expect him to be so fast. He's a completely different person now. Raphael saw the spear, broken in two. This was the boy who had shocked everyone. What's going on? Alice had never witnessed anything like this. Did His Highness just snap the princess's spear? Raphael chose his words carefully. Is this kid really that strong? He added another detail. Huda's spear is famous for being the best on the continent. She was finally able to speak. Alan. Huda was adamant, refusing to believe the weapon she had crafted was so weak. Let's try again. Bring me a new spear. Did that startle you? Alan quickly explained. My performance just now wasn't bad, was it? It seemed she wasn't satisfied. You used holy power to reinforce the weapon just now, right? That's amazing. But Greybeard had to admit it simply increased the weapon's durability. Blackbeard insisted that if he just hit it randomly, he'd get the same result. Your Highness, he advised gently. In any case, you fought very well just now, so don't be impatient. Why not try a different weapon? Alan now wanted to make things difficult for them. That's easy for you to say, but I still don't get it. But he was also exhausted, hoping there was another way. Behind him, Alice's eyes were filled with trust. You agree to a duel. Fine, bring it on. Huda reminded him to do it properly. That's the spirit. This time, I'm going to fight for real. She brandished her spear, ready for the training session. Because I'm going to fight with all my strength too, without a second thought. Alan immediately charged forward. He finally calmed down. What did Alice say last night? Alan recalled the method she had taught him. Holy power reacts with life force. He stood before Huda, full of determination. It can reinforce weapons, but it reacts even more strongly with the body. Alan thought he needed to calm himself even more. So don't be bound by the weapon. He had also come to understand many things. Just try to use holy power freely. Alan gently let go of the spear. Huda couldn't comprehend his foolish action. Of course, she had never encountered a situation like this. You're dropping your weapon. What are you planning to do? The power was in his hands, but Alan didn't know how to use it. I really don't know how to reinforce it. He fell into a state of confusion. But what if I do it the same way I channel holy power into a rifle? Alan clenched his fist, slowly feeling the power. Now, how much energy was gathered in his fist? Huda didn't understand what was happening, so she stood frozen in place. The force of his punch actually tore her clothes. Alan even accidentally damaged the wall behind her. Rubble flew everywhere while he hadn't even pulled his hand back yet. Even Alan himself was astonished. What was that? That was awesome.
How many points do I get for that one? The craftsman could only stare at the result he had created. With just one blow, the wall had a huge crack in it. It was truly incredible.
As surprised as they were, all three dwarves came to a decision. But your form is terrible, and you just reinforced your fist haphazardly. 0 points. Alan was angry, but not significantly. Huda, on the other hand, praised him. Not bad, Alan. She was genuinely happy. You were able to reinforce your body with holy power after just one night. Alan didn't want to take credit for it. I just applied it to my body the same way I would with a weapon. As for the idea, I didn't come up with it myself.
Alice had pleaded with him, so he fell silent. Alan has really matured a lot. Thank you, sis.
I didn't know it was that powerful. Good thing you dodged, she teased back. If I had blocked that, all the windows here would have shattered. Huda was always fair and strict. Your form was bad, but that last attack was a critical hit. He was a little unhappy. You're criticizing me too, sis. If Alan was sad, the craftsman and she must have been 10 times sadder. So, you really don't have any hand-to-hand combat or weapon skills? Huda values attitude more than ability. Try looking at it from a different perspective.
Alan, what's important is your undefeated spirit.
He had found a reason for his friend to be confident. Not being good with any weapon means... Wait a minute, thinking positively. It means I can use all weapons, right? Huda didn't want him to overwork himself. You've worked hard. Get some rest. We'll train again tomorrow. Alan's heart bloomed, feeling even more positive. Yes, I'll look at the weapons for a bit and then rest. Raphael had to admit that this kid was surprisingly strong. The old man was unbearably bitter. He's definitely that kid from back then. That unsalvageable piece of trash. Alice gently persuaded him. Grandfather, we should head back now. He didn't understand why she was saying such random things.
I'll return the blanket to you. Thank you. What blanket? I didn't give you any blanket. Haven't you been wearing that since the beginning?
Alice suddenly fell silent and just walked forward. She touched the thin blanket on her shoulder. So, the prince was the one who put the blanket on me. Embarrassed, Alice had to make an excuse. Yes, it seems I forgot. I brought it with me yesterday because it was cold. Let's go home. Grandfather. A large bell was rung as an alarm. Alan didn't have time to understand what was happening. What's going on so early in the morning? He was surprised to see his sister on a white horse. Huda was also joining the battle. A soldier ran up to report an incident. A group of werewolves was attacking the mines. Alan didn't know much, but he understood. The mines must be very important to them. That's why both Huda and the archbishop had to go into battle personally. He thought to himself, is Alice helping them evacuate the citizens? She was assigning duties to the soldiers. The werewolves have probably already infiltrated this area. Everyone, evacuate quickly. Alan didn't want to get involved in anything. I just need to sit tight in the castle, right? Suddenly, someone recognized him. Your Highness, there you are. Blackbeard had unexpectedly dropped by. Something urgent has come up. Alan was still haunted by the past. Wait, don't come near me before the man could even say anything. Alan stopped him.
What happened to the training grounds? Alan hadn't expected it to be so serious. Sorry about that.
I was training, and now this happens? Blackbeard couldn't help but be blunt. What in the world were you training, Your Highness? But what he found strange was, where did all the weapons go? What was your purpose in doing that? You've found my hiding spot. Now that I know how to enhance the essence of any weapon, I won't miss this chance. Let's stuff them all into my space pouch. Alan turned and asked matter-of-factly, by the way, you guys make rifles here too, right? He was being quite greedy. I wonder if you could give them to me. Blackbeard hesitated. We do have them, but... Alan felt like he was being looked down on. Is he unwilling to give them to me because I'm just a kid? Well, to be fair, I did destroy their training grounds. But surprisingly, the man agreed. I will give them to you, Your Highness. Alan was completely taken aback. Really? It turned out Blackbeard wasn't confident in his own craftsmanship. The rifles we make are basically just for decoration. But in your hands, Your Highness, I'm sure it will be different, because you are the one who can shoot down vampires through a castle wall. Alan never thought he'd be famous. You've heard about that too. This old man was no ordinary person. Yes, Your Highness. So, could I propose one condition? Alan grew worried. What is this about? Blackbeard wanted him to go and eliminate all the werewolves for his master. I will give you all the rifles you need, but I ask that you go out there and test them immediately. Alan asked again, just to be sure. You want me to go to the battlefield? He felt completely bewildered. My sister and even the Archbishop have already joined the battle. Isn't that enough to handle it? Blackbeard had other thoughts. The werewolves' movements have been strange lately. His initial investigation revealed that their numbers had suddenly increased. This is the first time it seems like they're being controlled by someone else. If that's the case, their leader must be very powerful. Alan wondered if Blackbeard was telling the truth. That's why we need everyone to work together, even cats and dogs. But this made Alan suspicious. What are you talking about? Old Man Alan froze at his assertion. Well, the Templars are a main force on the battlefield, but they only listen to your orders. Protecting you is their top priority. After all, he nodded in agreement. It's true. Those guys are following me to protect me. The man pleaded desperately. The lives of so many civilians are at risk. Your Highness? Blackbeard had been worried about this for a while.
Both the princess and I fear that we will be defeated. I also have friends in the mines. I'm afraid they're in danger too.
He didn't dare to bother Alan directly. So, could you possibly lend us the Templars before Blackbeard could finish? He heard the bell. If you agree? The soldiers shouted to make an announcement. We're under attack. The werewolves are targeting the fortress. Under attack, Len couldn't help but feel confused. They're ignoring the soldiers and heading straight for the village. Even he had to admit it. It seems this leader is quite intelligent. At the very least, please protect the village, Your Highness. He was just as scared. Hey, can I hide with you? Even Blackbeard didn't know what to do with this situation. Prince Alan's face was pale, but damn it, the werewolves furiously attacked the inside. Alice wasn't scared at all, calmly helping the villagers. Please evacuate in a calm manner. She was truly brave. The soldiers will protect everyone. Alice was a bit flustered when she heard the news. Sir, is there an injured child? The maid didn't know how to handle it either. This boy got lost in the crowd. She gently lifted her dress and went to his side. It's okay. I'll take care of you. Alice's skill at soothing children was more professional than a nurse's. There. I'll be gentle. It won't hurt at all. But she didn't know the werewolves had already flown over the wall and were right behind her. The boy screamed, "Run!" The maid hugged the child. When she turned back, she was horrified. Lady Alice? She had no weapon in her hands, so there was nothing she could do. Who would have thought that a second later? Alice would use her bare hands to slam the werewolf's head into the ground. The maid and the boy were safe. She felt indignant. How dare you attack this small, peaceful village? Of course, she would never let such an evil act happen before her eyes. As the granddaughter of the Archbishop, I will not let you wreak havoc any longer. System notification. Alice Astoria, granddaughter of the Archbishop. Abilities love and humanity. High-level holy power and magic comprehension. Average combat skills. The soldiers were worried about her condition. Lady Alice, they're getting closer to you. But Alice handled it all by herself. Everyone, get behind me. To be honest, she wasn't confident in herself. I learned a few basic moves from my grandfather, but I've never fought so many monsters like this. Alice wondered, how could she be sure she could protect anyone when the werewolf flew towards her? It was time to make a decision. There was no more time for hesitation or weakness. Alice resolved to protect everyone. From the castle behind her, a flash of light appeared. The attack sent the werewolf that was about to harm Alice flying. She was stunned by the scene unfolding before her, magic. Who attacked Alice only trusted him. Could it be the only person who could launch such a powerful long-range attack? The seventh prince. Alan now had a weapon in his hands. A gun made by dwarves was something else entirely. When he aimed, he was guaranteed to hit his mark. This was top-quality stuff. The system displayed the skills Alan possessed. You are using holy power. Instant weapon enhancement. Penetration skill has been activated. The shot flew so fast that they couldn't even detect it. The werewolves were decapitated when they were hit by his attack. Now, Alan was attacking the werewolves all at once. He finally stopped being disobedient. My brother was right. The werewolves could only look terrified as they were hit. For the first time, Alan felt a sense of joy. This trip is going to be interesting. The soldiers also fought actively against the werewolves. The sky brightened again. Even he had to marvel at this year's werewolf hunt. Blackbeard was completely surprised. I can't believe you succeeded in just a flash. Alan treated it as a normal occurrence. Why are you so surprised? Isn't this why you made a deal with me? He praised it endlessly. By the way, I like this rifle. It consumes much less holy power and even comes with a few skills. He was naturally a bit bewildered. Skills, well, as long as you like it. Your Highness, a subordinate suddenly came to report. Your Highness, the werewolves are bringing in more troops. He figured they were scared off by the gunfire.
Alan prioritized the rescue effort. We'll evacuate the villagers first. You guys hold off the werewolves. The soldiers replied, As you command.
Yes, sir. He was much calmer than before. I think the monsters are starting to notice me. Blackbeard used every word he could to praise him. Perhaps even the god of death himself would have to applaud you. Alan really couldn't accept that. That would be a pain. He had no more regrets. Even though His Highness can be tactless at times, making a deal with a prince like this was probably the best decision of my life. Blackbeard watched Alan shoot. Who would have thought he was this talented? He was moved to tears. Princess Huda, and my brothers. Are you all still safe? It's unclear what happened, but Blackbeard's men were tied up. She was furious when she heard their apology. It is our fault. Princess. He couldn't even look Huda in the face. We were just a burden. Her hand was already on her weapon, her teeth clenched. Huda's contempt was obvious. Playing the hostage game now, it seems the werewolf leader is out of tricks. Hostages. There's no such thing. Finally, he had to speak up. I want to negotiate. The leader had to address her properly. Princess Huda. He was Red Moon, the leader of the werewolves in Huda's territory. Can we discuss the details now? Huda was scornful. A negotiation. A negotiation, you say? Negotiate after you've taken my people as hostages? Like this, Red Moon tried to calm her down. Calm down, princess. If you listen to us, we will definitely release them. He proposed that they wanted her. Huda was very surprised. What Raphael was furious. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You think we'll just do as you say? LG cursed as well. You damn monster Hong Nuit didn't seem to care much. The decision is up to the princess. So why are you two running your mouths? Hearing this, the two of them fell silent.
Hong Wheat lifted the man up. Watch your mouth. We're different from those bloodsuckers. Even if we're monsters, we still have our honor.
Huda ran over. Are you all right? Hong Guit laid out the condition. Make your choice. Do you see, princess? We just safely released a hostage. The people there shouted for her to stop. Princess, you can't go with him. Raphael grew anxious. If you go, the domain. She cut him off. You're still here. And so is my younger brother. Huda challenged. Is that a challenge? Hong? Wait, I'm quite curious why you want to trade for me. Is it because I'm a more valuable hostage? He nodded. Valuable? You could say that. For now, it's for peace and freedom. Huda was taken aback. Peace and freedom, Hong Nuit explained. As you all know, the vampires are our enemies. We want to free ourselves, to escape from being the pets of those damn bloodsuckers. And the Empire wants to destroy them. Why don't our two sides form an alliance? So, Princess of the Holy Nation, this is a tempting offer, isn't it? Meanwhile, in another place, Alan mused. Good lord, there's gunpowder everywhere. Did I really kill that many people? A knight came to report. Sir, we have eliminated all the monsters around the village. Alan praised them. Everyone did a great job, so from now on, the muskets are ours, right? The man nodded. Of course, sir. If you're willing to come to the mines, I promise to craft you a musket, an even better one in the future. The boy angrily retorted. Don't you dare try to manipulate me. Alan realized he heard the sound of horse hooves. See? Even without me, everyone can return safely. The dwarf was happy. The princess did it. But suddenly, someone else reported. Your Highness, something's wrong. I don't see the princess in the convoy anymore. He was startled. What? Arriving at the city gates, people were busy giving out orders. Take care of the injured first. Thank God everyone is safe. Where is Princess Huda? The returning people recounted. Please forgive us, because we were taken hostage. Princess Huda has become a prisoner of the werewolves. An agitated man rushed forward. Damn it! And you dare call yourself a dwarf. The people around were horrified and tried to stop him. Hey, stop it! They berated them. How could you just leave like that and abandon the princess? Alan observed and then announced. The hostages are only lightly injured. It seems they didn't fight. Deanne came to report. Your Highness? The prince was surprised. The archbishop went with my sister, the knights confirmed. Yes, he said he couldn't leave the princess alone. Why would he do that? So who's going to lead now? I think he already foresaw that you two would return. Alan was confused. What does he mean by that? Besides, these guys look very calm. Even though their commander has been captured, why they spoke up? We know where Princess Huda is. We will gather here and go together. He was surprised. Me what? What if I refuse to go with you? The group sat in contemplation at his words. Then I will kneel and beg you. They wondered among themselves. Is it okay for us to be this slow? In the end, I still agreed to go with them. The dwarves look so anxious and panicked. But you all seem so calm. They explained. The dwarves have a close bond with Princess Huda, but we believe in Princess Huda's abilities, and the archbishop is with her too. Nothing will happen. Alan confirmed. That's right. That old man seems pretty strong, too.
Ah, seems strong, you say. It was only then that they remembered. Ah, the prince has amnesia, and the dwarves don't care about the outside world, so they probably don't know.
Alan was puzzled. Why is he suddenly speaking so vaguely? About Archbishop Raphael Astoria. He has published many books, and many history books also mention his name, because he is one of the great heroes who fought alongside the Holy Emperor to defeat the Demon King. The main character was quite shocked. I knew he was strong, but I never imagined he was on that level. The knight reassured him. Just having him by her side is enough to make those werewolves seem like mere puppies. Night had fallen. Hong Nguyen mused. How beautiful.
Huda continued his thought. These nice things about peace and freedom. Is this what you meant?
He spoke up. Princess, don't be angry. I have been watching you for a very long time. When you were killing my creations, that side of you was truly beautiful. It made me really want to take a bite out of you, to turn you into one of my creations. But as I said, for the sake of peace and freedom, I held back and entered negotiations with the Holy Empire. He was completely overpowering her. Now you don't have to be with that weak old man anymore. If you form an alliance with us, I will let you command a powerful army of werewolves. And to commemorate the founding of the alliance, I will take you as my wife. If you wish, I could even wait until you pass away.
After you've finished your life as a princess, I will grant you a life as a true werewolf.
But at that moment, a burst of mana was released. Raphael said angrily, I can't listen to any more of this nonsense.
Hong Nguyen's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe how a mere human could break those chains.
Huda chuckled lightly. It seems he doesn't know who you are. The archbishop rubbed his wrists. Well, it's been a long time since I was in the Holy Temple. It's about time I got to move around a bit. It felt so good to stretch my muscles after such a long time. Hong Nguyen was completely dumbfounded. What? He added, My body is still quite spry. I still don't know why the Holy Emperor left me in this place. He makes me worry all the time. I wonder how his health has been lately. Huda smiled. That's because the Holy Emperor has great faith in you, Archbishop. Hong Nguyen interrupted. Hey, that's enough. The other two paid him no mind and continued their chat.
Things have come this far. We have to finish this, he shouted. I said that's enough. He was furious. I don't know what kind of tricks you used, but are you messing with me? Do you have any idea that I could tear you to pieces?
But suddenly, a brilliant light flashed by. Huda asked back. So, did you really think you could kill an old man and a girl like me anytime you wanted? And yet, we've made it all the way here without a single scratch. Why do you think that is? She stated firmly. We came here to save everyone, and now we have the chance to destroy your den. The thing that's harming my domain? It's a wonderful idea for me to come here and clean this place up myself.
Hong Nguyen thought to himself, this is bad. I can feel their holy power churning as if waiting to explode.
Raphael inquired. They've taken our weapons. What should we do now, princess? Huda was calm. You can use magic, and I'll use these fists to take care of them. Hong Nguyen couldn't understand their relaxed attitude. Even if all our opponents are members of the royal family, they're still just an old man and an ordinary woman. So if I turn and run... He thought it, and then he actually did it. She was quite surprised. Hey, he's running away, Raphael decided. We must deal with him quickly and throw him in prison. As expected of beasts, their ability to sense danger is quite good. He focused on his target and gathered his strength to attack. A powerful surge of energy swelled up, aimed directly at the werewolves. Many of them were hit by the attack, crying out in agony. Hong Nguyen exclaimed, "That was close, I almost lost my life there." Raphael wasn't surprised at all. "Well, as expected, that spell wasn't very strong since I haven't used my holy power yet. Now, I will send my prayer to the goddess Gaia." Hu Da reminded him, "Don't forget to send my thanks to her as well." He began to send his prayer. "To the living God, Gaia." Hu Da clicked her tongue. "What a shame. Hong Nguyen, I actually quite like you." He was surprised. "What do you mean you like my previous proposal?" She denied it. "No, actually, I need some stuffed animals to decorate my castle." His eyes went wide. She continued, "The dwarves you enslaved are truly great artisans. If I capture you alive and let them dissect you, they would love it. Then, I'll send your pelt to His Majesty." Hong Nguyen clawed at the ground in fury. He was about to scream. Hu Da stopped him. "Stop, if you don't want to die." But he was still in a frenzy, charging forward and leaping straight off the cliff. Unbelievable. He left his own arm behind. "Let's clean this up quickly." "Raphael," she waved her hand. "I want to send some clean specimens of these monsters to His Highness and the Holy Emperor." Alan's voice rang out. "Wait, then why did you bring me there? If that was the case, just you and the Archbishop would have been enough to wipe them out." They explained, "To ensure the perfect success of the conquest, and to help you gain more practical combat experience. Your Highness, Princess Hu Da deemed it necessary for you. Letting Alan experience a real battle will help him a lot." Alan thought, "You don't have to show me such favoritism." He sighed. "What the hell? So I just followed everyone for nothing." The knight denied it. "Your Highness, please don't think that way, because this is all for your benefit in the future. And it is also Princess Hu Da's wish. And we will do everything we can to help you." They recounted how Princess Hu Da first came here when she was 12 years old. She saved the dwarves from their fate as slaves. She worked very hard with everyone to build up this territory, which was once very poor. And then the Blue Cross Order, joined the fight with Princess Hu Da when she grew up. At a time when she became someone truly special, Alan wondered if he meant that Huda had started a family of her own. The ability to pursue an enemy without leaving a single trace. Perhaps she learned that from them. This squad is known for its excellent tracking and scouting skills. I can't believe they've been following her for so long. Now I know how long she and I trained hard together with them. Suddenly, Raham spoke up. "Your Highness, he's warning us that there's something up ahead." The leaves suddenly began to fall more heavily. It was Hong Nguyen. He was terrified of being pursued by the royal family. "First, I have to escape. This is my territory. If I just had more time, I could fully recover and attack them again." Suddenly, a sound rang out, and everyone prepared to attack. Hong Nguyen was surprised to see another squad. He thought this was his chance to get some human flesh to recover his strength. "No, but I can't underestimate those royal bastards anymore. The most important thing right now is to escape first. I'll figure out the rest later." Alan took aim. "So this is the prey that escaped her grasp, huh?" Hong Nguyen froze as something else flew towards him. It was Alan, deciding to attack head-on. In that moment, Hong Nguyen could see a faint image of Huda in him. So this brat is also a member of the royal family. Hong Nguyen was attacked fiercely. He never expected to be assaulted like this. But it seemed to have little effect on him. Alan was surprised. He was shot in the head, and he's fine. Is he one of the main bodies? Or is my bullet just too weak? He figured the firepower must have dispersed after just 10 centimeters. The muskets in this world are so weak. I have to use my holy light just to make it shoot farther. He was about to shoot again, but suddenly, a horde of aggressive werewolves charged out. What the hell is this? So these are the main bodies of the fleeing boss. It seems they called their kind to create a diversion while they escaped. Damn it, if he gets into the forest, it'll be hard to catch him again. He swallowed hard. Alan proposed. "I have an idea," Raham asked. "What is it, Your Highness?" Alan spurred his horse forward. "Let's split up. I'll chase after that boss." Everyone frantically called out to the prince. Raham quickly gave orders. "Crusaders assault. Half of you stay here and fight the other half. Follow me to protect the prince all nights. Move out." "Yes, sir." Alan glanced back and saw them rushing to protect him. He thought, the fewer people who see me use my skills, the better. And with a weakened boss like this, He's the perfect opponent to test my abilities on. Alan activated his skill Lethal Contagion Pierce. He shouted, "Stop right there! Werewolf, I heard werewolves pride themselves on being honorable warriors. Yet you're running away out of fear."
He provoked him further. "Well, seeing you run like this, I guess you don't have any honor to protect, do you?"
Hong Wit yelled, "Shut up, you bastard!" "Fine. Besides, even if I run, I'll still die if you use that strange stick of yours," he said coldly. "In that case, I might as well drag you down to hell with me." He laughed and said, "That's exactly what I wanted to hear." Alan dismounted his horse and gave an order. "Crusaders assault, all of you, cover your eyes and ears." They were stunned. "What?" He spoke up. "Isn't the word of the royal family absolute law to you? I have an idea. So just do it." Alan then asked, "Or do you not trust me?" Raham Aslan denied it. "No, your highness." He recalled the power the prince had shown, his strong will to save others. "I trust in everything you do, your highness." Raham Aslan dismounted and bowed his head. "We will obey your command." Meanwhile, Alan thought to himself, "Honestly, my will isn't that grand. But their loyalty to the royal family is certainly immense." Alan took out an item. There was no one else around. "Let's begin. Werewolf." He placed a skull on his head. "After all, there are many things I want to try." Hong Nguyen was curious. "You want to use my body for your experiments?" He charged forward. "What a shameless bastard!" Alan charged as well, calming himself. "Calm down." He pulled the trigger. "If I stay calm and use my weapon skillfully, there's no reason for me to fail." A skeletal hand rose from the water. More hands reached up, trying to grab the werewolves. They were quickly submerged in the cool, green water. Then, one figure rose from the depths. Soon, many more crawled out, their hands long and bony. He knew that even though he had no talent with weapons, looking at the emotionless undead standing there, the undead could wield them for him. One by one, the undead were summoned. "I am a necromancer." Alan activated the skill Undead Warrior, becoming the leader of the undead. A beam of light shot out, activating holy light and triggering the piercing effect. The werewolves screamed in agony. Hong Nguyen couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe holy water was just flowing out. He couldn't believe his eyes. Now, even skeletons were crawling out of the bare ground, and they even possessed holy power. Hong Nguyen was sweating profusely. "I thought he was just spouting nonsense, Pirali." He stared at the horrifying scene before him. This was nothing short of a massacre. Hong Nguyen was terrified. What did you do?" He smirked. "I had to use a lot of holy power, but it seems it was worth it." He gripped the gun tightly in his hand. "Your role ends here." The monster Alan raised his gun. "This is the final test." Hong Nguyen covered his face and burst out laughing. He peeked through his fingers as one of his feet slowly slid back. "You think you can kill me that easily?" he erupted. "Even if I die, I'm definitely taking you with me." But before he could say another word, a swarm of bones relentlessly attacked Hong Nguyen. Alan praised. "Oh, well done, guy." He pressed the muzzle of the gun to his throat. "With your blessing, grant me a weapon." Alan gave a cold smile. "One that can tear the dead into 100 pieces." He pulled the trigger. "Goodbye, monster." A blue light shot out at incredible speed. Hong Nguyen's jaw dropped as he experienced a pain he had never felt before. His pupils constricted. A vast light appeared in the forest. Alan stood there calmly, then slowly removed his mask. Alan turned back to look at the Red Cross members. He saw them trembling all over, even though they had closed their eyes and covered their ears. They could still feel the overwhelming holy power. In that case, they couldn't simply pretend to ignore this holy power. Alan fell silent. "I just said a little prayer, and now I've made a mess of everything around me." He sighed. "What excuse should I come up with?" Alan commanded. "You can open your eyes now." His voice sounded serious. "Just don't be too surprised." With his hands on his hips, Alan smiled and assessed the area. "The surroundings are a bit of a mess," they retorted. "It's not just a little. You've burned down almost the entire forest, Your Highness," Rahama Aslan asked. "Was all of this the werewolves doing, but the holy power we felt just now?" Alan quickly covered his ears, cutting him off. "I don't know. The only problem here is that I'm going to go catch him. None of this is my fault, you hear?" He let out a breath. "I'm back. Lead the way. Let's get back before dark." They rode their horses away from the place. At that moment, Raphael Astoria, hiding behind a bush, marveled. I saw it. I saw the elite undead wielding holy power once again. He recalled. They can't even be compared to the ones at the royal palace last time. Compared to the ones I just saw, these elite undead, they are an army capable of using weapons. Raphael Astoria was puzzled. How could he possibly combine two opposing powers like that? He stroked his chin, thinking. Impossible. Raphael Astoria speculated. Is it because of the Aslan bloodline, the Southern Empire, the Aslan Kingdom? Aslan was a kingdom that worshipped the god of death. He knew this was also the reason why Luan and Alan's mother, Yulia, was abandoned. Not just because Yulia was a commoner, but also because she originally came from Aslan. Raphael Astoria wondered. Did the seventh prince inherit that bloodline too? But throughout the history of the Aslan Kingdom, no one has ever had such an ability. He was certain. I bet even if you scoured that entire kingdom, you wouldn't find anyone like him. Raphael Astoria's expression grew grim. I can't believe there are still things I don't know about. This is truly fascinating. Raphael Astoria thought of his granddaughter. Wait, he told himself. I shouldn't be impressed by the one who harassed my granddaughter. But a conflict arose in Raphael Astoria's heart. But I want to train him myself. If I taught him even more powerful magic, just how strong could he become in the future? He was lost in a daze of wandering thoughts, with his granddaughter's whispers in his ear. Grandpa! Oh, Grandpa! Meanwhile, Alan had a cunning look on his face. Elite undead. Let's combine magic and holy power. Raphael Astoria's hands clenched in a fierce internal struggle. A massive explosion occurred in the forest. Perhaps he was venting his anger. Raphael Astoria looked at the tree trunk that had been snapped in two, then made a decision. I must report this matter to the Holy Emperor. He clenched his fist. If His Majesty orders me to train him, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to obey his command. A magical light enveloped Raphael Astoria. This isn't what I want, you know. Just you wait, Alan Anfons. The scene changes to another place, and that's how the problem of the werewolf army was solved. Ha! He scratched his head and laughed. If it weren't for the green cross, I would have been lost. Meanwhile, Raphael Astoria was muttering to himself. I don't really want him as my disciple. Anyway, Huda and Raphael, who had been grumbling the whole way, finally returned safely. Back in the present, BLG was showing off. Look, Your Highness, he introduced, this is the normal firepower of a musket. Your Highness, Aelin observed, you used rapid fire, and that's all the damage you could do. G retorted, I was only able to do this much damage because I used rapid fire. Your Highness, he said, but if you were the one firing that same musket, Alan picked up the gun and fired it for real, and the target shattered to pieces. They applauded in praise. Whoa, isn't His Highness just incredible? That's very impressive, Your Highness. It's as if the gun has a life of its own. Alan smiled. It finally felt similar to the muskets he knew. He stroked the gun. It seems that if I use my holy power, the musket changes its own structure. BLG added, if you have to pray to gather holy power, you'll need to prepare for a preemptive strike. He clicked his tongue. Well, I can just use undead warriors as shields if needed. BLG remembered. You can also strengthen your body with holy power, right? He asked. So, about the armor. Suddenly, someone came in to report. Your Highness, that person said the preparations are complete. Princess Huda has summoned you. Alan was confused. Her BLG was tactful. I'll send the items we just discussed as a gift. Your Highness, he assured him. Please leave it to us. We have prepared a special festival just for you. Your Highness, Huda cheerfully raised her glass. Well done, everyone. Then she tilted her head back and downed it in one gulp. Huda declared with gusto. Let the blood festival begin. A tomato splattered against his chest. Alan observed a festival meant to ward off bad luck by smashing red fruit instead of throwing blood. Really, he muttered to himself. So it's like the tomato festival from my past life, huh? Alan noticed the members of the cross. Looks like those guys are enjoying the festival too. A bit unexpected, isn't it, he wondered. But why don't they take off their cloaks? Would it kill them to take them off? Suddenly, a shout rang out. Watch out! Unexpectedly, a tomato flew right into Alan's face. Everyone who saw it was stunned. Alice stammered. Forgive me, Your Highness. The more she spoke, the more frightened she became. I was just playing with the children. I didn't mean to. He wiped the fruit juice running down his face into his mouth and exclaimed, "This is delicious," Alan reassured her. "It's all right. Go on and have fun." He thought to himself, "With the things I've done in the past, I deserve to have things thrown at me." Alice spoke up hesitantly. Then she boldly suggested, "Could we perhaps sit down, talk, and have a drink together?" He was quite surprised. What Alice blushed shyly.
"I want to hear more about the resurrection magic you used." Alan chuckled. "I don't really have anything to say about that."
He explained, "I just created it based on the idea you hypothesized. I injected a lot of holy power, grabbed the soul as it was about to leave the body, and reattached it." She replied doubtfully, "I see." Raphael Astoria watched from behind a wall. "Alice, what are you doing with that brat?" He took a glass of water from a waiter and praised her. "I mean, it's all thanks to you." Alan raised the glass of water in his hand. "I heard you were one of the people responsible for treating my brother." He encouraged her. "Here, take this. This is to honor the wonderful healer who never gave up." Alice shyly accepted it. "I know it's late, but thank you for helping me in the palace." She smiled and drained her glass. "And here in Huda's domain as well." The people around them cheered. "The monsters are all gone. Long live Princess Huda and Prince Alan. Long live the Archbishop." Alan chuckled softly. Being this noisy once in a while isn't so bad. Now I'm starting to miss the people I left behind. He took a sip from his cup and wondered, I wonder if Charlotte and Haman are okay. At that moment, in another place, drops of blood fell one by one. It was Charlotte. She was panting, struggling to breathe. A disdainful voice spoke next to Charlotte's ear. "Is that all you can do?" This man was Oscar Ban, 84 years old, the vice commander of the Golden Cross. He spoke. A useless child named Harris. She staggered to her feet. Charlotte recalled Centig Alphonse's proposal. "Follow me, and I will recommend you to Oscar." He had said, "I heard he's farming in the Hid region. Perhaps he's enjoying his long vacation." Centig Alphonse said he is the vice commander of the Golden Cross. "He once fought alongside me against Amon's legion and was praised by the world, called the Sword King." Charlotte was quite surprised. The Sword King. He smiled and nodded in confirmation. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she heard Centig Alphonse say, "I hope you have a good time with him." Charlotte Harris returned to the present. Seeing her approaching, Oscar Ban clicked his tongue. "Tisk, forcing yourself again." He asked, "What is it that you want?" Oscar Ban said sarcastically. "You're so persistent, not at all like your name," Charlotte said resolutely. "I want to become stronger." He asked, "Why do you want to become stronger?" She was honest. "So I can protect the seventh prince." Oscar then asked, "What if he told you to go and die?" She answered without a moment's hesitation. "If it weren't for his grace, I wouldn't be alive today, so my life is his to decide." He pressed her again. Then, Oscar Ban's voice turned serious. "What if someone with more power told you to kill him?" Charlotte stammered. "That..." He let out a laugh. "You naive child, we are all just puppets." Oscar Ban stepped closer to her. "If a member of the royal family orders us to do something, we are forced to do it." He hooked his scythe around Charlotte's neck. "Even if the request is to kill our own master, their word is absolute law. A dog must never disobey its master." Salot felt the coldness of the scythe near her neck and replied, "I will always obey any of his commands." She tightened her grip on her weapon, but Salot knocked the scythe away from her neck. "I would never attack him." Oscar Ban was confused. She blinked earnestly. "I thought you understood my words." He pushed the blade forward. "From now on, I will train you to be a loyal puppet of the royal family." Oscar Ban ordered, "Attack me, Harris!" Upon hearing this, she actually complied. A series of blows rang out with a loud clang. Inside the royal palace, Luan pulled a beautiful woman beside him closer. Luan asked the maids. "Do you all hear that sound, just like I do?" a maid replied. "I do, and the sound is getting closer, Your Highness." He glanced outside. Just then, Alan burst through the door. He aimed his gun straight at him. "I'm back, my damned beloved brother." The terrified maids fled. Alan said, half jokingly, "I'll try to be as quick as possible so I can shoot this bullet of holy power right into your face." "Dear brother." Luan tried to remain calm. "Al, it's good to see you're still in one piece. Why don't we sit Alan cut him off. Don't worry, brother. Then he fired, releasing an incredibly powerful blast of holy energy. He chuckled. Holy power is good for your body, you know. Luan Anpon forced a laugh. I wasn't ready. Even so, once it was over, he clutched his head and whined. Don't you think you shot a little too hard? I'm your older brother? Alan retorted in annoyance. Stop whining. Your body can't even be affected by holy power. He frowned. It only hurt a little because of the sheer amount of holy power hitting you. But it still hurt, he argued back. Luan Anpon's tone softened. Anyway, let's just call it even. Welcome back. His younger brother Alan said nonchalantly. Fine. He pouted and announced. By the way, from now on, I'm just going to stay inside the palace. Luan was confused. Why? He advised. You should take a walk around the capital. No? Alan refused. He mumbled. I don't know why, but on the way back, the Archbishop kept acting really weird. First, before I got on the carriage, Raphael Astoria called out, Your Highness. I stopped and asked what he wanted. One of his eyes lit up, and Raphael Astoria said, Would you like to learn magic from me? I refused. No, thank you. At that moment, his face turned black as thunder. I kind of lost my cool and just bowed my head. But then he kept following me, asking again and again. It made me want to dig a hole and hide. Luan Alphonse comforted him. Calm down. Raphael is only doing that because he's taken a liking to you. He added, He's a great sorcerer. Learning magic from him wouldn't be a bad idea. Alan frowned and snapped angrily. I already said I don't want to, Alan said dejectedly. If I wanted to, I could just learn magic myself from books. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Your Highness, I've come to deliver the official documents. Come in, he said. Alan knew that no matter where he hid, that old geezer would definitely find him. The subordinate's words reached his ears. The Black Order is currently the most urgent matter, Your Highness. Alan recognized the name. The Black Order, Luan Alphonse seemed intrigued. You know about it too, he explained. Last time, they found it in the same place where you captured that witch, Morgana. Luan Alphonse flipped through the papers. This time, they've been spotted in the Hit region. It seems the Emperor is paying close attention to this, since Hamid is a densely populated area. He mumbled. It's also a headache because it involves necromancers. Alan was curious. Necromancers, too. He fell into thought. I learned a lot of useful information about necromancy from the book I got after defeating Morgana. He asked, After the necromancers are captured, what do you do with all their magical artifacts and spellbooks? Luan Anpon replied. Since we can't bring everything into the palace, they're either destroyed en masse or sent to the basement of the Hit Academy. Alan imagined the scene at the palace. Raphael Astoria, chasing him, constantly shouting, Disciple! Become my disciple! While he ran away screaming, the Archbishop has gone mad. Then, Alan imagined the scene at the Hit Academy. A pile of magic books, necromancers weaker than monsters, living a free and comfortable life all by himself. He spoke up. Brother, I have a deal to propose, Luan Anpon asked curiously. What kind of deal? Alan flashed a bright smile. I want a long vacation. He winked, promising. When I come back, I'll take care of the Black Order for you. A letter sent back read, Traces of the Black Order have been discovered in the Hit territory. As proof, their confidant, the Crimson Devil, has been found in this region. Centric Alphonse was furious. They're like a bunch of cockroaches. He frowned. Even though they're practically newborns compared to our holy empire, we still can't catch them. Centicone mused that of all the brats the Crimson Cross had interrogated, none of them knew anything about their own organization. He felt a small sense of relief. I sent several squads of holy knights to find them to ensure things went smoothly. But in the end, I lost contact with the second squad. Centric Alphonse crumpled the letter in his hand. He cursed under his breath. So they're the bastards who've been hiding behind the scenes all this time. They might be a bigger organization than we thought. Centric Alphonse stroked his beard. Although the matter of my heir has been resolved, other problems just keep popping up. He listed 3 names, Luan and Ha and Alan as well. Except for those 3 children, everyone else had been eliminated. Centric Alphonse flipped through the letters, examining them closely. If one of these 3 children becomes the next Holy Emperor, I'm certain they won't betray the Empire. His fingers pressed down hard on the stack of letters. Instead of worrying about the 3 of them, Centric Alphonse remembered a rumor that made him worry more about this other child. A person closely resembling the Crown Prince was spotted near the market in the southern territory of Aslan. He vaguely wondered to himself, "Are you still alive?" Doubt rose in Sentic Alphonse's heart. His son had disappeared without a trace after the war with the Aslan Empire. His fingers traced over the letter. Aslan's movements are very suspicious. Why would he appear in the south right at this moment? Sentic Alphonse muttered to himself. After wiping out all the monsters, humans are the ones who start going crazy. I'm already this old. Why do I still have to work so hard? His eyes drooped slightly. That brat of a crown prince disappeared right after inheriting the throne, so I didn't even get a chance to abdicate. The furious Sentic Alphonse threw the stack of papers in his hand. "This damn brat!" he shouted. "Why can't you be a good son for once if you're alive? At least show your face. If you're dead, I should have at least found a body." Suddenly, a soft voice was heard. "Your Majesty." Luan Alphonse opened the door and walked in, asking, "Are you all right?" he said irritably. "I already told the messenger to hand over the work to you. What are you doing here?" He replied, "I came because of that very matter." Luan Alphonse spoke up. "I'm thinking of sending Alan Hit." "Your Majesty," Sentic Alphonse asked suspiciously, "is this related to the Black Order?" He nodded. Alan also said he would go there himself. "He said he has a score to settle with the Black Order," Sentic Alphonse recalled. "Does he mean the time he was almost killed by that witch, Morgana? If he wants revenge, that makes sense. Or perhaps he intends to." He remembered the words of Raphael Astoria. The seventh prince controlled a holy undead. At that time, a slightly surprised Sentic Alphonse asked again. "A holy undead," Raphael Astoria nodded. "It is proof of Geir's power." He seethed. "If your Majesty commands it, I will have no choice but to teach the seventh prince a lesson myself." Sentic thought it was both an astonishing and a worrisome story. He felt a little uneasy. A legion of undead carrying the holy power of Geir. Geir's power could even threaten Judas, the god of death who can escape his own fated demise. A chill ran down Sentic Alphonse's spine as he considered the hypothesis. Necromancy is a forbidden power, only used in the south. But what if this power has a variant that can be used in the Holy Empire? Then it's possible they could cause a schism in the Aslan Empire. He asked Luan Alphonse, "Did Alan request this himself?" He nodded. "He asked me about a few books, Your Majesty." Sentic Alphonse pondered for a moment. "And after the battle, what will happen to the remnants of the necromancers?" Finally, he agreed. "All right, send him." Sentic Alphonse's foot stepped on the scattered papers. "As for the unusual movements of the Aslan Empire, it seems they are related to the Black Order." He frowned slightly and said, "If Alan can stop them, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing?" Luan Alphonse agreed. "Yes." He touched his chin and asked, "Was this mission so important from the very beginning?" Sentic Alphonse was surprised. You didn't receive the documents on this matter," Luan Alphonse explained. "I only read the first page. I think Alan accepted this mission without knowing anything." He urged, "Then send the boy before he finds out any more about this." Luan Alphonse's eyes gleamed. "Please leave it to me, Your Majesty," he assured him. 3 weeks later, on the road to Hill Mead, Alan cried out, "I've been tricked." After he started reading the documents upon leaving the castle for Hill Mead, he sighed. "This job is a total scam." The man riding a horse beside him spoke up. "It's time for you to accept reality, sir." Dean glanced over and announced, "We've been traveling for 10 days already." He then asked, "By the way, am I alone enough to escort you?" Alan slammed his fist in anger. "Of course not, I left without knowing anything." Then he quieted down and let out a long sigh. Wait, this might actually be better, since I already know about his power." Alan felt annoyed. "Without those fanatics from the Red Cross, it'll be easier for me to use my power." Diane explained. "Please don't be too harsh on the Red Cross. They are people who will do anything you command." He remembered. "The Holy Emperor himself granted you authority over the Heresy Investigation Council." "Your Highness," Alan spoke up, "I heard that to oppose a decision made by me. It requires at least 3 archbishops." Diane nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. This also means you have full authority in any situation involving demons." He smirked. "So what?" Alan pouted. "I don't think this will be of any help in finding the missing Night Squadron and dealing with the Black Order." Alan was curious. By the way, what exactly are red goblins? Are they stronger than vampires?
Hondian looked dejected. Even if they gather in a group to attack you, they're still much weaker than that vampire count.
He explained that red goblins are trusted minions primarily used by the Black Order. Since ancient times, they've been infamous for kidnapping children. Hondian turned and asked, "Have you never heard the story that a red goblin will kidnap you if you're a naughty child?" Alan was clueless. "I've never heard that before. I was a naughty child myself, and I'm still doing just fine." "Well," he explained, "they have round bodies and thick beards. They wear red clothes and climb from roof to roof while carrying a sack to kidnap children." Hearing this, Alan's eyes glazed over. He imagined a red goblin carrying a sack and singing merrily. Naughty children should be punished. Alan was confused. Could that old man really do something like that? He fell into thought. But is it really Santa Claus Hondian? However, continued his description, they are surprisingly strong, but not a major threat to us. He sighed. The problem is, how do we catch them? Alan was puzzled. Don't their eye-catching red clothes make them easy to spot? Hondian explained. Those bastards are experts at hiding. Even a well-trained holy knight would have a hard time detecting them. Alan understood. Is that so? He wondered to himself. Do they reek of a foul stench like other monsters? It would be a pain to keep my status window open all the time. He offered an idea. Then what about using bait? He was startled. Bait, Alan repeated. It says here that they mainly kidnap children under 16 years old. Hondian broke into a cold sweat and asked, Are you telling me we have to use an innocent child? Alan was exasperated. He pointed to himself. Of course not. Don't you see the bait standing right in front of you? Hearing this, he just froze. Hondian was suspicious. Don't tell me. Alan smirked, eyes glinting with mischief. Imagine spotting a 16-year-old boy sitting here by himself this late at night. Pretty tempting bait, wouldn't you say? In the distance, a figure moved swiftly. The clothes it wore were a faint red, mixed with the sound of a grotesque laugh. From up high, someone was already targeting them, a sword glinting coldly in the darkness. The paper read, Beware of the red goblins. If anything happens to your children, report it immediately to the nearest guard. Alan commented as he walked. The atmosphere is so grim. I can also smell a foul stench around here. Hondian was curious. You can smell the red goblins too. He nodded. Yeah, but these demons are quite weak, so the scent is rather faint. Alan turned his head to look at him.
I'll try to follow that stench. For now, you go to the guards and ask about the current situation.
Hondian thought otherwise. I think it would be better if you and I went together. He chuckled. You think those weaklings can defeat me? Just go! The man had no choice but to agree. As you command. Before leaving, Hondian didn't forget to remind him. Then please be careful, Your Highness. Alan nodded in response. Got it. He then took out his gun. The two of them split up. Alan hoped he might be able to catch them sooner than he thought. He slowly moved forward. Once I catch the stench they emit, I can get closer to them. Alan carefully sensed his surroundings, then looked up, just in time to see a figure crawling into a chimney. Found you. He rushed over. Is that the magic they use to conceal themselves? If I hadn't used my holy power to enhance my vision earlier, I probably wouldn't have been able to see it. Alan threw the door open. Pardon the intrusion. Seeing two people lying motionless on the ground, he knew there was a red goblin in this house. Alan sighed. Damn it, I'm a step too late. He approached the window to observe the child. As soon as Alan peeked out, he saw the red goblin with a sack slung over its back. He saw the bag on the goblin's back move. But there was no sound. Even if the child was screaming, no sound could be heard. Did they use magic to block the sound? Seeing that he wasn't running away in fear, the red goblin took the initiative to attack. Alan aimed his gun straight at it. With a loud bang, he shot the red goblin, sending it flying. The sack on its back fell off. The red goblin was consumed by holy power. The child in the sack coughed and poked his head out. Alan asked kindly, Are you okay? The boy was surprised. Who are you? Alan said calmly. I'll explain that later. For now, just close your eyes. The corpses from before were now staggering to their feet behind him. Alan was shocked. So the red goblins poison their victims too. He stood up, gripping the gun tightly in his hand. If this zombification continues, neither healing nor resurrection will have any effect. Another gunshot rang out, sending blood splattering. Hondian returned. I've successfully coordinated with the guards, but... He stopped short when he saw Alan sitting on top of a red goblin. Sir, it seems you've caught one of those red goblins, he said grimly. That's right, but I was a step too late. Alan was somber. I couldn't save that child's parents. Hondian tried to console him. Sir, at least thanks to you. We were able to save the child. Let the guards handle the rest. He sighed. Obviously, red goblins are creatures that specialize in kidnapping and assassination. Whether the Dark Order summoned or tamed them, their purpose is now all too clear. Alan asked. In Hemet, are the guards the only ones responsible for security? Dean explained. Because this place is near the border with the Aslan Empire. My Golden Cross army is stationed on the outskirts. He didn't understand. If the army under the Holy Emperor was here, why would they be stationed on the outskirts like this? Hondian patiently explained. Because they always need to be on guard against the Aslan Empire. The situation at the border has been quite tense lately, so it's difficult for us to split up the army. He lamented. But the cases involving red goblins have only started happening recently. Hondian suggested. If necessary, I'll send a letter to the Golden Cross to ask for their help. Alan objected. No need. If we ask the Royal Guard to come, they'll just go into hiding. It would be much better if I dealt with them quickly myself, he asked curiously. Sir, have you found any clues? Alan simply replied. If you have a dagger or any weapon like this, give it to me now. Hondian did indeed have what he requested, and immediately gave it to Alan. He carefully observed the new weapon. The red goblins are programmed to obey orders from the Dark Order. Alan stabbed through the red goblin's chest. There must be some specific incantation behind this control. Hondian was surprised. Are you piercing their bodies yourself? Sir, please act in a manner befitting a member of the royal family? Alan didn't want to elaborate. You know we don't have time for that, he exclaimed. Found it! Alan held up the red goblin's heart to observe it. I can feel the necromancer's magic in this one's heart. He muttered. This flow, this structure. How can I replace it with my holy power? Hondian was alarmed. Are you planning to use this demon, sir? Alan confirmed. Yes, I plan to reuse it. Hearing this, he became even more panicked. You're going to reuse this creature if others find out about this. It will cause a huge problem. A system screen lit up in front of Alan, making him stare blankly. On the screen was a notification. A new skill has been created. He was quite surprised. A new skill, Hondian was confused. Sir, is something wrong? Alan denied it. No, it's nothing. He looked at the heart in his hand. There's no more time to waste. Alan gave a cunning smile. Shall I get myself kidnapped? In the darkness, someone muttered. Corpses. More corpses. And even more corpses. Oh, a rotten skeleton. The necromancer wondered. What are they planning that requires so many preparations? Corpses lay scattered within a magic circle as whispers echoed. I don't know. It's not just in Hemet. It seems they've made preparations in other places too. They looked at the mountain of corpses and remarked. It looks like the Dark Order is planning a large-scale attack. An old necromancer rasped. Even so, how can they treat us like this? It takes a lot of effort just to walk with a cane. The man beside her offered comfort. The red goblins will be back soon. Just wait a little longer. They'll bring us fresh offerings. A savage laugh rang out. Just as they say, children are always the best offerings. Their warm blood and long lifespans. I'll regain my strength soon enough. Just then, a red goblin returned to the window. The old man turned, looking pleased. You've come at just the right time. His voice rang out as it jumped down. Our dinner? The red goblin was silent. Alan's hand reached out from inside the sack. He climbed out of the sack and spoke. Hello, everyone. The old man was annoyed. What are you doing? I told you to kidnap a healthy child. Why did you bring back someone strange like this? Alan cut him off. He doesn't listen to you anymore. He placed his hand on the red goblin's shoulder, and light emanated from his palm. And if you're wondering why? The red goblin gave a wicked smile. Alan declared. It's because I am its new master. They couldn't believe it. What nonsense are you spouting? How could he infuse holy power into a red goblin? As soon as the words were spoken, a sword flashed by, cleanly slicing the man's head in two. Many red goblins rushed out to attack under Alan's command. Kill all the necromancers and release the children. If there's anyone you're not sure about, just round them up together. A moment later, he stood before a bookshelf and said, "Let's see what you all have been up to." Alan calmly looked around amidst the screams. "They've collected a lot of books, research results. I wonder if there's anything here that can help me." As blood splattered, Alan reminded them, "Try not to get blood all the way over here." He pulled out a rather strange book. What's this?" The book's cover had a strange pattern and the title, Chaos Plan. The soldiers spoke up. "It's true. What the knight said is true." They cheered excitedly. All the missing children had returned. The soldiers quickly ran over to check on the children. "Thank Gaia for helping us. Are you okay, little one? How did you manage to get out?" The child replied, crying. "They locked me in a place like a prison, and then someone let me out." The soldier pressed on. "Who was it?" The boy answered. "A small uncle." "No, he was like the red devils who kidnapped us." The child pointed out that he wasn't wearing red like them. Hearing this, the soldier concluded that they weren't devils then. The child immediately affirmed, "Yeah, I told you they weren't devils. They were angels." The boy seemed incredibly grateful and revered them. "The angels in blue saved us." The soldier was utterly confused. The angel in blue arrived just in time to overhear their conversation and thought to himself, "It seems the prince's plan was a success." Suddenly, a hand reached out, catching his attention. The red devil waved its hand, signaling for Hondian to follow it. Alan was holding a stack of papers and spoke as soon as he saw him. "There you are, Hun." As Han approached, he said, "You've worked hard with these bodies, Your Highness. From the outside, this place looks just like a normal house." Alan stood up, holding his gun, and remarked, "It seems they prepared this place quite meticulously." Hondian didn't understand. "Prepared?" Alan held out the stack of papers in his hand. "Read this." Hondian took it and exclaimed in some shock. "The Chaos Plan. It says here that members of the Black Order in each district must attack the districts they were assigned to, harass, cause riots, and terrorize the people there, dragging it out for as long as possible and causing as much damage as possible." He couldn't believe it. "What? They're planning to terrorize the Holy Kingdom." Alan didn't deny it. "Yes, and it seems they're not just targeting Hondian realized they hadn't written their true purpose in the document. He stared blankly ahead and spoke. "I was thinking about that too, which is why I called you here. Hey, you lot who are still alive, wake up and answer my questions." Alan was speaking to the men pretending to be dead at his feet. When he saw they weren't moving, he immediately raised his foot and stomped hard on one man's head, yelling, "Looks like you still don't understand the situation, do you?" Alan continued his questioning. "I know you're holding your breath. Besides you're targeting other districts too, aren't you?" His confident deductions made them flinch. "Your numbers are too small for a city this large and for the riot you caused. Besides, there are still a few missing knights that haven't been found." One of the men whispered a condition. "If you promise not to kill me, I'll answer." Alan turned to ask Hondian. "Harmond, what about the missing children?" he replied. "The guards are finding the children's homes, but some of them still haven't returned." Alan quickly pointed out, "See, the number of children still doesn't add up. A necromancer uses the lives of others to perform magic." As he spoke, Alan's expression grew darker. "A necromancer uses the lives of others to perform magic," he speculated. "Either to tame those red devils or to conceal this place. Other than those two things, you use magic for everything, so you'd need a massive amount of mana." Then Alan walked over and crouched down next to one of the men, who began to tremble in fear. He forcefully grabbed the man's head and interrogated him. "So you absorbed those children, didn't you?" Alan even knew something more disgusting. "You probably didn't just take children, but young and old people as well." The man was terrified by the accusations and could only whisper a plea. "Spare me, I beg you." But Alan was not moved. "Did you listen when the children begged you like that? Don't worry, I won't let you go just like this." Then he mercilessly threw the man into the pile of bodies. Alan added a threat. "I'll make you wither away until you're finally dead." He gave an order to Hondian. "Hun, take the Black Order survivors back to the palace." Alan mentioned a name so the Heresy Investigation Council could deal with them. Hearing this, the members of the Black Order begged in terror. "Please, don't hand us over to the Heresy Investigation Council. Hondian also had a question. "Is that all right, sir?" Alan said coldly. They're going to die soon anyway. The only way they'll live on is by becoming undead. Han Dian spoke up, looking concerned. I'm not talking about them. Sir, I'm talking about the red devils. I mean, the blue ones. Han Dian was a bit worried. Those creatures could expose the fact that you have the power to control the holy undead. Your Highness. Alan scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, I don't care. The Archbishop has already heard about it anyway. He even caught me red-handed in the palace. He continued, It's a hassle to explain everything while trying to find an alibi, and it seems the king has already taken notice. A startled Han asked, You're talking about the Holy Emperor, aren't you? Alan didn't deny it. Yes, but since he hasn't said anything, it seems he'll just be observing me for the time being. He looked at the red demons cleaning up the Black Order members, then decided, That's why we have to move quickly. Also, make sure to deploy soldiers in the major cities. Alan continued his request. And tell His Majesty that I need to extend my vacation. I have too much work to do. The man immediately nodded. I understand. Your Highness? He walked over to the tightly bound members of the Black Order. All right, then. Alan drew his sword. Whoever answers my question will get a peaceful death. He smiled cruelly. Where in Hit are the rest of you bastards hiding? Meanwhile, news of the defeat had already flown back to the Black Order's lair. It seems our allies in West Hill Mid have been defeated, sir. A murmur spread throughout the church and in several other major cities. Units of holy knights and priests have reportedly been deployed in those cities. What it seems the Western Branch was too overt in their activities and got caught. One of them shouted angrily, Those stupid bastards should have been more careful. Another suddenly exclaimed in shock. There's also news from the border. This news plunged the Black Order into a panic. The Heavenly Army has been deployed. If you're talking about that Heavenly Army, those are the troops that are only deployed when there's a war. They're the Holy Emperor's ace in the hole. One of them gnashed his teeth in fury. We were trying to match the Golden Cross, and now even the Heavenly Army is here. They asked each other in fear. We can't just defeat them like regular holy knights. Right. In the last battle, we only managed it because we had a lot of sacrifices. But it'll be difficult now. Someone looked at a magic orb and reported, Furthermore, since the Heavenly Army is stationed near the border, the Aslan side must have heard the news as well. He relayed the message. They said they want to postpone. Hearing this, one of them even punched a wall in frustration. Damn it. The whispers grew louder. It seems the royal family has caught wind of something, so they want to pretend they have nothing to do with us. I thought we could finally escape this life of hiding, but now they want us to wait even longer. The group directed all their anger at Alan. It's all because of that seventh prince. One person asked doubtfully. Isn't he just some good-for-nothing loafer who was abandoned in the north? He wondered why the prince had suddenly appeared and ruined their entire plan. Someone muttered regretfully. We should have just killed him back then. Suddenly, a deep voice, laced with the bitterness of failure, echoed out. Naces appeared, questioning them. Do you think the great Aslan would be defeated like this? One of them asked, startled. How are you going to handle it yourself, sir? Another asked skeptically. Nasus ordered in a low voice. Tell all my people. He spoke. The opportune moment may be delayed, but proceed with everything as planned. I will take full responsibility for the failure at Hit. Nasus leaned closer to one person and asked, And you said the seventh prince is also a problem? The man nodded, trembling. Yes, sir. He immediately understood. The reason we failed is because he found our hideout. Nasus vanished into thin air, leaving only a single sentence behind. I will go with you to the illusory city. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. And I will find that brat and kill him. After Nasus disappeared, the members of the Black Order could finally relax. They whispered among themselves. Even if it was just a projection, I can't believe he came here himself. His only chance of escape is gone. Of course, he has no choice but to run. One of them stood up and made a decision. We will restart the plan here. He continued. We will gather new offerings and create an even more terrifying chaos in the holy. Just then, strange beams of light suddenly appeared. Seeing them, the Black Order members screamed in panic. What the hell is that? It seems someone has broken in. Someone noticed the orb in their hand was glowing. This thing only reacts if someone with powerful magic or holy power enters. They speculated. Is it Oscar of the Golden Cross? The leader immediately gave an order. It won't be good if we run into him. Tell the mages inside to evacuate and send the holy knights to identify the intruder. This decision greatly surprised the others. What? The other person asked in alarm. Right now, aren't we supposed to use them for the plan? He replied, we need to survive first before we can carry out the plan. Someone else spoke up. Oscar is no ordinary enemy. Instead of sending the holy knights, wouldn't it be easier if we just left this place? He was still muttering, if we mess with the royal family. Before he could finish, the person watching the magic orb spoke up. Startled, I don't think it's the Golden Cross. A doubtful voice rang out. If it's not Oscar, then who could cause such a commotion? He answered in fear, I think it's the person we were just talking about. Sounds of indignation once again filled the space. It's that brat, the one who killed the vampire and all the werewolves. Someone clenched their fist in anger. I heard he was in Hit, but he's already chased us all the way here. He suddenly flashed a malicious smile. Looks like he has no intention of letting us live. The enraged members of the Black Order screamed, Seventh Prince, Alan Anpons. He now stood before their den, muttering to himself. I was so curious. So many corpses. Alan didn't understand what the red demons were doing. Do they really need this many offerings? He looked at the soulless corpses before him, his heart aching. But it turns out you're the ones who need to be the offerings. Alan faced the legion of Holy Knights charging towards him with fierce momentum. The ones who had turned the entire Holy Knight squad into the Undead. He was a bit confused. Did they do this after hearing about my holy Undead? Or do they just want to cause more chaos for the Holy Nation? Alan quickly summoned his gun. Whatever the reason, he remembered the Undead he'd dealt with before and assessed that they wouldn't be hard for a necromancer to handle. He concluded with certainty. They're weaker than me. A strange light flashed, illuminating the wrinkled faces of the Holy Knights. I don't know exactly what happened to you all, but once you become undead, you can't be healed or resurrected. But at least the light was slowly returning to their dark eyes. One by one, the Holy Knights lowered their weapons. They began to change direction. Alan promised them, let me help you get your revenge, he declared loudly. Now, it's our turn. Alan led the legion of undead forward. Let's go. The souls of the unjustly killed began to cry out. They didn't let us live. They killed us in the most brutal way. Hearing this, he strengthened their resolve. They will pay the price. Kill them in the most horrific way you can. The Black Order's defensive line was quickly broken. The Holy Knights flooded in like a tidal wave. One by one, the enemies were captured. One of them even screamed desperately. Save me. Someone stomped on his hand. He spoke resentfully, trembling. It's you. No matter how you interfere, our God will save us. Alan pressed the gun to his head and scoffed. Save you. He cursed inwardly, begging for salvation after taking countless lives. At that, Alan didn't hesitate and immediately pulled the trigger. He said coldly, Then let me grant you salvation. The blessing of this God will lead you to hell. The Black Order's den had finally fallen. Alan stood amidst the piles of their corpses. After learning of the Black Order's chaotic plan, the Holy Nation dispatched all its forces, not only reinforcing the armies in each city, but also adding celestial soldiers to the border to guard. And as ordered, HROND has sent the surviving necromancers to the capital. Since the Red Cross is in charge of interrogations, they'll be able to get more information on the Black Order. The Aslanian captured near the border seems to be connected to the higher-ups. Although the Hamid case was closed, the Empire was more tumultuous than ever. Alan had now found a quiet place for himself. Amidst the chaos, I came here to rest in the Academy's library. Just then, Jap Fen suddenly walked over and asked, Weren't you coming to see me? He even teased. We haven't seen each other in a while, and you've lost all your manners, Alan replied indifferently. Good afternoon. Alan spoke coolly. Why are you in the Academy, Jap Fen? Rafen chuckled in response. Did you forget that both Aslan and Hit are under my management? He wanted to add, Besides, I have something I want to talk to you about. Before he could finish, Alan cut him off. You should be quiet in the library. Don't talk to me, Rafen whispered. I came here because I have something to discuss with you. But Alan just felt annoyed. He's so annoying and clingy, like a leech. He didn't care whether the other person was interested or not, and just kept talking. Hamid is under my jurisdiction. I heard you caused a commotion in my territory. Is that right? Alan immediately retorted. I didn't cause trouble. I solved it. He looked at Rafin, annoyed. And I had the Holy Emperor's permission. Rafin cleared his throat. But the problem is, that's something I should have handled. Rafin rubbed his chin, remarking, And your way of handling things is strange, he asked curiously. Your blue-robed angels. What are they? Are they like those demons I've left them alone because they're going around helping the villagers? Alan replied. I got them from the necromancers. Do you have any other news? Hearing that, Rafin scolded. Does this brat think I'm a reporter? But he still revealed. Nothing special. In the current situation, the Holy Emperor thinks the Black Order and the Aslan Empire are working together. Alan wondered. There are signs of war breaking out on the border.
What does Aslan say? Rafin spoke slowly. They claim they have no relationship with the Black Order. But do you really think the Holy Emperor will believe that?
He added. The Aslan Empire has sent their envoys to explain. They'll probably arrive in Hamid within a month.
Alan picked up a book, thinking, There's no more time for me to hide my power.
He figured that while he didn't have time to stop the rumors, it was time to use that power. Alan silently analyzed that even if Aslan claimed they had nothing to do with the Black Order, the Black Order was fully capable of pulling this off on their own. He guessed it without Aslan's help, the Necromancer's kingdom.
Alan quickly closed the book. Then he informed Japin. I'll go see what they have to say.
That surprised him a little. Huh, you plan on staying here until then?
Alan sighed and replied, I'm sick and tired of the royal palace. I want to learn some magic and do more research here. He mumbled. 1 month, Alan told himself. I'll see their envoy with my own eyes.
His eyes grew determined, ready to expose Aslan's true colors. Alan's hands hung limply. He was tied to a giant tree. He struggled to open his eyes, gazing up at the distant canopy as his thoughts drifted.
I don't know how this happened, but this is definitely where it all began. Back to the present.
Currently, Japin was lecturing Alan. He demanded that Alan stay put, at least until the ambassador from Aslan arrived. Of course, Alan refused and retorted. What does staying put have to do with the ambassador's visit? Japin immediately raised his voice. Aslan is different from us. If you make a single mistake, we'll be in huge trouble, he explained meticulously. Aslan is a group that worships the death god, Judai. So to them, a necromancer is both a priest and a noble. Japin continued. How do you think they'd react if the Holy Empire oppressed them furthermore? They'd be even more furious if they saw you the one who single-handedly wiped out an entire army of necromancers. Alan asked in confusion. Then what am I supposed to do? This is still the Holy Empire, isn't it? He frowned, annoyed. Am I supposed to just ignore the Black Order? Japin quickly refuted him. No, I just mean you shouldn't do anything provocative. Japin tried to find the right words to persuade Alan. After all, they're coming here to prove they have nothing to do with the Black Order, so they'll definitely overlook what you did. He pointed a finger in Alan's face as a warning. So just stay put. We have enough on our plate as it is, Alan said. Then I have one request. Japin narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to negotiate? His next words made Japin jump. I need the magic book of the Necromancer King. Alan held up a book. Aren't there plenty of books by other necromancers at the academy? I've read them all. Japin was in a tough spot. But His Majesty has placed a restriction on Amon's magic book. Still, Alan was insistent. So, can you get it? Japin had to compromise. I'll have to ask for His Majesty's permission first. Alan kept pushing, making him furious. Even if it's the only way to make me stay put. Finally, Japin had to promise. Fine, I'll try to sneak it out for you. Hearing that, Alan praised him cheerfully. See, you're not so bad after all. Annoyed, Japin cursed. You troublesome brat. After his talk with Japin, Alan left the library in a pretty good mood. I was planning on staying put anyway, but who would have thought I'd get a chance to touch Amon's book? What should I do until then? He thought as he walked. Charlotte must be training nearby. Speak of the devil. Charlotte suddenly appeared, calling out, Your Highness! Alan was quite surprised to see her. Charlotte, he suddenly said. Wait a minute, he asked with concern. What happened to your face? Hearing this, Charlotte instinctively touched her face. Oh, this... She was about to say more, but he cut her off. Hey, don't call me that right now. Alan quickly explained. I'm planning to stay in the academy library for a while, and it'll be a hassle if my identity is revealed. He instructed her. For now, just call me Jerome Lepang. Charlotte immediately understood. Do you mean the son of Lord Janan of Lonia? She immediately corrected herself. Charlotte Harris, greetings, young Master Jerome. Alan was quite pleased with her performance. As expected, she's quick-witted. But as he thought it over, he noticed something odd. But, Harris, Alan asked curiously, you have a surname? Charlotte nodded slightly. Yes, His Majesty granted it to me. He became lost in thought. I saw this surname when I was studying the royal family. Alan recalled that it belonged to a family that had been annihilated by the Necromancer King 50 years ago. Besides the Heavenly Army's Red Cross, there's the Green Cross, the Holy Cross, and the National Cross. Those are the 6 entities that can command military forces at will. So that's the story. But I don't really know how powerful they are. So he continued to ask, and his question made Charlotte pause. Huh, Alan clarified. I'm talking about your injury. Does it have anything to do with you receiving a surname? She looked down, fiddling with a lock of hair. No, it's nothing. He questioned her angrily. Is someone at the academy bullying you?
Or is it that bastard Grill? Charlotte quickly denied it. No, not at all. Sir Grill is a very caring guardian.
She shared shyly. Aside from training, I've only been attending classes for a short while, so I haven't really had a proper conversation with anyone at the academy yet, Charlotte said in a small voice. I just got hurt during training, that's all. Alan continued to press her. Then why didn't you get it treated? A single vial of holy water would have fixed it. She had to tell the truth. It's just, I'm used to the pain. It turns out Oscar Bane had once told Charlotte that a knight who isn't accustomed to pain will hesitate when they get injured. He criticized her sternly. The Holy Imperial family has no need for a knight like that. Standing before Alan, she honestly expressed her will. I want to become your knight. Your Highness. Charlotte unconsciously touched her face. To become your shield and your sword, she kept muttering. I need the strength to get back up, no matter how much it hurts. Alan couldn't listen anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? Charlotte cried out in alarm. Your Highness, I mean... But he had already quickly touched her face. Alan's warm holy water flowed out, enveloping Charlotte's body. He said gently, Why do you have to suffer? If you get hurt, I can just heal you right away. Didn't you say you were my knight? Hearing this, Charlotte froze for a moment. Alan also realized the awkwardness between them. He turned away and instructed her. Anyway, I'll heal you without leaving a single scar. So next time, just come find me immediately. Got it? She was deeply moved by Alan's warmth. And only after a long moment did she manage to say, Yes. Charlotte quickly followed him. I understand. Your high-nosed young Master Jerome. By the time Hamondian arrived, it was already dark. He questioned him, annoyed. Alan, did you call me just because Charlotte went to train? Are you that bored? He leaned back on the wooden chair and whined. What should I do now? How can I get in the way of her training? At this point, Alan remembered when Charlotte had expressed her determination to him. I will become stronger for you, Your Highness. He looked up at Hamondian. Ah, I forgot you're bored too. He snapped back angrily. You're saying that to the person who abandoned his duties to come running here for you. Alan asked curiously. How are things going? Hamondian replied flatly. Same as always. He explained that even though they destroyed the headquarters of the Black Order, necromancers just keep appearing. Hamondian added, and even if we capture and interrogate them, we can't find any clues. After hearing this, Alan exclaimed angrily, Those damn pigs! He speculated that for them to be so stubborn, their chaos plan must still be working. Then Alan sat up straight and asked, What about the ambassador from Aslan? Hamondian answered honestly. They will arrive on schedule. He thought for a moment. I have a bad feeling about this. Just then, someone approached. Isn't this the 7th prince? Hearing himself mentioned, Alan peeked out curiously. Who is it? Hamondian quickly bowed. I greet the princess. This surprised Alan. A Princess Alan immediately used his ability to search for information. The system screen displayed Rose Delina, 45 years old. Physical characteristics. Fragile body, weak mind, but a contradictory notification appeared confusion and chaos. Frantic obsession. He hesitated, hiding behind Hamondian and wondering, with characteristics like that, can she really be normal? At that moment, Rose advanced and spoke. It's good to see you out here. She then started questioning the two of them, What has the seventh prince been doing these past few days? Hearing this, he replied, I plan on joining the academy soon. After that, she immediately asked him a question that stunned him. Did Vafen allow you to do that? Her face looked incredibly sinister, and she said mockingly, That boy? Honestly, hearing her words, he was extremely puzzled and thought to himself, what does she mean? Is she also monitoring me because I'm a prince, just like her son? Right after that, she gave a sinister smile and said, I'm a little disappointed I didn't get to hear this directly from the second prince. Hearing her words, he was completely stunned. Alan was about to say something when, from a distance, Vafen's desperate voice called out, Mother. He ran over and threw his arms around his mother, asking, What are you doing here? Why didn't you contact me? Seeing him, his mother was overjoyed, hugging him and exclaiming, Vafen, my dear son, of course, if you don't come to see me, I'll come to see you. Feeling his mother hugging him too tightly, he cried out, Mother, there are a lot of people watching. Then Delina said cheerfully, If the crown prince saw how much you've grown, he would surely be very happy. Just then, someone came over and handed him something. Here, take this. Hearing that, Alan approached and exclaimed. He looked at the book, completely shocked, and thought to himself, The Magic Book of Amon, the Necromancer King. Vafen then said to him, Isn't this what you wanted? I got it from the academy's basement. Then he frowned and said, I'm going out with my mother now. Remember to keep your word. Hearing this, Alan smiled and promised, I'll be here until I die, so just go. Right after that, he turned and saw his mother off. Mother, let me take you to the carriage. Alan hugged the book and replied helplessly, All right, Japan. As soon as they left, he called out, Hammond? Hearing him call, the boy replied wearily, Yes, sir. He then recalled his conversation with her and wondered why the third prince had suddenly become the second prince. He then left and asked, Wouldn't it be better if you just told me everything? Hearing this, Haman replied dejectedly, This is a matter that even the nobility keeps secret. He then continued, Rose, the crown prince's second wife, had a very happy marriage and even got pregnant right after the wedding. But life isn't a fairy tale. The child inside her was born with the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck. In the past, he stood frozen before that child's coffin. Haman then continued, Because the crown prince felt pity for this child who died so young, he bestowed upon him the title of second prince. The mother was heartbroken at the time, but that royal concubine seemed so shocked by this loss that she couldn't accept it. Afterward, she was overwhelmed with grief from her child's passing. In a dark room, she would always claim a teddy bear was her son. Whenever she saw an object that looked like a child, she would call it the second prince. Seeing this, the crown prince decided to have a second child with her. At this point, Haman continued the story. And the child born after that was... Hearing this, Alan immediately replied. Right after that, he asked, But that royal concubine still looks after Rockfen as if he were her first child, doesn't she? He immediately confirmed. Yes, but that's where the problem lies, sir. Hearing this, Alan was very surprised and said, A problem. Hammond then continued, Before the third prince was born, that royal concubine did something she shouldn't have. At that time, she did everything she could to save the prince. She tried to resurrect the second prince. Hearing this, Alan turned back in surprise and asked, What? He was lost in thought. I heard I was the first person to successfully perform a resurrection. So Alan asked, As an undead? Hearing this, Haman calmly replied to him, That is a forbidden act in the Holy Kingdom. Right after that, he had to face a barrage of questions from Alan. How did she do it? Was she a necromancer? He confirmed and replied, Well, they still haven't found anything. For a time, all the necromancers in the Empire were executed, because some speculated that they had manipulated the royal concubine. He then frowned, deep in thought. It had written confusion, chaos, and frantic obsession on her status window. Then he continued to wonder if all of that was what she felt about Jap Fan. The scene changes to the carriage, which is speeding down the road. The atmosphere inside the carriage is quite tense. Lady Delina spoke up. Alan Alphonse looks healthy, doesn't he? Then she rested her chin on her hand, sighed, and said, It would have been so much better if he had died along with Alicia. Feeling his mother's words were a bit too harsh, he spoke up. Mother, he's still my younger brother. What you're saying is a bit... His mother looked out the window and said, "Ah, no, wait. It would have been better if that damn Black Order had killed him during his exile." Then she calmly replied, "I don't like a single thing about that boy. He's a slow and useless brat." Right after that, she turned to remind him, "You must never, ever lose to him. You need to become the Holy Emperor for the Crown Prince's sake." At this point, she just sat there sobbing helplessly, to her maid's distress. "Let's go to the Aslan border and look around." The carriage sped on as her voice echoed, "I need to see the envoy." The scene changes to a sword duel in progress. The white-haired girl was trying to block Van's attacks. The two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. Immediately after, she knocked his sword away, making Van nod in approval and exclaim, "Your stance is good." Instantly, he counterattacked and said, "Have you had some kind of epiphany?" At this moment, the two were engaged in a terrifying sword fight. Soon after, he moved away and said to her, "Not just me, but His Majesty as well. None of us improved as quickly as you did at that age." Then he asked her, "What do you think about becoming my heir?" She was extremely tired, panting as she replied, "I don't want to." She looked him straight in the eye and answered clearly, "I have no intention of swearing loyalty to the Holy Emperor." Hearing this, he was quite surprised and asked, "What did you say?" Then he looked at her and said, "What an insolent thing to say." Right after that, he became enraged and scolded her. "You are already a part of the Golden Cross. You must be prepared to die for the Holy Emperor." Hearing his scolding, she replied calmly, "And I am still training to be able to carry out all the missions assigned to me." Then she patched up her wounds and said, "But I have no intention of doing that." She then recalled her encounter with Alan. "And I know I don't have to, because there is only one person who can give me missions." At that moment, he had put his hand to her lips, making her freeze completely. At this moment, only Alan Anpon was on her mind. Then she quickly got into a ready stance and declared, "He is my only master." Hearing her say that, he looked at her and asked, "So you don't want to swear loyalty to the Holy Emperor, but you still want to be a member of the Golden Cross, is that it?" Hearing that, she explained, "It's because I can be of great help to the 7th Prince." Hearing that, he said in disbelief, "Don't be ridiculous. We exist for the sake of the Holy Emperor." Seeing he was about to leave, she replied fearlessly, "Then I just need to make him the Holy Emperor." After that, she looked at him defiantly. Seeing her attitude, he growled and questioned her. "Do you have any idea what you've just said?" She nodded confidently. His face darkened, and he said in a disappointed tone, "You can't possibly believe that what you just said is so easily accomplished. Can you?" He then looked at her and said, "You cannot become a member of the Golden Cross." Hearing this, she retorted in shock, "That's impossible." Immediately, he threw something at her. She quickly caught the box, stunned. He told her, "Take this." Then he turned away and said, "You are hereby expelled from the Golden Cross, Charlotte Heroes." She looked at the box with a somber expression. He continued, "And I am assigning you to the 6th Forgotten Force of the Royal Family, which the Heroes family once commanded." After that, she opened the box. Inside was a white cross. She picked up the sword and asked him, "And this sword?" He replied, "That is the sword once used by the Heroes family." He continued, "I was going to keep it as a decoration if its master never appeared." Hearing that, she stared at the sword, and he encouraged her. "Then do your best." He showed his trust in her, saying, "Protect the one you serve, if that is the reason for your existence." Scene change. And not long after, a group of people was entering through the gate. It was the envoy from Aslan, smiling as he entered. The morning scenery was beautiful. As sunlight streamed through the tree leaves, a voice spoke up. "Is this the land of the gods?" The gate then slammed shut. The man named Hema raised his arms, breathed in the air, and said, "I can't believe it feels so different." With the gentle trees and cool breeze just behind the castle walls, his eyes darted around. This place must be blessed. He then looked at the armored soldiers with a sinister expression and thought to himself, "But there's no need to be greedy right now, because the celestial soldiers are a huge pain." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Welcome!" It was Japin. He smiled and greeted him. "Thank you for coming all this way." Hearing this, the man immediately introduced himself. "I am Hema, the ambassador of Aslan. It is an honor to meet you, 3rd Prince." Surprised that the man knew who he was, he asked, "You know who I am?" Seeing his surprise, Hema replied, "Of course, I have heard a great deal about you." Then, Hema gave a very benevolent smile. The sky was clear blue, and leaves drifted down picturesquely. He then said, "I hope for your assistance during my stay here. Prince Japan, elsewhere, notices were posted everywhere. Welcoming banquet for the ambassador of Aslan." Seeing the notice, he said in surprise, "What's this?" Alan stared intently at the notice, wondering. "They're holding a banquet." Seeing that he didn't know, the white-haired girl said, "I heard it's customary when receiving an ambassador from another country." Hearing that, he mused. "I know, but Aslan is a rival nation. Publicizing this means they want the children of the nobility to attend." "Yeah." Hearing his analysis, the girl pouted and said, "It seems like they're planning something on a large scale." Hearing that, he gave the paper a judgmental look and replied, "To show off. After all, the level of education reflects a nation's strength. They're trying to show off everything they've got." She then asked him, "Are you planning to attend the banquet?" "Sir, Jerome?" Alan quickly answered bluntly, "I'm not interested." Just then, two people opened the door and walked in. He then asked her in return, "What about you, Charlotte?" The two guys who had just entered pointed straight at them and shouted, "There they are." He declared with certainty, "That's them." Hearing the noise, Alan turned around with a confused look on his face. "What?" The arrogant kids pointed directly at him and demanded, "What family are you from? I've never seen your face around here before." Seeing them, she leaned in and whispered to him, "They're the sons of a duke and a marquis." Hearing that, he thought to himself that he didn't want to get involved. "Ugh, I really don't want to have to deal with them." Seeing the two of them whispering, those punks taunted. "Whispering to each other like that? You two must be pretty close, huh?" Those guys arrogantly looked him over and judged him, which made Alan feel exhausted and annoyed. "You look like you just came from the countryside. We couldn't find you in class, so we came all the way here to get you. With an attitude like that, anyone would think you're a prince." Immediately, Alan turned away and said, "Whatever, let's just ignore them. Charlotte's..." Seeing his indifferent attitude, those guys got furious and yelled, "Hey!" He felt insulted and shouted, "You don't seem to understand what's going on, do you?" Alan couldn't be bothered to care, sighing in frustration. "Why do I run into people like this everywhere I go?" Immediately, that reckless bastard, all guts and no brains, charged at Alan, swinging his fist and cursing, "You son of a bitch." But Alan didn't care, calmly replying, "I can't believe guys like this could become the future leaders of their families." Just then, a hand caught the guy's fist. Alan continued calmly, "It really makes me worry for the future of the Holy Empire." The one who caught his fist was the Lich. This left the young man completely stunned, muttering, "Huh." Right after that, she quickly gifted him a devastating punch, sending him flying and making him hit his head hard on the ground. Seeing this, his friends were terrified and yelled, "What the hell was that?" Alan then spoke to them softly, "Haven't you guys heard the rumors?" Hearing this, the other two panicked. Their faces darkened as they stammered, "Huh? What rumor?" He immediately snapped his fingers at Hilmi. Instantly, two red demons appeared behind Alan. "There's a rumor that naughty children get taken away by fairies." The two demons then flashed smiles that were anything but gentle, causing the two guys to scream in terror. "Ah, they're red demons!" The demons immediately lunged at those bastards. The demons quickly knocked the bastards out. But just before losing consciousness, one of the young men said doubtfully, "Wait, red demons are supposed to be blue." With the situation handled, Alan turned to the dwarf and said, "Hand them over to the guards. Haman will take care of them." She immediately complied. Jerome?" Then she proceeded to remind him, "You haven't forgotten your promise to the third prince, have you?" Hearing her, it dawned on him, and he replied, "It's fine as long as I don't get caught." The goblins urgently dealt with the bastards. Alan wondered to himself, What should I do now? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he ordered the demons, "Go tie them up in the public square, naked, for the entire day." Hearing this, the captured men's faces went pale. Before they could even beg for mercy, the demons dragged them away. "Wait." He then turned to look at her and said, "That should be enough to teach them a lesson about morality, right?" She replied, "Yes, that's perfect." With everything settled, he invited her to get something to eat, and she immediately agreed. The scene changes. Just then, Van burst through the door shouting, "Alan and phones! What's with those guys in the public square?" "Was that your doing, seeing how frantic he was?" Alan reminded him helplessly. We're in a library, you know," he thought helplessly to himself. "So much for trying to hide my name?" He then picked up a book and explained. "Well, yes, I did it, but calm down. They started the fight, so I just disciplined them." Before Alan could even explain, Van was already fuming and scolded him. "Why would you do that to them just because they started it? Are you insane?" he scolded, extremely worried. "Alan, do you have any idea how furious the ambassador is? How are you going to handle this?" Alan threw his hands up helplessly, thinking to himself, "All this, just because I stripped them in public, come on." Seeing that Alan still didn't grasp the severity of the situation, Van yelled, "What if he demands that the necromancer be hanged in the public square?" Hearing that, Alan froze in shock. He then asked blankly, "What did you just say?" His brother, overcome with anguish, fell to his knees and sobbed. "If it wasn't you, then who could it have been?" Alan quickly arrived at the scene. After taking in the situation, he looked up and exclaimed, "The person who did something this crazy?" His face twisted in disgust as he thought, "What kind of psycho?" Just then, Hammond ran up to him and asked, "Your Highness, did you come alone?" Seeing her ask, Alan replied, "I already dropped the lich off at her class. Now, tell me what happened here." She looked at Alan, extremely puzzled, and asked, "Was it the royal family? They wouldn't do something like this while hosting the ambassador from Aslan, would they? Because that could provoke a war." She turned to look at the head hanging above them and continued, "The guards have already investigated, but they couldn't find a single witness." Haman then looked at him suspiciously and said, "Don't tell me. You did this." Hearing this, Alan buried his face in his hands in disbelief. "What in the world do you people think I am?" With an aggrieved expression, he cried out, "Aslan is probably the culprit behind this." Hearing that, Haman asked, "Are they trying to create a pretext for war?" Alan then explained, "Yeah, but from what I heard from my brother, it seems the ambassador was genuinely furious." Haman then looked up at the sky and voiced her thoughts. It would be illogical to cause internal strife right before a war breaks out. If it wasn't the royal family or Aslan, she thought to herself, then who else could it be? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, causing Alan to freeze. His face went blank, and he stood there completely stunned. Alan then began to look around anxiously, thinking, "What is that?" Noticing his sudden change in demeanor, Haman called out, "Your Highness." He paid no attention to Haman's call, continuing to scan his surroundings as if searching for something. This wasn't a normal stench. Alan stared blankly into the distance as he identified it. The true smell of death. A terrifying face flashed in his mind, making him exclaim internally, "Father, this is quite a surprise," Hammond asked worriedly. "Alan, are you all right, Prince?" Suddenly, a voice spoke from a cloud of black smoke. "I can't believe you can actually see me." A terrifying skeleton appeared before his eyes and said, "So, you're the one." Alan looked at him, feeling completely helpless. The angel? Just then, a gunshot rang out. It turned out the one who fired the first shot was none other than Alan. Seeing him suddenly open fire, a panicked Hammond cried out, "Your Highness, what's happening?" Alan thought to himself, "This guy is dangerous." Alan stared intently at the man named Nasus, aiming his gun at him and thinking, Hammond can't even sense his presence. And it took me a moment to notice him too. He's more dangerous than anyone I've ever faced. Suddenly, his eyes flashed red, looking terrifying. Instantly, he launched a blue orb at Nasus and shouted, "Oh Gala, please grant us your blessing." The blue orb shot towards him. Immediately, a red orb formed around Nasus, completely blocking the power of the blue one. The force created a powerful gust of wind, causing Hammond to cry out, "Prince, what's going on?" Meanwhile, Alan cursed in his mind. Damn it. Just then, some kind of staff with a red orb inside it appeared. Very quickly, the system displayed information about the staff. Necromancer King's Divine Staff. User's magic has been increased. Increases user's recovery ability. Increases all skill effects. He immediately grabbed the staff and said, "I can't believe the protective barrier was broken." A red current of electricity flashed across Nasus's face as he continued, "You truly are worthy of the title Angel." Hearing this, Alan immediately raised his gun, aimed it straight at him, and cursed. Damn it, he thought anxiously. I'm not prepared enough. I need to cast a proper spell. Right after that, Alan shouted for Hammond. Hearing his name, Hammond questioned him in frustration.
Why did you do that just now? But Alan just kept firing at the enemy while shouting an order to him.
You and the guards, stop anyone from getting near here. Make sure not a single civilian gets through.
Alan thought with grim determination. I don't intend to let anyone get hurt today.
Alan resolutely aimed his gun at him. I don't think I can defeat you as I am now. He quickly thought. See you later. Then shouted, Who gave you permission to leave? The gun fired instantly, and the bullet pierced right through the man's body. Nasus' eyes widened as he replied, Don't be so hasty. After that, he summoned a demonic magic circle and said, Even if you hadn't done this, we would have met again soon. Alan's expression was grave, his hands clutching the gun tightly. He then thought to himself, And I will kill you, once and for all. He stood there, stunned, and cursed. Damn it! Alan's brow furrowed in frustration as he thought, I can't believe I was so helpless. From the very beginning. That probably wasn't even his real body. Just then, Hammond rushed back and reported, Your Highness, I've carried out your orders, but why is there a magic circle here? Alan then asked him. Do you recognize it? Hammond sighed and said, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to be related to teleportation magic. He went on to explain the magic circle, saying, It's a magic circle that warps space. Aren't there only a handful of users on the entire continent who can use that kind of ability? Hearing this, Alan mused thoughtfully. So there's someone skilled enough to escape a warp gate spell in just a few short seconds. He recalled Nasus's words in his mind. Are you the angel I've been searching for all this time? Alan wondered. Someone that powerful knows about me. He looked at the magic circle and thought, I've become quite famous recently, but the only ones who have targeted me directly are the Black Order. Is he a member of the Black Order asterisk? Then he rested his chin on his hand, concluding, I've gotten too complacent. And then there's that guy. Alan's expression darkened as he uttered the name Aslan. Hearing this, Hammond cried out in alarm. What? Alan immediately turned and said, The Black Order and Aslan are connected. Hammond was shocked that he knew. How do you know that? Right after? Alan turned and replied, Anyone would know after meeting the guy we just did. Before him was all the information related to Nasus, or more accurately, his status window. The system displayed a series of details about him. Name Nasus, traits, destruction and curse removal, necromancy, dark magic, loyalty, absolute loyalty to Aslan. Immediately after, Alan gave an order to Hammond. Hammond, bring me something to write with. I need to send a message to the royal palace. Just then, the magic circle appeared again. Instantly, Nasus appeared within the circle. A voice spoke up. So you've finally arrived. The speaker looked serious and interrogated him. Why do you look like that? Hearing this, Nasus was at a loss for words. I don't recall you saying you wanted to see me. Helpless, he asked. I have a question. The incident at the square. That was your doing, wasn't it? You have defiled the name of Aslan. Hearing his words, Nasus began to pace around the room. Seeing that he wasn't answering, the man grew furious and shouted, Hey, are you ignoring your commander right now? He then interrogated him angrily. Do you have any idea how many priests were sacrificed? All because of a failure like you. Hearing this, Nasus turned his head and said, A failure. He directed his red eyes at him and asked, But, Mr. Envoy, what exactly have you done for Aslan? Nasus moved in close to the envoy and said, My loyalty to the god of death is genuine. Aslan is the only thing that's false around here. Then, he let out a terrifying roar. By order of Rahama, I will take command right here. Hearing this, the man backed away in fear, stammering, What are you talking about? I am an envoy of Aslan. He looked at the envoy and said, Rahama has also granted me the authority of an envoy. Nasus moved closer to the envoy and said, Once the feast begins, use the third prince to disrupt the balance. Hearing this, the envoy fearfully uttered, That. His face pressed close as he threatened, I will not forgive anyone who gets in my way. He then turned away and declared, I will wipe Humi off the map. Be careful not to get caught up in it. He recalled the severed head on display and continued, The day of the Holy Empire's fall is not far off. The deaths of Aslan's priests are reason enough for it. At that moment, Nasus continued, terrifying the envoy. We are the only ones who know about this, he stated with determination. This green land will soon belong to Aslan. Immediately after, Nasus emphasized the name, Alan Anpons. Hearing this, the envoy quickly said, someone has already been sent to assassinate him. Hearing that, he replied, I know. He then summoned a notice and answered, but it's interesting. Of all the people behind this, it's... At that moment, he looked at the paper and said, Rose Delina. The envoy was horrified and asked, don't tell me you've already killed the 7th prince. Hearing this, he denied it. No, I couldn't do that. Nasus recalled Alan's demeanor and said, the crown princess seems to view him as just some amateur. Then Nasus recounted Alan holding a gun. His skills are not to be underestimated. Then the man continued, you use 2 opposing powers. What an unexpected gain. Hearing this, the envoy exclaimed in alarm. What? Seeing his confusion, the man turned and explained. I mean, he might be the one Aslan needs. The scene changes to the paper, now in someone else's hands. Alan read the paper and gave an order. Hamon, is this really the answer the Holy Emperor sent? He quickly confirmed. Yes, I received it myself. The paper clearly stated, meet with the envoy and establish diplomatic relations. After reading it, Alan was bewildered and exclaimed, is this really their answer? Alan's face was furious as he clenched the paper and said, this is unacceptable. Then Alan looked at the 2 of them and asked, what do you think? Jen was surprised and blurted out, what? He immediately placed the paper on the table for him to see and said, you've been listening this whole time. I just told you that Aslan is involved. He then put him on the spot. You're the one responsible for diplomacy right now. What are you going to do, hearing this? The man finally shouted in frustration. What can I possibly do? Ven frowned and continued. We will proceed with the feast as planned. He calmly explained. Because Aslan requested it to de-escalate our relations. Hearing that, he felt it was pointless and asked loudly, you think that makes any sense? Ven remained resolute and said, why not? Do you want them to blame us for the incident at the square? Then, he calmly continued his explanation. We need to manage public perception. Stop doing so many reckless things for now. Immediately after, he reassured him. Besides, don't worry too much. Ven then added, Vice Captain Osco of the Golden Cross is also here. Hearing this, he asked curiously if he was strong, and the man quickly confirmed. Of course. He then told Alan, that man has fought primordial vampires countless times, so don't worry about the undead horde. I'm not worried about the undead. Alan crumpled the paper in his hand and replied, the thing I'm worried about is... In his mind, a terrifying image of the entire undead horde appeared as he speculated. The undead aren't the problem here. I've fought countless battles, and I believe I can take down the entire undead horde. But what I'm worried about are the civilians. Alan looked very pensive as he thought, I don't want to do anything that doesn't benefit me. But this is on a completely different scale. Seeing his worried expression, Vapin spoke up. I know you're not happy about it, but I'm doing this for everyone's sake. At that, he stood up and retorted, what a load of bullshit. Seeing him react like that, the man was quite surprised and exclaimed. Alan then turned away and said, you go ahead and do whatever you want. He thought to himself, I will use the authority granted to me by the Emperor as the Heresy Inquisitor. Seeing this, Irfin immediately shouted his name. Alan, I already told you. He immediately called out, Hamon. Seeing that he was being called, Hamon responded with some confusion. Yes, sir. He then ordered Hamon to deploy the army to the Aslan border immediately. Irfin's face turned pale, then darkened as he stammered. What did you just say? He shot up to his feet in anger and yelled, Alan! But Alan didn't even bother to turn around, simply replying calmly, if you have trouble carrying out the request, use the authority of Luan and Huda if necessary. Right after that, Alan added, they will support my decision. Hearing this, Hammond replied, slightly flustered. Understood. The Red Cross, the Night Cross, the Dwarven Army. He then walked outside and said, send a letter to Lord Jannat of the North. Have him gather all available troops. Arfin, still in disbelief, shouted, are you really going to do this? He still couldn't believe his eyes as he yelled, do you want a war? Alan still didn't turn his head, only replying, I'm doing this to prevent a war. Then he turned to face him and declared decisively, I guarantee that Aslan will not be able to breach the fortress walls, even if they manage to invade. Alan continued to reassure him. I've left things alone for your sake until now, but I have no intention of attacking Aslan. Right after that, he opened the door, stepped outside, and said, So, go and tell the ambassador. Alan continued, as Urfen listened in bewilderment and anxiety. If they want peace, they'd best not try anything. Then, Alan called out for Hamon. He immediately turned around and answered, Yes, sir. Very quickly, he also stepped outside with Alan. At that moment, Alan told him, Before you send the letter, summon Osco for me. His face was grim as he said, It's about to get busy. The scene changes to the outside, where a heavy foot stomps hard on the ground. It turns out to be the White Iron Legion, gathered outside the gate. They stood in perfectly straight and imposing ranks. On the other side was a group of men in red and blue cloaks, holding spears and standing solemnly, looking very intimidating. In another area, a legion of common folk stood ready, and in yet another, a legion of old dwarves in black armor. And finally, there were legions in gold-plated iron armor. They lined up in straight rows and marched in unison. Above, a hand gripped a railing tightly as a voice stammered. What is this? The ambassador, seeing the situation below, cried out in alarm. This isn't what you promised. He furiously interrogated him. Isn't this supposed to be a party to connect our two nations? Ufen, looking very troubled, replied helplessly. Unfortunately, the seventh prince is the one who holds the real power over the military. Hearing this, the ambassador was stunned. Urfen then continued to explain. I tried to stop him many times, but I couldn't. Hearing this, the ambassador's face darkened as he thought to himself, The seventh prince, Alan Anpons. He was now trying to figure out the situation. Considering all the nicknames the prince had, I thought the stories about him were exaggerated. But can he really command an army of this scale? The ambassador thought, his head throbbing. This is going to ruin our plans. Seeing the ambassador looking so distressed, Urfen called out to him. Ambassador, hey, he then asked, should we postpone the party? Immediately, the ambassador spun around and shouted, No, we can't do that. He turned back and said to Urfen, We went through a lot of trouble to make this happen, didn't we? I'm sorry, I was being too sensitive. Hearing this, Urfen replied, I understand. The ambassador then made a proposal. Could I ask you for a favor? Urfen quickly agreed and asked, Of course, what is it? The ambassador looked at the ironclad soldiers and requested, I want you to at least have the royal cross. Down. The ambassador moved closer to him and continued, If you can do that. He leaned in close to Urfen's ear, making him extremely confused and anxious. Urfen, alarmed, immediately shouted, What are you doing? In that dark space, a drop of blood fell to the ground. Just then, an old man sat on a chair and said slowly, I hope you're not lying. He looked at the man bound in chains and asked, Because of you, I can't even properly reply to my grandson's letter. Do you realize that? His voice was filled with resentment as he looked at the bound count, who was pierced by spears and covered in blood. Count Bomo. Hearing his words, the count, who was bound and couldn't resist, could only cry out helplessly. Right after that, the old man stood up and said, The greatest dragon mage cannot infiltrate the heart of the royal family alone. The old man then approached him, his voice dangerously low as he continued, That's why I asked you who is backing you. It has to be one of the most powerful people in the empire. He moved right up close to him, causing the count to tremble in fear, not daring to lift his head to face him. The old man's voice was filled with indignation as he exclaimed, But you told me it was Jose de Lina. Trembling with fear, he admitted, Yes, I'm just telling the truth. Hearing this, the old man stepped back and gave an order. Shit tapda, that's enough for today. The men in red cloaks followed his command and entered, muttering something about taking care of the royal palace. Right before he used his power, the old man's face was resolute as he thought to himself that he would personally deliver the verdict. The final banquet was held in grand style, with a large number of guests in attendance. Alan stood above, observing everyone below, and told himself that he guessed magic could do anything. Then he sipped his drink and calmly added, It's quieter now. He was lost in thought again. I changed the party's location at Jaffin's request, so it doesn't matter how I deploy the troops. Alan was very troubled, thinking to himself, But something feels wrong. Just then, a voice from afar called out to him. Alan! It was Jaffin, who looked quite tense as he asked, "Are you with Ambassador Hema?" "I ran because of Osko." He then recounted, "I thought he was going to punch a hole in my face." He seemed very angry at that moment and said, "You're the one who requested this, aren't you?" Hearing that, Alan turned and replied, "Well, after all, Hema is from an enemy nation." Then he reminded him, "You need to reconsider your position." Hearing this, he leaned in close to his ear and asked, "Are you still against the party?" Alan didn't beat around the bush and answered frankly, "I'm not happy about it." Then he continued, "I'm only staying quiet because nothing has happened so far." Hearing this, Jaffin was bewildered and asked, "Alan, let me ask you something." Right after that, he pointed down below and said, "The woman over there." Alan followed his finger, his voice filled with surprise as he asked, "Huh? Why so suddenly?" Alan asked, not understanding. "Is that your mother?" He said no and pointed to the maid. "No, the maid with the black hair next to her." Then Jaffin asked him a question that left him very confused. "What do you think of her?" He was now very curious and asked, "Is she your type?" Immediately, the system displayed her information. Saren, 25 years old. Characteristics: a beautiful party girl, skilled in seduction. Nature: stealthy, scheming, prone to blackmail, and drug addiction. Alan then judged the maid. She's definitely not normal, but she doesn't seem to be a dragonkin. Suddenly, the messenger ran over from a distance and called out to Jaffin, "Ah, Your Highness, I've been looking for you." The man approached, smiled, and said, "There you are." He was flustered that both of them were here. "Ambassador Osko, you're both here," the messenger explained. "I was searching the entire banquet hall for you because of an urgent matter." Hearing this, he was surprised and exclaimed, "Urgent." Then, the man signaled to him, "It's time." Prince Jaffin, standing beside them, Alan heard this and thought to himself, "It's time." Instantly, both Alan and the old man were stunned when they heard his voice. "Welcome, everyone!" The entire room suddenly began to shake violently, causing everyone below to panic and cry out. An earthquake. The floor then cracked into pieces, and everyone screamed in terror when they saw it. The floor. At that moment, Nasud appeared in a cloud of smoke and greeted everyone there. "It's time, humans." The scene shifts outside, where Charlotte was standing guard as Haman remarked, "I've never seen that armor before." Seeing his curiosity about her armor, she explained, "The Emperor gave me this armor, which was made by the dwarves." Hearing that, he guessed, "Just by looking at it, I can tell it's really quite good." Then she turned and affirmed the armor's importance. "This is too precious to me." Hearing that, he shared his thoughts. "That's because he values you. Don't think of it as a burden, just accept it." He then said to her thoughtfully, "But speaking of which, your rank is already quite high." "Ma'am?" It was true, as Hammond was only the vice commander of the Holy Knights, while she was already the commander of the White Cross. He then continued, "We both serve the 7th Prince, so don't—" But before he could finish his sentence, small stones began to rain down on the ground. Immediately after, larger boulders came crashing down, causing both of them to exclaim in utter shock. "What?" Just then, something fell that caught both of their attention. A horde of beasts with ferocious faces stared at the two of them. He cried out in surprise. "Monsters!" Haman immediately shouted, "Everyone, evacuate to the castle!" Suddenly, Charlotte cried out, "Look!" She pointed to a magic circle that had appeared on the ground and said, "There are runic symbols on the floor. Is that a magic circle?" The monsters quickly leaped in to attack them both. She immediately drew her sword and fought the monsters. "There are too many of them." Hearing her, Hammond replied while fighting off a monster. They were definitely targeting the party because of the crowd. At that moment, both of them said in unison, "The 7th Prince was right." She quickly and decisively drew her sword, slashed a monster, and asked again, "So what's the plan?" "Don't think too much about it." He then reminded her, which annoyed her, to focus on evacuating the citizens first. And right before their eyes, even more hordes of monsters appeared, preparing to advance and attack the two of them. At that moment in the castle, Alan remained very calm and said, "The stench is getting worse." Behind him, the messenger had pulled out a dagger and held it to Jorfin's neck. But he didn't seem to care and said, "Is this the chaotic plan you've prepared?" The messenger then laughed sinisterly and threatened, "Ambassador Hema, yes, it's all for Aslan." At that moment, he turned around and questioned Jorfin. How did you get caught so easily? Seeing him turn back. The messenger brandished his knife and yelled, "Don't move, if you want the third prince to get out of here alive." Alan remained perfectly calm and asked the messenger, "Let me ask you something. Do you really think taking my brother hostage gives you an advantage?" Hearing this, the man was quite surprised and asked back, "What are you talking about?" Down below, Jen's mother was also being held at knife point by the messenger's men. Alan then said, "Do you even know who these people you're holding are?" Alan spoke calmly, making Jorfin extremely worried. Traitors. Hearing this, he flew into a rage and exclaimed, "What, my mother and I are traitors?" Seeing his reaction, Alan remained composed and replied, "Don't be angry with me. I heard it from Osko. He has already raised his hands in surrender. Count Fort has confessed." Then, he admonished his brother in a deeply sarcastic tone. "Oh, brother, it would be much better for you to just be honest now." The messenger, still not believing it, said, "No matter what, the title of prince still has value." Hearing this, Alan acknowledged it and replied, "That's true. In the end, whether they're traitors or not is our family's business." He then explained, "Ambassador, among the items you presented at the party, did you happen to see the video recording device?" Below, the guests were being restrained by the messenger's subordinates. Alan then said, "That device could be recording this entire scene right now, and it would clearly look like Aslan is declaring war, wouldn't it?" He calmly continued, "You've given us a just cause." Immediately after, he started walking towards the messenger and said, "I didn't like this party from the very beginning. I will make Aslan regret every single plan it has tried to carry out." His face was incredibly sinister. "You won't be able to control these armies." Suddenly, a terrifying voice cried out, "Who says I can't?" Everything inside the building began to shake, and debris rained down. Seeing this, he was shocked and exclaimed, "Ambassador, a man in black with a staff caused this." Alan was bewildered, thinking to himself, "What is that? And what is this tremor?" The floor then cracked into more pieces, and very quickly, that section of the floor shattered, completely surprising him. He then fell headfirst, cursing under his breath. "Damn it!" Suddenly, Alan stopped falling. His eyes locked with Nassus's. He smiled and said, "So, here you are at last." Immediately after, he grabbed Alan tightly by the neck and said, "I've missed you so much, Angel." He looked at him and said sarcastically, "Come to me." At that very moment, outside, the bug-eyed monster had been knocked unconscious. At the same time, the other monsters had been shot with arrows and killed. Seeing this, Harmon said, "We're almost done here." Hearing that, Charlotte's added, "Thank goodness for the prince." Suddenly, a soldier rushed in to report, "Sir Harmon, Lady Charlotte's." Seeing him, he immediately asked, "What about the main hall?" The man immediately reported, "There's no one in the main hall." Hearing that, he still didn't understand and asked again, "What do you mean?" "Right away," the soldier explained. "There's a large hole in the main hall, believed to be a space gate." The soldier continued, "It's not just here in the main hall. Space gates have been seen in many other places." Hearing this, worried expressions appeared on both of their faces. She stammered, "You mean—" Trembling with fear, she said, "The seventh prince has disappeared." Elsewhere, Alan had just woken up and was trying to crawl up, thinking to himself, "What happened?" He then recalled the scene with Nasus, their eyes meeting, and speculated, "I thought I fell into a pit with Lick, but that was a space gate." "Yeah." Right after that, he stood up, put on his shirt, and continued to think. Where did he send me? Suddenly, someone's shrill voice rang out, "You damn brat!" Hearing a voice, he quickly ducked behind a rock and listened to them talk. The messenger was furious and yelled, "I can't believe he ruined the plan." Just then, the subordinate beside him tried to calm him down. "Calm down, envoy. Didn't you already know this was one of the possibilities instead of complaining uselessly? Go find the seventh prince." After that, he said, "We entered the gate together, so he must be nearby." Hearing many different voices, Alan finally realized, "Wait, there are a lot of them here." He thought to himself in frustration, "Am I going to die here all alone, hiding behind a rock?" Alan thought. "Even for an incomplete gate, isn't this unfair?" He then remembered falling, thinking in frustration that GFN and Osko should have been with him. Even he would have had a hard time protecting himself. Suddenly, that guy Nasus spoke up. "Seventh Prince, I know you're listening." Hearing this, He quickly ducked down and crawled away to hide. I have to get away.
But his next words made him freeze. This is the lair of the Black Society of Aslan. We've been preparing this plan for a long time.
Alan looked at his hand, which was covered in some disgusting black substance. The man continued. Do you know? It turned out he had stepped in the dried blood of those who were sacrificed before, who were now nothing but skeletons, Nesu said softly. Do you have any idea how many lives we've sacrificed for this plan? The other voice continued, full of blame. And to think it all went to waste. Just because of you. We had to take down Hit and then drag Osko here to kill him. Hearing his words, Alan remained silent, not making a move. Nasus continued to blame him relentlessly. How dare you ruin it, Aslan's chance to escape the royal lands? Looking at the skulls here, he said, and obtain a fertile land. Then he turned and threatened. I will kill you, tear you to pieces. He continued his threat. And destroy all of your power. Suddenly, a blast of blue energy shot past the messenger's shoulder, wounding him before he could even react. The man finally reacted, screaming in pain. From behind a rock, Alan emerged with his gun and said, I don't understand. Immediately after, he put on his mask and said, a creature like you, who treats life like trash, dares to lecture others. Instantly, he summoned a book into his hand. Seeing it, Nasus exclaimed in shock. Alan then opened the book, much to the man's astonishment. You want to tear me to pieces? Immediately, a terrifying power erupted from the book, and a skeletal hand appeared. Alan simply replied calmly, Let's see you try. Swiftly, it killed several of his subordinates. Nasus was stunned to see his men fall. He was completely shocked, horrified, and exclaimed, Impossible. A holy power user possessing 2 relics of the Lich King. Nasus panicked as he saw monsters crawling out of the book. He stammered in disbelief. Moreover, how can he use them so freely? This is an army. Right after, a horde of monsters continued to emerge from a cloud of green smoke. The messenger exclaimed, The successor of Gala, and every single lich here. Just then, Nasus raised his red scepter and said, Possesses an immense amount of holy power. He immediately fired a blast of red energy at Alan. Nasus exclaimed in shock. First a vampire, now a lich. Then the other man said resolutely, I will destroy it. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Holy Knight, the monsters charged forward to fight Nasus. Seeing this, he said, A lich with holy power and consciousness. How absurd. The monster lunged at him, and he instantly created a defensive shield. But right away, the shield began to crack. Seeing the situation, he knew this was bad. Very bad. His face grew grim as he thought, This means he's important to Aslan. I was too arrogant. He looked at Alan standing amidst the monsters, book in hand. He thought to himself, His power won't help Aslan. It will destroy him. Immediately, Nasus slammed his scepter on the ground, releasing a terrifying wave of power. I must kill him right here, right now. The messenger, in a weak voice, warned him. He's not someone we can fight. Running is our best option. Hearing that, he retorted, This is our lair. Why would you think we need to run? The messenger replied anxiously, What can the 2 of us do? Besides, I'm injured. Instantly, he pointed the scepter at the messenger's face and declared, Of course there's a way. He then summoned a magic circle and boomed, Give me your life, messenger. Hearing this, the messenger's face darkened as he stammered. What? Seeing his hesitation, Nasus said, This is for the great Aslan. Don't tell me you're unwilling. Nasus then roared, terrifying the messenger. Show your loyalty to Aslan. Be a good messenger. He then revealed his plan. I will use all my magic to seal that brat here. From behind his monsters, Alan spoke up. I can't watch this anymore. You think you can stop me by sacrificing a few lives? Nasus shouted back. You're still so arrogant, even now. Then Alan challenged him. Fine, give it a try. At that moment, a skeletal hand grabbed his calf. Like a monster, Alan advanced toward Nasus. He said, Show me the great power of your mighty Aslan. Then, spider-like legs sprouted from his back. He grew to an immense size and laughed sinisterly. Haha. Seeing him like this, the terrified messenger stammered, He's a complete madman. Just then, Alan opened several books, and the legs sprouting from his back turned into guns. The messenger froze and said, "Are you really trying to destroy him?" Immediately after, Alan chanted a spell, and an incredibly powerful stream of blue light shot straight toward Nasus. It instantly created a terrifying explosion. A horde of demons appeared out of nowhere, looking completely unfazed. Nasus, their leader, knew no fear. He created a giant shield to block his opponent's attack. But things didn't go as Nasus had imagined. What the hell is this? He couldn't help but feel utterly bewildered as he saw his men being blown away by Alan.
I knew he wasn't an ordinary person. But not only does he use two external forces, his holy power is practically infinite. Nasus trembled uncontrollably but still tried to resist.
"I will do whatever it takes to kill you here." He highly esteemed Alan's skills. "You are a threat to Aslan. He's in his monster form to hide his identity." "How about this?" Nasus went all out, pouring all his strength into this one attack. "I will sacrifice my very own soul." His weapon was enveloped in a massive surge of power to seal you in this place. It was unclear where Nasus got the confidence to make such a claim. "I may die here, but Raham Ma will definitely kill you." He was surprised to hear Nasus call him that. So, an angel. Nasus wore a ferocious expression, terrifying to even look at. "Let's rest in peace here together." It was hard to describe what he was feeling at that moment.
Are they planning to sacrifice all those souls, Alan thought to himself? That's right. I have to acknowledge his skills.
He's strong enough to be called the Grim Reaper. Nasus refused to give up, determined to deal with him no matter what. "You may ruin my plans, but in the end, Aslan will devour everything." His form was constantly changing. Nasus, will take responsibility." Nasus prepared to unleash a final blast to end it all, to bring death to you. But no matter how powerful his lightning was, Alan could still dodge it. He was startled by the sudden attack. However, Alan was already used to being reckless. "Hey, Grim Reaper," he said, not one to hold back his insults. "Stop spouting that nonsense." Nasus had never been humiliated like this. "What did you just say?" Alan gripped his wrist tightly. "What you're saying is so absurd I don't even know how to respond." Nasus was just as defiant. "You think you're bringing death to me? I already hold death in my own hands." Alan would absolutely not allow anyone to harm his subordinates. "I'll show you." Nasus was shocked by his superior ability. He can still summon them, but he stubbornly refused to believe it. "No, he's just tricking me. This can't possibly be real. If I can get out of this, I'll win." It seemed Nasus had correctly guessed his true identity. He may possess infinite holy power, but his body is merely mortal. He launched a continuous barrage of attacks. There's no way he won't get tired. Nasus suddenly fell silent, and the air grew still with him. Unexpectedly, Alan's voice came from right behind him. "Hey, Grim Reaper, you're not short on ways to deal with demons. You've committed too many sins to be allowed a normal death. So I've prepared something special for you." Who knows what Alan was planning to do now? "I will kill you using the method of the Soul King." He summoned his familiar weapon, a scythe, and a skeleton appeared only to crumble into dust instantly. It was too late for him to stop it. "What are you trying to do?" "Stop, I said stop, Alan Anpons. You really know how to win people over. This is the special subordinate technique. You will not be able to die, and you will have to become my subordinate." As a first step, Alan powerfully punched Nasus in the foot. As he staggered into the air, a massive block of ice was already hurtling toward him. It continuously pressed down on Nasus's shield. Alan looked like he was fighting without the slightest bit of effort. Under the light, Alan looked even more radiant. Isn't this the main character's aura? He mercilessly sent Nasus flying out of Earth's orbit. "You can't even decide your own life or death, and what you are going to bring death to me, you are truly an arrogant fool." The people didn't know what to do. "We have to follow the prince now." "Calm down. This magic circle might just lead us to another place." Charlotte felt a constant sense of unease. "But we can't just stay here forever." A guard ran up to them. "Captain, Vice Captain, there you are." One look was enough to know something was wrong. "What is it?" The two of them were stunned by the news he delivered. "The Aslan army is heading this way." She and Hand raced forward. Damn it. After some research in his books, he discovered something surprising. "So this is the chaos plan. Are they planning to create a chaotic situation and then attack?" "They're only targeting the princes, which means they plan to take them hostage." Charlotte was furious, but there was nothing she could do. They must have prepared this plan in case the battle didn't go their way. How dare they? She was startled by the chaotic scene. The guards had gathered outside the fortress gate to prepare for battle. "Sir Hond, the fortress gate is open. Have they already broken through?" he asked, rushing over in a panic. "Hey, what's the current situation? Why is everyone just standing still?" The guard answered awkwardly. "Vice Captain, we don't know where he got the information, but we received orders to open the fortress gate and stand by."
Hond couldn't understand what was happening. Who would give such a bizarre order?
Everyone had to shield their eyes from the intense light. He squinted, wondering if that light could be... Charlotte was overjoyed. That's right. A figure in an iron gauntlet gripped the holy spear tightly. Just from his silhouette, she recognized that the Holy Emperor had arrived in Humi. Aslan's soldiers were hovering in midair. Every single one of them was engulfed in the power of lightning. Sentik's enormous hammer was ready to strike at any moment. A single blow from him sent thousands of enemy troops flying from the fortress. In the end, Sentik stood alone amidst the swirling dust and smoke. He normally wouldn't bother with mere grunts, but they had provoked him. "Get out of our way, you monster, and die!" Sentik grabbed the sword tightly, unafraid that it might injure him. "Looks like he's still green," the Aslan soldier thought. "But I'm sure I aimed for your blind spot." The Aslan soldiers were quick to curse at others. "You monster." That crossed the line for him. "Do you have any idea how grave your sin is?" He was terrified to see the sword shatter into 100 pieces, overwhelmed by Sentik's extraordinary presence. "How dare you waste precious seconds of my time?" How could the soldier have known this would be the last moment of his life? What the hell is this? He didn't even need a weapon. A gentle twist of the soldier's neck was all it took. Even Charlotte and Hond couldn't withstand the force of the wind blowing from outside. The soldiers struggled to stand their ground against the gale. At the same time, she thought, he's incredible. Just as expected from His Majesty, the Holy Emperor. Charlotte had always admired his combat skills. So that's the level I must reach. Sentik looked at his palm, which had been cut by the sword, without reacting. Sentik thought his fighting abilities had dulled. To think an attack like that could injure me. I've really gotten old. He turned his head and asked, "Where is Osko?" The general could only answer truthfully. "He was caught in a vortex, so we don't know his location." He was given some information. The mages are investigating the incident right now. So Sentik had always trusted him. "All right, that's enough. I'll ask Alan." He froze when he heard the bad news. "The 7th prince was also swept away with him, sir." The soldiers in the troop didn't dare to utter a single word. With no other choice, Sentik tried to remain calm to command the army. "So, Osko and my grandson are both missing. And the traitors who disgraced the royal family have retreated, disappearing somewhere to regroup." His gaze was like bullets. How should I vent this anger? Sentik's giant hammer slammed into the ground. Aslan started this. He saw the determined looks on Hans and Charlotte's faces. If they want a war, I will give them one. My holy kingdom has every reason to do so. He called upon everyone to join forces against the enemy. Knights of the Holy Kingdom, listen to me, bring me the head of Rahamma, the guards shouted in unison. Yes, your majesty. Thanks to the bright moonlight, he could see many intertwined branches and leaves. Alan was seriously injured. Why am I lying here? His head throbbed as he recalled the fight with that man, that immortal lich. That's right, to subdue him. I attacked with all my strength, and I don't remember anything after that. Alan tried to sit up, forcing himself to stay conscious. I'm used to passing out. He couldn't help but feel bewildered, finding himself tied tightly to a tree trunk. A tree? But what is this tree? Before Alan could think clearly, a bucket of water was splashed in his face. Did I lose? A native called out, Lord Angel, making him even more confused. What world have I wandered into? It seems they aren't bad people. He's awake. Alan was a bit critical of their style of dress, which was like that of primitive people. What is this? Why are you all nearly naked? Don't come near me, the native shouted with joy. Our savior has awakened. Meanwhile, Alan was still bewildered. Someone, please explain this to me. The village chief explained why they lived there. Let me greet you. We are all slaves imprisoned here. They performed all sorts of experiments on us, sacrificed some, and took our lives. He was stunned by Alan's power. But one day, you, the divine angel, appeared and punished the immortal lich who oppressed us, and we witnessed that miracle happen. They cherish everything that belongs to you. The holy water you created has restored our lifespan. The bald young man scooped up a full bucket. Lord Angel, you're the greatest. This holy water is absolutely incredible. The chief clasped his hands in thanks. There was no other way to restore a body aged by necromancy. And even Alan was surprised it had worked. Congratulations, you have a few questions that need answering. So, you all took care of me after I passed out. But the village chief was thinking along different lines. Of course. We're not just grateful because you saved us. We believe you descended for Cotinia. Alan heard the name for the first time. Cotinia. The tribespeople kept urging. Cotinia, you should greet the angel, hurry up. A red-haired elf appeared. Cotinia. All right. She seemed a little nervous, but still spoke up. Greetings, sir. Alan was completely stunned. A dark elf, the chief introduced her, explaining that Cotinia was the true heir of Aslan. He had a hunch about her identity. Are you Rahama's daughter? Her attitude was the complete opposite of her father's. Yes, but Rahama would deny it. He was startled. Deny it? If Rahama knew the angel had descended, he would too. Alan's head throbbed. Just answer my question. He didn't want to waste any more time here. Where is the exit? The chief offered some advice. Are you planning to leave? It's very dangerous to do so right now. He was worried for Alan's safety. The Holy Emperor's kingdom is at war with Aslan as we speak. He didn't know that Alan was the prince. War. Alan was lost in thought. Have I been unconscious for that long? The chief briefly recounted everything, from the moment he passed out to when they moved him from the altar. After he finished, Alan just stood there, frozen for a good 5 seconds. It's been about 3 months. Alan was stunned. 100 days have passed. All that could be seen was a pair of feet appearing through a cloud of dust. Alphonse seemed to be lost, unable to get his bearings. I'm sure I followed the map. So where the hell am I now? Damn it! It was unclear who he was talking to inside the cave. Hey, I'm looking for my son. Before Alphonse was a giant dragon. You must know something, right? Its eyes were ferocious, and red smoke billowed from its maw. He was completely helpless. All right, I won't ask you anymore. Alphonse had been longing to see his son. Good grief, it's so hard just to see my own son. Meanwhile, Alan still couldn't accept the fact that he'd been tied to the world tree. I was unconscious for about 3 months. He didn't know how to react when he asked the bald tribesmen how they'd cared for him all that time. And the man insisted they had only given him holy water to drink. Stuck in this situation, Alan could feel a power radiating from the world tree. There's no way I could have recovered this much from holy water alone. It seems this tree helped in my recovery, too. He only just now remembered that when he fought Nasus, this tree wasn't here. Alan wasn't sure if his guess was correct, but he figured it appeared due to the power of an elf named Tinha. System update Cotinia, traits, half-elf, weak necromancy, nature affinity. He learned some things about the dark elf, the ruler of Aslan, Rahama. He has countless children, and Tinia is his 30th. Alan was floored. Just how many wives does that guy have? She answered firmly, and it didn't seem like she was lying. But one thing she said took Alan by surprise. He couldn't believe it. He froze when Tinia revealed her true identity. We are the children of slaves, born without love, only to be used as test subjects. Rahama conducted countless experiments, mixing his own bloodline. He mixed his bloodline, which possessed immense magic, with other species to create powerful children who could help him achieve his goals. After Alan mulled it over for a moment, Tinia added that she had failed to meet Rahama's requirements. He imagined Rahama scorning her. The Shadow Legion needs healthy slaves with long lifespans. He refused to acknowledge her as his child and sent her away to this place, a servant tried to explain. But Lady Tinia is only developing slowly because she's an elf. Rahama couldn't be bothered to care. In fact, he threw the servant out, wanting him out of his sight. Diamond, your intelligence is lacking. You can go with her. And just like that, Diamond was dragged into it. Lord Rahama, please reconsider. But he was forced to come here as well. Alan was confused but didn't dare to ask. It was strange. This place used necromancy, yet she had an affinity for nature. He wanted to know why they had hung him on the tree. Tinia's reply was a complete non-answer, saying the tree had just grown as it normally would. We couldn't just lay you on the ground, so we hung you on the tree. This left Alan completely speechless. And you think a tree is softer than the ground? He silently scanned his surroundings. Alan couldn't stay here. He still had the heavy responsibility of protecting the fortress. I understand everything you've told me, but I have to go. The tribespeople saw him as their savior, their Lord Angel, so he explained the situation clearly to all of them. I already told you, my name is Alan. I'm not an angel, I'm just an ordinary person. But it seemed the chief was too lost in his delusion to snap out of it. But we witnessed the miracle with our own eyes. Alan was at a loss for what to do with this guy. It was hopeless. He remembered what Nasus had said. I told you, it's not that hard to create a new faith.
Alan didn't belong here. He just wanted to reunite with his family. I have to go home. Please, try to understand.
Tania understood his feelings. If that's the case, Sir Angel, she asked for just one thing. Could we go with you? This left Alan bewildered. What? Tania was worried about the future of her people. After seeing the World Tree, we can't stay here any longer. This is a base for the Shadow Legion. They'll be sending more forces soon. The chief stepped forward to guarantee. We won't get in your way, Tania pleaded desperately. Please, give them a new path. Sir Alan, we'll go with you. And when we find a suitable place, we'll leave.
Alan carefully considered it. He didn't really mind. And besides, that elf's abilities could be useful.
He didn't want any more trouble. But just the two of you. The chief and Tania were overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Just then, a sandstorm closed in around them, blinking a few times. He couldn't see anything. I heard Aslan doesn't have much habitable land. He started to feel like something was off.
Walking against the wind like this is a bad idea. But this, are you guys kidding me?
Alan wasn't familiar with the terrain, so he had no choice but to ask them. Which way is the city? Who would have guessed that the chief was even more clueless than he was? After so many years of accepting our fate as slaves, we never planned on leaving. So we don't know the way either. He wished he could turn back time. Was I too careless in coming here? A noise from below caught the attention of all three. Alan quickly crouched down. What was that? Tania's hearing was sharp, and she could pinpoint the source of the sound. Wait a second. After listening for a moment, she confirmed. The sound of wheels and screaming. The roar of orcs. Alan noticed a disturbance in the distance. It looked like a battle between a merchant caravan and orcs was happening nearby. Let's go check it out, the chief said, unable to stand by. Are you serious? What if we get killed? He was never sensible for a moment. You want to save the people in trouble, don't you? Sir Angel Alan was about to lose his patience with their old-fashioned thinking. I should have just gone alone. Amidst the sea of sand, an idea struck him. Oh boy, looks like we need to make a stop. The chief wasn't familiar with modern slang, so he was a bit slow on the uptake. What does that mean? Alan couldn't be bothered to explain. It's nothing. Let's just go. The people he saved couldn't praise him enough. Thank you so much. We mean it. Alan treated it as nothing special. Don't worry, it was no big deal. But for them, not having to live in fear anymore, that was a very big deal. It turns out he had protected the people from a monster attack. I've never seen so many skeletons. You must be the most powerful necromancer I've ever met. Outwardly, Alan acted humble, but inwardly, his ego was soaring. That's right, that's the reaction I was looking for. However, he didn't let it get to his head and start showing off his talents. They couldn't possibly imagine that the Prince of the Holy Kingdom would be out and about like this. It seemed they couldn't even tell the difference between demonic and holy power. Just then, Alan noticed a figure standing in the back. Looks like that guy knows what's up. Han broke out in a cold sweat when he realized he'd been noticed. One of the merchants introduced him. That person in the back, he's our client. Just like that, they started throwing Han under the bus. We never should have taken this job in the first place. You should never trust an alchemist. He shouted in anger. How can you say that? Han staunchly defended his skills. I am a great and talented alchemist. The system also confirmed his identity. Han, 28, alchemist. Traits, passionate alchemist. Loudmouth, lucky. Alan stared at him intently. An alchemist, huh? He was starting to get interested in Han. We should have a little chat. Han was completely stunned. Me? The people around him immediately started whispering in his ear. No way. Hey, didn't you see him use necromancy? Anyone with that kind of skill has to be a noble. Before he knew it, they were pushing him forward. No, you guys can't be serious. The merchants didn't dare get involved with a noble for fear of offending him. We're leaving now. Han was furious but helpless. Hey, I'm the one who hired you. Tinia immediately looked to Alan for guidance. Sir Alan, should we be leaving?
But his answer brought the conversation to a standstill. Do whatever you want. Tinia, however, was longing to hold one of the skeletons. So, could we have one of them?
Alan was suspicious. Why did Tinia have such a peculiar interest? Every time I see a holy relic, I just have to touch it, she explained. He started to get a little creeped out. She's not exactly normal, is she? Alan decided to just satisfy her wish to get it over with. All right, go play with it in the corner, but don't let the mercenaries see you. Tinia's mood brightened instantly. Thank you, sir. Even Han watched, stunned, as she and the chief ran over to the skeleton. What in the world?
Alan's question brought him back to reality. You can tell the difference between demonic and holy power, can't you? He wasn't going to beat around the bush anymore.
So, you know who I am, don't you? Han I haven't said anything yet. He mentioned the war between the two kingdoms. There's a war going on out there right now. Aslan has lost to the Holy Kingdom. Alan felt this guy was no ordinary person. Why are you suddenly talking about that? It seemed Han had just walked out of the army, easily knowing all the important information. Aslan was pushed into a corner. So they're using the princess and the crown prince as hostages to buy time.
The Holy Kingdom agreed to a ceasefire if they kept the hostages safe, but Aslan never replied.
After Aslan's inexplicable actions, rumors began to spread. With his intelligence, it was perfectly normal for him to figure this out. There are rumors they used fake hostages to buy time. In the meantime, they're trying to find the real prince, and based on that, you might be the prince of the Holy Kingdom. But then Han quickly denied it. I've never once thought that. In fact, I think it's impossible. Alan had to let out an, "Oh, you're a terrible liar." Alan was strangely calm. Thanks to you, I understand the situation now. He had never joked with anyone before. This decision was a last resort. So, can I bury you now? I mean, you already know who I am. Do I have to? Han was utterly terrified. Why would you do that? Please, spare me. He hurriedly rummaged through his bag. If so, I'll give you this. Alan took the opportunity to feign a threat. If it's useless, I'll bury you immediately. Han actually had this item in his possession. It was a dragon scale. He also knew its value. If the rumors were true, all Han could think about were gold coins. I'll lead you to a dragon's lair filled with treasure. Tinia asked the skeleton. Do you need to eat? It shook its head, signaling no. Tinia asked again. Then what are you made of? The skeleton wrote the words, holy power, on the ground. Seeing this, Tinia guessed and thought to herself, just as I thought, the archangel's skeletons move thanks to holy power, not demonic power. She then asked it, do you have a soul? Hearing that question, the skeleton didn't answer, but stared intently at Tinia before writing on the ground again. Seeing the word no, Tinia asked, then why do you have senses? The skeleton wrote on the ground, explaining that it moves thanks to will. Holy power, mana, or demonic power all contain will. Seeing this, Tinia thought to herself that she didn't understand what that meant at all. These undead of the archangel possessed all the senses of a human. These senses were obtained through will, but the undead summoned by necromancers didn't have them. Also, I've seen a priest create holy water from normal water, but creating holy water from nothing is just too strange. The archangel's power is truly extraordinary. It's so strange, as if it doesn't belong to this world. That's right, it's as if he's using the power of a creator god. Tinia then asked the skeleton, is Sir Alan an angel too? It shook its head. I don't know. Just then, someone called out to Tinia. In the distance, someone was waving. Hey, come on back, Tinia replied. Yes, wait for me a moment. Returning to the camp, Tinia entered a room. Sir Alan, are you done talking? Alan told her. Just a moment, we're almost done, he continued. I've just gathered some very useful information. Tinia didn't know what he was about to say and felt a little anxious. Alan said, he told me there's a dragon's lair to the northwest. Hearing that, Tinia was shocked. A dragon's lair. At the same time, the skeleton and Park also entered. Han, who was also there, stood up and shouted. To be precise, it was once a place where dragons lived. I heard it contains a lot of treasure, and that's also where I picked up a few dragon scales. I went there with other mercenaries. Please believe me. Hearing this, Tinia stammered. The place he's talking about might be the ancient tomb of Aslan. There are quite a few dragon scales there too.
Park heard this and added, I've also heard that dragons once served as guardians of that tomb. Alan asked him curiously. The Aslan Empire used to raise dragons, Park told him. That's a very old rumor. I don't know if it's true.
Hearing that, Alan seemed to be thinking. Han knelt down and said anxiously, Please believe me. I'm only telling the truth. Alan teased him, saying, Should I go and check it out? It's also a suitable place for everyone to stay temporarily. Hearing this, Park said happily, That's wonderful, my lord. Alan then gave the order. All right, you lead us there. Han was moved to tears. Thank you, sir. Before he could sink too deep into his joy, Alan patted Han on the head and spoke threateningly. But remember this if you dare to lie. I will kill you on the spot. Han broke out in a sweat and replied, Yes, I understand. I'll do my best. Now, the group was on their way. Alan asked Han, Where did you get the information about this place? He replied. A man who sells dragon scales told me. He wanted to repay me because I gave him some food. But he didn't have any money or anything, so he told me everything he knew about this place and said I would find something valuable. As the group walked and listened to the story, they arrived at the mouth of a crater. Hearing this, Alan questioned him. And you believed the words of a complete stranger, Han explained. I didn't see any reason for him to lie, but when he said he once fought a dragon here, I wasn't so sure I believed him. The group then arrived at a place that looked like a vast palace. Han joyfully shouted, I told you so, there really is something here. Alan, who was observing the surroundings, asked him, You were right, there is something here. Is there really a dragon here? I just said they used to live here. How could there still be dragons in this day and age? Just then, the shadow of something enormous flew over their heads. The dragon then swooped down close and let out an angry roar, causing some of the surrounding rocks to shatter. Tinia was in awe at the sight, while Han backed away and said worriedly, So it's not that they used to live here. They're still here. The dragon then spewed a giant flame from its mouth. Alan thought angrily, Damn it, why did I believe that guy? The dragon then prepared to attack everyone again. Alan used his magic to block its fiery breath. A powerful light then erupted, blinding everyone and knocking them backward with immense force. Han slammed his face into the ground and said with a tremor in his voice, Am I still alive? He lifted his head and asked, Is everyone okay? Uncle Locke was also a bit dizzy and complained, Oh God, how did I get mixed up in this mess tin? Are you all right? At that moment, Tinia seemed to see something terrifying and sat frozen on the spot, unable to move. Uncle Locke called out to her, Tin? Meanwhile, Alan was choking and coughing violently on the dust, thinking, What just happened? He then walked over to the dragon's corpse, which had now been turned to stone. This dragon already had a fatal wound. How strange. The merchant who sold Han the dragon scale. He wasn't lying. But how could an ordinary merchant inflict a fatal wound like this on a dragon? Just then, Han ran over to him and said, Sir Alan, look at that. Alan turned to scold him. You've got some nerve. Who was it that just said there wouldn't be any dragons here? Han pointed in one direction and said in a panic, No, I'm not talking about the dragons. There's something in front of Tinia. Alan turned to look as well, his eyes widening in shock. This thing is... It turned out that standing before them now was Dom Odin Chat, the Bone King. Alan looked at it, surprised by its size. He turned to Han with a doubtful look and tone. Don't tell me. I'm the one who summoned it. Hearing this, Han looked helpless and on the verge of tears. Who else here could summon such immense holy power? It's looking right at us, Your Highness. Do something. Alan hesitated. At that moment, the surrounding rocks began to crack and crumble. Dom Odin Chat spoke. I am the wielder of death's power, and also the giver of life. My name is the Bone King, Dom Odin Chat. Alan was puzzled by this, the Bone King. However, he also felt a sense of relief, thinking to himself, Good thing it doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. Tinia, on the other hand, looked excited. Whoa, a giant angel. How interesting. Uncle Locke held her back. Tin? Alan now understood why Dom Odin Chat had appeared. I just wanted to block that attack, so I really did summon it, huh? He boldly stepped forward and asked it, Hey, did I call you here? How far can you move? Can you step outside the perimeter of this lake? When Odin Chat didn't answer, Alan guessed. You don't know either. Alan then waved his arm. Well then, let's just slowly figure it out. Unexpectedly, as he waved his arm, Dom Odin Chat also extended its own. It then grabbed the petrified dragon's corpse and pulled it toward itself. Seeing this, a frightened Uncle Locke hugged Tinia and said, Could you give us a warning next time? Dom Odin Chat had now pulled the dragon's corpse down into the lake. Uncle Locke and Tinia walked to the edge of the lake, looking on in awe. To be able to toss aside a massive dragon's corpse in one go? Even seeing it with my own eyes, it's still hard to believe. Alan rolled his arm, thinking to himself, that wasn't easy at all. Just then, Han shouted, This is impossible. Alan turned to him and asked, What is it now? Han pointed to a spot and said, The path the dragon was blocking is filled with gold and treasure. We're rich, Sir Alan. Can you ask the Demon King to move this thing? Hearing him say that, Alan could only feel exasperated. He asked Han, who was mesmerized by the pile of gold. Aren't you an alchemist? Don't you have something like a storage space? Han replied to Alan. You think those things are easy to come by for a long time now, spatial magic. Before Han could finish, Dom Odin Chat spoke. Master, are you all right? Alan was confused. Why do you ask? Dom Odin Chat explained. I am not an entity that can be summoned frequently to maintain my form. Before it could finish, Uncle Locke shouted, Sir Alan, you must be using a tremendous amount of holy power. Alan suddenly felt his head spin. Seriously? You should have said something sooner. And with that, he passed out. They all shouted, Sir Alan. Meanwhile, somewhere else, smoke was rising as several people who looked like scientists scrambled to solve a problem. What's going on? Report to me. The machine is malfunctioning. It looks like it's overloaded. Hey, it's on fire, model. Didn't I check it thoroughly? What do I do now? I have to get everyone out of here, now. They suddenly saw something and stopped, no longer fumbling to solve the problem. Inside the swirling vortex of the machine, Alan suddenly appeared. What is this then? The still unconscious Alan was pulled inside by something. Seeing this, they panicked. He's being sucked in. Get him out of there, hurry. At that moment, Alan regained consciousness. He heard Park Locke and Tinia's voices and thought to himself, Did I pass out again? This has been happening a lot lately. Every time I wake up, I'm tied up somewhere. It turned out Han was carrying Alan on his back. Exhausted, he said, Someone explain to me what's going on. Han was surprised to hear his voice. Oh, you're finally awake, my lord. Why do you keep passing out like that? It had been 10 whole days. Hearing this, Alan said helplessly. So this is what hibernation feels like. He thought to himself, if just summoning it does this to me, how am I supposed to actually use it? Just then, Tinia spoke up. Sir Alan, we couldn't find any food or water there. So we asked some nearby mercenaries to take us to the nearest city, Han added. There's a pretty big city nearby. It's famous for having the largest slave market on the continent, the slave city of Yebelum. The scene changes to the inside of a palace. At that moment, someone spoke up. We've already declared war, and now we have to sue for peace. The two servants standing below didn't answer. The person on the throne continued. Did Kelt block all the soldiers I sent to Humi? One of the two servants below replied. Yes, that is correct. Hearing this, the person on the throne said angrily, You pathetic fools! What about Oscar and those other two princes? The two servants below were too nervous to speak. They were trapped in a distorted space, so they should have entered Aslan's territory by now. Hearing this, the person on the throne roared. Are you trying to be clever with me? They could only bow their heads and accept the blame. We apologize, the emperor said angrily. I don't like this damn report one bit. A servant then said, But the outside world still knows they are trapped in Aslan. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside to report, Lord Rahama! The Holy Emperor has sent a reply. So his name is Rahama Aslan, he said. So it's finally here. What does the letter say? The servant presented the letter, trembling, afraid to speak. Sire, I dare not read it. He snatched it away and said angrily, give it here.
The letter stated that the Holy Kingdom had 2 demands for Aslan. First, for the next 20 years, they must pay tribute and submit to the Holy Kingdom.
Second, Emperor Rahama must take responsibility for this war by stripping naked and kissing the Holy Emperor's feet. Reading this, Rahama angrily tore the letter to shreds. He cursed furiously. This raving lunatic! He dares to provoke me!
Celt! How dare he I am Rahama Aslan, the Emperor of Aslan. Fine, let them come.
Generals, hear my command, the soldiers and commanders replied. Yes, your majesty. As he furiously stomped on the shredded letter, Rahama ordered, bring those princes here and make them grovel at my feet. Anyone who dares to speak out of turn will be beheaded on the spot. We will find those Holy Kingdom bastards, torture them by 1,000 cuts, disfigure them, then chop off their heads and send them back to their holy emperor. Rahama cursed inwardly. Celt, you bastard! The subordinate then stammered. There is good news. A witness claims to have seen the 3rd prince in Yum, the city of slaves. Furthermore, the crown prince of the Holy Kingdom, Wot, might also be there. Before he could finish, Rahama lunged forward, grabbed his face, and began beating him relentlessly until blood splattered everywhere, screaming.
That monster is coming to take our heads, Rahama speculated. The crown prince and the prince are in the same place. Was my connection to the immortal calendar also broken by them? What if the reigning Sword King and the other princes are also gathering in Yum?
Damn it, what do they take me for? He then gave an order to his servants. Listen up, you bastards, send the army to burn Yebelum to the ground. Hearing this, they were shocked. What? But Yebelum is a holy land. Rahama didn't care. He stuck to his original decision, threatening them with his gaze. Don't make me say it twice. I won't let the Holy Kingdom spin us around like a top anymore. Lock down the city. Don't let a single person out. Let that old geezer see that every living thing in this city will die. Meanwhile, with Alan, he was punishing Han, who was complaining. Sir Alan, how long are you going to keep this up? Alan calmly sat on Han's back, eating and drinking. I don't know, Han said indignantly. How could you do that when we're in such a hurry? Alan didn't care, saying whatever was fine. Is there some kind of problem in the city? Block told him that this was the time for the slave parade. Sir Cosby, do you know why this place is called the Slave City? It's because the arena is exclusively for slaves. It's famous for its arena that never rests. Hearing this, Alan sighed. Why do people even like this stuff? He said, glancing at a group of people dragging slaves along. Well, it's not like the slaves have a choice, do they? Suddenly, among the slaves, Alan spotted a very familiar face. That slave was crying as he walked, saying, I told you, I'm a prince. The slave handlers just laughed, finding it amusing. Right, hurry up. Seeing this, Alan was at a loss for words. Good grief, why are you over there? The scene shifts to nighttime. Han, holding a piece of paper, said, Sir, do you have any idea how much this is worth? Alan told him, you're too stingy. You almost died. I saved you from the dragon and even split the treasure, meat, and scales from that place evenly between us. And yet you can't give me that piece of paper. Hearing this, Han got furious and said, Hey, you shouldn't just call it a piece of paper, sir. Park Rock and Tinia, standing nearby, didn't know what to do.
Han pointed to the map with a few drawings on it and said, This is a teleportation gate that can cover up to 3 meters. I think giving this to you is too much. And besides, you'd just use it improperly.
Alan said disbelievingly. How could you possibly sneak into Ibelum with this? What can you even do with just 3 meters? Han said with a suspicious look. You will waste it, sir. Not backing down, Alan mocked the map. I get it. So it's more useless than crap. Han said helplessly. I'm glad you've given up on it, sir. But I don't appreciate hearing that. Just try and find anything else in this entire universe that can teleport a person 3 meters, Alan wondered. But would anyone actually buy it? He thought to himself. What kind of idiot would spend hundreds of gold coins to teleport 3 meters? Teleportation must be incredibly difficult. Then he told Han that with this kind of effect, you couldn't even dream of space-time travel. Hearing this, he explained. Theoretically, nothing is impossible. Can you even use it, sir? Alan pointed to himself doubtfully. Me? Han continued, explaining to everyone. Have you never wondered about summoning the dead, sir? This world doesn't just have a single origin. The mortal realm is where humans live. Purgatory is where the dead exist. The giant kingdom that even gods fear. The legendary spirit realm. And besides these, there are other dimensions. As long as a soul exists, it can easily break the wall between dimensions, so it can travel through them with ease. But a physical body is a bit too large. It can't pass through the wall on its own, even if it's broken down into molecules. Therefore, an enormous amount of power is needed to weaken the wall. And even within the same dimension, that's very difficult. But if it's a different dimension, wouldn't that require power comparable to that of a god? Hearing this, Alan thoughtfully pondered something, then turned to praise Han. "You're pretty smart, you know. Where did you study alchemy?" he said shyly. "I taught myself using materials from my late parents. The reason I never stopped collecting treasure is because..." Before he could finish, Alan said, "I don't need to know about that. After this is over, you should come to the Holy Kingdom." Han was surprised to hear that. He looked at Alan emotionally, his eyes sparkling. Alan continued, "I'll make sure you can research as much as you like. So if you want to work for the Holy Kingdom, just come." Hearing that, Han was overjoyed. "Oh my gosh!" He was about to jump up and hug him. "Alan, no, Your Highness, from the very first time I met you." Alan stopped him and said, "Now, about my brother's problem." He turned to look at Park Rock and Tinia. "I wanted to sneak in quietly using the teleportation gate. What a shame." Then a new idea struck him. "Well, I guess we'll just have to stir the pot." Han was surprised to hear that. The scene changes to someone using a healing ability. "Thank you, sir." Alice looked around and saw that the burden of healing everyone had been lessened, and said happily, "Thanks to you, my workload has been greatly reduced. It would have been hard for me to do it all by myself," Raphael told her. "I only helped you a little." Then, with tears welling up in his eyes, he said, "Seeing you all grown up like this moves me so much." Just then, a voice came from behind. "Have you no shame, arriving so late?" Kelt muttered while sitting in a corner. "The death of any soldier is your fault." Hearing this, Raphael said angrily, "Your Highness, you can't say that. I had a hard time dealing with the cult leader. I almost caught him." Kelt didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted. "You're getting old. You found something like that difficult." Raphael seemed to ignore him and said, "You've been grumpy enough. What about the missing people I didn't even know Oscar was missing?" Kelt said calmly. "Oscar will be here soon." Raphael still tried to reason with him. "I told you not to get so worked up. You don't even know where he is." Suddenly, footsteps could be heard approaching the city gate. Seeing this, the soldier said warily, "Who are you? State your name and raise your hands." Turning back inside, Raphael asked Kelt, "Did you receive a letter or something?" Kelt sighed and said, "It was just a hunch. He's the type to survive and come back no matter where he goes, right?" Indeed, the person who had returned was Oscar. Seeing him, they shouted. Vice Captain Oscar walked inside. Kelt stood up to greet him, saying, "Look at you," Oscar told everyone. "It took me a while to find the right direction in the desert." Raphael was surprised to hear that. "You walked through the Aslan Desert." "Come here, I'll heal you. This way." Oscar held up a hand, refusing, and said, "I need to report first. I saw the demon army on my way, but they weren't heading for the Holy Kingdom." Hearing this, Ko chuckled to himself. "Is that so? They must be looking for my nephews. Where do you think they've gone?" Oscar Ban made a serious assessment, considering the direction. "Most likely the nearest city, Yellum," Block then asked. "What are the chances they went there to defend the city?" Oscar calmly analyzed the situation. "They have siege weapons. Even though that city isn't on our route, it seems they're there to attack, not defend." Block was stunned when he heard this. Could there be something in Yellum City that poses a threat to them? "That's the only reason I can think of for them to attack one of our cities in the middle of a war." After a moment of contemplation, Block made a decision. "My friend, I need to ask you to command half of the army, just as I do. I'm sorry, you've only just arrived, and I already have to rely on you." Oscar's reply was brief. "All right." Oscar's face remained expressionless as he listened to Block's resolute command. "Make them surrender. If they dare to resist, kill them." Block's back seemed to burn with the flames of determination. Oscar had no objections. "As you command." Raphael just chuckled softly. He suddenly let out a ch. "A lot of people are going to get hurt," he added emphatically. "The thing that could threaten them. It must be the princes." Block remained silent, listening intently, his gaze growing pensive. A crimson aura enveloped the entire area. A terrifying power could be felt. Even Raphael was wary.
But the scale of that army is just too large. Besides the princes, there must be something else in Yellum that I don't know about.
His back gave the impression that he could see through everything. The scene shifts to White, who is holding a piece of paper with a look of interest. It can't be. On the paper was the image of a person, a 9-time champion. The slave Jaffin. Is this the Jaffin I know? He mused, smiling as he looked at the paper. He's grown this much, huh? And to think he's a slave. White was in high spirits, reflecting on his journey. He'd been helped by a traveler in the desert, and his trip to Yellum to meet Jofin had been quite smooth. But if Jaffin draws too much attention? Thinking this, White let out a sigh. Leaning against a wall, he thought, it won't be easy to slip away quietly. Should I wait? Suddenly, a glint appeared in White's eyes as he realized something. They said they'll free any slave who wins 10 times. He stood in a dark corner, silently observing the fortress guarded by figures in black robes.
But how can you trust them? White thought. Damn, I should have been more discreet when I approached the fortress.
The figures in black suddenly sensed something. White's stance became more guarded. They must already know who Jafin is. By now, the black-cloaked figures had noticed White. He was still composed enough to taunt them. Are you just going to stare at me forever? How about we settle this face to face? His eyes glowed as he stared down the dark figures, raising his hand to strike. Suddenly, rows of skeletal hands erupted from the ground. The dark figures began their assault on White. Monstrous beasts bared their fangs and brandished their claws, stretching out long arms and attacking him ferociously. Just as one of the beasts opened its massive maw to lunge at him, he managed to counter with a swift kick. When it charged into White's attack, it detonated in a brilliant flash of light. The sounds of the battle echoed into the distance. Meanwhile, the guards were looking around in confusion. What's that noise? Isn't it coming from the residential district? Footsteps approached, and someone called out, "Hey!" The guard jumped. "Who are you?" The 4 people who had just appeared gave him a friendly smile. The guard looked them over, speculating. Tourists, Alan, who was in the lead, smiled brightly and said, "We have some business inside the fortress." The guard asked again. "Are you guests of the Lord?" Alan replied politely. "No, I'm here to see my older brother. He's a slave now." Hearing this, the 2 guards were momentarily stunned. The 2 guards started whispering to each other, sizing Alan up. What's he talking about? I think he's a little slow in the head. Despite the awkward situation, Alan just laughed and retorted with a show of authority. I may not look like much, but my status is quite high, you know. The 3 people with him could only look on with grim faces, unable to stop him from talking. I am Alan Anpons, the 7th Prince of the Holy Empire, disguised as someone from a rival nation. Is he insane? One of the guards immediately pointed right in his face. If you want to play the fool, find some new material. Alan was met with awkward silence once again. At this point, the 2 guards grew arrogant. You'll all be sold as slaves too. You're nothing but trouble. Seeing their reaction, Alan just gave a faint smile. Heh, you're insulting the royal bloodline, you know. His voice was devoid of emotion. My apologies. Allow me to show you a special performance as a token of my regret. The soldier laughed smugly. Looks like he's scared now. Alan's hand began to form a blue circle. He asked calmly, Ever heard of a magic trick in my village? They call this a magic trick. Han exclaimed excitedly. There's really a secret passage, over there. Alan was focused, observing. This must be their hideout. Standing in front of a wooden box, Alan froze for a few seconds, lost in thought. Suddenly, a loud voice called out. Lord Alan Tinia spoke up, warning him. It's best if you don't touch that. It's meant to protect this place. There might be a trap to eliminate intruders in Aslan. Alan simply remarked, Then why were you about to touch the wooden box? Then, as if he'd discovered a secret within it, he turned to the others. I get it now. Alan then addressed his 3 companions. That's right, stay focused. Then he asked the 2 guards, See anything behind me? The guard holding the torch looked confused as he glanced over at Alan's group. There's nothing. Besides the 3 of them, Alan just stood there with his arms outstretched, smiling brightly. That's right, nothing at all. Is there? He then clasped his hands together, and a bright blue circle of light emanated from them. Beneath the dark night sky, 2 massive zombies appeared behind the guard. He asked mockingly, "So, care to guess who's behind you?" "Huh?" The terrified guard stole a glance behind him, only to see the zombie's face right next to his. Alan was enjoying his little prank. Ta-da! This is the magic trick of creating something from nothing. The zombie lunged, tearing into the guard and creating a spray of fresh blood right before his eyes. He even took the chance to brag. "I recently acquired a squad of fresh mummies." Tragic screams echoed endlessly through the area. Stop it, was that you?" When he saw his 2 companions about to intervene, Alan held them back. First Skoton, and now mummies. After a moment, Alan said, "All right, that's enough playing around." He then activated a mode using his holy power, temporarily enhancing his equipment and preparing to use an enhanced shooting skill. Once the modes were set, a targeting device materialized on his hand. Without another word, Alan fired. A blast of blue energy shot forward, piercing through and blowing several massive boulders to bits. The guards were in complete chaos. His voice rang out coldly. "Anyone not involved can leave." After dealing with them swiftly, he urged his 3 companions, who were still standing there dumbfounded. "What are you doing? Aren't you coming with me?" Snapping out of it, they called after him. "We're coming. Wait up." Just then, one of the guards realized who he was. He's the one from the rumors. Countless holy strikes and an army of immortal mummies. The guard came to this realization after witnessing Alan's last shot and now facing an army of mummies right in front of him. Realizing how dire the situation was, the guard screamed, "Inform Lord Rahama, hurry! The rumored angel is here." Meanwhile, in a dark corner, someone was bound. By both hands, their face heavy with resentment, unconsciously calling Alan's name. Rapin thought he heard a familiar voice. "Alan!" Rapin sobbed, on the verge of tears. He thought to himself, "No way. There's no reason he'd come to save a traitor like me. He must have been captured too. I just hope he's safe. Your big brother has already fought his first match in the arena. Little brother." Back then, Rapin had fought like a madman, wielding his sword to strike fear into his enemies. But no one cared. They just thought he was crazy. "Hey, do you have any idea who I am? Taste the basic swordsmanship of the Holy Empire." Suddenly, unexpected voices came from outside, causing the weeping Rapin to stop. An angel. So the rumors weren't exaggerated after all. Rapin stood up and told the guards, "Hey, let me out of here. Now I'm not a slave." One of them yelled at Rapin. "What's all the racket?" The other guard pointed at him and said, "That's the slave Lord Rahama ordered us to capture." Rapin pointed to himself in disbelief. "Me," the guard remarked. "He fights pretty well. It's a shame, but we have no other choice. I'll deal with the other slaves myself. Take this one to the royal palace." Rapin still had no idea what they were planning to do. They opened the door and dragged Rapin out. "Come with us quietly." Rapin struggled, refusing to go. He demanded, "Wait, what are you going to do to me? Where are you taking me?" Before he could get an answer, something smashed through the fortress wall above. A chunk of rock fell on the head of the guard dragging Rapin, forcing him to let go. A voice called from above, "Are you hurt? I'm here to rescue you." Rapin recognized the familiar voice. Alan. It really was his little brother. Without giving Rapin a moment to get emotional, Alan lowered a rope and said, "I'm pulling you out of there now. Grab on." Rapin did as he was told, saying, "Thank you so much." Suddenly, Rapin looked up and saw that a mummy was pulling the rope, which made him a bit wary. He then asked, "Ah, so you've made some new friends?" By now, the prison was in chaos, as mummies were going around opening the cells, letting all the enslaved prisoners escape. "Everyone, get out of Yabilium." They were all very grateful, saying, "Thank you so much." Tinia ran to report to Alan. "Sir Alan, there are no more slaves here. We should leave quickly." Suddenly, Tinia noticed Rapin being carried on the mummy's shoulder and said, "I don't think I've seen him before, but he looks a little unwell." Rapin was passed out from fear. The mummy was just too terrifying. Alan pointed to Rapin behind him and said casually, "He's always like that. Don't pay him any mind." Hearing that, Tinia didn't give it another thought. "All right," Alan thought to himself as he walked. "From what I've heard, good. It seems the mummies are still holding up well." He spoke up. "For now, let's just leave Yebel." Suddenly, a loud voice stopped him. "Wait!" A sword, controlled by magic, plunged straight down in front of Alan's feet. The man standing behind him asked, "You're the one controlling the mummies, aren't you? I've heard of holy undead before, but to witness it firsthand is quite fascinating." Alan, on guard, didn't turn to see the man's face, wondering to himself, "Who is this guy?" The man continued, "With just a small group, you not only broke through the soldier-filled gate, but also reached the fortress. You must be the angel from the rumors, right? They say the angel is also a weapon of the Holy Empire." The man's name was Wophos.
Characteristics: robust physique, extraordinary holy power, excellent combat skills, a benevolent personality, and unique light magic.
As he prepared to launch another sword, he said excitedly, "Father has created another strange thing." Alan was surprised to read his status note. Note currently searching for his son. Seeing that Alan wasn't paying attention, Wophos called out, "Hey, say something, will you? If you just remain silent like that." He then moved forward, placing his sword against Alan's neck. "I can't tell if you're an enemy or an ally." Tinia watched on, worried. "Lord Aelin?" He held up a hand to stop her. "There's no need to overreact." Meanwhile, Wophos thought to himself, "He's definitely the one controlling the mummies. I can feel an immense holy power coming from him. It seems he saved Jorfin rather than trying to harm him." Wophos asked him, "Are you a knight of the Holy Imperial family?" Hearing this, Aelin just laughed. "A knight." He pushed the sword away, saying, "Do I look like a knight?" At that moment, Y saw the image of his beloved in Alan and froze. Y was in disbelief. "It can't be. Are you Alan?" Hearing the question, Alan simply let out a sigh. "So you recognized your own son right away, huh, father?" The scene shifts to the desert outside the bustling fortress. As they rode, Rahama asked his servant, "What's happening?" The man reported, "According to the messenger, it seems Fortress Yelium has been attacked." Hearing this, Rahama angrily tightened his grip on the reins. Why has he already made his move? He must have met the third prince by now. Suddenly, another man rode up to the servant. "What is it?" After a brief exchange, the man reported, "Lord Rahama, I have news to report." Rahama told him to speak. "The army of the Holy Empire is advancing on this position." Rahama stopped in his tracks. "Here, not the capital," he demanded. "Yes, that is correct," the servant replied. Hearing this, Rahama grew wary. That old fox must have found out, he thought before giving an order to his army. The crown prince must absolutely not be allowed to meet with the army of the Holy Empire.
Order our men to surround the fortress and capture everyone alive. The knights acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir."
Rahama added, "If they resist, kill them all. I'm heading to Yilium." Hearing this, his servant asked in confusion, "Are you going alone, my lord?"
Rahama drew his sword. "No, I'm going with my holy sons. Kill the crown prince and take the others as hostages. This time, we will trample the Holy Empire." With that, they arrived outside the fortress walls.
Rahama ordered all the knights to aim their flaming bows over the walls. "All troops, advance!" At that moment, Jorfin woke up to find himself upside down. He was startled by the mummy's face and quickly looked away, muttering, "Why does it always look so angry?" Alan looked up and saw that his older brother was awake. "Brother, since you're up, you can get down now." Whites was also surprised to see him. "Oh, Jorfin, you seem to have slept well on that mummy's back." Seeing his father, Jorfin called out joyfully,
"Well, it seems my son still hasn't grasped the situation." Y continued,
"It's been a while since we last saw each other. You've been through a lot of battles, haven't you?" Son Jorfin, still dazed, replied, No. But father, why are you here?" Han, who was watching from the side, spoke up. "No matter how I look at it, that really seems to be him." White noticed him and, recognizing the person who had saved him before, walked over and said cheerfully, "Oh, you're here too. You saved me back then. Thank you." Alan continued to watch, thinking, "So this is the biological father of this body."
When his wife, Elise, was murdered, and his son was on the brink of death from a curse,
"He never even set foot in the Imperial Palace. I can hardly call him a good father." Alan then asked, "Where have you been all this time, father?" Y replied that he was searching for someone. Alan remembered the note he had read earlier. Special note searching for his son. He thought, is this the matter I saw in his status window? Which son is he talking about?
My brother and I only recently went missing, so the timing doesn't add up.
Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind them. Alan asked, "Is that the Holy Empire?" Wai shook his head. "No, it's not. The horns sound completely different." Tinia, with her sharp senses, recognized it. "This sound is from Aslan. And that army. It belongs to Emperor Rahama," Alan asked in confusion. "This is a city, so why are they attacking?" White spoke up. "I have a pretty good idea. Is it because of me?" Hearing this, the whole group was stunned. He explained, "Well, I am the son of the Holy Emperor, and I have a legitimate claim to the throne." It seems they've also realized Jaffin's identity. Jaffin was shocked to hear that. "Me," White continued. "From Aslan's perspective, they probably think we're gathering forces." Alan sighed at this. "And you can still smile about it." Father Han then came up with an idea and told everyone, "I have papers identifying me as a merchant. If we use them to leave quickly." White stopped him. "That won't work. Attacking their own city like this means they intend to slaughter everyone here. They won't care if you're a merchant or anyone else." Hearing this, Han started to panic. This is bad." White reassured everyone, saying, "Don't worry, I'll act as a decoy for them." Alan was bewildered by his plan. The decoy continued. "After all, I was their target from the beginning. I'm not as strong as my father, the Emperor, but I'm still quite powerful. If the Emperor and the Lords were to attack at the same time, I'd have to flee." Then he turned to instruct Alan. "Alan, if you were able to summon those mummies, can you summon other things too?" He was a little worried, but still nodded, thinking to himself, "The after effects from fighting the Bone King are still there, but I can try to push myself a little." Seeing this, White said cheerfully, "Excellent. Then I'll draw their attention so you can escape." Then he urged everyone, "Hurry up, we don't have much time." Alan, while summoning horses, said, "All right, I agree with your plan, Father." He told everyone, "Everyone, get on the horses. You too, brother."
"While you buy us time, Father, we'll break through the city gate. If you still have the strength, please check on the people here." White praised him, saying, "You're very kind. You'll become a good emperor one day."
Alan wasn't very enthusiastic about that. "I'm not interested. My brothers can deal with it." Hearing that, White just chuckled. "You're quite stubborn, aren't you?" He looked at Alan with affectionate eyes and said, "I'd like to talk more, but for now, just try to survive so we can meet again." Alan obeyed and gave his father one last look. "Yes, Father." Then he rode off, wondering to himself if that man was really his father. The others called out to him. "Alan!" Alan told them, all right, stop rushing me." They told him that wasn't it, that something was heading their way. Alan didn't understand what they were talking about. Suddenly, several figures were seen leaping along the city walls. He thought, "Are they chasing us and not the prince? What is Father doing?" Tinia saw them first and said, Those are assassins, behind them." An entire army was now chasing the group. Alan fled, worried. "They're too well prepared," he thought. "Are they Lahama's half-bloods?" He reassured everyone. "Don't worry, they won't be able to catch us." He thought to himself, "Just running like this. They can't possibly match the speed of my skeleton horses." Suddenly, one of them struck at Jaffin, who couldn't dodge in time and was nearly knocked off his horse. "Alan, help me, hurry!" Alan turned back and used magic to save his brother, saying helplessly, "You've got to be kidding me." He summoned a horde of mummies, which surrounded the assassins. Where did these things come from? They ordered each other, "Ignore the mummies. Focus on the target." Seeing them pursue him so relentlessly, Alan thought, "This is bad. The mummies aren't even slowing these half-bloods down." Suddenly, Parklex and Tinia's horses were also hit. Alan shouted, "Tinia Damon!" He decided to stop and risk it all, thinking, if it's come to this. Han reminded him, "Alan, these mummies are useless. Even if you summon more, it won't help." Ren also urged him to look ahead. "Alan, look in front of you. Those are Aslan's war elephants." The knights riding on the war elephants witnessed the scene and wondered. "What are those assassins aiming for?" One of them reminded the others. "Why are you worrying about those half-bloods? You don't even need to look to know what their mission is." Then they ordered the war elephants, "Just go trample them all." Jaffin, seeing how critical the situation was and that Alan hadn't acted yet, frantically urged his younger brother, "Do something, Alan." Who was controlling the mummies to draw a magic circle, snapped at him. Ah, shut up, I'm working on it. From the magic circle, a giant stone monster emerged, raising its hand to shield everyone from debris and allowing them to pass underneath. Ren was still gaping in astonishment. Alan got down, led his horse, and cursed angrily. That damn old man. We were the real decoys, weren't we? Then he said coldly, just you wait, father. White, who was watching from a nearby location, thought, I can't believe they brought so many weapons here. He thought with concern. It seems Aslan is truly determined this time. Dealing with those half-breeds is hard enough. I'll handle the immediate problem first and then join the others. But seeing Alan display such high-level skills all by himself, has the 11 years I've been absent from his life been too long? I haven't done anything for him as a father. That sounds pretty bitter, doesn't it? Just then, someone called out to W from behind. I heard you went missing, but it seems that wasn't the case, huh?
Why are you causing trouble in my country? Hearing this, W just laughed and said, seriously.
Are you that petty, I mean? You were once a hero of Aslan yourself. Have the wounds my father left on you healed yet? The man ignored the taunt and said, the Emperor has ordered your elimination, no matter what it takes. Hearing this, W gave a calm smile and replied, is that so? Then tell your Emperor to come himself. Before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to see something. In the distance, W saw a faint silhouette. Could it be? Rahama was also observing the situation. A knight approached to report. Your Highness, we have found the Crown Prince. He is in the center of Yellum City. Hearing this, Rahama wondered. So the golem wasn't his doing. Then he stepped forward and said, 2 monsters, huh? Tell the lords to hold the Crown Prince. I will eliminate the monster here. With that, Rahama leaped down. Han's group was below. He could feel the ground crumbling and knew it wouldn't hold for much longer. Han asked Alan, what now? Alan had used too much energy and was now feeling extremely exhausted. The one-eyed golem. It's an entity that protects Aslan's tomb with mummies, he thought with worry. However, the problem is that it can only be summoned after a certain number of mummies have died. Well, we're at a stalemate now, so there's nothing else we can do. Suddenly, something grazed his shoulder, drawing blood and snapping Alan back to his senses. Seeing this, Han shouted in alarm. Lord Alan! Alan continued to use his holy power, summoning skeletons from the ground to fight. But the assassins didn't stop, charging forward to attack. And it wasn't just them, there was also a werewolf. It leaped forward and shattered the skeletons. But suddenly, something wrapped around its neck. It turned out a mummy had risen to hold it back. The werewolf then used its claws to slash out, sending the mummy flying before it could react. Taking that chance, Han rushed to Alan's side. Lord Alan, are you all right? You've used too much holy power. You should leave. Alan held up his palm to check his remaining holy power, thinking worriedly. I pushed myself without any support, and it has definitely taken its toll. If I run out of holy power, even hiding will be useless. Just then, a voice called out, Surrender! If you hand over your weapons, we will treat you as a member of the Empire. He knew it was only a matter of time. Han heard this and grew angry. Damn it, Han asked Alan. Alan, should I tell them? They may be an enemy nation, but they won't harm or be rude to us since you're a prince of the Holy Empire. Before he could finish, Alan shouted to the men, I am Alan Anpon, the 7th Prince of the Holy Empire. We expect to be treated in a manner befitting that title. Who is the commander here? The knights were taken aback. Are they trying to negotiate? It's possible, seeing as they're losing right now. Seeing no response, Alan repeated. I asked, who is the commander? A man stepped forward. That would be me. If you wish to surrender, you can... Before he could finish, Alan cut him off. You. In that case, tell your troops to surrender immediately. The man was stunned. What? Han tried to stop him. Alan was exhausted, but he hid it behind his mask and said, Admit defeat, give up your weapons, and clear a path for us. If you refuse, I will kill all of you. Hearing this, they burst out laughing. Is he insane? Doesn't he realize he's the one in trouble? Alan ignored them and calmly said, I will count to 5, 4. At this, their resolve began to waver. Is he serious, 3-ing? He's probably just too young to understand the situation he's in. That's not how you negotiate. 2, 1. The countdown ended. Alan ordered the golem to attack them. They were still looking on with contempt, thinking, That crazy prince. Before he could finish his thought, the golem ripped the head off a war elephant.
Seeing this, they cried out, "Commander!" Alan stepped forward to make them understand.
I already told you. If you still don't get it, then let me make you understand. I told you to get out of our way. The skeletons, as if re-energized, suddenly sprang back to life and charged toward them. Alan continued, I gave you a chance, but now you can all follow your commander to the afterlife. The skeletons rushed a man, who was knocked backward. The man planted his staff in the ground and said, Unbelievable. Then he looked straight at the masked Alan and said, So you're Rahama, he said with suspicion. Lord Angel,
Flashing back to a long time ago, a mage came to perform a ceremony in the land of Aslan.
Aslan will be saved. This land of death will vanish, and a green land will emerge. A lush green land will appear here. The knights standing nearby saw this and began to talk among. Is that the most famous mage in Aslan? Everything he predicts comes true.
Rahama, seeing the problem resolved, happily thought to himself, And here I thought this was a war of conquest. With the matter of the three princes settled, the mage had helped at just the right time. Rahama told the mage, If what you say is true, then I will be honored as the greatest emperor in history.
The mage didn't quite understand his meaning and asked, What do you mean, sire? He then revealed the truth. You will become the worst tyrant in history. Countless cities will be razed because of your actions. I see hundreds of thousands of your people losing their lives. Your recklessness and stubbornness will bring about Aslan's ruin. But you will do one thing right. You will lead an angel to these lands. One of your children will be chosen by the angel. And before he could finish, Rahama lunged forward and killed the mage. Rahama angrily cursed the damned zealot, then threw the mage's body down, ordering his servants to dump the corpse in the desert. Let him be eaten by beasts.
Unexpectedly, the mage wasn't dead yet and managed to say, as if mocking him, What a holy legion.
He is favored by the gods, an outsider invited to this world. You will save the world. Back in the present, Rahama stood before Alan, speaking with suspicion.
A necromancer? Are you the angel?
He could sense the immense holy power and strength within Alan, having observed him from a distance, thinking to himself, I saw it at a glance. Even though he's still a child, he will become a greater threat than the Holy Kingdom, more powerful than even the prince. At that moment, the mage's words echoed in his ears. You will lead an angel to this land. It reminds me of what that crazy old mage said. Rahama ordered his subordinate, Don't do anything unnecessary. I'll handle him myself. Then he suddenly lunged at Alan. Alan, caught off guard, couldn't defend in time and was grazed by his sword. A loud explosion then erupted where they stood. Seeing this, Tinia cried out Alan's name. He was now slightly injured, thinking to himself, This power. Alan was currently checking Rahama's information. Rahama Aslan. Traits destructive, ambitious, tyrannical, strong magic, superior physique, exceptional combat skills. This man is the Emperor of Aslan. He then summoned his weapon to fight him. I can't go easy on this guy. The staff is so heavy. Amon's staff. It can amplify magic from 50% to 200% depending on the user's power, increases recovery rate by 10%, and amplifies the power of all skills by 10%. Using holy power, I have to enhance it until I get the stats I want. Magic amplification increased from 100% to 400%. Recovery rate increased by 20%. Amplification of all skill power by 15%. No, not this one. Not this one either. Alan was still fumbling with his weapon. Come on. Unaware that Rahama was already behind him, about to strike, Rahama's scepter struck the back of Alan's head. Fortunately, his holy power activated at that moment, pulling him backward and allowing him to escape the dangerous blow. Seeing this, Rahama refused to give up and chased after him, determined to defeat Alan. He shouted angrily, You! He threw his shield at Alan. Luckily, Alan leaned back just in time, or his head would have been gone. After the shield, he threw his scepter at Alan. Rahama charged in for a close-range attack, saying, Your skills are quite poor for someone with your reputation. Rahama then delivered a finishing blow, sending Alan crashing into a wall. Injured, he coughed up blood. As Rahama approached him, a flash of light shot out, grazing him under the chin. Alan taunted him back. Shut up. What are you so excited about, old man, seeing this? Rahama grew angry but said nothing. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard from a distance. Do you know who I am? I am Ren Anfons, the third prince of the Holy Kingdom. Before he could even reach Alan, he was caught by several assassins who mocked him. Your swordsmanship is worse than a child's, yet you talk so big. Parlog, seeing that Ren would be defeated sooner or later, asked him, Do you have anything that can get us out of this mess? He replied helplessly, I'm looking for it now. Something to buy some time. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Tinia, surrender, come back. Hand over the prince, and your father won't blame you. The assassins said, We're the only ones who understand you. Tinia, we don't want to fight if you keep this up. Before they could finish, Tinia interrupted. I know, but I can't. I met him and learned how to live a worthy life, so I will fight for him. Hearing this, Parlog was also surprised. Miss Tinia. In Tinia's hand was a sapling. Meanwhile, the battle between Alan and Rahama continued. He summoned a giant white skeleton to block the attack. Rahama, completely unafraid, shattered it with his sword. Taking advantage of his obscured vision, Alan aimed his gun at him. Rahama reacted quickly enough to block the bullets with his shield. He then slammed the shield on the ground, used his scepter to launch a large rock, and hurled it towards Alan. Alan managed to activate a barrier in time to protect himself from the rocks. Seeing this, Rahama said smugly, You're slower than before. Then he leaped down from above, planning a surprise attack. I'll end this quickly. Then he slammed a powerful blow onto the ground. Luckily, Alan managed to dodge it. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. He was furious at being defeated like this and cursed. Damn it, he thought to himself. This is so frustrating. But what he said is true. His fighting style is hard to deal with, and my holy power is depleted. I feel like I'm about to pass out every time I use this skill. The creatures I summoned didn't help at all in stalling for time. This is the first time I've felt so cornered. But that bastard? He's fighting no differently than when we first started. Maybe it's a side effect of burning his lifespan for power. If I can just hold on a little longer. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Assassin, Alan, not knowing where the shout came from, turned to look around. Offer yourselves up and grant me strength. Alan watched Rahama in shock. Is he absorbing the others? What now? This can't be solved just by stalling anymore. Seeing the situation was bad. Alan started to run, not realizing Rahama was right behind him. His spear stopped right in front of Alan's face when suddenly, a strong light wrapped around Alan. Seeing this, Rahama taunted. After a bunch of zombies, now you're summoning a tree. The tree wrapped around Alan, protecting him, and communicated with him telepathically. Can you hear my voice? The children who always wanted to protect Han's group and Jock Fen were also trying to leave. He said, I used a smoke bomb to buy some time, but where did this come from? Then he looked over to where Tin was kneeling before a huge tree. Is that Tin? Seeing this, Han called out to her loudly, Hey, Tin, wake up! Tinia was currently lost in a dreamlike vision created by the tree. Tinia was surprised as the tree also began speaking to her telepathically. How strange. I never expected a dark elf who can use both holy power and magic at the same time to summon a spirit. It seems that has taken a toll on your body. To be able to combine holy power and magic, I never thought I would see such a thing in my lifetime. Before the tree could finish, Tinia interrupted it. The tree paid her no mind and continued. What I hold is merely a seed from the tree that grows in the Dark Order's base, as a sign of gratitude for what Alan has done. By analyzing the principles behind Han's transformation, the creatures summoned by Alan, and all the information I've gathered, I attempted to summon a soul using the seed as a medium. I should introduce myself. I am Jal. I am the world tree that maintains the balance of all things. The Tree of Life has connected and linked all worlds since ancient times, the center of the world, just as its name implies. Hearing this, Tinia questioned Jal. But the books say that Jal is a tree that exists only in the spirit world. To answer her question, the tree said, If I were to use the terminology of your world, my presence is something like even for me, traversing through dimensions is very difficult. Tinia asked it. So you mean I managed to summon a world tree? Jal told her. Not exactly. The children told me someone was trying to summon a soul from another dimension, so I came here of my own accord. You wanted to summon these beings, correct? Tinia heard this and realized it was true. Jal continued, I can feel your emotions from when you summoned them, but I cannot take the lives of other creatures. However, back in reality, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew past where Tinia was sitting, causing everyone around her to stumble. Jal's roots then grew abnormally large and plunged deep into the ground. Around those roots, small saplings began to sprout. Jal said, I can only grant life temporarily, and I cannot stay in this form for long. My help ends here. Now, do as you wish. Tinia, still not understanding, innocently repeated Jal's words. What I must do was decided long ago. By now, the sun had risen. Jal went over to where Alan was resting and told him, Hello, I've come to help. Alan was bewildered. What is going on? Jal told him. I am a friend of your contractor. We will help you. Alan reached out his hand and could feel his wounds healing. At that moment, Rahama also noticed the saplings under Jal's roots. Jal spread its power to Alan and Tinia. This barren land will transform into a field overflowing with green. A brilliant green light will shine brighter than any other land. Rahama's footsteps approached the saplings. He said angrily, How dare you do this? Rahama glared angrily at Jal's roots, thinking to himself, That tree is helping him recover. I'm burning my own life force. A situation like this will be disadvantageous for me. He then shouted, Assassin! All of you, sacrifice yourselves and offer your lives to me. The air around them remained silent. Seeing this, Rahama called out again. What are you all doing? I command you. Offer your life force to me, Assassin. The Assassins walked up to Han's group, who were standing under the tree's canopy, but did not attack them. Jacques Fen, witnessing this, was also surprised. What's going on? What's wrong with them all of a sudden? Then he turned to look at Park Lock. Tinia walked over and told everyone. It's because of this tree. This is no ordinary tree. Since birth, the Ba people have worshipped spirits and are creatures who instinctively protect the world tree. Even if their father trained them to be his slaves, as long as their mother's blood flows through their veins, they could never deny the world tree right before their eyes. Then she looked at Rahama and said, Father, you are going to lose. Rahama didn't care, saying angrily, Insolent brat, how dare a discarded slave like you look down on me? I will kill all of you. Hussein ordered his kin to protect Tinia. Just then, a stream of holy power passed by Rahama's position. He swung his sword, and at that moment, the earth and rocks in front of him formed a barrier, blocking his attack. Rahama was surprised. Is this the power of spirits? It seems this will be harder than I anticipated. Then he raised his scepter. It's nothing. You're still just a low-class monster. Then he struck a powerful blow down on Alan. Rahama pressed down with all his might, saying, For a monster's strength, this is quite impressive. Even the ability to coat your weapon with an attribute is very impressive. Alan, seeing him gradually losing ground, calmly said, Why is this old man acting like a dog that desperately needs to poop? Then continued to provoke him. I'm guessing it's because you don't have much life force left to burn, huh? Seeing he couldn't finish him off, Rahama pulled back his scepter. Seeing him give up like that? Alan said with amusement. I thought I'd have to wait for my friends to come and save me. Then he shouted, My spirit friends! From a distance, many specks of light shot forward and slammed into Rahama. Ugh! His hands had been imprisoned by earth and rock. Rahama angrily yanked them free with a single pull, shattering the stone. Suddenly, a current of water wrapped around his head, unable to breathe as the water clung tightly to his face. Rahama cursed in fury. You little brat, do you know who I am? Before he could finish, the water squeezed tighter, silencing him. Rahama angrily threw it off. Seeing this, Alan was quite amused. He stood there, calculating that the old man was preparing his final attack. A final attack. That means there's no better time than now. At this moment, Rahama revealed his entire face. Looking like an old man, he said, Die. Alan, not to be outdone, swung his sword toward him. The two staffs clashed simultaneously. Rahama used magic to entangle Alan's feet, but he managed to dispel it. Alan then surged forward, delivering a decisive blow towards him. Rahama was stunned. What? Alan, holding the staff with a glowing blue gem, said, It's over, my Lord King. The system then updated Amon's magic staff. Magic enhancement increased by 100 to 400%. Power recovery enhancement increased by 20%. and an additional 15% boost to all skills. Skill nullification, cooldown 1 day. Rahama's scepter began to crack, and he couldn't accept it. Impossible. He couldn't bear it and coughed up blood. The roots of the world tree then coiled out, about to swallow him. I still have to fulfill my wish. As Rahama was gradually being swallowed, he struggled to say, I must take the green lands for myself. I must fulfill that wish. As Rahama was slowly consumed by the roots, he kept trying to say, I will do it. Tania, who was nearby, keenly heard his gasping breaths and thought, Father's breathing. Sir Alan must have won. Sir Alan. She then ran towards the sound, shouting as she went, Sir Alan! Alan, injured and exhausted, had collapsed in a heap. By now, everyone saw him and ran over. Tania was incredibly grateful, thinking, You've helped me once again. Without you, I would have continued to live in despair as a slave. And now, you've even saved the citizens of Aslan. Honestly. Sir Alan, you are even more saintly than an angel. Tania supported Joe, saying emotionally, Thank you for bringing hope to this world filled with death, sir. Arfin stood on the sidelines, shocked. He really defeated Rahama. An thought to himself, I always just saw him as a little brother who harassed women and wasted his time. Alan, if it were you. Just then, Han reminded everyone, Tinia's soldiers are still here. He wondered if they intended to keep fighting, even though their leader was dead. Locke, thinking that wasn't the case, said, No, this is the signal to retreat. The soldiers had already turned to flee. Run, he's dead. Fen watched them, feeling helpless, and said, I never expected to see them here. They are my father's soldiers. Hearing this, Han wasn't surprised, and showed a slightly contemptuous attitude toward them. The soldiers ran back to report to some other army. They ran past Oscar's army, which was also standing and observing from not too far away. As the soldiers ran, they shouted, It's really over. We're saved. In another area, someone's blood dripped down as a voice spoke up. Is that Oscar? He looks as virtuous as ever, doesn't he? And who's that person next to him? The head of the person who had spoken earlier fell to the ground. After killing all of them, he walked away nonchalantly. Has the time for a change of generations finally arrived?
White stood in one spot, observing Alan below, and said with pride, My son, who was once just a bloody mess of flesh, has now matured and defeated the leader of a nation.
He thought to himself, this can't be called a miracle or a coincidence. Alan's growth rate is beyond all imagination. It's much faster than my own, and I'm supposed to be the strongest person in the world.
I heard there's now a method to identify vampires. I wonder if that kid was behind it.
At that thought, he chuckled and said, If that's the case, then Alan's help is absolutely essential. To find that child, Rahama's army was now fleeing, but something was chasing them. Run! It was the army of the Holy Empire, before they could even defend themselves. The platinum-haired girl accompanying Oscar rushed forward, killing them one by one. She charged ahead to lead the way, saying, I'll go first. Oscar, riding behind her, said, I was quite worried since this is her first mission, but it seems my worries were unnecessary. He just laughed and said, Please understand, she can't control herself when it comes to the prince. As the girl galloped forward, she thought to herself, My prince, I have been searching for you for so long. I hope I'm not too late. I will punish myself for this betrayal by staying by your side for the rest of my life. She rode up to Alan's guards and said coldly, Get lost. I won't say it a second time. Seeing they weren't leaving, she coldly drew her sword and said, No, very well then. Oscar rushed up from behind, telling her to calm down. They don't seem to be enemies. Tinia then spoke up as well. Please let her pass.
They are acquaintances of Sir Alan. The girl dismounted and walked over to Alan.
She then introduced herself. I am the head of the Harris family and captain of the Tross Knights, the first holy knight of the 7th Prince. Charlotte Harris finally greeted Alan Anpons. You're overworking yourself again, as always, aren't you? She then reached out to touch Alan's face, but hesitated and pulled her hand back. Charlotte said, It's time to go back. You've done very well. Prince Han was also surprised. Oh my, he really is a prince. Then he looked at Rafen suspiciously and said, Your Highness, you're also a prince of the Holy Empire, aren't you? Rafen introduced himself unenthusiastically. I am Rafen Unf. Before he could finish, a sword was suddenly pointed at Rafen. Han, with a surprisingly serious expression, said, "From this moment on, you will be investigated for treason. You will have to confess everything you know about the disappearance of Crown Prince Fiostalina." Seeing this, Rafin didn't know what to say. He then lowered his head in acceptance and said, "I understand. I will comply." Han looked at Rafin with suspicion. Traitor? Tinia, at this point, had no idea what was going on. Returning to the Holy Palace, the nobles looked on in shock, as if seeing something they shouldn't. The great holy noble, Alan Onfun, has arrived. Alan walked past them with an annoyed expression. How irritating! Charlotte followed behind him. Alan walked up to the golden throne and sat down. The nobles below whispered amongst themselves. But how can he do that? They're just doing as they please because they won. Silence, do you not understand the situation? A soldier then announced, Her Majesty, Queen Tinia of Aslan, has arrived. Tinia walked in. Alan, sitting on the throne, considered the upcoming situation. Aslan would be in turmoil for some time. All of its cultural rules and furthermore, this country treats demi-humans worse than insects. Now that a female dark elf is the ruler, there's bound to be a fierce backlash. I need to make this clear to the people here. I have to show them the authority of our holy empire and the relationship between our two nations. This must have been enough to infuriate them. But they couldn't say a single word, because all of it was an order from the Holy Emperor Khan. The Holy Emperor believes that with a demi-human on the throne, controlling Aslan will be much easier. Because when a demi-human, someone who was once treated like a slave, becomes the ruler, the throne naturally loses some of its influence. And in any country, when the throne weakens, the status of the feudal lords is elevated. Soon, an environment of competition will emerge among the feudal lords, where they keep each other in check. For this purpose, the Holy Emperor even purged all of Rahama's children, except for the demi-humans. By doing so, he created a demi-human ruler, while also showing the feudal lords the terrifying power of the Holy Empire. Alan imagined Kyo's face upon seeing him awkwardly handling the situation like this. Looks like you're in trouble. Alan didn't back down and told him. So what? What can you do? You've already lost the battle. This is the fate of the defeated. I am always here, so if anyone has a problem, feel free to come and face me at any time. Thinking that, he let out another helpless sigh. Well, that old geezer is really grumpy, but I guess his methods are pretty good. Tinia then had an audience with Alan, speaking with the etiquette of a noble. Greetings to Prince Alan Onfan, the 7th Prince of the Holy Empire, from the new leader of Aslan, Tinia Aslan. Alan also seemed quite surprised and said, Oh, I'm sure you'll do a great job. Then he became confused again. What am I supposed to do now? Alan sighed, thinking to himself that this really didn't suit his personality. After that, the debut ceremony ended. Alan went outside, stretching tiredly, and said, I've been sitting for too long. My whole body aches. Charlotte, who was following behind, reassured him, saying, You've worked hard, Prince Alan told her. Oh, don't say that. It's my duty as a prince. Charlotte saw that Alan's joints were still trembling from the battle and asked with concern, Does it still hurt? You seem to be having trouble moving. He tried to act like he was fine, saying, I don't feel any pain, but I must have been lying still for too long. Charlotte was still not convinced. I don't feel right seeing you like this. Prince Alan could only think helplessly that he had overdone it a bit, after wandering around the desert for so long. He then turned and asked Oscar, Oscar, what about my father and brother? He told him they were being held at the Aslan Royal Palace. Prince Javen was suspected of treason, so of course he's there. And as for the Crown Prince, before he could finish, Alan smugly guessed, saying cheerfully, he was imprisoned for running away. Well now, 11 years is a long time. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew past. It was only then that Alan realized it had been a long time since he'd seen such a peaceful sight. He said to Oscar, Can you show me where they are? Charlotte reminded him. We should be heading back, too. At that moment, Weiss, who was being detained, saw Alan arrive. He happily ran out to hug him, saying, Oh, look who it is, my lovely son. Alan? Alan ignored him, turned away sharply, and said coldly, Where's Javen? Weiss was taken aback by his attitude and said, Hey, aren't you being a bit too cold? He's sleeping in his room. He must be exhausted from the long journey. His mind is also a mess. Seeing this, Alan didn't go inside to disturb Javen and went back out. The two of them then sat down to talk. Weiss asked him, "The coronation ceremony must be over by now. Why are you still here?" Alan replied nonchalantly that there was no rush. "I can go back with the two of you." Weiss looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, "You wanted to spend that much time with your father." Alan said helplessly, "Now I understand what Grandpa went through." He looked into the room where Javen was resting and said, "As for Javen," Weiss's voice lowered with a hint of sadness, "that's right. We can't let this slide. The death penalty is a certainty. On top of that, he'll be tortured to the point where death would be a release." Alan then seemed to question him, saying, "Father, what have you been doing all these years? You were always absent until this happened. Even when Mother passed away and I almost died. What were you doing, to be honest? You seem so irresponsible to me right now." Weiss, unfazed by his son's words, simply said, "I wandered the world. The Ram Kingdom, Iran, and countless other nations." Hearing this, Alan found it ridiculous. "So you were just enjoying your travels," he said angrily. "Do you expect me to—" Before he could finish, Weiss continued, "I was looking for someone. I was looking for your brother." Hearing this, Alan asked, confused, "Which brother are you talking about?" Weiss smiled and said, "Javen. I wasted 11 years looking for him, didn't I? Even so, I still couldn't find him in the end. Son, I know I'm being shameless right now, but I need your help." Even now, Alan still didn't understand what he was saying and repeated, "I don't understand what you're talking about. Javen is right here, on the bed. Are you telling me you wasted 11 years looking for someone who was actually fine?" It was then that Weiss dropped a bombshell. "There are two Javens. The Javen I was looking for isn't the third prince. Javen Anphones. It's the second prince, Javen Anphones." Hearing this, Alan said calmly, "I've heard about this before. It seems it was true." Weiss didn't deny it, just grunted in agreement. He looked outside and continued, "He was a stillborn child. He couldn't even be born. I was heartbroken having to bury that tiny child in the ground. It was as painful as if I had died myself. We cried all day, trying to comfort each other. Just like that, day by day, we overcame it and slowly returned to normal, until the day our child rose from his grave." Alan also realized something he had wondered about before. "So it's true that the crown princess revived the second prince as an undead. He must have told you. There's something I don't understand. Why didn't you deal with him immediately?" Hearing this, Weiss sighed. "Well," he said, "I couldn't bring myself to kill a child who had never even seen the light of day. While I was torn apart inside over the child's body from the river, I kept it for many days. One of the high priests came and offered me his help. That high priest spoke up. 'If you cannot do it, then please allow me, your majesty.' Back then, I was young and saw him approach with suspicion. That high priest reassured me. 'It's all right. I'm just an old man waiting for retirement. If I can contribute one last time, that would be enough for me.' I should have finished it myself, but as a human, looking back, I blame myself. I was truly exhausted. Why did I hand that child over to that high priest? I will entrust this to you." Then he continued, "And just like that, the child lost the life it had fought so hard to win. After that, I would often visit the grave alone to pray. I thought it was all over. Until 10 years ago. That was around the time of the conflict with Aslan, before the Holy Emperor's succession ceremony. My men and I went to suppress the Aslan bandits, but the bandits had already been slaughtered by someone else. Amidst the hundreds of corpses of villagers and dozens of bandits, there was a child, eating the bodies. When that child saw us, it turned around cheerfully. 'Ah, you're here,' it said. I was confused. Before I could understand, the child spoke again. 'You're so cruel, father. Don't you even remember me after abandoning me? This is unforgivable. Because of you, all the holy knights will die.' I felt a powerful energy around us. A vampire. Moreover, it wasn't just any vampire, but a progenitor," Javen said coldly. "I want to fight you, just once." Before he could finish, I swung my sword and roared in anger. "Stop talking nonsense!" Javen just stood there and let me strike him, a smile on his face. He calmly said, "How cruel. To think you would kill your own son for a second time. Don't you know who I am?" Hearing this, I froze. "It's me, Javen." I observed him and saw it was true. Even the scar from the umbilical cord that had wrapped around his neck was still there. It was unmistakably Javen. He had returned as a vampire progenitor. Based on his evolution speed, someone must have turned him into a vampire right after he was placed in the tomb. Hearing that, Alan thought to himself, this reminds me of the vampire count who infiltrated Loya. That guy evolved instantly by gathering magical power from Aemon's skull. It's definitely possible to artificially evolve a subject. White continued. After that, I searched for the high priest who had buried Jafin, but he had already disappeared, probably eliminated to cover up the incident. So, even skipping the Holy Emperor's succession ceremony, I searched for any trace of the vampire, and when I heard the news about Yalisha, I decided to visit the royal palace to pay my respects to her. At that time, I saw Luan lying in his sickbed and realized that the curse afflicting him emitted a type of magical power very similar to the second prince, Jafin. The Viscount Faux family you mentioned must have aided the infiltration. I have to find the second prince to break the curse. Why didn't I inform the Holy Imperial family Vulia was killed right inside the Imperial Palace? It's unbelievable. I can't trust anyone. In such a grave situation, how could I ask for help when the second prince himself had become a vampire? At this point, White said with a headache, if the high priest who buried Jafin was also involved, then it's a complete disaster. That's why I decided to act alone. But I never expected the traitor to be Rose, Alan asked doubtfully. You really didn't know, White told him. If I had known, I would have acted sooner. I would have made her kneel before Yulisha's grave after making her suffer a pain worse than death. But what's the use now? I'm only concerned about Jafin, Alan speculated. The crown princess was probably just a stepping stone. White nodded in agreement. I think so too. I learned one thing while hunting the vampires. They want to build their own kingdom. They want to raise humans like livestock and build high walls. The Holy Empire believes they've driven back the vampires. But that's not the truth. Then he took out a map and said, look, this map shows where the vampires live. We're like prey caught in a spider's web. Their leader has begun to act systematically. The Vampire King, Vladimir. He intends to end the long, tragic relationship between him and the Holy Empire. The vampire invasion will begin soon. Hearing this, Alan started to worry. Meanwhile, in a dungeon, a person was bound within a magic circle. The person tied up there looked down in fear at their feet, which were now emitting black smoke. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, their head exploded. The other captives watching couldn't help but feel terrified. A figure with a gaunt, black hand slammed it on the ground and said angrily, "Another failure!" Then it screamed, "Again!" The beast-like creature shrieked as if it had gone mad. "My 3001st teleportation experiment is another failure. My precious priest material." Raham died just the way he wanted. Just then, a young boy calmly walked up to the creature and said, "The third prince and the princess consort have completed their mission. Nothing is going my way, these useless people." So the third prince was I'll take him, then. Hearing this, the creature turned around in surprise. "What?" The boy approached it and continued, "I need a new body, too." The creature looked at the boy and said, "Is it time to change bodies already?" "Go ahead. It should be a good fit for you." Then the boy walked up to a trembling captive soldier. It turned out to be Jafin. He said slyly, "After all, it is my little brother's body." Ren seemed to be manipulated by the vampire's words. Besides, it's your little brother's body. It was unclear why he was so certain. "I will give you a body you can use. The vampire is brewing some unknown concoctions. Just keep using them until we find the third prince's body." When he turned around, Jap Fen had vanished from the room. Why no answer? The vampire froze for 5 seconds, instantly enraged but unable to do anything. That bastard! The vampire grew even more frantic, nearly shattering the container of solution. That's why these reckless brats shouldn't become bloodsuckers. They're still too obsessed with the thrill of the hunt. He seems pretty smug. If the king didn't favor him, I would have killed him myself during the drug testing mission. The boys are shaking like leaves now that the vampire has his eyes on them. Should we use a different specimen? It's a bit of a waste. Anyway, he decided to follow the directional circle to get from the kingdom of Rahima to Aslan. Black aura filled the laboratory. If W says he'll do it, he will. Father will handle this. He has always been Alan's reliable pillar of support. Father is truly reliable. For W, this is just a small matter. Decapitating a bloodsucker is no big deal. He silently praised him truly a crown prince. He wanted his son to be at ease. So he promised that Father would return soon. Alan agreed with his perspective. All right. He suddenly went silent, just standing there staring in one direction. Even as the door slowly closed, Alan remained right there. The red-haired boy was lying on the bed, his whole body trembling, not knowing if it was from cold or fear. Right now, no words could offer comfort. Alan looked out the window. I should retreat right now. He froze for a moment at the scene outside. Alan saw with his own eyes a red-haired boy standing in the courtyard. What is he doing out there alone? Even without seeing his face clearly, the system could confirm the identity, Vapin Amp, decomposing flesh characteristics, primordial bloodsucker, immense magical power, charm, and a cruel personality. Alan was stunned when the system screen displayed it. He didn't expect him to appear here. What the hell? Where did he come from? Tania was finally able to return to her birthplace. She offered advice. We should spread out. In an emergency, she could only think of one way we will escort you to a safe place. But Tania had discovered a strange creature here. Is it easy to guess that you can sense the presence of a bloodsucker? She just gently denied it. Oh, no, it's not that. Tin explained her intuition. The spirits gathering at the World Tree seem very terrified. I can feel a dangerous creature. Slot turned back to look at him and nodded in agreement. He asked to know the full story. Can you lead us to where you sense the danger? Of course. She had nothing to hide.
The night was supposed to be quiet, but now the space was filled with the sound of the wind. Vap Fen stood in a corner as if waiting for someone.
He was tearing up even though no one had touched him. Who is that a holy knight? Right, a holy knight. Oh, I'm lost. He didn't quite trust it because this was all too coincidental. Are you sure it's that kid? But Tinia insisted firmly. Charlotte stepped closer. I'm going to ask you one question. She still kept a tight grip on the hilt of her sword. The password had been shared with everyone in the city to prepare for emergencies. Charlotte kept urging him to say the password, but he just kept mumbling. Until finally, Vap Fen said something that made her worried. I don't know. Only my mom knows. I think I heard my mom say it, but I lost my mom. I want to resolve this quickly. I will handle it. But she stopped him. No need. Charlotte suddenly lunged forward like an arrow, asserting firmly that there was never a password to begin with. He had a small stature, but was able to block Charlotte's attack. It seems Vap Fen has revealed his true form, with sharp teeth growing out of his palms. What a lowly creature like you can see through me? The fangs kept stabbing outward. He quickly regained the initiative in the battle, forcing Charlotte to take a few steps back. His rude words and actions proved he wasn't Jap Fen.
I've never heard of your kind. Who are you? Once she gets mad, it's hard for anyone to stop her.
Ham, please take care of Tin. Even he had to obey. Understood. Charlotte put one foot back to gain momentum to jump. His speed was still a bit faster than hers, so he easily dodged the attack. With Charlotte's light speed, the fangs flew into mid-air. Sharp sword strikes danced back and forth. She always maintained a calm demeanor before lightly touching her feet to the ground. Even Vap Fen had to acknowledge her superior skill. To be able to slash my teeth, you must be very talented.
Suddenly, he laughed loudly in triumph. But I don't know if you'll survive. I really don't understand what he's trying to achieve. What is this ruining the fun?
From Jen's fangs, many tree branches grew out these pests. Tinia couldn't do anything, even though she knew this was her homeland. This is Aslan. She naturally has her own power as well. I will not let this happen to my country. Tinia wouldn't allow him to destroy everything. I will make you stop at all costs. Just then, another monster appeared, a wood golem. Ven looked at the two monsters before him, thinking he only needed to take down Osko and W. The large, jagged-toothed mouth appeared in his palm again. But are there too many things in the way? It was unclear what kind of magic circle appeared under Raffen's feet, but it seemed to have enhanced his power, allowing him to easily attack everyone. How annoying. Ren glanced to the side. These lowly beings, acting all high and mighty. What truly worried him was something far away. The most unsettling thing was the powerful energy radiating from that place. Raffen could only guess. Was that Osko or White Number? It must be someone else. Suddenly, he changed the subject. This is why I don't like the people from this place. Ven decided to just ignore it. I don't care either. He was already good at threatening others before even making a move. I will kill every last one who opposes me. Who would have thought the wood golems were sent flying by a single blow from him? Slot and Han drew their swords and moved forward. Tinia also wanted to contribute her strength to fight him. I'll provide support for you. Her power enveloped the sword. Just by holding it, Salat could feel its incredible power. She raised the sword high. There wasn't another second to waste. Then, Salat struck a decisive blow. A barrage of attacks flew towards Raffen at once, but he easily controlled the assault with just one hand. He showed no fear, even in front of the monsters. Is that all you've got? Even as the giant teeth flew about, Raffen remained calm. On the other side, she was also determined not to let Fen escape. Tinia had been waiting for a chance to protect her homeland for a very long time, and yet he still managed to injure the wood golem. Salat couldn't hold back any longer and quickly leaped into the air. Determination filled her eyes. With the enemy right in front of her, how could Salat not charge forward? It looked like Ren was going to have a tough time in this fight against her. He had no other way to counter, so he had to create a shield orb. They're better than I thought. Ren knew he was on the defensive. I don't have much time. Reinforcements will be here soon. He broke out in a cold sweat. They're here. A voice echoed from the distance. It's a pleasure to meet you, little brother. He certainly didn't expect Alan to show up here. Ren's younger brother was completely stunned. Isn't that... Father? He had nothing to hide. Father is right behind you. He smugly turned his head to look. What? Raffen saw the two wood golems kneeling at the man's feet and knew he wasn't lying. Impossible. Only then did Alan speak, lecturing him. Didn't your mother teach you? He knew that demons had long surrounded Raffen's mind. Don't trust someone you don't know. He's nothing but a pawn under their feet. It's unclear who was there, but someone started sniffling.
Their nose turning red without them even realizing it. It was always like this.
He gladly accepted the mission. I came along because I heard they would let me investigate the vampire teleportation gate. Alan also trusted him. This was the first mission from the Holy Emperor of the Empire. Who would have thought Han Man would be so scared, grabbing onto his waist in fear?
But you didn't say the vampires would be standing right in front of the gate. Alan could only gently comfort him. Calm down. What is there to fear when you're by my side?
He was grateful to have arrived in time. That's right, I'm alive today thanks to you. Crown Prince, it was only natural for him to protect his child. It's nothing. White was led from one surprise to another by him. So, this was all Alan's doing. He had to admire Alan's courage. That's right, he used it to defeat a dragon. White was curious about the achievements of Osko's son. Is that so? He immediately confirmed it. Yes, that was the Skeleton King. Osko also felt somewhat relieved. It used to be an intractable problem for us. He was incredibly proud. The Skeleton King, creating holy power. My goodness. White suddenly turned to look behind him. He was tired of these vampires. I really don't know when this will end. A dark aura swirled around him with this much magical power. Just a quick glance was enough for him to guess they were probably the first vampires. White couldn't be bothered to deal with these small fries. Hey, what do you want? He couldn't understand the vampires' actions. Are they insane? Suddenly, one of them spoke up. I know. He raised his hand, wanting to touch the skeleton. The vampires craved the transformed Skeleton King. A paradox, a sight to behold. Magic and holy power intertwined. Ven lay unconscious on one of the Count's skeleton joints. Isn't that Lupeo? White was extremely surprised. As for Lupeo, he just kept talking in circles about a power that could overwhelm the first vampire. A subordinate beside him urged, Count Tay, we must hurry. But he just covered his face and moved as slow as a turtle. The truth is right before my eyes. T really has gone mad. Do you think a pet is something more than that? He had bottomless greed, wanting to reach out and seize the skeleton. A great power that transcends time and space. I will make it mine. Everyone present grew worried at the vampire's power. No way. Now they've even got the Bone King on their side. How am I supposed to fight that monster? I only have a few soldiers. The vampire's soldiers were like soulless puppets. An idea suddenly sparked in Osko's mind, and he immediately charged forward to provoke them. How dare you when it comes to stubbornness? If demon is number 2, no one dares to claim number 1. If you do that, I can't leave yet. I have to get my hands on it first. Even though his subordinates tried to stop him, it wasn't the right time. The other side's attempts to block him were insignificant, because he craved to become the ruler of this land. Count, please. By the time Osko swung his sword at them, the vampires had vanished into thin air. He was bewildered, realizing he had let his guard down against the enemy. I was too careless. Where's the prince? W immediately rushed off to find the young prince, Rupel. He recalled moments from the past. My son, wait for me. I'm Rupel. But Alan had already gotten there one step ahead. Father, you're too late. White grew suspicious. Where's Rupel? He was worried about Rupel's condition. Alan, what did you do to that boy? Alan didn't answer. A body of mud and earth was submerged in the cool water, eventually becoming a dry skeleton. Ren panted heavily, his entire body caked in mud. He didn't hesitate to tell White. I just stripped off that rotten skin. Ren was in the palm of the skeleton's hand, following his commands. Suddenly, Alan took out a box, and the light that emanated from it surprised White. He briefly introduced the box. They call it Eltera. The king bestowed it upon me. The system also announced Eltera, a sturdy chest made from a magic-resistant alloy. Alan gently placed Rupel inside the box. He didn't understand why Alan was doing this. What are you planning to do, Rupel? Alan had made his decision. Obviously, I'm going to kill it. It's a vampire, after all. He decisively shut the box, ignoring White's opinion. But rest assured, he wouldn't do anything unnecessary. He had to wait until it spilled everything it knew. He could only stand and watch as Alan left with the box. White was helpless, unable to do anything more. Alan didn't want White to overthink it. You should get some rest, Father. We'll depart at dawn. Tinia brought many horses. You must go now, sir. She felt a little sad. She promised herself. I will spend my entire life repaying you, Sir Alan. But Alan didn't want to be indebted to anyone, nor did he feel it was necessary. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. He was seriously discussing it with Tinia. Just consider it compensation for the damage I caused. Down below, a subordinate was scolding the Bone King, acting just like an immature brat. Hey, I told you to stop. Tinia just ignored it to get it over with. It's fine. The treasures we got are more than enough to cover the repair costs. Turns out, it was Han down there, showing off. Prince, I'm also ready to depart. He nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. Han felt uneasy, like something was strange. Alan couldn't be bothered to think about it. What now? Han quickly noticed something unusual. The teleportation magic the vampires used wasn't a modern type. Alan's suspicions were not much different from Han's. I also noticed vampires used it secretly in ancient times. This must be their unique technique. Alan had researched it before. You could say that teleportation magic is as widespread throughout the world as the history of the vampire race itself. He became more certain. The magic technique was unbelievable. Han felt worried, fearing this was a sign of bad things to come. The spell itself is already very complex, and now there's an ancient language involved. Alan didn't understand Han's point. What are you trying to say? Alan wanted to confirm it one more time. You don't understand? Han hurriedly denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Never. Han resolved to figure it out no matter what. This is the mission you assigned to me. It might take some time, but I will find a way. Alan placed his trust in him. Don't disappoint me, Han shouted clearly. Understood. He got on his horse but still seemed reluctant to leave. We're going now. Tinia wanted to see him off a little further. May you have a safe journey, sir. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Alan. I hope to see you again. He gave a slight nod in response, instead of words. Tinia and the other members of the royal family watched his retreating figure. On the road Alan rode. Sunlight shone everywhere. Slot quickly arrived with a report. Seeing the look on her face, the crown prince knew this was serious. It's news from the Holy Empire. He wondered what was going on. Slot told him the whole truth. It seems the day to purge the rebels has come. Alan remained silent, his thoughts unreadable. Meanwhile, Rupel was behind them, his hands bound tightly, forced to walk across the desert. A courtier who had betrayed the Empire was thrown to the ground. His heart pounded and his legs trembled, but he stubbornly refused to admit his guilt. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I don't know anything. Please, Your Majesty, spare me. Sentik was sick of these wicked insects. You don't know anything, huh? He turned to ask the Archbishop for his opinion. What do you think? Raphael. Of course. Raphael would only dare to report this matter because he had concrete evidence. The testimony and the evidence from the royal investigation do not match. The proof was right there in his hands, in black and white. He dared the courtier to try and twist his words again. You clearly stated that you accepted a bribe from the traitor. Rose? How strange. Sentic tightened his grip on his sword. Model. Now I understand why Rose and Rupel started a rebellion. He sneered at the subordinate lying on the ground. Even the dragons of Aslan, even a traitor within the Holy Empire, they have nothing to fear. How dare he try to justify himself against such sharp reasoning? Your Majesty. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, the tip of a sword was already at his forehead. The Holy Emperor had instantly thrown the sword at him. He couldn't stand it for another second. The moment those traitors open their mouths, it's disgusting. The only thing the Holy Emperor wanted to know now was where Rose and Rupel were. A blue magic circle then appeared. This is the Kyolium sect, a group of people in white robes holding lamps, their faces dark and grim. A branch completely independent of the power structure in the Holy Empire. A group of cardinals established with the mission to restrain the Holy Emperor. He then continued pensively. The selection mechanism for cardinals is through election. However, that process is rife with corruption. A giant hand emerged from a pile of gold coins, especially when that man K came to power. The sect at that time was more notorious than ever for its abuse of power, until they had to trace it to its roots and execute all of its members. Just then, Astoria, standing behind him, said, "It's been a long time." Alphonse, sitting on the chair, had to admit, "It's not that big of a deal, so don't make that face." Seeing his attitude was like that again, Astoria said helplessly. "There's that attitude again. The things I've been through were hardly as peaceful as yours." Flashing back to the past, he announced, "While I was confronting that sect head-on, you were nibbling on dried meat from Aslan. Have you forgotten hearing this?" The king replied, "If all the holy knights die, then it's your fault." Hearing the king's words, he said angrily, "That's not fair. Your Majesty, I even had to struggle against that sect leader." Returning to the present, he was trying to advise the king. Public sentiment was already bad at that time. I was just trying my best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, the king got quite annoyed and yelled, "Stop nagging." Then the king immediately retorted, "Besides, didn't I make you a cardinal to repay my debt to you?" "Right." Hearing this, Astoria calmly replied, "At my age, you must be joking with me." "Your Majesty." The king, now angry as well, shot back, "Does your disrespect grow with your age, is that it?" Right after that, as if remembering something, Astoria asked, "Everything has been arranged, so Jen and Jose?" Hearing this, the king replied, "Ah, there's also CM and Aston." Then he hesitated and asked Alphonse, "What should we do?" "Your Majesty, I believe the time has come." The king immediately replied, "Alan," he said very decisively, "I will entrust everything to Alan." Hearing this, Astoria shouted in great dissatisfaction, "Ah, not this again." Then he looked at the king's serious face and thought to himself, Aslan and Chasm are the core, and also the main source of power for the Kyolium sect. Is His Majesty trusting that prince? He speculated with great worry. I admit, the seventh prince's achievements are indeed glorious, but this is a bit too much. His Majesty must be planning to make that madman the heir to the throne. At that moment, Astoria gripped his staff tightly and thought helplessly, "Oh, for heaven's sake." Then he thought about Alan again. But it's true that the war could end and the people could live in peace once more, all thanks to the seventh prince. Astoria thought carefully to himself. If I didn't know about his past, perhaps I would also support making him the sovereign right now. After that, he sighed helplessly and prayed silently. If only someone else's soul could replace the one inside the seventh prince. How great would that be? Scene change. Alan was holding the treasure chest, looking helpless. Alphonse stood behind him, smiling awkwardly. The king's face, upon seeing the two of them, darkened and looked terrifying. Just then, a frantic voice came from inside the chest. "Let me out! Let me out!" Hearing those words, the king became so enraged that he gripped the armrest of his chair until it cracked. Immediately after, he spoke gently to Alan. "It's so good to see you again, my son." Seeing his attitude, Alan was quite flustered and replied, Yes, sir." He thought to himself, Then what about that broken armrest? Centik Alphone's face wrinkled as he asked curiously. Let me ask you one thing. He looked straight at the small chest he was holding and asked what was inside it. Hearing that, he immediately answered. It's the second prince, who has turned into an ancient blood demon. Hearing Alan say that, the second prince inside the box became furious and screamed, Ah! I'll kill you! Let me out of here, now! At that moment, the king looked at him and asked, So, what do you plan to do? Alan immediately answered loud and clear, I will take him to the Red Cross. Hearing this, the prince refused, thrashing around in the box in protest. What the Red Cross? No. He continued to protest angrily. All they're good for is torture. No. The king paid no mind to his words and simply said, Very well, do as you wish. After that, the king added, A hearing will be held soon. Alan was very surprised to hear this. The hearing. Soon after, the king looked at him and said, Everyone knows you've just fought in a great battle. He looked at the boy with a radiant face and continued, That will be the time when your character and talent are judged, so you'd best be prepared. Hearing the king's words, the boy looked down at the ground, lost in thought. Do they want to hear it from my own mouth? From me, myself. He then handed the chest to the king's subordinate, his mind still pondering whether he should reveal his identity as a necromancer. Just then, Wai called out to his son. He looked straight at Alan and asked, Isn't there any other way to save your brother? Then he quickly explained, Al, I heard you succeeded with the theory of resurrection, so perhaps it's also possible with Jack Fenn. Hearing what Wai said, Alan answered bluntly, It's impossible. He then said, Not to mention having to capture the soul immediately after death. I've never resurrected anything other than a human. Hearing Alan's words, his face fell as he replied, You should at least try. Instantly, the king, his face dark with rage, leaped down and slammed Wai's head forcefully into the ground. He roared, You turned your back on your family, on your homeland, all this time, and now, after shamelessly returning, this is what you have to say. The more he spoke, the more his blood boiled as he screamed in fury. Just to save that ruthless, murderous monster. He raised his fist and said angrily, Let me fix that brain of yours. Seeing the situation, Alan said helplessly, You can go outside now. The man immediately replied, As you command. Alan then quickly walked out. But suddenly, someone's voice called out, making him turn his head. Seventh Prince. It was Astoria. His face was extremely serious as he asked, May I have a word? Soon after, the two of them sat down on a bench to talk. He spoke first. His Majesty intends to grant you full authority over the Astun and Kamdarian. Hearing this, the boy didn't seem to care much and replied, I won't take them. The man then added, They will surely be of use to you. He then explained, The Astun are runes, also known as holy sigils, that possess the ability to strengthen their owner, and they even have many other potential uses, like the Holy Edict, for example. The man continued, Although it's a replica, I believe it can still be of some help to you. Hearing that, the boy exclaimed with excitement, Oh, not bad. So what does the other thing do? Astoria then explained that Kamdarian was once known as a Knight of Holy Light, who was nearly declared the successor to the Sword King. As for why he was suspected of being a blood demon, it was because he massacred 3 innocent people. Hearing this, the boy asked in a sarcastic tone, A corpse? How do you expect me to make use of that? Hearing him, the man got a little annoyed, turned his face away, and said resentfully, Haven't you already figured out a way to make use of those twisted souls? The rotten, the dead, the dying, the ones reeking of filth, the ones despised by the world? Hearing his words, the boy thought helplessly, What's wrong with this guy? The man's face wrinkled as he said, Your Highness must know that they are a wonderful source of power. Astoria then softened his tone and said, I hope you will not disappoint the king's expectations. I'm begging you. The boy sat in silence. Soon after, the man was about to stand up and leave, saying, We will depart now. Just then, Alan grabbed someone's hand. He held the maid's hand tightly and exclaimed, Wait, feeling him holding her hand. The maid blushed slightly and let out a flustered, Huh, Prince? The man's face darkened as he witnessed this scene. Immediately, he flew into a rage and yelled, You scoundrel who gave you permission to lay a hand on my granddaughter. Raphael's eyes were dark and blazing red with anger. Are you targeting my granddaughter? Over here? Alan glanced over at him while Alice was still in a daze. Seeing Raphael's fury, he quickly explained, I'm sorry, it's a misunderstanding. Seeing that he had calmed down a bit, Alan began to address Archbishop Raphael. He turned his head halfway, his voice serious. I need to speak with Alice in private. Would you please wait outside for a moment? Pausing for about 3 seconds. Raphael pondered, then glanced over at Alice. A few drops of sweat had started to form on his face. Finally, Raphael had to concede. I understand. He turned to leave. I'll be going now. You two can talk freely. Seeing him leave, Alice also spoke timidly. Goodbye, sir. The door to the room was closed. Now, only Alan and Alice were left inside. A slight smile played on Alan's lips. He's gone. He held up a bottle of wine and 2 glasses and asked Alice, Shall we have a little drink? Alice was a bit hesitant, sitting perfectly still, her face slightly flushed. Night fell, and the lights inside the castle were turned on. He was standing in a corner somewhere inside the castle. Alan and Alice were sitting opposite each other on 2 long chairs inside the room. Alice held a glass of red wine, her face slightly lowered as she said nothing. After a moment, she finally spoke up. You've heard the rumors about you, haven't you? Her glass of wine was still full. Alice placed it back on the table. Please, pay them no mind. They're just rumors spread by criminals. Alan was relaxed, his eyes half closed. Don't worry, I don't care about them. Suddenly, Alice's expression grew thoughtful as she looked at him. There was something she desperately wanted to say, and a bead of sweat trickled down her face, mustering all her courage. Alice finally asked, Your Highness, can you truly summon a holy undead? Alan's hand tightened around his wineglass. He looked at her, quite surprised by her question. In response to Alice, he answered simply, That's right. Alan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A blue, star-shaped magic circle appeared. He pointed a finger forward as if seeing something, and Alice cried out in alarm. No way! A holy undead was quickly summoned. It appeared right behind Alan, its eyes blood red, its hands clasped together. Alan remained completely unfazed, while Alice, horrified, screamed. Is it real? Realizing her outburst was a bit much, she quickly covered her mouth. I'm sorry. Alan gestured to let her know it was fine. It's all right. May I ask you a few questions? Alice was still staring wide-eyed at the undead. Ah, of course, Your Highness. Please, go ahead. He calmly pointed behind him and asked bluntly, What do you think of it? Alice stared at it without blinking, speechless. After a moment of Alice observing the undead, Alan gestured with one hand. Go on, take a closer look. Though a bit bewildered, she approached it and began to touch its body. She felt its legs, then its arms. After a moment, Alice came to a conclusion. I sense that it's quite loyal, or rather, that it has emotions. Her words left Alan stunned. Is that so? He asked, as both he and the undead looked on in confusion. Elsewhere, Charlotte was standing guard dutifully when someone called her name from behind. Charlotte turned to look and saw it was Alan. He approached her secretively and said, Listen, Alan whispered into her ear. Over the next 2 days, the outer walls and the main path to the castle. After receiving her orders from him, Charlotte hurried away. Having given Charlotte her mission, Alan considered his own work done. The preparations are complete. Now, it's my turn to get to work. As he turned to leave, he casually thought to himself, I hope everything goes well. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was nighttime in the central city of Lorenis. A city guard, looking into the distance, suddenly spoke up as if he'd spotted something. He looked terrified as he asked the man next to him, Hey, do you see that? The man beside him was also breaking out in a cold sweat. How could I not? The thing that terrified the 2 guards on the wall was an undead creature approaching the city. And it wasn't just one. It was an entire army of them. Each and every one of them had deep, black eyes that glowed a fiery red. They were advancing on the city en masse. A loud announcement rang out, leaving everyone bewildered. It's an attack. They started to panic, shouting to one another. Ring the alarm bell. As the soldiers were in chaos, a reassuring voice called out, It's all right, do not panic. Charlotte had just appeared, and the soldiers cried out her name, Marquis Charlotte. She walked forward majestically, a sword in her hand. They are not invaders. The men didn't understand. Then what are they? Charlotte smirked, and a blue aura flashed around her. It's a military parade. Within that army of the undead, one figure stood out, walking in the center with a blue circle of light wrapped around him. His deep, glowing red eyes, combined with the blue circle, made him stand apart. Charlotte announced, "This is the military parade of the Seventh Prince." Everyone was looking confused and fearful, their eyes all focused in one direction. Something on the road had captured the townspeople's attention. Skeletal hands and feet, iron armor, and the glowing red eyes of an army marching into the city. Leading them was Alan in his transformed state, followed by the countless undead in his army. The people in the city began to whisper among themselves. "Why are such filthy creatures here?" Another, more cautious person shushed them. "Shh, be quiet." Looking into Alan's deep, glowing red eyes, someone suddenly cried out, "My God! It's a divine soldier!" the person shouted in astonishment. Their next action towards Alan was even more surprising, as they suddenly began to worship him. "The Holy King has risen by the will of Gerlong, live the Holy Emperor Alan." Reflected in his red eyes, you could see that he was utterly amazed by this turn of events. Inside the palace, Holy Emperor Sentich was looking out the window, his voice deep and steady. "Alan's aura has changed," Raphael simply replied. Indeed, the Holy Emperor stared intently out the window. "Even I couldn't achieve such fame at his age." Hearing this, Raphael added a few words of praise, his face completely expressionless. "Like father, like son, as expected, a monster, and an outstanding prince." Something about that sounded wrong, and the Holy Emperor immediately turned to look at him. "Did I mishear you? It sounded like you said something else." He immediately denied it. "You must be getting old, Your Majesty." Suddenly, the Holy Emperor fell silent, his gaze distant. He was thinking about something. After a moment of thought, he called out loudly, "Steward!" Immediately, someone ran in from outside. "Yes, Your Majesty." The head steward bowed timidly. "What are your orders, sire?" The Holy Emperor commanded the steward with authority. "Make preparations. We are going to the hearing." Beneath the splendid golden glow of the palace, chandeliers illuminated the walls. Below, people had already been summoned into the Great Hall. The people below were divided into two factions. Some defended Alan's actions upon entering the city, while others spoke out against them. "He's a heretic. How dare you say that about the prince who just returned from war?" Another person retorted angrily. "Can't you see that army of the undead behind him?" Someone else spoke up in his defense. "Can't you feel the holy aura emanating from that army?" Finally, someone cried out, "Holy Emperor, please!" But the Holy Emperor remained silent, ignoring the incredibly noisy debate raging below. Just then, a pair of strong legs strode majestically into the hall. It was Alan, in his transformed state, accompanied by members of his undead army. He simply walked right in. Amidst the surrounding gossip, Alan's army entered with a powerful and imposing presence. The mask on his face slowly dissolved, gradually revealing Alan's true features. Every eye in the palace was now fixed on Alan's army. Some stared in utter shock. Upon seeing them, Alan spread his arms with a bright smile and said, "Long time no see, everyone." Raphael was also completely astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Such a dramatic entrance. An army of the undead radiating such a powerful holy aura. He glanced over at the Holy Emperor, who remained silent and deep in thought. The one thing the Holy Emperor had to do now was make a decision, face to face with Alan. He waited in silence. The soldiers behind him knelt in reverence, leaving only Alan standing proudly before the Holy Emperor. He would choose the seventh prince as the heir to the throne. The Holy Emperor pondered, closing his eyes to hide his emotions. "I'm truly envious of how much the younger generation has grown. I must be getting old." Cutting away from that scene in the palace, Alan was now lazily stretching and cracking his joints. Charlotte bowed her head and said, "You did very well, my lord." He replied, "I was just trying to look cool." But it really wasn't easy. Charlotte looked at him, surprised. At this, Alan suddenly fell silent, his expression thoughtful yet wary. The sharp look the Holy Emperor gave him back then still haunted him. He was still bitter. The way those two old geezers looked at me was really suspicious. Anyway, now that we've dealt with the urgent matters, shall we head to the prison? Slot was still looking dazed. The prison. Alan glanced over, looking quite intrigued. Inside a large, dark prison,
A prisoner covered in injuries was bound by both hands.
Shall we go check on our spoils of war? He added playfully. Oh, looking as defiant as ever, I see. The prisoner glared at Alan, his eyes filled with hatred. Alan regarded him with a relaxed demeanor, but his eyes were those of a killer who had slain dozens. Standing beside him, Charlotte advised. My lord, you shouldn't get too close to him. Raffo looked up, his face full of indignation. You princely brat, you're still so green, yet you've already fallen into heretical dark arts. You stupid oaf, Charlotte cursed, quickly slapping him. Seeing this, Alan stepped in to stop her. It's all right, he's not wrong. Then, to the prisoner. Hey, they handed you over to me, so I came to check on you. Raffo looked confused. What do you mean? Just then, Alan turned to his companion. Charlotte, you can leave us. But Charlotte seemed uneasy about leaving him alone and hesitated. Seeing her hesitation, he pulled out his secret weapon, a warm smile. Please. Charlotte was stunned for a few seconds before finally giving in. She let out a sigh and replied, Yes, my lord. Only he and Raffo remained. Alan spoke. I'll get straight to the point. In the darkness, Alan's large shadow loomed over the prisoner. A blue circle of light formed from Alan's hand. Alan shone it directly on top of Raffo's head. From now on, you're going to be taken care of properly. The man's face twisted in pain as he glared at Alan with pure rage, cursing. You son of a bitch! What are you doing? Alan's eyes narrowed slightly as he answered softly. I'm gathering soldiers.